In a tale of transcendence, the unremarkable Li Xiu, devoid of innate spiritual roots, navigates his journey to immortality with the aid of a mystical map of beasts acquired through his transmigration. This narrative unfolds amidst the arcane realms of 7 ghosts devouring souls, spirit roots, the treasures of Xiantian, and the enigmatic flame of the odd spirits, showcasing the unconventional path of a mortal in a world of cultivation. Chapter 1. Li Xiu. Li Xiu is a scholarly figure, fair of complexion, possessing a modest handsomeness, a sprinkle of intellect, and a dash of cleverness, all imbued with an air of pride that seems alien to this world. He exudes the aura of a learned gentleman, both transcendent and whimsically clever. His existence thus far has been spent within the confines of a pharmacy, where an array of herbs, secret stones, gold elixirs, and medicinal concoctions have become second nature to him. He can identify medicinal materials and pills with little more than his keen sense of smell. His lineage boasts a history of healing. His grandfather established the Chun Chao Tang Pharmacy in Qingzhou City at the age of 30, serving the local community with his remarkable medical skills, which garnered the family a modest fortune. However, a calamity befell the Li family when, one fateful night, Li Xiu's father was taken away to treat a patient, never to return. At the tender age of 10, with his mother managing the pharmacy and supporting him in the family business, Li Xiu reluctantly stepped into the role of a physician in Qingzhou. Yet, as a mere child, few sought his aid for their ailments. In desperation, his mother intervened, allowing him to navigate the treacherous waters of his novice period. Sadly, his mother succumbed to illness a few years later. Young Li Xiu had once urged her to sell the pharmacy and embrace a simpler life as a farmer, only to be met with severe reprimand for even suggesting such a notion. She believed that the family's legacy should never be forsaken, even in poverty. As the years passed, Li Xiu's medical skills blossomed. He mastered acupuncture, bone setting, herbal prescriptions, and diagnosis. He even integrated Western medical theories from his previous life, though his youth limited him to treating only minor ailments for the local villagers. Li Xiu dispensed commonplace prescriptions for everyday maladies and occasionally treated livestock. He was never faced with complex medical cases, as the townsfolk preferred to seek help from the distant foreign tang. Aware of the nature of the medical profession, he understood that mastery comes with time. Content with his tranquil existence, Li Xiu found solace in the simplicity of his life. In a previous life, he had been a technician repairing phones, computers, and appliances. One day, while refurbishing a second-hand laptop, he encountered a minor electrical issue with the keyboard. As he connected it to the power source, he rummaged through the hard drive, relishing the thrill of potential discoveries. To his delight, he unearthed a fondly remembered game, Warcraft. When he launched the game and chose the undead faction, he soon found himself overwhelmed by the computer's prowess. Frustrated, he input a cheat code for invincibility, drastically reducing his forces to a handful of mining acolytes, who swiftly decimated the enemy's defenses. However, as he attempted to exit the game, an unforeseen tragedy struck. Upon touching the laptop's keyboard, a jolt of electricity coursed through him, immobilizing him as the current surged through his body, culminating in a blinding transformation. When he regained consciousness, he discovered himself reborn as a 3-year-old child in this new world, with memories of the game's maps vividly imprinted in his mind. He found himself capable of directing his acolytes to repair structures, although his main base was unable to produce more acolytes due to population limits. As time passed, he transformed a few acolytes into shadows, but his limitations soon became evident. The acolytes could not construct any buildings besides the graveyard. This realization brought forth a wave of discontent, as he lamented the missed opportunity to create a thriving empire had he known his journey would grant him access to such structures. Even more vexing was the fact that he could only observe the game world from a distance, akin to playing a video game on a screen. Although he could manipulate the acolytes, he remained a mere spectator, confined to the realm of his own mind. Occasionally, he would gaze upon the Warcraft-inspired landscape within his thoughts, a square expanse of verdant grass, rivers, and islands, with a vibrant fountain of life at its center. Flanking this fountain were 2 goblin shops that, though reminiscent of bustling markets, were devoid of any wares. As he surveyed the landscape, he found that the mines had been exhausted, leaving him with only 2 lonely structures, the graveyard and the sacrifice abyss. Each time he beheld them, he would mutter in frustration about their lack of utility. For 2 years, 8 acolytes and 4 shadows remained idle at the corners of the map, untouched by his command. Once optimistic about wielding power in this realm, he now faced the stark reality of being an ordinary individual, laboring for sustenance. Recently, Li Xiu had gathered a modest collection of medicinal materials and earned a small sum, Yet his days of practice remained erratic, a mere 3 days of work interspersed with periods of inactivity. Chapter 2. Healing. The sound of knocking roused Li Xiu from his slumber. Groggy and disoriented, he stumbled out of his bedroom and opened a panel of the door. Dr. Li, here are the herbs from Shishan village. The sun is already high in the sky. Why haven't you opened your door to conduct business? An old man outside inquired, carrying a basket of herbs on his back. Perhaps I stayed up too late last night. Come in, Wang Bo, and have a cup of tea to quench your thirst. Li Xiu invited the old man into the apothecary, then proceeded to dismantle the door panels one by one, considering it an early opening for the day. Upon entering, Wang Bo surveyed the disarray of the shop and shook his head, exclaiming, "Ah, young Li, it's high time you found yourself a wife." Li Xiu returned from the back with a pot of cold tea from the previous night and poured a generous bowl for Wang Bo. Country folk rarely get to enjoy tea, the old man remarked as he quickly drank it all, even chewing on the soaked tea leaves. Li Xiu poured him another bowl while he busied himself examining the herbs. Wang Bo began to recount tales of his youth, adventures in the mountains, and stories of marriage and children, becoming increasingly animated as he spoke of the unmarried maidens in his village. Wang Bo, I am a solitary man. As long as I am fed, my family remains well. Li Xiu interrupted, feigning disinterest in the old man's ramblings. He retrieved a handful of copper coins and placed them on the table where Wang Bo was drinking. Young Li still so frugal. Next time, I shall sell my hemp to foreign tang. Wang Bo grumbled, weighing the coins in his palm and finding them insufficient. Wang Bo, I am the only one in all of Qingzhou City who collects hemp. I cannot believe you. Li Xiu chuckled, with no hope of receiving more coins. Wang Bo left the apothecary with a disgruntled expression. Li Xiu tossed the hemp to the back of the counter, tidied up the disheveled shop, and reclined in the chair behind the counter, indulging in a leisurely doze. With few patients seeking consultation that day, it was mostly peddlers coming for spring herbs. As the sun dipped low, Li Xiu stretched and yawned, then closed up the shop. With a few copper coins in hand, he strolled towards the wonton stand across the street. The streets became increasingly crowded as the city gates closed and the drawbridge lifted, reminiscent of a bustling evening rush hour as traders hurried back before the gates shut. The night market across the street was vibrant, filled with the lively sounds of vendors calling out. Settling at the wonton stand, Li Xiu observed the bustling stall owner and his daughter. Girl, bring me a bowl of wontons. Load it with fragrant leaves, he called out after watching for a while. The girl, noticing his gaze, shot him an annoyed glare before slapping a bowl of wontons in front of him. Ha ha ha, Li Xiu laughed, picking up a pair of chopsticks and devouring the delicious wontons. Paying 2 copper coins, he strolled back to the spring herb hall, feeling content. Upon returning to the side door of the apothecary, Li Xiu did not notice the slightly ajar gap that should have alerted him. He entered, disrobed, donned his self-sewn vest and loose trousers, and prepared to wash up and sleep. Suddenly, he stumbled over something, nearly losing his balance. Turning around, he noticed blood footprints smeared across the counter floor. A drawer had been left ajar, and the medicine cabinet was in disarray. A figure lay sprawled on his reclining chair, lifeless. The person was covered in dark red blood, clearly poisoned. A large gaping wound on their abdomen revealed protruding intestines, as if something had exploded within them, leaving a gruesome scene. Summoning his courage, Li Xiu leaned closer to check for a pulse, feeling a faint breath. The realization that an unknown individual lay dying in his shop sent a wave of urgency through him. No, he cannot die here, Li Xiu muttered, resolute. He dashed to the back room and retrieved a wooden box. Opening it revealed an array of tools that defied conventional medical practices: sharp knives, curved needles, hollow bamboo tubes, and various small porcelain vials. Finding a bowl, he poured a small amount of white powder from one vial and mixed it with a medicinal liquid. Grabbing the hollow bamboo syringe, he drew the concoction and administered it into the injured man's thigh. Unbeknownst to Li Xiu, the gravely wounded man clutched a short sword in one hand, warily observing Li Xiu's every move. If Li Xiu were to report to the authorities or treat him as a corpse, it would surely spell his doom. The wounded man felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, struggling to maintain consciousness, but the effects of the medicine quickly overwhelmed him. With a soft clatter, Li Xiu watched as the golden hilt of a small sword fell from the man's grasp, while the other hand remained tightly clenched around a flower of red oil. Why does he cling to the red oil flower? Li Xiu pondered in confusion. He carefully lifted the injured man onto the examination table, the weight of the body proving burdensome, causing Li Xiu to break into a sweat. Attempting to remove the flower from the man's hand, he found it seemingly glued in place. Very well, you can keep the flower, Li Xiu muttered. Working quickly, he used forceps to clamp the bleeding wound. As he cut the man's clothing with scissors, they struck something hard, reminiscent of iron. Upon loosening the man's belt, he discovered a small pouch woven from silver threads. While curious about the pouch's resilience, saving the man's life took precedence. Li Xiu cleaned the wound, recalling the surgical procedures he had performed on livestock. He carefully excised the poisoned sections of intestine and stitched the healthy parts together. Fortunately, despite the man's severe abdominal injury, his other organs remained unscathed. After suturing and cleaning the wound, Li Xiu checked to ensure he hadn't left any instruments inside the man's abdomen. Thankfully, all tools were accounted for and placed in a porcelain basin. As the candlelight dwindled, the hour grew late. Li Xiu retrieved his distilled spirits from the back room and poured the contents of the basin into the alcohol, placing the surgical tools over the fire for sterilization. Having completed the simple cleaning and sterilization, Li Xiu prepared to tidy up the tools, and at that moment, the gravely injured man awoke. To his surprise, a miraculous healer resided in Qingzhou City. The man gradually propped himself up. "You're awake. Had you not bled profusely in my home, I would never have dared to attempt surgery on you," Li Xiu responded with a hint of annoyance. The wounded man raised his hand weakly, wanting to express gratitude. "Thank you, young brother, for saving my life." "Wait, the blood spirit herb," he exclaimed with sudden excitement. Looking at the red oil flower still clutched in his hand, his face flushed, and he began to search his waist. "The storage pouch. Where's my storage pouch?" Chapter 3. Cultivation Aptitude. The injured man searched frantically until he spotted the silver pouch Li Xiu had placed on the counter. Observing the man's anxious demeanor, Li Xiu stepped forward and handed him the silver pouch. As the man took the pouch, his face suddenly flushed as if he had exerted tremendous effort. In a state of sheer astonishment, Li Xiu watched as an array of items inexplicably materialized upon the counter. There lay a jade box resembling a brick, a small jade vial, an ancient tome, a crumpled yellow parchment akin to a talisman, and a scattering of gold ingots. The gravely injured individual carefully placed a red oil flower into the jade box and stowed it away in a storage pouch. It would not be until years later that Li Xiu learned that this seemingly ordinary red oil flower was, in fact, the blood spirit grass, a rare herb capable of breaking through the 8th layer of qi refinement. The injured person grasped the jade vial, uncorked it, and swallowed a pill that exuded a fragrant aroma reminiscent of jade. He then took the yellow parchment, pressed it onto his lower abdomen, and began to chant incantations. The parchment emitted a greenish glow that enveloped the wound. Li Xiu was reminded of scenes from films of his past life. As he witnessed the injured man's sutured wound rapidly healing, the green light gradually fading until the yellow parchment turned to ash. The pallor of the injured man transformed, and he appeared rejuvenated, no longer the figure of someone gravely wounded. Li Xiu stood transfixed, marveling at this divine healing method, which, despite being rumored in folklore, left him utterly astonished. After a quarter of an hour, the injured man rose from the examination table. "My young friend, I cannot express my gratitude for your life-saving assistance. I am Yutong, a member of the Southern Yu cultivation family. Consider the gold in this manual on the foundational techniques as my token of appreciation." Yutong gestured towards the books and gold on the counter. Li Xiu, still in a daze, finally snapped back to reality upon hearing Yutong's words. Excitement bubbling within him. "I am Li Xiu. May I call you Brother Yu?" "Indeed. No need for formality. Such a title is most agreeable," Yutong replied, equally elated. Li Xiu was overjoyed. He had only heard tales of celestial masters and sages who could traverse the heavens, yet today, he had fortuitously saved one. He was finally privy to the extraordinary aspects of this world and would not let this opportunity slip away. "Brother Yu, you must be a celestial master. I desire nothing more than for you to teach me the ways of cultivation." With that, Li Xiu knelt, performing a respectful gesture of apprenticeship. Yutong gently assisted Li Xiu to his feet, saying, "Alas, my young friend, it is not that I refuse to teach you, but to become a cultivator, one must possess spiritual roots. Those with spiritual roots are exceedingly rare in this world, and among them, many have false or mixed roots, making their cultivation journey exceedingly difficult. True geniuses with heavenly spiritual roots are as rare as a phoenix among the masses. Without spiritual roots, one remains a mere mortal, and even with roots, if they are mixed, one will be no different from the lower echelons of cultivators. Such individuals, lacking power and fortune, might find life more liberating than that of an ordinary person." Yutong spoke with a sense of melancholy, revealing the secrets of the cultivation world. Li Xiu, however, was left in a haze of confusion, unable to grasp the concepts of false roots, mixed roots, and heavenly roots. Yet he understood the fundamental distinction. Cultivators possess spiritual roots, while mortals do not. "Brother Yu, I have always been extraordinary since childhood. I must possess spiritual roots. I implore you to support me. Please rise. You have saved my life and rekindled my hope for advancement. I shall surely reward you for your kindness and the blood spirit grass. However, I did not bring the testing device to assess spiritual roots when I left my home. To determine the nature of your roots, you must accompany me back to my family. Unfortunately, as I have just begun to recover from my injuries, my enemies will undoubtedly lie in wait on my return journey. It would be unwise to bring you along. Yutong's words doused Li Xiu's excitement with cold water. What shall I do now? Li Xiu paced back and forth in distress. Do not fret, my young friend. I am still healing, and I need to refine this blood spirit grass into a pill to break through to the 8th layer of qi refinement. I shall stay here with you for the next year. I will impart several cultivation techniques to you and help you sense spiritual energy. If you possess spiritual roots, there will surely be a technique that will elicit a response, and even without the testing device, I will have a general idea of your root attributes. I will also teach you a method of cultivation, ensuring that even when I am not by your side, you can embark on the path of immortality. Yutong reassured him. Li Xiu's anxieties finally settled, and Yutong continued to share essential knowledge about cultivators and various plants. Thus, the cultivator Yutong took residence in Li Xiu's home. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. The spring grass hall remained closed, as Yutong required seclusion for his cultivation, while Li Xiu utilized the gold given by Yutong to acquire various rare, medicinal herbs. He scoured all of Qingzhou City, purchasing materials to replenish his vitality and enhance his cultivation, all the while practicing diligently under Yutong's guidance each night. Through this period of understanding, Li Xiu finally grasped the threshold of the cultivation world. It became clear that a cultivator's body must possess a certain quality known as spiritual roots. Only those with spiritual roots can perceive the subtle spiritual energies of the universe, absorbing them into their bodies to transform into the magical power of a cultivator. This power could extend life, refine the body, and manifest various miraculous abilities. These are the hallmarks of a cultivator's supernatural prowess. Spiritual roots are categorized into attributes such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, wind, thunder, and darkness, corresponding to the types of spiritual energy in the world. Aside from the 5 elemental roots, the other 4 types, ice, wind, thunder, and darkness, are considered variant roots, arising from mutations of 2 or 3 elemental roots. The vast majority of cultivators possess all 5 elemental roots or are those who lack one, classified as mixed roots, also known as false roots. Cultivators with mixed roots progress at an exceedingly slow pace, and without abundant resources, they may struggle throughout their lives to reach the pinnacle of qi refinement. Many of these individuals serve as laborers or cannon fodder within cultivation sections. Conversely, those possessing 2 or 3 types of roots are regarded as true root cultivators, the genuine article with the potential to ascend to the next realm. True root cultivators are the preferred candidates for disciples among major cultivation sections. Beyond that, the exceptional talents of the cultivation world are the extraordinary variant roots, which are elevated forms of spiritual roots resulting from the mutation of 2 or more elemental roots. The ice root, derived from the fusion of metal and water, or the thunder root, born from earth and water, alongside the unique dark and wind roots, grant their bearers the ability to absorb extraordinary spiritual energy or to assimilate 2 types of elemental energy to transmute into unique spiritual energy. Although these variant roots are advanced forms of true roots, cultivators with them can cultivate at a rate several times faster than those with true roots, and their unique attributes, combined with specialized techniques, make them formidable beings, often among the elite of various sections. Finally, the most coveted of all are the heavenly spiritual roots, characterized by a singular elemental quality among the 5. These roots are extraordinarily rare, with 1 in a million possessing such gifts. Cultivators with heavenly roots advance at remarkable speeds, easily overcoming the bottlenecks from foundational to core formation stages, thus facilitating their journey to higher realms. Li Xiu likened heavenly roots to a dedicated fiber optic connection, capable of downloading a movie in mere minutes, whereas variant roots resembled dual broadband services, taking over 10 minutes for the same task. In the realm of spiritual cultivation, the concept of genuine spiritual roots represents a dedicated broadband connection within a residential community. While the download speeds may occasionally falter, they remain relatively swift. In contrast, the ordinary spiritual roots signify the shared bandwidth of the community, where downloading a minor film entails a frustrating wait as the buffering circle spins endlessly, undoubtedly the slowest option available. There exists yet another category, individuals devoid of any broadband installation, referred to as the rootless. Li Xiu has been fervently praying these days, hoping that he is not among those without any broadband access. In the 4th chapter, devoid of spiritual roots, Li Xiu has also taken to perusing the travelogues and insights collected by Yutong from the realm of spiritual cultivation. The Yu family is rather intriguing. Their young members are mandated to gather accounts of their experiences in the world of cultivation or biographies of notable figures, a tradition established by their ancestor to ensure the family's enduring prosperity. Although the Yu clan may not fully grasp the intentions behind their ancestors' decree, they have nevertheless upheld the practice of gathering tales and secrets from the cultivation world. Several tomes recount the travels of cultivators through mortal realms, detailing local customs, specialties, the hidden markets frequented by cultivators, as well as the traditions and taboos of various sects and families. Many of these narratives involve a certain cultivator vanquishing demons and malevolent spirits, or another attaining unparalleled opportunities. One particularly captivating account narrates the tale of a mortal man who falls in love with a female cultivator of advanced age. The young scholar, enamored not with beauty but with age, embarks on a romantic escapade with the elderly cultivator, only to be caught by her sect. The sect strips the elderly woman of her powers and binds her to a torture platform while subjecting the young scholar to the excruciating 7 ghosts' soul-devouring torture. Although he is but a mortal, the torment grants him a fleeting glimpse of spiritual power. With this transient ability, he rescues the elderly cultivator, ultimately moving her sect. This trial was a test of his genuine affection. The sect restores his health, and the elderly cultivator seizes the essence of a beautiful mortal woman, allowing the couple to finally become celestial companions. Li Xiu savored this narrative, reminiscent of a Shakespearean tale. When he inquired about the number of such accounts, Yutong informed him that a full 100 rooms the size of the Spring Grass Hall would be required to house all the collected accounts and biographies. This revelation flooded Li Xiu's mind with a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of a library from a previous life. During these days, Li Xiu has not only acquired knowledge about the spiritual roots of cultivators, but has also gleaned insights into the various realms of cultivation from Yutong. These include the stages of qi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, and spirit transformation. It is said that beyond the spirit transformation stage lies an even higher realm, but that pertains to ascension. The journey from qi refinement to spirit transformation constitutes the lower realms of cultivation. Upon reaching the spirit transformation stage, one may ascend to the higher realms. Further cultivation leads to several significant stages, and upon mastering them all, one truly becomes an immortal, ascending to the celestial domain to live in harmony with the heavens. With this understanding of the foundational levels of cultivation, Li Xiu's imagination soared. The progression from qi refinement to ascension appeared deceptively simple, akin to advancing through ranks in a game. However, the reality of cultivation proves far more complex than his naive expectations. Even with Yutong's assistance in guiding his qi perception, Li Xiu could not sense the slightest trace of spiritual energy. One fateful night, during the Hour of the Rat, Li Xiu's attempts at practicing the first layer of the Fiery Blaze technique yielded no results. Yutong, who had been subtly infusing Li Xiu with strands of spiritual energy, urged him to cease his meditation. Stop, Li Xiu. Over the past 3 months, I have guided you through the earth, water, fire, and wood techniques. My own aptitude is modest. My roots are a mix of elements. I have imparted to you only the foundational layers of these techniques. By my guidance, one with spiritual roots should be able to perceive the energy of a corresponding root, yet you have shown no sign of sensitivity. Alas, perhaps you should focus on the Yuan shield technique instead. It is a highly coveted inner skill among the martial world. Yutong lamented. For days, Li Xiu endeavored to sense spiritual energy under Yutong's tutelage. Yutong had guided him through the 4 elemental energies in conjunction with the basic techniques. But despair loomed as Li Xiu felt not a whisper of energy. As for the final aspect of gold energy, although Yutong could not assist him in sensing it, the likelihood of Li Xiu possessing a celestial root seemed negligible. Despite his unwavering dedication to qi practice, Yutong had already discerned that Li Xiu was devoid of spiritual roots. Not wishing to dampen Li Xiu's spirits, Yutong refrained from voicing this harsh truth. Why can't I sense anything? Brother Yu, what about gold energy, wind energy, ice energy, thunder energy, or dark energy techniques? Let me try something else. Li Xiu expressed his frustration. I am unfamiliar with techniques of exotic elemental attributes, as my family possesses none. However, even those with exotic roots would, to some extent, sense the corresponding elemental energies. Given your lack of water, fire, earth, and wood roots, it is impossible for you to have an exotic root. As for gold energy techniques, I am aware of one, the mid-tier technique, Golden Radiance technique. However, it only contains the first 3 layers. You must rely on your own perception of gold energy. Yutong replied, rising from his seat. Without the need for light, he began inscribing the first 3 layers of the Golden Radiance technique on a piece of paper. In the pitch darkness of the spring grass hall, Yutong saw as clearly as day. Li Xiu watched quietly as Yutong meticulously transcribed the foundational techniques. Though he had practiced 4 techniques over the past weeks, Li Xiu had forgotten much of what he had learned. His previous attempts were guided by Yutong, and he had merely followed instructions, unable to retain the essence of those techniques. Now, however, Yutong had provided him with a method to comprehend independently. Holding a stack of densely written pages, Li Xiu felt as though he had discovered a treasure. Observing Li Xiu's excitement, Yutong sighed and shook his head. For a mortal lacking spiritual roots, the aspiration to cultivate was nothing short of folly. Having been saved by Li Xiu, Yutong felt compelled to indulge his desires, allowing him to pursue his dreams as a form of gratitude. Another 6 months passed. By day, Li Xiu gathered medicinal herbs, purchasing the necessary restorative substances for Yutong according to a provided list. By night, he practiced the Golden Radiance technique under Yutong's guidance. Yet, despite this dedication, Li Xiu had failed to cultivate even a single strand of spiritual energy. The absence of spiritual roots had extinguished his hopes of cultivation. Yutong's injuries had healed, and he had successfully refined a batch of pills capable of elevating him beyond the higher levels of qi refinement, achieving the 8th layer of qi refinement. During this period, Yutong focused on solidifying his realm and producing medicinal pills. Li Xiu knew that once Yutong's realm stabilized, he would depart from the spring grass hall. Li Xiu then recalled the magical beast map within his mind. Seizing an opportunity while Yutong was eating, he approached him with a question. Brother Yu, do you think it's possible for me to project my soul outside my body, or enter into my mind? Li Xiu, do not take that biography too seriously. Much of it consists of fanciful tales. Yutong cautioned. Soul transference is solely the domain of advanced cultivators over their junior counterparts. A cultivator attempting to seize the soul of a mortal is certain to meet their demise. Yutong assumed Li Xiu's question stemmed from the tales he had read. In the 5th chapter, as Li Xiu pressed on, he clarified, No, brother Yu. I merely wish to know if it is possible to project my soul and enter another realm. You, a mortal, wish to seize the soul of a cultivator. Yutong misinterpreted, descending into a contemplative reverie. Seizing the soul, 7 ghosts soul-devouring. Li Xiu had encountered these terms before. He picked up the tome of experiences and read the passage again, pondering the origins of the tale. Li Xiu witnessed a female cultivator seizing the body of a mortal woman, while the mortal's talented son was subjected to cruel torture and momentarily gained magical power. At last, he discovered the crucial element that led to Yutong's misunderstanding. Li Xiu merely sought to project his soul into the beast map space. Yet Yutong harbored a different perspective. He believed that Li Xiu intended to exploit the fleeting moment of power gained through the 7 ghost soul-devouring technique to seize the body of a newly enlightened cultivator. After a long pause, Yutong solemnly remarked on the 3 ironclad laws governing the realm of cultivation, specifically aimed at those who engage in body snatching. Cultivators are forbidden from seizing the bodies of mortals or low-level cultivators who have yet to awaken their consciousness. Otherwise, such a body would inevitably perish. Furthermore, regardless of one's cultivation level, an individual may only attempt body snatching once in a lifetime. Most crucially, only those of higher cultivation can successfully seize the bodies of those of lower cultivation. Elder brother Yu, I wish to learn the art of body snatching. Li Xiu exclaimed eagerly, intent on experimenting with projecting his soul into the beast map space, with no thought of seizing another's body. Alas, while the 7 ghost soul-devouring technique can grant a mortal the peak of the qi refinement stage in an instant, the cost is exorbitant. It is akin to offering oneself as a feast for the ghosts. A vigorous martial expert, without external elixirs, can only utilize it 3 to 5 times in a lifetime. Moreover, to seize another's body, one must target a low-level cultivator who has just awakened their consciousness and cannot exceed the 3rd level of the qi refinement stage. Other techniques require one to reach the 4th level of qi refinement to awaken their consciousness. Yet the golden flow technique I provide allows for the awakening of consciousness at the 3rd level. You merely need to find a child with spiritual roots and teach them the golden flow technique up to the 3rd level. When they have just attained the 3rd level, you can utilize the power gained from the 7 ghost soul-devouring technique to seize their body. At that point, you will become a cultivator capable of refining your power. What a cruel method indeed. Perhaps that child would express gratitude to their master for imparting the secrets of cultivation. unaware that their master merely sought to usurp the body of a disciple with spiritual potential. Why not turn such a tale into a novel? In the following days, Yutong crafted and instructed Li Xiu on how to set up the body-snatching formation, the rudimentary creation of the 7 Ghosts soul-devouring artifact, and provided Li Xiu with several soul-collecting talismans. By this time, Li Xiu understood that Yutong was departing, and the bond they shared as both teacher and friend filled him with reluctance. Yutong left behind several low-tier spirit stones for the formation, along with 2 talismans for binding the consciousness of other cultivators. He also gifted a gray storage bag, said to contain maps of the surrounding area, which could only be opened by one who had awakened their consciousness. Yutong also provided various formulas for elixirs that could enhance magical power during the early Qi refinement stage, urging Li Xiu to memorize them. He sternly cautioned that the 7 Ghosts soul-devouring technique could only be used twice, beyond which it would harm the fundamental essence of the body. The spirit stones placed within the body-snatching formation would remain active until consumed, lasting for the duration of an incense stick. The spirit stones Yutong provided could be used twice, but only before attempting to seize another's body. Should Li Xiu fail, it would result in death. With all matters addressed and the debt of gratitude repaid, Yutong quietly departed under the cover of night 5 days later. The next day, Li Xiu stared blankly at the remarkable items left to him, his mind awash with thoughts. On the table lay a coveted manual of supreme internal strength. The Essence Shield Technique, a cultivation scripture, Golden Flow Technique, detailed notes on the 7 Ghosts soul-devouring and body-snatching formations, a storage bag he could not open, 2 binding talismans, a collection of soul-collecting talismans, a rune-covered formation cloth, and several low-tier spirit stones. Li Xiu's excitement surged as he contemplated an experiment, to position himself as the subject of body-snatching, seated within the formation, to see if he could access the beast map space within his mind. He had no intention of seizing another's body. Such self-serving actions were beneath him. Most importantly, he had no desire to inhabit another's form. His exhilaration carried him from dawn until midnight as he diligently memorized the formation's usage. Clarifying his thoughts, he began to set up the body-snatching formation, sitting cross-legged within its confines and placing several spirit stones at its center. Circles of spiritual light emanated from the fabric of the formation, and various runes illuminated, their gentle glow dancing before his eyes, reminiscent of a circuit board he had once repaired in a past life. Overcome with excitement, Li Xiu pondered whether he would succeed, feeling as though he were missing a crucial step. The binding talisman. He reached for the 2 talismans beside him, withdrew one, and recited the incantation he had previously noted, forcefully pressing the talisman to his forehead. In that moment, Li Xiu's consciousness sank into his body. The external sensations lingered, yet he felt as if ensnared in a waking dream. In the haze, Li Xiu beheld desolate blackened land and several familiar, yet strange, undead structures. His vision expanded to a full 360 degrees, allowing him to see everything around him, including himself. A yellow energy orb floated beside the undead buildings. Li Xiu realized he was that yellow orb, slowly drifting towards the structures below. The abyss of sacrifice, ignited by 3 yellow flames, was where the Acolytes were transformed into shadow souls. 3 altar-like edifices, with a small door atop several steps, were surrounded by 5 rune-inscribed stone tablets. This was a graveyard, where the undead crafted corpses and upgraded their equipment. A grand square building flowed with an unknown green liquid. This was the main base of the undead. Chapter 6. Backpack Skill. Li Xiu gazed upon the black castle of the undead's main base. He could still see various options within and could control the black castle to produce acolytes. The yellow orb of Li Xiu slipped inside the black castle, where he discovered the backpack skill had yet to be upgraded. The backpack skill had not been upgraded. He was utterly disheartened. However, acolytes and shadows could not carry backpacks, rendering any upgrade futile. Li Xiu pondered this. Within his consciousness, he clicked to upgrade the backpack skill at the main base, glancing at the slowly progressing progress bar. The yellow orb of Li Xiu then wandered to other areas. Following the verdant grass, he encountered the Hero Tavern, a place for summoning heroes, but at present, it was merely a useless structure. He ventured inside briefly, only to find a square room with a small table and stove, devoid of anything else. Continuing onward, he discovered a goblin shop resembling a pavilion, yet it too held nothing of value. Li Xiu pressed forward, spotting a spring that radiated an ethereal blue glow as it flowed. Li Xiu drifted past, his luminous sphere of light basking in a warm, sunlit glow, exuding an aura of comfort and serenity. He found himself reluctant to depart from the spring's edge, his consciousness exploring the map of the spatial realm. where he beheld his yellow orb residing at the very heart of the life spring. The dual visual effects intrigued him, presenting an odd yet fascinating spectacle. Though his soul anchored here, his awareness still soared above the entire Warcraft map space, overseeing it as before. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He was overwhelmed with excitement upon realizing that the upgrade of the main base's backpack skill had been completed, granting him the extraordinary ability of 2 spatial backpacks. The Warcraft map space regarded him as an undead unit capable of carrying items, an ability that would be immensely powerful if applicable outside. His thoughts meandered to the monks and shadows beyond, and a notion emerged from the depths of his luminous consciousness. After nearly half an hour, the energy of the spirit sealing talisman was entirely depleted. Awakening from his reverie, Li Xiu felt as though he had slumbered for 3 days and enjoyed a splendid dream. His spirit refreshed. His body felt intact as he stood, closing his eyes to attune to his own essence. A hearty laugh erupted from him. Indeed, he possessed 2 backpack slots. With glee, he directed his consciousness to retrieve items. A spirit stone and the remaining spirit sealing talisman were stored within his spatial backpack. Ha ha ha, I too have a golden finger. He laughed exuberantly, placing the 2 items on the table before seeking to gather more. After numerous experiments involving the items within his abode, he reveled in the joy of discovery. The backpack skill permitted the storage of a box, regardless of its contents, merely indicating unknown items. The smallest items he could store included beads or fine acupuncture needles, while the largest he tested, a coffin prepared for his missing father, along with tables and cabinets, could not be accommodated. To ascertain the capacity of the backpack skill, Li Xiu crafted several wooden boxes, utilizing the process of elimination to determine that once a box exceeded approximately 1 cubic meter in size, it could not be stored in the backpack. Singular items could be placed within the backpack without size restrictions. He had once stored a 10-foot-long wooden pole. However, items of varied nature, lacking clear hierarchy, had to be contained within a box prior to being placed in the backpack. For instance, a bowl of wontons could not be stored directly, but could be placed within a box. Living creatures could not be stored within the backpack, but could be contained in a box for storage. Li Xiu bought a chicken, placed it in a box, and utilized the backpack skill to retrieve it. When he took the box out, the chicken remained as lively as before. Whether he could transport living beings into the Warcraft map space remained a point of contemplation, prompting him to decide to investigate this matter further in due time. Through 3 days of experiments, Li Xiu gleaned insights into the capabilities of his spatial backpack skill. First, the backpack had 2 slots. Second, each backpack could hold only 1 type of item. Third, living creatures could not be stored, but boxes could be. Li Xiu felt there were many more experiments he wished to conduct with his newfound powers. However, he resolved to complete a crucial concept before delving into further explorations. Time passed swiftly, and 3 months later, Li Xiu resumed his previous life. After nearly a year of inactivity, his spring herb hall finally reopened. Business was exceedingly slow, with several individuals daily inquiring if he intended to sell the establishment, to which he steadfastly declined. One day, an apprentice from the blacksmith shop entered the spring herb hall. "Is the shopkeeper in? I am here to deliver knives," the apprentice shouted. Coming. Li Xiu emerged from the back room, still handling herbs. "Here is the short knife you requested, a total of 7. My master insists that your demands are too excessive and requires an additional 100 coins. Otherwise, I cannot deliver," the apprentice declared, clutching a box. "I must ensure you haven't cut corners," Li Xiu retorted, eyeing the apprentice with mild reproach. "Bah, you are the one cutting corners. Who would dare accuse my master of such?" The apprentice shot back, glaring at Li Xiu. "Enough. I need to inspect the goods. Hurry and bring them out. If they meet my standards, I will grant you another 100 coins," Li Xiu replied impatiently. Reluctantly, the apprentice set down the box and opened the lid. Inside lay 7 identical thin-bladed knives, crescent-shaped and no longer than a finger, as delicate as a cicada's wing, their blades glinting dangerously, causing the apprentice to squint. "They are quite similar to the surgical knives crafted last time. Well done," Li Xiu remarked with a smile, retrieving 100 coins to hand to the apprentice. The apprentice departed, leaving the box behind. Li Xiu examined the 7 sharp knives, then closed the door, washed up, and carried the wooden box out of the spring herb hall. Crossing 4 streets, he entered a shop selling antique carvings. "Old Mu, have the small items I commissioned been carved?" Li Xiu inquired toward the diminutive elder at the counter, who was drilling a hole in a jade bead with a steel needle. The elder jumped at the sound of Li Xiu's voice. Yes. Stop shouting. If you startle me and I drop this bead, you'll have to compensate," he grumbled, setting down the jade. "Not one to linger." Li Xiu placed the wooden box on the table and opened it to reveal the knives inside. "Old Mu, please inlay these knives with my small items," he urged, pushing the box forward. "Flying knives with inlaid ghost heads? Humph. Which rogue did you learn this from?" Old Mu retorted, emerging with a basket. "From now on, call me Little Li Flying Knife. I am a master of the underworld," Li Xiu boasted, feigning bravado. Old Mu laid out 7 vividly crafted ghost heads before Li Xiu, who inspected each one meticulously. "As you mentioned, 7 ghost heads carved from dark wood, with blood-red lacquer for the mouths, and the fangs fashioned from the venomous teeth of vampire bats. I spent quite a bit on those fangs. Several hunters trying to catch the bats were bitten." Old Mu recounted while embedding the ghost heads. His narrative interrupted when a gold ingot clattered onto the table, silencing him. "Is that sufficient?" Li Xiu asked impatiently. Yes. You've made quite a fortune this past year." Old Mu hurriedly collected the gold ingot, hastening his work. Half an hour later, Li Xiu exited Old Mu's antique shop, carrying the wooden box. Seizing the moment when the street corner was deserted, he stowed the box within his spatial backpack. He hurried back to the Spring Herb Hall, securing the doors and windows. He retrieved the soul-seizing array and the last spirit-sealing talisman, along with several soul-binding talismans. He took out the 7 ghost head knives, inserting a soul-binding talisman into each, gently slicing his hand with the knives. Blood flowed along the blades, soaking the talismans until they were drenched, the handles adorned with crimson. Li Xiu then placed the 7 ghost head knives back into the wooden box and returned it to his spatial backpack. "This will determine whether we feast on meat or soup," he murmured to himself. Chapter 7. The 7 ghosts devour the soul with a charm of focus in hand. Li Xiu recited incantations, activating the possession array. He pressed the charm to his forehead, once again entering the space of the beast map. In the form of a yellow orb, Li Xiu retrieved a wooden box from his backpack, intending to open it with his hands. However, he suddenly recalled that he existed in a spiritual state. Not to mention the absence of limbs, he feared the consequences of approaching the soul-binding charm too closely. What to do now? Li Xiu's yellow orb was thoroughly perplexed. He summoned several attendant monks to his side. Soon, they stood before the wooden box, rendered immobile. His commands were utterly ineffective. The monks behaved like puppets, obediently following his directions, yet they were incapable of performing a task as intricate as opening a box. Faced with this dilemma, Li Xiu pondered for a considerable time before devising a plan. He instructed one of the monks to attack the wooden box, and the monk's strike shattered it into pieces. 7 red glowing, rune-engraved ghostly knives erupted forth, akin to loot from a treasure chest. Li Xiu directed the 7 shadow souls to converge around him. Days prior, he had transformed 4 monks into shadows, perfectly complementing the 3 existing shadows to form a total of 7. He intended to utilize the shadow souls within this space to replace the souls of this world. The 7 ghostly knives emitted a dark red allure, and Li Xiu noted that their descriptions were marked as unknown items. An instinctive aversion to these knives blossomed within his consciousness, compelling him to maintain his distance from their faintly glowing forms. He guided one shadow soul closer to a ghostly knife. As the shadow approached within half a meter, the blood-soaked runes on the knife's blade and ghostly head flickered rapidly. Suddenly, a force drew the shadow soul into the ghost's mouth. The blood-red runes shifted multiple times before ultimately plunging into the ghostly head. The previously closed eyes of the ghost snapped open, revealing a pair of blood-red orbs, and its cavernous mouth widened grotesquely. The ghastly visage appeared vividly lifelike, far from mere wood carving. Li Xiu's spiritual orb even discerned blood upon its fangs. At that moment, Li Xiu perceived that the ghostly knife resembled the shadow soul, though it lacked mobility. He could still sense the presence of the shadow soul as a faint point of light. He sequentially guided the remaining 6 shadow souls to the ghostly knives, each knife absorbing 1 shadow soul. Only when the soul-binding charm lost its potency did he dare to approach for collection. Fortunately, identical items could stack, and one by one, the ghostly knives were neatly stored within his spatial backpack. An hour passed, and the energy of the charm dissipated into nothingness. The spirit stones atop the possession array had long been depleted. Li Xiu awakened, retracting the possession array, realizing both the charm and spirit stones were exhausted. To re-enter the beast map space, he would need to acquire both anew. No hope, no hope, Li Xiu muttered to himself. From his spatial backpack, he extracted the 7 ghostly knives, sensing the shadow souls atop them. Hesitantly, he retrieved several small pieces of paper filled with fine print. The 7 ghosts devour the soul. He inserted the ghostly knives into his shoulders, ribs, thighs, and abdomen, then recited the incantation. This was the method for summoning the 7 ghosts. Once summoned, the 7 ghosts would inevitably seek to control his body. Thus, he had to mentally chant to compel them to reveal their true forms. When the 7 ghosts manifested as dark mist, should they prove too forceful and uncontrollable, he would have to sacrifice his own blood to satiate their hunger and compel them to obey. Li Xiu read the brief introduction to the 7 ghosts devour the soul repeatedly. His thought was, if ghostly entities were difficult to control, might the shadow souls he commanded not require his blood? Though this was merely a thought, Li Xiu felt a tremor of anxiety. After all, he was about to insert knives into his own body. Hesitating, he paced back and forth, retrieving his refined anesthetic powder and applying it to his shoulders, thighs, ribs, and abdomen. Gathering his resolve, Li Xiu gently inserted the 7 ghostly knives into his body. Chanting the incantation, the ghostly knives opened their blood-red eyes, fangs erect. Streams of dark mist poured forth from the 7 ghostly heads, surging toward Li Xiu's mind. As layers of black smoke enveloped his face, one could discern the forms and faces of the 7 shadow souls within. Continuing to chant the incantation, Li Xiu recited all 3 segments. The mouths of the ghostly heads yawned wide, inhaling deeply, as if consuming something. Li Xiu noticed the ghostly mist being drawn into the mouths of the ghostly heads, each shadow soul resembling strands of black silk gradually being absorbed. Contrary to Yutong's description, the 7 ghostly heads behaved obediently, akin to docile puppies, requiring no blood to be fed. However, Li Xiu had never intended to offer them blood. Seizing this opportunity, Li Xiu activated the first layer of the golden flow technique, following the prescribed meridian paths for cultivation. A refreshing chill surged from his wounds, flooding into his body. Unlike before when Yutong guided his awareness of spiritual energy, this energy could now be directly controlled by his will. Li Xiu marveled at the instantaneous acquisition of the 3rd layer of spiritual power through the 7 ghosts devour the soul. Indeed, following the instructions of the first layer of the golden flow technique, Li Xiu allowed the surging spiritual energy to circulate within the first layer's cycle. After 3 complete cycles, he felt a subtle pain in his meridians. Enduring the discomfort, he continued for another cycle, nearly succumbing to exhaustion. Ceasing his cultivation of the golden flow technique, he surmised that if he continued, he might risk losing himself. Half an hour later, as his spiritual power gradually waned, Li Xiu withdrew the 7 ghostly knives from his body. Crimson blood flowed forth as he rose to bandage his wounds before collapsing into slumber. Upon awakening, it was already the afternoon of the following day. Li Xiu had slept soundly, yet the throbbing pain in his meridians and the sting of his wounds returned, prompting him to furrow his brow. So painful. If this is the price of cultivation, who would willingly pursue immortality? Li Xiu exclaimed in frustration. Unbeknownst to him, even cultivators with innate talents, capable of cultivating to the first layer of qi refinement, could not achieve such mastery in a single sitting. Li Xiu's ability to attain the first layer of spiritual power in one session was due not only to the simplicity of the first layer, but also to the enhancement provided by the 7 ghosts devour the soul, equating to the power of the 3rd layer of qi refinement. At this moment, a glimmer of golden light coalesced within his dantian. The first layer of spiritual power had solidified, and he had now become a novice cultivator at the first layer of qi refinement. Chapter 8. Cultivating the Origin Shield Technique. Dear readers, remember to vote in support. Days later, the throbbing in Li Xiu's meridians finally subsided, and his wounds healed with scabs. He attempted to practice the first layer of the golden flow technique, introspecting his dantian. The once minimal golden points traversed through his meridians for a full cycle. Rather than increasing, he had lost nearly half of them, forcing him to reluctantly cease his practice. In truth, even if he refrained from cultivation, the layer of gilded energy would gradually dissipate. Li Xiu estimated that within a month, the golden specks in his dantian would completely vanish. A profound sense of frustration enveloped him. Devoid of spiritual roots, he was utterly incapable of absorbing the vital energies of heaven and earth, let alone meditating to restore his magical power. The only recourse for augmenting his power lay in the painful practice of the 7 ghosts devouring souls technique. Fortunately, Li Xiu utilized the shadow soul, which lacked intelligence and obeyed his commands. Had he employed the malevolent spirits of this realm, they would undoubtedly siphon his vital essence, and even a single use would leave him bloodied and weakened. Moreover, the 7 ghosts themselves were demonic beings, fraught with inner turmoil. Any misstep in their cultivation could lead to ruin. Li Xiu contemplated another attempt at the 7 ghosts devouring souls technique. Yet he was disheartened to discover a problem with the shadow soul on the ghostly blades. Originally possessing 125 units of vitality, the the Shadow Soul had dwindled to a mere 7. He wondered if the last session of the technique had indeed drained its vitality. After 2 days of observation, he noted that the Shadow Soul's vitality had increased to 9, suggesting that the previous practice may have forcibly reduced the Shadow Soul's strength. Over the course of the past 6 days, it appeared to be slowly recovering. The 7 ghostly blades would require over 3 months to fully restore, prompting Li Xiu to prepare elixirs to enhance his cultivation instead. During this interval, Li Xiu also picked up another manual, Yuan Zhao Jing, which had been given to him by Yutong. He endeavored to cultivate the internal martial art of Yuan Zhao Jing, a premier technique that taught how the innate energy residing in the dantian could circulate through the meridians, ultimately forming a powerful internal force. In combat, this force could be unleashed through the acupoints, rendering the body robust and impervious to blades and swords. Yuan Zhao Jing comprised 9 levels, each level requiring the practitioner to fully circulate their true energy throughout their body before re-engaging in the practice. Each subsequent level necessitated a similar process of dispersing and reabsorbing energy. Upon reaching the 7th level, the mastery of Yuan Zhao Jing would result in a body as resilient as iron, with the ability to generate a protective aura around oneself, rendering the practitioner immune to toxins, fire, and weaponry. In contrast to external martial techniques, Yuan Zhao Jing was devoid of vulnerabilities, functioning as an internal method akin to a protective golden bell. With nearly 100 days remaining for the Shadow Soul to regain full vitality, Li Xiu seized the opportunity to immerse himself in the practice of Yuan Zhao Jing. This endeavor, however, progressed at a tortoise's pace. After half a month, he had only managed to cultivate the innate energy into a heated sphere. The true energy of Yuan Zhao Jing felt intensely scorching, bringing with it a sensation of burning within his body. According to the manual, this was indicative of reaching a bottleneck, necessitating time for the body to adjust to the heat before further progress could be made. Yet, Li Xiu was fortunate. Amidst the heat, a refreshing coolness enveloped him, surrounded by faint golden specks that mitigated the intensity of the burning sensation. He surmised that these golden points were remnants of his gilded energy, realizing that his previous cultivation was not in vain. Now, Li Xiu felt an inexhaustible vigor coursing through him. Although his strength had not increased, his stamina, endurance, and resilience far surpassed his former self. Each session of Yuan Zhao Jing left him with a delightful warmth, and he became thoroughly addicted to the practice. After more than a month of cultivating Yuan Zhao Jing, the heated sphere within him had grown from the size of a broad bean to that of a walnut. He was uncertain if this was a positive or negative development, as the manual did not specify any limitations regarding the size of the energy at the first level. It was known that the first level of Yuan Zhao Jing could already circulate energy within the body, promoting flexibility and strengthening the physique. Yet Li Xiu remained cautious. The reason for his caution stemmed from the presence of gilded energy within his dantian. Should he recklessly disperse Yuan Zhao Jing's energy throughout his body, it would equate to dissipating his gilded powers alongside it. Should anything go awry, all the effort he had invested in cultivating his energy would be in vain. Thus, Li Xiu persisted with the first level of Yuan Zhao Jing while the golden specks steadily dwindled. After more than half a month, the gilded energy had almost completely dissipated. When Li Xiu resumed his practice of Yuan Zhao Jing, he felt the scorching sensation of the technique, simultaneously lamenting the convenience and comfort offered by the gilded energy as he began to circulate Yuan Zhao Jing to fortify his body. Once the gilded energy had vanished, he finally dared to allow Yuan Zhao Jing to seep from his dantian, expanding outward. The burning sensation within his dantian subsided, yet the areas closest to it began to heat up. Li Xiu felt an unusual warmth radiating from his lower back to his thighs, surging through his abdomen and ascending to his chest. The intensity was so overwhelming that he longed to plunge into a vat of water. With the entirety of Yuan Zhao Jing's energy dissipated, Li Xiu successfully completed the first level. The pain in his abdomen felt like a knife twisting within, compelling him to rush to the latrine. When he emerged, a wave of lightness enveloped him, leaving him feeling remarkably unburdened. Is the efficacy of Yuan Zhao Jing truly this remarkable? Li Xiu couldn't help but exclaim. Little did he know that the Yuan Zhao Jing he had cultivated with the aid of his gilded energy had far surpassed the qualitative and quantitative requirements of the first level. In fact, it even surpassed the purity of the second level of Yuan Zhao Jing. The first level primarily focused on the dantian, while the second level was intended for internal refinement. Thus, Li Xiu's attainment of this first level was equivalent to that of an ordinary person achieving the second level. In the subsequent 2 months, Li Xiu awaited the cooldown period of the 7 ghostly blades, the time necessary for the Shadow Soul on the blades to regain vitality. During these 2 months, Li Xiu maintained a disciplined routine, operating his shop during the day and practicing Yuan Zhao Jing at night, occasionally indulging in leisurely strolls, dining, and grocery shopping. Life flowed with a certain ease. By the time the cooldown period concluded, he had restored the first level of Yuan Zhao Jing back to the size of a walnut. The first level accumulated heated energy in the dantian, while the second level concentrated on gathering heat from within. Thanks to the effects of his larger first level, Li Xiu cultivated Yuan Zhao Jing at an accelerated pace. In just 2 short months, he had regained the first level of Yuan Zhao Jing without a care in the world, believing this to be the typical speed of martial artists. Chapter 9. 2 years later, the new book is not easy. I implore all esteemed readers to cast your votes. With the cooldown period of the 7 ghostly blades concluded, Li Xiu felt a sense of trepidation. He was now able to cultivate gilded energy once more, though the previous experience of the blades piercing his body still haunted him. In the evening, Li Xiu tidied up early, secured the door, and closed for the day. The anesthetic prepared from the heavenly grass was ready, and with a mix of anxiety, he inserted the 7 ghostly blades into his body. With a hand gesture and incantation, dark fog once again enveloped his face. The ghostly heads of the 7 ghosts began to fervently absorb the diverse energies accumulated within the fog. Li Xiu commenced his cultivation of the first layer of the golden silk technique. A surge of magical energy flowed into his dantian, where strands of golden silk were drawn in. After 3 complete cycles of the major circulatory path, Li Xiu felt that the first layer of the golden silk technique was fully restored. A tingling, mildly painful sensation appeared in his meridians, and this time, he dared not continue to operate the major circulatory path. Instead, he silently recited the incantation for the second layer of the golden silk technique. The newly opened meridians, having traversed more acupoints, alleviated some of the previous discomfort after completing a full cycle. Li Xiu continued the golden silk technique with the newly activated meridians. After 2 more cycles, the pain in his meridians intensified, forcing him to halt. He turned his inner gaze to his dantian, where the magical energy of the golden silk technique stagnated at the second layer. The power of the 7 ghosts devouring souls was still largely unabsorbed, and this time, Li Xiu resolved not to let the strength of the shadow soul go to waste. He drew forth 7 ghostly blades. As the blades fell to the ground, the shadow souls within did not cease their bleeding. Rather, they accelerated their loss of energy. Li Xiu was left bewildered by this turn of events. After tending to his wounds, he felt somewhat disheartened. Such waste. After a painstakingly hard-earned session of cultivating the 7 ghosts devouring souls, it ended prematurely due to the discomfort in his meridians. Just like the first time, Li Xiu realized he must address the issue of the discomfort in his meridians. 7 days later, Li Xiu utilized the magical energy from the golden silk technique to assist in cultivating the primordial shield technique. This time, he achieved the 3rd level of the primordial shield technique in merely a dozen days. Over the next month, he nearly expanded the 3rd level to 5 times its original size, as described in the manual. Just then, the magical energy of the golden silk technique drained completely once more, prompting Li Xiu to begin dispersing the energy of the 3rd level of the primordial shield technique. His entire body felt exceedingly hot, a result of his primordial shield technique being 5 times stronger than that of others. While others cultivated the primordial shield technique for 3 years, he had only done so for 3 months. Unbeknownst to Li Xiu, he had unwittingly developed a rapid cultivation method for the primordial shield technique through sheer practice. As time flew by, 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Li Xiu's senses and reflexes had become remarkably sharp. He could flick a fly with his fingers with precision, though he later found it too undignified to continue. His physical strength was unexpectedly immense, accompanied by a robust and resilient feeling, a defensive capability imparted by his cultivation of the primordial shield technique. During these 2 years, Li Xiu had practiced the 7 ghosts devouring souls 8 times. Each of these sessions left him with profound reflections. His golden silk technique had reached the pinnacle of the 2nd stage of qi refinement, just a step away from advancing to the 3rd stage. Upon reaching the 3rd stage, he would be able to cultivate his spiritual consciousness and unlock the storage pouch given to him by Yutong, which brought him great joy. Furthermore, Li Xiu had astonishingly cultivated the primordial shield technique to the 6th layer. With each increase in the magical energy of the golden silk technique, his cultivation of the primordial shield technique accelerated remarkably. Li Xiu wondered if he had inadvertently consumed some miraculous elixir, for despite lacking innate talent, his progress in the primordial shield technique was astonishingly swift. In the earlier sessions of the 7 ghosts devouring souls, He had not exceeded for complete cycles of the major circulatory path. However, as he progressed to mastery of the primordial shield technique, Li Xiu could distinctly feel his body's resilience, including the fortitude of his meridians. Thanks to the increased resilience from his cultivation of the golden silk technique, he could endure 2 complete cycles of the major circulatory path, coupled with the power from the 7 ghosts devouring souls. Comparable to that of the 3rd stage of qi refinement, his strength surged rapidly, due to the 6th layer of the primordial shield technique. Every time Li Xiu employed the 7 ghosts devouring souls, he encountered significant difficulties. He could not retract the energy from the primordial shield technique, as it was said that only at the 7th layer could one master this ability. Thus, the ghostly blades required considerable force to penetrate his body, causing him immense agony. This self-inflicted method of cultivation felt like a form of torment. Since his last cultivation, the golden silk technique had reached a bottleneck. Fortunately, Li Xiu had gathered all the medicinal materials for the Huang Sui Dan prescription given by Yutong. By consuming the Huang Sui Dan during his next session of the 7 ghosts devouring souls, he greatly increased his chances of breaking through to the 3rd stage of qi refinement. One morning, Li Xiu set out early to the foreign hall to collect the main ingredient for refining the Huang Sui Dan that he had previously ordered, discreetly placing it into his backpack while no one was watching. With the prospect of reaching the 3rd stage of qi refinement, Li Xiu was in high spirits as he strolled through the streets, finding the market to be exceptionally pleasant. After walking 2 blocks, he arrived at a wonton stall where an elderly man and a young girl were busy at work. Both wore aprons. The stooped old man served cooked wontons to customers, while the bright-eyed girl was busy wrapping fresh wontons. Over the past 3 years, the girl had matured significantly, her appearance and figure transformed, radiating a vibrant beauty that no longer resembled the little girl Li Xiu used to tease. Nevertheless, he still called her by the familiar name. "Girl, bring me a large bowl of wontons, with plenty of fragrant leaves." Li Xiu seated himself at an empty table. Hearing his call, the girl turned her face, her eyes filled with anger and tears of grievance. The old man, holding pickles and utensils, placed them down for Li Xiu and, while wiping away his own tears, returned to preparing the wontons. "What is the matter? Why is everyone crying?" Li Xiu wondered aloud. When the wontons were served, he called out to the old man. "Old Lu, why are you and your girl both in tears? What is going on?" Li Xiu inquired. "Don't ask, brotherly. Just blame my daughter's unfortunate fate." The old man lamented, continuing to cry without further explanation as he returned to the stove. At that moment, a nearby driver turned to speak. "The boss of the Shi family has taken a liking to Lu's daughter and intends to make her his concubine, offering old Lu 10 taels of gold. It is said he will come to propose today." The boss of the Shi family? Li Xiu recalled. In Qingzhou City, there was a gang that managed the streets, known as the Qingxi Gang. Even Li Xiu's Chun Xiaotang had to pay a monthly fee to them. The boss of the Shi family was a leader within the Qingxi Gang, reputed to be a man of wealth and status, with property and influence. It was all too common for such unscrupulous figures to take a virtuous woman and force her into a life of disgrace. Chapter 10. Brewing medicine and patience. In the evening, Li Xiu closed up early, as he intended to prepare the Huang Sui Dan that Yutong had taught him to refine during his recovery. Until now, the medicinal concoctions had primarily been used to restore Yutong's powers. Having just purchased the Huang Jingji, Li Xiu trimmed it in half, reserving the other half for later use. He had already ground various auxiliary materials into powder, and by carefully controlling the timing of adding different ingredients along with periodic water additions, he could boil it down into a paste in the cauldron, which would then cool into pills. The refinement of Huang Sui Dan was relatively straightforward, with his years of experience as a physician. It was a task well within his capabilities. After preparing a substantial amount of firewood and filling a large vat with spring water, the brewing of Huang Sui Dan would take at least an hour. With everything in place, he ignited the fire. Li Xiu carefully monitored the bubbling cauldron, and at that moment, large bubbles began to surge and burst. He swiftly added a substantial packet of purple silver flower powder into the cauldron and stirred vigorously. Thankfully, nothing scorched at the bottom. Once the medicinal liquid stabilized, he added more water with a ladle. Sighing in relief, Li Xiu prepared the next batch of medicinal powder. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks echoed at the door. "We're closed. No more medicine today. Go to foreign hall," Li Xiu shouted from within. A louder, more urgent knocking followed, accompanied by a woman's cries. "Dr. Li, help. Please open the door. Save my father." Li Xiu glanced back at the cauldron, feeling frustrated, and reluctantly went to open the door. The door creaked open, and Li Xiu beheld a tear-streaked girl, alongside Lu. The elderly man slumped against his own apothecary. The injured individual was none other than Liu, the wonton vendor, while the heartbroken girl was his beautiful daughter who assisted him daily. How could it be that just hours ago, she was sprightly and lively, yet now she was in such despair? Li Xiu mused as he approached to assess Liu's injuries. Blood trickled from Liu's lips, and his pallor was alarming. It appeared he had nearly collapsed from exhaustion upon reaching his shop. As Li Xiu unfastened Liu's clothing, he discovered extensive bruising on his chest and abdomen. These were clearly the result of a beating. Why not go to the foreign hall? My medical skills are rather limited. Li Xiu remarked to the sobbing girl beside him. They wouldn't let me in at foreign hall, she wailed, her cries growing more intense. What transpired here? Li Xiu inquired, noticing a group of ruffians observing from a distance. The girl, wanting to explain, was interrupted by Li Xiu. It was evident that someone had taken a fancy to Liu's daughter, using intimidation to exploit the situation. With a cold snort, Li Xiu turned and hastened inside to retrieve medicine. Before long, he emerged with a small medical kit and several poultices. He injected Liu with a simple fishbone syringe, applied the plaster, and administered some pills before rushing back inside to guard the cauldron where he was concocting his golden essence pill. In a considerate gesture, he draped a blanket over Liu, which moved the girl deeply. 3 days prior, a lackey from the Green Serpent Gang had presented Liu with 10 taels of gold as a bride price for his daughter. As a father, Liu could not bear the thought of his beloved daughter being reduced to a concubine. He wanted to return the gold, but the gang's whereabouts were a mystery to him. Thus, for 3 days, Liu had been compelled to wait at his stall, hoping to return the gold. Meanwhile, the gang boisterously announced Liu's supposed engagement, claiming that his daughter was to be married in 3 days. Liu's attempts to reject the proposal were met with refusal from the gang. While Li Xiu savored his wontons, Liu endured the indignity of being cornered by the gang. They confronted him for accepting the bride price, yet refusing to marry off his daughter, resulting in a brutal beating. Although they spared Liu's daughter, they targeted their wrath at the neighbors who had come to the Liu family's aid. Several brave neighbors were assaulted by the gang, while onlookers dared not speak out, knowing the gang aimed to force Liu's daughter into submission. As night fell, Liu's condition worsened, and his daughter had no choice but to take her gravely injured father to Foreign Hall for treatment. However, due to the gang's intimidation, Foreign Hall turned them away. It was then that they sought assistance from Li Xiu, but by the time they arrived, Liu was barely clinging to life. Without Li Xiu's timely intervention, Liu might have met a tragic fate. Li Xiu instructed the tearful girl on various precautions before retreating to monitor his medicinal concoction. He added fuel, replenished herbs, and infused water, focusing intently on the brewing process, when suddenly, the raucous sounds of sticks banging against the door intruded upon his concentration. "Fear not, my lady. My brothers will ensure this establishment is dealt with," boomed a burly man clad in an iron vest. "Boys, let's demolish this place," commanded another. 7 or 8 ruffians burst into the apothecary, and Li Xiu, at a critical juncture in creating the golden essence pill, dared not move. The thugs rampaged through the shop, smashing everything in sight, while Li Xiu's gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the cauldron. As the concoction churned, he stirred it at the right moment. Just as the ruffians wreaked havoc upon the shop, they expected Li Xiu to lament over the destruction, but to their surprise, he remained focused on the simmering pot. This angered the ruffians further, and one of them shouted, "Smash that pot." 2 thugs advanced. One aimed to strike Li Xiu while the other swung towards the cauldron. Li Xiu, focused on the medicinal brew, secretly harnessed his internal energy. The ruffian's stick struck Li Xiu, but he paid it no mind. Instead, he dashed forward to block the blow aimed at the pot with his back. Realizing he could no longer remain passive, Li Xiu shielded the cauldron from further assault. The ruffian's weapon rebounded from Li Xiu's defense, causing him to lose grip and recoil in pain. Li Xiu seized the opportunity, twisting the ruffian's wrist around his own arm. With a sickening crack, the thug's arm contorted grotesquely. The ruffian howled in agony, clutching his mangled limb. Meanwhile, Li Xiu remained focused, observing the bubbling concoction as the fragrance intensified, a smile creeping onto his face. "My hand!" the ruffian cried in despair, seeing their companion in pain. The others charged at Li Xiu, sticks and fists swinging wildly. Li Xiu deflected each strike aimed at the cauldron with his arms, his internal energy now rivaling that of the finest martial artists. Just as the golden essence pill reached completion, Li Xiu's restraint vanished, and he prepared to confront his assailants. Chapter 11. Trouble an external martial artist. He possesses external energy. After a chorus of cries and howls, the ruffians finally grasped that the seemingly unremarkable young man before them was a skilled practitioner of external martial arts. In unison, they recoiled, while the burly man outside, who had been attempting to persuade Liu's daughter, noticed the commotion. He thrust his way through the retreating thugs. "Brother, this fellow is a master of external martial arts. My hand is broken," the first thug lamented, displaying his dangling arm. "Mine too. Oh, it hurts." Another whimpered, limping. The burly man inquired about the situation, observing Li Xiu with newfound respect. Li Xiu's internal energy had reached the 6th level, significantly more potent than the techniques described in any manual. The ruffians had sustained injuries from his formidable energy. "Is it appropriate for you to wreak havoc in my apothecary without providing an explanation?" Li Xiu spoke coldly. The burly man, underestimating Li Xiu's prowess, sneered. "You're merely a boy who has mastered external arts, thinking yourself a hero of the martial world. Come, let me show you my blood sand palm." With veins bulging on his forehead, he roared, "Ha!" Li Xiu observed as the man's hands gradually swelled, resembling balloons. The ruffians nearby erupted in excited cheers. In a brief moment, the stout, big-eared man finally completed his internal cultivation, beads of sweat forming on his bulging forehead. "Huh, you're just a naive fool who knows nothing of inner strength. No matter how formidable your external techniques, they cannot withstand my internal power. If you manage to survive under my blood sand palm, brothers, we might just let you go." The ruffians echoed his laughter, and the big man's initial conversation with Li Xiu turned increasingly mocking. Despite the prowess of external martial arts, encountering a master of internal strength would surely leave one utterly incapacitated. The big man continued educating the ruffians as Li Xiu momentarily lost focus. Seizing the opportunity, he suddenly launched an assault, his footfalls shaking the ground as he charged at Li Xiu. Li Xiu felt a fierce gust of wind rushing towards him and concentrated his inner energy into his palms. The force of the blood sand palm collided with his palm like a ball, propelling back with even greater speed. The ensuing cacophony of sounds, bangs, cracks, and thuds ensued. Several wooden boards shattered, and the stout man lay motionless outside Chun Chao Tang, his life hanging in the balance. The ruffians, gripped by fear, fled from the establishment. One of them crouching down to assess the condition of the big man. "Moreau is dead, killed by a single palm." The ruffian shouted in terror. "Ah, run. He is coming out." The ruffians scattered like birds. Li Xiu was astonished by the ineffectiveness of the blood sand palm. Approaching where the big man lay, he found his right arm resembling a limp noodle, likely shattered beyond repair, his chest caved in, and his head askew, a gruesome sight indeed. Casting a glance around, the onlookers dared not meet his gaze, retreating in fear. At that moment, a contingent of over 50 city defense soldiers passed nearby. One ruffian boldly called out, "General Feng, that thief has killed Moreau. Do not let him escape." Moreau? The commander, a soldier of ample girth, approached and was instantly filled with rage. With a wave of his hand, the 50 armed soldiers encircled Li Xiu. "Sir, it was these men who provoked first." Li Xiu pointed at Moreau's corpse. Yet, soldiers have never been known for their reason. General Feng paid no heed to Li Xiu's explanation, seizing him to deliver him to the Qingxi gang, where a lucrative reward awaited. "Kneel him down to avoid trouble," he barked to the encircling soldiers. Several soldiers behind Li Xiu lunged at his calves with their long spears. Although the blows did not harm him due to his inner energy, Li Xiu realized he could no longer restrain himself. Feeling the stabs of 2 more long spears in his legs, a surge of hot blood rushed to his head. In a swift motion, he grasped and yanked the spears toward him. "Bold thief, how dare you resist? Capture him!" General Feng bellowed. The sound of spears piercing flesh reached his ears as he turned to find 2 of his men impaled by a single spear. With one spear in hand, and the other still in the process of being thrown, Li Xiu faced the soldiers head-on, grabbing and flinging the spears with ease. Another soldier fell, pierced in the chest. "Help! The soldiers' attempts to stab Li Xiu with their long spears proved futile, instead resulting in their own comrades being struck down. Several soldiers, witnessing their own brothers falling, dropped their spears and fled in fear. Over 20 of the 50 soldiers had been impaled, with 2 still stuck together by the force of Li Xiu's wrath. Grasping 2 long spears, Li Xiu felt an overwhelming surge of anger and surveyed the soldiers around him. His inner energy was formidable, and even without martial arts techniques, he could dispatch them all. General Feng, terrified, turned to flee. A whistling sound echoed behind him. Uft, uft. General Feng was struck in the chest and kidneys by 2 spears. Panting heavily, Li Xiu was astonished by the number of lives he had claimed with his initial strike. Truly, a hero must sometimes transgress. Casting a glance back at the dilapidated Chun Chao Tang, he wondered if this was the tribulation that heralded his rise in the world of immortals. The soldiers on the ground moaned in agony, while Li Xiu took measured steps back toward Chun Chao Tang. Having slain so many soldiers, he resolved to flee. Though he possessed inner strength, there surely were others in Qingzhou City as capable as he. Quickly gathering the items Yutong had entrusted to him, precious herbs, gold, silver, and his small medicine box, he hastily poured the freshly concocted Huang Sui Dan into a jar. A chaotic assortment of belongings was packed into 2 large wooden crates. He closed the lids and stowed them in his spatial backpack, shouldering a simple bundle as he exited Chunqiaotang. Old Lu and his beautiful daughter were already stunned by Li Xiu's display of power, and when he glanced their way, they dared not meet his eyes. You too. Hurry and flee. I've taken a life. We must leave. Here, give this to your father. Li Xiu tossed a porcelain bowl filled with medicinal ointment before making his exit, noticing the crowd gathering to witness the spectacle. Li Xiu, take my daughter with you. Let us go. Old Lu gasped, struggling to sit up, pulling out a pitch-black jade pendant from his chest. Xianer, hold on to this. It belonged to your mother. Hurry. He raised the pendant, but the girl shook her head, refusing to take it. Old Lu, with great effort, leaned toward Li Xiu, pleading, brotherly, I beseech you. Save my daughter. As long as she remains unharmed, they won't dare touch me. Father, I want to go. I'm not leaving. The girl wept bitterly. In the distance, a group of torchbearers rushed toward them, prompting Li Xiu to sigh and hoist old Lu onto his back. Quickly, keep up, he urged, taking long strides as the girl followed closely behind, and together they fled through the winding alleyways. Chapter 12. Final words. A group of blue-clad individuals surrounded the entrance of Chunqiaotang, tending to the fallen soldiers on the street. The body of the stout man was also carried inside. The steward, trembling, stood behind a tall, slender blue-clad man, one of his subordinates, expressionless. Examine Moreau's corpse before reporting. The guards are on their way. Master, as described, Moreau was killed by internal force. His bones are shattered, indicating his internal energy had reached the level of external manifestation. I had no idea such a master resided in Qingzhou City. The slender young man remained expressionless, listening to the report while dipping his finger into the pot containing the Huang Sui Dan. There was still plenty of medicinal paste left, and he tasted it. Feeling the fiery potency of the Huang Sui Dan spread in his mouth. The slender young man felt an overwhelming surge of energy within him, as if a tempest was raging in his dantian, causing his internal power to unconsciously radiate outward. Li Xiu carried the old man Lu on his back as they rushed towards the southern gate of Qingzhou City, where the gate was slowly closing. A contingent of armored soldiers ascended the city wall, heading towards the drawbridge. Hurry, the gate is about to close, Li Xiu exclaimed, glancing back at Luciener. Luciener, the old man's daughter, was drenched in sweat, breathless as she struggled to keep pace with Li Xiu. As the trio reached the city gate, Li Xiu produced a piece of silver, clenching it tightly in his hand. The curfew is in effect. If there are matters to attend to, you'll have to wait until tomorrow to leave the city. A city guard intercepted them. Sir, my father has been bitten by a 5-step snake. We need to catch one to save him. Please allow us to pass, Li Xiu pleaded, discreetly handing the guard the silver. Quickly, the drawbridge is about to rise. The guard tightened his grip on the silver and led Li Xiu and the others swiftly toward the closing gate. Just as they rushed through, the creaking sound of the drawbridge being raised echoed in their ears. At last, we have exited the city. Luciener leaned against a wall, gasping for breath. Utterly exhausted from the sprint to outrun the curfew with Li Xiu, she collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face, her cries reminiscent of a young child. Meanwhile, the old man Lu remained unconscious, his eyes bloodshot, and his abdomen swollen. We must find a safe place. Your father is gravely injured. Li Xiu assessed the situation and hoisted Lu onto his back once more. The road was lined with sporadic lanterns that extended for miles. Stay close to me. We need to seek refuge in the mountains for a couple of days. After traversing a distance, Li Xiu veered off the main road into a dense forest. Retrieving a box from his backpack, he took out a rope and a hatchet, securing the old man first, then tying Luciener behind him, wielding the hatchet as he forged ahead through the thickets. Following the route he had taken while foraging for herbs, Li Xiu pressed on until the dawn light began to break, leading them to a cave he had previously discovered. At this point, the trio was in a dire state. Li Xiu's clothing was in tatters, resembling mere rags, while Lu and his daughter were equally disheveled, their faces marred by scratches from branches. Li Xiu secured a rope to an ancient tree at the cliff's edge and carefully lowered Lu into the cave. He then repeated the process with Luciener, squeezing into the cave after her. The cave was small, shaped like a gourd, with the deepest part measuring no more than a yard in diameter. As if performing a magic trick, Li Xiu produced a container from his backpack, retrieving water and food to offer Luciener. In the soft morning light, he examined Lu's injuries. Blood trickled from his lips, his abdomen was distended, and his skin had taken on a bluish hue, indicating severe internal damage. Li Xiu surmised there must be ruptured organs causing the bleeding. Given the medical standards of this world, only an elixir or divine intervention could save him. He extracted a small jar of yellow marrow pills from the box and scooped out a portion of medicinal paste. "You must feed this to your father. Time is of the essence," he urged, turning his gaze toward the cave's entrance. "Dad, woe is me. I should have agreed to their demands." "Oh, Dad, it's my fault." Li Xiu lost control of her emotions. At that moment, Lu managed to sit up with difficulty, trembling as he produced a dark jade pendant. "This is the only keepsake your mother left behind. I have wronged her. I failed your mother." His words were fragmented. Li Xiu stepped forward, taking the medicinal paste from the weeping Li Xiu and gently administering it to Lu, while also applying acupuncture to his temples. "I was once a merchant in Yinzhou. On my way to Qingzhou, I saved your mother, but I took advantage of her vulnerability. I deserve punishment." Lu lamented, slapping himself repeatedly. Li Xiu grasped Lu's hand, reassuring him, "Your daughter should be grateful to you. Without you, she would not exist." Lu's face suddenly lit up with a hint of pride. "Indeed. Xianer, your mother was stunningly beautiful, like a celestial being descended to earth. She was furious with me for saving her, yet I harmed her, leaving me half dead. In the end, she spared my life." Lu seemed to recall a happier memory, a smile blossoming on his face. 3 months later, when I had healed, your mother stormed back into my life, even more furious. She struck me harder, weeping as she revealed she was pregnant. I vowed to care for both of you for the rest of my days. At that time, I was penniless, and neither of us knew what to do. It was your mother who taught me the art of making wontons, allowing me to scrape by in Qingzhou. Xianer, when you were 1 year old, I succumbed to loneliness and went to Lixiang courtyard for wine, truly just for a drink. Upon my return, your mother beat me fiercely, and in her anger, she left home, leaving behind this pendant. For years, I have searched for her, and when you were little, I had no choice but to tell you she had died." Li Xiu was stunned, realizing that her mother had not died, but had been driven away by her father. Lu straightened his back and bowed deeply to Li Xiu. "Dr. Li, I have a brother in Yinzhou. He was my mentor in trading. Please, I beseech you to take my daughter to him, in my next life. I shall repay your kindness through servitude." After speaking, Lu knelt before Li Xiu. Li Xiu helped him up, urging him to comfort his daughter. As the sun began to set and birds took flight, Li Xiu wept inconsolably within the cave. Lu, succumbing to his injuries, bled to death, and Li Xiu could only rely on the yellow marrow pills to keep him alive for a moment longer. Throughout the day, Lu shared many stories, with Li Xiu beside him, awakening him with silver needles, occasionally engaging in conversation until Lu's strength waned. Li Xiu mourned in the cave for 3 days before leaving at Li Xiu's urging. The two of them laid Lu to rest within the cave, and as they departed, Li Xiu shattered the cave's entrance, sealing it off. Chapter 13. Yinzhou, the second largest state among the 16 states of Yin, is only surpassed by Yinzhou. Historically, Yin has been referred to as the land of Yinyun. Outsiders often refer to the people of Yin as Yinyun folk, and the territory of Yin is called the land of Yinyun. Compared to Qingzhou City, Yunzhou City is like a pavilion in a vast expanse. They are not to be compared. The bustling city is teeming with people and vehicles, including foreigners dressed in peculiar attire. Yun City is the largest city in northern Yin, and further north lies the expansive Lulan Plain, home to countless nomadic tribes of varying sizes. The customs of these nomadic peoples are incredibly diverse. Some are simple and unrefined, while others are bizarre, and some even resort to cannibalism, making it dangerous for outsiders to approach. Legend has it that every few hundred years, a king emerges from the Lulan Plain, uniting all tribes to raid the surrounding 3 great nations. Yinzhou is not only a hub for trade with outsiders, but also a crucial defense line against them. The road leading to the city gate was lined with carts and carriages, all eager to enter the city. Li Xiu maneuvered his cart through the traffic, only to find himself caught in a long queue, reminiscent of a highway toll booth from his past life. He had already been waiting for nearly an hour. Is there truly no alternative passage? Li Xiu muttered, gazing toward the city gate. At that moment, a group of 12 men clad in blue on horseback, escorting an ornate carriage drawn by 4 horses, charged toward the city gate. "Clear the way. It's members of the Qinglong gang." After Li Xiu had settled down, a coachman called out, while another quickly jumped down from his carriage, pulling his pack horse towards Li Xiu to take cover. Li Xiu also maneuvered his carriage forward, barely allowing the other coachman's vehicle to cut in. Dozens of swift horses and exquisite carriages raced past the city gate without the slightest pause. Li Xiu sighed, recognizing that every world has its privileged class. Thank you, my friend. That was a close call with a big shot from the Qinglong gang. The coachman approached Li Xiu, expressing his immense gratitude for the timely intervention. Not at all. Who just passed by? Li Xiu inquired curiously. That was the carriage of the Qinglong gang's 3 scoundrels from the north. I owe you, my friend. I almost got into trouble. The coachman replied, still shaken. The 3 scoundrels of the north? The Qinglong gang? Li Xiu's heart skipped a beat upon hearing the name. You're an outsider, aren't you? You haven't heard of the 3 scoundrels of the north? In Yun City, the name of the Qinglong gang's leader, the trembling spear Long Lu Mu, is renowned. Even the khans of the tribes treat him with respect. The coachman's face radiated admiration as he spoke. Is he really that formidable? Li Xiu scrutinized the coachman anew. Of course. Our Siping gang is merely an affiliate of the Qinglong gang. If you ever need a carriage in Yun City, just mention my name, Sun Heir, and they will serve you wholeheartedly. It's all about connections. Thank you, brother Sun, or should I say leader Sun. Li Xiu cupped his hands in gratitude. Oh, I'm not worthy of such praise. The coachman beamed. It is only right. Li Xiu flattered again. As their carriage continued forward, Li Xiu and Lu Xiu had disguised themselves as a humble farming couple, traversing through a vast state and several small towns over the past couple of months. Initially, Li Xiu was cautious upon entering cities, fearful that his wanted poster might be displayed at the city gates, to the extent that he even disguised himself as a beggar. However, after visiting several cities, he discovered that there were no wanted notices against him. Over time, Li Xiu relaxed, leading Lu Xiu to inns for lodging. And with the gold given to him by Yutong, he purchased a covered wagon. They indulged in the local scenery and delicacies, living extravagantly along the way. Lu Xiu, who had never experienced such lavish spending, felt a pang of heartache. Although she disapproved of Li Xiu's wastefulness, she knew he was her benefactor. Lu Xiu secretly resolved that upon arriving in Yunzhou City, she would find a way to repay Li Xiu's life-saving grace. Once her great debt of gratitude was settled, she would reopen her wonton stall. Li Xiu, fully aware of Lu Xiu's intentions, would occasionally order an extravagant feast at inns, only to leave behind the leftovers. Lu Xiu would insist on having the staff pack the remaining food in lotus leaves, or would stubbornly eat to the last morsel, leaving not even a leaf behind. Li Xiu enjoyed teasing this girl who was overly frugal and penny-pinching to her core. After a thorough inquiry, and paying half a tael of silver, Li Xiu finally procured a temporary residence permit and entered Yunzhou City. Following the directions he obtained from Sun Heir, Li Xiu and Lu Xiu found the back entrance of a grand estate. The Qin residence. This is the place, Lu Xiu murmured, gazing at the plaque on the grand gate. She approached and knocked, and soon a steward emerged from inside. Who are you looking for? The steward scrutinized Li Xiu and Lu Xiu. We seek Han Laosi. He is my uncle. Lu Xiu replied eagerly. Han Laosi? You mean Manager Han? The steward's demeanor shifted to one of respect. Please, follow me. I'll summon Manager Han for you. Li Xiu and Lu Xiu were led into a side room, where the steward brought the carriage into the stable and instructed the maids to serve some refreshments. The furnishings in the side room were antique, with a folding screen separating the sleeping quarters, and several bamboo scrolls and pieces of ancient porcelain were arranged artfully on the shelves. What an impressive place! Lu Xiu exclaimed enviously. This shabby place. You truly have never seen the world, Li Xiu remarked, picking up a bamboo scroll to peruse. Upon flipping through the scroll, which contained ancient poems, Li Xiu quickly lost interest. Just then, a middle-aged man with dark skin and an ordinary appearance entered. Uncle Han, I've finally found you, Lu Xiu exclaimed, her voice choked with emotion. Who are you? Xiu? Is that really you? I almost didn't recognize you. Manager Han stepped forward to support Lu Xiu. And this must be your husband. Quite a fine figure. This old Lu, why didn't he send me a letter when you got married? When I see him again, I will give him a good scolding. My father has passed away. Lu Xiu could no longer hold back her tears. After a long while, she recounted the tragic news of old Lu's death and their misfortunes. Manager Han wept alongside Lu Xiu, while Li Xiu stood outside the door with his hands clasped behind his back. Chapter 14. The third layer of Qi refinement in the blink of an eye. Li Xiu had been at the Qin residence for over half a month. Ever since he met Manager Han, Lu Xiu had shared their experiences, and they were arranged to stay within the Qin family. The Qin family was a prestigious noble family in Yunzhou City, with several members having served in the court over the past century, though none had held office in the last 20 years, leading to their gradual decline. Nevertheless, a lean camel is still larger than a horse. In Yunzhou City, the Qin family remained one of the most powerful families. Manager Han, who once roamed the land as a merchant, was employed by the Qin family and had diligently risen to the position of manager of their shops due to his business acumen. Li Xiu was personally arranged by manager Han to work as a cook in the Qin household, while Li Xiu, having no place to stay, agreed to manager Han's arrangement to work in the storeroom. It's quite amusing, really. Li Xiu wanted to repay her benefactor and was eager for Li Xiu to stay, hoping for a bright future for him. Manager Han, aware of his niece's intentions, arranged a shop for Li Xiu, assigning him the role of a purchasing assistant, which could be a valuable learning experience. As the saying goes, if one is not a fish, how can they know the joy of the fish? If it were someone else, this position would be a wonderful opportunity, prestigious and refined, involving social finesse. However, Li Xiu was not interested. He initially wanted to leave but had not yet decided where to go, coinciding with a breakthrough in his cultivation of the golden light technique, which is why he agreed to stay. In truth, Li Xiu was somewhat reluctantly residing in the Qin residence. He informed manager Han that he sought a peaceful place, undisturbed by worldly affairs. His decision was primarily driven by his need for seclusion to cultivate. Li Xiu's stance infuriated Li Xiu. Fortunately, such a position did exist. The storeroom of the Qin family shop was quiet and solitary. Li Xiu was immediately satisfied with the arrangement. Li Xiu's post was in the dilapidated warehouse of the shop, filled with unsellable items and miscellaneous goods collected from pawnshops. Usually, no one visited to deliver goods, and occasionally, only worthless items were brought in, requiring Li Xiu merely to keep records. That day, another cart of goods was delivered to Li Xiu's warehouse, and he meticulously documented each item. Old rags and torn clothes. The delivery assistant announced. Li Xiu took note. In the dimly lit warehouse, Li Xiu meticulously recorded the various items: a single blue bottle, a carved wooden monkey, a black bell, and dozens of miscellaneous objects. Once the assistant had unloaded everything and completed the handover, Li Xiu wiped each item clean with a cloth, organizing them into categories. After 2 weeks of labor, he found a certain fondness for this place, unbothered by others. He could practice his cultivation whenever he wished or venture outside, provided it wasn't during delivery times. Each morning and evening, Li Xiu would bring him meals, and they would exchange pleasantries, though most of their conversations revolved around her tales of the world outside. Every night, Li Xiu resided in the warehouse, diligently practicing his Yuan Zhaojing technique. Regrettably, without the aid of the gilded cultivation method, his progress was minimal. Tonight marked the moment when the shadowy soul of the ghost head dagger regained its full potency, and Li Xiu gritted his teeth, lamenting that he must resort to self-harm for his practice. Securing the warehouse door, he prepared the anesthetic, 7 ghost head daggers, and a dozen yellow marrow pills he had formed into capsules. This time, he aimed to break through to the 3rd level of Qi refinement, and these pills would aid him in overcoming his bottleneck. Chanting the incantation, he plunged the 7 daggers into his anesthetized body, activating the 7 ghosts devouring souls technique. A dense fog enveloped him, and the 7 ghostly heads voraciously absorbed the spiritual energy from the mist. As Li Xiu operated the great circulation, the 2nd layer of the gilded method gradually flowed into his body from the daggers. When the 2nd layer was fully infused, he took out 2 yellow marrow pills, reciting the incantation for the 3rd layer of the gilded technique, feeling waves of warmth and tingling medicinal energy coursing through his limbs, akin to the power of the 3rd level of Qi refinement being infused into his meridians. The bottleneck proved exceedingly difficult to breach, and he sensed the power of the 7 ghosts devouring souls waning. Despair settled in. The amount of this power was finite. Previously, in the 2nd layer of the gilded method, he couldn't fully absorb the power, yet now, while operating the 3rd layer, he distinctly felt the energy slipping away. Resolutely, he swallowed all the yellow marrow pills in one go. A searing pain enveloped his chest and lungs, and he gradually realized he was losing control over his body. Memories from his past life surged forth like a tidal wave. He even glimpsed his ex-girlfriend laughing merrily with someone else. To his surprise, he felt no jealousy, only a strange sense of joy. Unbeknownst to him, he was confronting his inner demons. Should he succumb to jealousy, he would surely descend into madness and meet a tragic end. As the vivid memories shattered like glass, clarity returned to his mind. Surrounding sounds became sharp. He could hear a fly landing on a spider's web and a mouse scuttling through discarded items, as well as the faint chirping of insects outside the warehouse. In that moment, he felt as though he could perceive the entire world. His thoughts expanded, allowing him to sense the realm beyond the walls. Is this the sensation of possessing divine consciousness? He mused, utterly enthralled. Yet, the pain in his chest persisted, along with the sharp ache from the daggers. The power of the 7 ghosts devouring souls had long since depleted, and he had just barely crossed into the 3rd layer of the gilded method. He swiftly removed the daggers and bandaged his wounds before eagerly retrieving the storage bag left by Yutong. Though the dull gray bag paled in comparison to Yutong's silver one, Li Xiu was nonetheless satisfied. He projected the feeling of his expanded consciousness into the bag, revealing a small space akin to a large sphere, containing several spirit stones he had previously used, a familiar green jade fragment, and a letter. Upon unsealing the bag and delving into its contents, he retrieved the shrunken objects one by one, excitedly experimenting with placing items inside. Finally, he lifted the letter, unfolding it. He read a few lines. Anyone who attains the 3rd level of the gilded method, regardless of aptitude, may come to the Yu family in Mount Yuelu, Jingzhou, to become a registered disciple. Spirit stones and jade slips are provided for the cultivation of spells and power. Li Xiu couldn't help but grumble about Yutong's lack of elaboration. Little did he know, the letter was not intended for him. In Yutong's mind, the notion that Li Xiu could seize another's body using the 7 ghosts devouring souls was a mere folly. How could a mortal soul hope to usurp the body of a cultivator endowed with divine consciousness? Li Xiu's mortal essence could only be consumed by the cultivator's divine soul. Chapter 15. The market. Setting aside the letter, Li Xiu picked up the familiar green jade fragment. After pondering for a moment, he pressed the small jade piece against his forehead. As it made contact, a vivid map unfolded within his consciousness, revealing the names of various kingdoms and cities, marked locations of markets, perilous areas, and significant cultivation families and sections. Among them, a valley was marked as the Yu family's residence. He searched for his current location, spotting Yinzhou City as a mere dot on the map, with Qingzhou to the south. Farther south lay the Yu family's valley. This is quite the detour, he sighed to himself. Enlarging the map, he noticed a small dot adjacent to Yinzhou City, labeled as Lulan Market. Lulan Market, a marketplace for cultivators. I must see it, Li Xiu exclaimed, filled with excitement. The next day, he rose early, leaving a note for Lu Xianer before preparing his belongings and setting out. He trekked towards the west gate of Yinzhou City, continuing north until he finally arrived at the small valley depicted on the map around noon. 3 modest peaks surrounded a dark, dense forest, shrouded in lingering mist. Just as he was about to enter the woods, a voice called out unexpectedly. Is this your first visit to Lulan Market? A middle-aged man in a yellow robe, carrying a sword, appeared behind him. Startled, Li Xiu steadied himself and replied, Yes. Yes. Where is this Lulan Market? I don't see it. The man regarded him with a bemused expression. I am the guide for this market, welcoming esteemed guests of the Golden Course stage and above. The restrictions here only prevent mortals from entering. With the Heavenly Eye technique, the market's entrance is plainly visible. Heavenly Eye technique? Li Xiu realized he only possessed the manual for the first 3 layers of the gilded method, and Yutong had not provided him with any lower-tier spells. The man scrutinized Li Xiu further. Dressed plainly and lacking a storage bag, the middle-aged man scanned him with his divine sense. Aside from the 3rd level of Qi refinement, Li Xiu had nothing of note. Just a novice, he muttered, preparing to depart. Wait, Li Xiu called out. The junior disciple has been diligently practicing a particular cultivation technique, but has yet to learn any spells. Might I request your guidance, esteemed senior? Li Xiu said, bowing respectfully. I have no time to teach you. You cannot even perform the Heavenly Eye technique, boy. This is not a marketplace. Although the middle-aged man in yellow attire spoke curtly, he nonetheless gestured with his hand, directing his magical energy towards a void space. A modest portal of light materialized, marking the entrance to the marketplace. Thank you, esteemed senior, Li Xiu exclaimed joyfully as he stepped through the portal. Just as he entered the marketplace, a massive eagle descended from the sky, upon which 2 figures leapt down. One was a towering man, over 2 meters tall, with multicolored hair resembling a vibrant array of makeup. He wore a golden cloak and garments fashioned from unknown white-patterned animal skins, with a tiger's head trophy adorning his left shoulder. The girl beside him shared the same flamboyant hairstyle and donned a short skirt made of animal skins. Her skin was lightly tanned, her figure striking, with azure eyes and a round face adorned with a smile that, combined with her colorful hair, made her look like a rebellious youth. The middle-aged man in yellow approached them, bowing. Esteemed senior, I am Huang He, a disciple of the 100 Crafts Pavilion, and the guide for this marketplace. If you do not mind, I would be honored to escort you. Very well. I also need to visit the 100 Crafts Pavilion. Lead the way. The robust man reached into a leather pouch, and the giant eagle emitted a soft cry, shrinking slightly before flying into the pouch as if returning to its nest. The man then stepped forward, with Huang He following closely to guide him. After walking a short distance, the man quickly retrieved a jade token from his robe, infusing it with magical energy. The token shimmered with a green light, and a grand archway appeared before Huang He. The archway bore a jade plaque inscribed with the ancient golden characters Lu Lan. "Esteemed senior, please." Huang He bowed and invited the robust man to enter the archway. The rebellious girl followed closely behind, also stepping through the passage. "Father, I will go ahead to take a look," the girl said in a different language. As the scenery shifted, Li Xiu found himself amidst a bustling marketplace. Before him lay a broad avenue paved with blue stones, flanked by numerous shops. The stone edifices were exquisitely crafted, most standing 3 stories or more. Each building displayed a plaque carved from jade, and Li Xiu examined the inscriptions. Jade Script Pavilion, Danyang Pavilion, Alchemy Hall, Heavenly Book Academy, Talisman Treasure Pavilion. Li Xiu read aloud the names etched on the plaques. As he pondered these names, someone called out to him from behind. "Hey, Southerner. Is there anything particularly special about this marketplace? Take me to a few good shops, and I assure you, you will be rewarded." The rebellious girl whispered into his ear. Telepathic communication. Li Xiu immediately became alert, but upon turning to see the unusual girl, his initial wariness began to wane. "What do you wish to buy, miss?" Li Xiu asked with a smile, occasionally glancing at her braided hair. As a newcomer to the realm of cultivation, Li Xiu possessed no magical abilities and was unable to discern the prowess of higher-level cultivators. Had he known that this girl could effortlessly end his life with a mere flick of her pinky, he would not have dared to scrutinize her so openly. The rebellious girl appeared taken aback. She had not anticipated someone would gaze at her so unabashedly, showing no fear despite his evident low cultivation level. Being a body of unparalleled worth, she was accustomed to being treated with reverence, and had never encountered such a bold junior before. "Interesting, very interesting." The girl smirked, saying, "Take me to a better spirit herb shop. I wish to purchase some materials for gathering spirit pills. And if there is a store for refining tools, lead me there as well. Additionally, introduce me to a place with rare treasures. I want to see what makes the southern marketplace so special." Li Xiu chuckled inwardly. This girl is quite forthright. It was his first time here, yet she expected him to be her guide. What a ridiculous situation. Maintaining a facade of calm, Li Xiu replied, "While I may not know much else, the most likely place to find treasures in this marketplace would be the establishment selling cultivation techniques." "Oh, is there a place that offers advanced cultivation methods?" The rebellious girl inquired skeptically. Li Xiu pondered how to justify his statement, but after a moment of thought, he could only mutter, "Truly remarkable cultivation techniques must be unique and somewhat difficult to master. Where did you hear such nonsense? There is no logic in that. However, some powerful methods indeed come with significant drawbacks." The girl seemed to recall something about certain techniques, nodding in agreement. Leading the way, the rebellious girl approached a 3-story shop named Jade Script Pavilion. As the name suggests, this was a place where secret manuals and texts were sold. Upon entering, Li Xiu felt as though he had stepped into a tea house from a previous life. There were several screens, with soft chairs, cushions, tea tables, and tea bowls. A few stunning young women approached them. "Greetings, esteemed seniors. What kind of text are you seeking?" The rebellious girl adopted a condescending demeanor, gesturing for Li Xiu to speak. With no choice but to step forward, he mustered the courage to say, "We wish to acquire your most peculiar manual. Not the best, nor the worst. Simply the most bizarre. Do you have such a thing? Please summon your owner." Your request is quite unusual, esteemed seniors." "Please wait a moment," the young woman replied. "We have spirit tea and delicacies on the table, and a directory of all our manuals. Please take a seat. I will fetch the owner." Li Xiu took a sip of the spirit tea and glanced at the rebellious girl, who was enjoying the delicacies. Curiously, he placed the directory of jade slips against his forehead to examine it. The directory contained several major categories: techniques, secret arts, spirit feeding, botany, metallurgy, talisman, and spirit control, which left Li Xiu feeling dazed. As he continued to peruse, he found sections on pill formulas, weaponry, talismans, and sacrificial refining, all of which made his head spin. He opened the techniques section, where various elemental attributes, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, wind, thunder, and darkness, were meticulously categorized. Glancing at the section on metal attributes, he was thrilled to see over 20 varieties of metal-based techniques. In the center of the directory, he recognized the technique he was cultivating: gold filigree technique. Gold filigree technique, a middle-grade primary cultivation method. The golden refinement technique for the 13th level of Qi refinement is priced at 500 low-grade spirit stones. The golden refinement technique for the foundation establishment stage is priced at 4,000 low-grade spirit stones. As for the golden refinement technique for the core formation stage, it is currently unavailable. This is utterly exorbitant. Li Xiu pondered over the few spirit stones in his storage bag. feeling utterly at a loss as to how he might acquire the subsequent volumes of the golden refinement technique. After a short wait with the girl, a plump shopkeeper accompanied by a maid stepped through the screen. "Ah, I am Feng Wanli, the proprietor of this jade tablet pavilion. Are you seeking some extraordinary secret arts?" The rotund shopkeeper hardly glanced at Li Xiu, instead directing his inquiries towards the girl with the distinctive hairstyle. The girl smiled, yet remained silent, merely gesturing towards Li Xiu. The shopkeeper, surprised, turned his gaze towards the low-level qi refinement cultivator before him. What options did Li Xiu possess? Bracing himself, he spoke again. "Shopkeeper, my companion and I are here to purchase jade tablets. We do not seek the finest or the most mediocre techniques, but rather the most peculiar secret arts. For instance, techniques that are impossible to master, or those that are utterly ineffective, or perhaps methods that no one dares to practice." With each of his statements, the shopkeeper's brows furrowed deeper while the girl with the distinctive hairstyle chuckled softly. The shopkeeper was perplexed by why this foundation establishment cultivator would send a junior to speak on their behalf. How very peculiar. Allow me a moment to think. The shopkeeper retrieved a jade tablet from his own storage bag, upon which a large character for waste was inscribed. Chapter 17. Waste Techniques and Remnants. The shopkeeper's consciousness delved into the tablet, and after a brief moment, he looked up with a beaming smile. "Dear friends, we indeed possess some such bizarre secret arts. There is a technique known as bone forging art, which is rather intriguing. It involves infusing one's cultivated spiritual energy entirely into the bones. If mastered, not only will the bones be refined into an indestructible state, but one can even store spiritual energy within them. This is a high-level body refinement technique. However, the downside is that once the bone forging art reaches minor success, the practitioner's spiritual energy will automatically be absorbed into the bones. At that point, not only will the cultivator be unable to cultivate spiritual energy, but even breathing in spiritual qi will be siphoned away by the bones. In the past, there were 3 rooted cultivators who practiced this body refinement technique, only to be forced to switch to other primary cultivation methods in hopes of avoiding the drawback of having their spiritual energy absorbed by their bones. Initially, it was manageable. The new spiritual energy was different, and the bones did not absorb it. However, once even a trace of the previous spiritual energy mixed into the current cultivation, over time, the bone forging art would adapt and achieve minor success once again. Can you imagine a cultivator who practices without ever mixing in other forms of spiritual energy? Unless they are a heavenly rooted cultivator, they would be completely oblivious to other energies. With such significant drawbacks, anyone who cultivates the bone forging art essentially abandons the path of immortality. Wow! The girl with the distinctive hairstyle exclaimed, clearly fascinated. Li Xiu listened quietly beside her. Noticing their engrossed expressions, the shopkeeper continued. "We also have a technique known as swallowing spirit formula. This was an extraordinary art obtained by our pavilion's nascent soul elder during travels overseas several centuries ago. Although it is merely a qi refinement stage technique, it is nonetheless a primary cultivation method recorded in our archives. The most unique aspect of this technique is that the more diverse the cultivator's spiritual root aptitude, the faster their cultivation speed. In those days, many low-level cultivators with mixed spiritual roots who had lost hope of establishing their foundation turned to this method. However, the peculiarity of this technique lies in the fact that even cultivators with 5 spiritual roots can only reach the 10th level of qi refinement at most. Attempting to advance further, even with the use of foundation establishment pills, becomes an arduous task with scant few successes. Moreover, the spiritual energy cultivated through this method is chaotic and mixed, while it encompasses the 5 elemental forces. The chaotic energy produced is even inferior to that of other primary cultivation methods. In battle, it is exceedingly disadvantageous. Historical records indicate that a cultivator who reached the pinnacle of the 10th level of qi refinement using this technique was defeated by a 5th level qi refinement cultivator. Even when attempting to assist with artifact refining or alchemy, the chaotic spiritual energy often leads to various unexpected mishaps. Consequently, major sects ceased to accept miscellaneous apprentices who practiced the swallowing spirit formula. With no hope of advancement and little practical utility, over time, no cultivators continued to practice this technique. The remnants of this technique are now exceedingly rare, almost non-existent. To call it the monarch of waste techniques would not be an exaggeration. Ha ha ha, such a technique exists? The girl with the distinctive hairstyle laughed heartily. The shopkeeper curled his lip and continued, in addition, our pavilion possesses another secret art that fits your description of peculiar techniques. Some secret arts may injure the user or consume their essence as a cost to achieve a temporary surge in power or to transcend levels. However, this blood sacrifice forbidden treasure technique requires the practitioner to drain nearly all of their blood. The function of this technique allows Foundation establishment cultivators to seal treasures within their bodies. This technique enables one to sacrifice their own essence to refine their life treasure before reaching the core formation stage, without the need for alchemical fire. You must understand that a cultivator's life treasure can only be refined upon reaching the core formation stage. This technique mimics the sacrifice arrays of higher-level cultivators, allowing for the early refinement of treasures using one's essence blood. The greatest drawback of this technique is encapsulated in one word: forbidden. The treasures refined using this method cannot be extracted from the body without significant complications until they reach the core formation stage. Imagine, for someone using this technique, having their life treasure is just as good as not having one. During combat, they cannot utilize their treasures. By the time they attempt to extract it, they would be severely depleted of energy. How could they continue to cultivate or fight? The blood sacrifice forbidden treasure technique offers little benefit to life treasures. It merely allows Foundation establishment cultivators to perform a preliminary refinement of their treasures. In essence, it is the most useless method imaginable. Anyone who employs this technique will find themselves drained of essence blood and potentially lose a level. Whether they can reach the core formation stage remains uncertain. It would be far better to wait until reaching that stage, where the process of refining treasures becomes natural and effortless. The shopkeeper concluded his introduction, glancing at the girl with the distinctive hairstyle, who nodded in satisfaction. Just as the transaction was about to be finalized, an idea struck Li Xiu, perhaps recalling the exorbitant price of the golden refinement technique. He stood up and approached the shopkeeper, saying, "Shopkeeper, I have heard of a peculiar primary cultivation method, the golden refinement technique, which seems impossible to master. Could you please provide us with 2 copies of the complete golden refinement technique as well?" Although Li Xiu's voice was soft, the girl with the distinctive hairstyle heard him and chuckled silently. The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback, but he soon summoned the maid to attend to the request. After a few more exchanges, the maid entered with a wooden tray. "Dear friends, here are the 4 jade tablets you requested. The bone forging art is priced at 800 spirit stones. The swallowing spirit formula is 300 spirit stones. The blood sacrifice forbidden treasure technique is priced at 1,300 spirit stones. The golden refinement technique is priced at 3,500 spirit stones. For the duplication of the 2 copies, an additional 50 spirit stones per copy will be charged, totaling 6,100 spirit stones." The shopkeeper stated leisurely. At this moment, Li Xiu anxiously fixed his gaze on the girl with the distinctive hairstyle, fearing she might change her mind. The girl with the unique hairstyle smiled at Li Xiu, directly selecting 2 golden jade slips from the tray. "I don't want these 2. I'll take the rest," she said, flashing a grin at him. She retrieved her storage bag, paid the remaining spirit stones, and stowed the 3 jade slips within. The portly shopkeeper snorted disdainfully at Li Xiu as he returned the golden jade slips, bringing over the other 3. Li Xiu felt a flush of embarrassment, inwardly chastising himself for his petty behavior. He grasped the 3 jade slips and placed them into his storage bag. The bag, equipped with a backpack skill, had been hanging at his waist since he entered the market. "There's nothing amusing here. I want to go out and see," declared the girl with the unique hairstyle. Rising to leave, Li Xiu cast a reluctant glance at the golden jade slips in the shopkeeper's hands before hastening to follow his benefactor. A mere cultivator at the 3rd level of Qi refinement dares to deceive a Foundation establishment practitioner? Beware, she might devour your yuan yang and extract your soul. The shopkeeper sneered as he observed Li Xiu's retreating figure. Chapter 18. Too poor upon exiting the Jade Slip Pavilion, Li Xiu felt a slight flush of embarrassment. His earlier decision to add the golden jade slips had indeed been a bit beneath him. He hurried to catch up with the girl. "I must have misremembered. The golden technique isn't particularly difficult. Why don't we explore the square a bit more? Perhaps we might stumble upon something valuable." The girl paused, smiling brightly. "Today's adventure has been exceedingly intriguing. You should thank your own cleverness for still being alive." Suddenly, she unleashed an invisible pressure that struck directly at Li Xiu's consciousness. A thunderous pain surged through his body, rendering him immobile as tears of anguish streamed down his face. Thankfully, it was but a fleeting sensation. As he watched the girl with the unique hairstyle walk away, a chilling dread enveloped him, leaving him feeling as though he were frozen in place. After a prolonged moment, he regained his composure and slowly moved his feet, sighing softly. This was no longer the world he once knew. Once he steadied his emotions, he made his way toward the square, eager to explore the marketplace for cultivators. The girl's consciousness tracked Li Xiu's movements, and upon realizing he was still approaching her, she muttered softly, "I didn't expect him to be so unafraid. He has quite the audacity." Unbeknownst to her, Li Xiu had never witnessed the brutality of conflicts between practitioners and was entirely oblivious to her true power. His ignorance rendered him fearless. The square was vast, comparable in size to 3 football fields from Li Xiu's previous life. Here, he encountered an array of stalls reminiscent of a second-hand market. Numerous cultivators lingered at the booths, some haggling with vendors while others sifted through piles of seemingly broken magical artifacts and mundane items. Crumpled and tattered spirit talismans, dimly glowing magical tools, mysterious small porcelain bottles, and various texts on cultivation techniques were strewn about. "What is this?" Li Xiu suddenly noticed something familiar. He crouched down and picked up a wooden monkey statue. It bore an uncanny resemblance to one he had seen previously in the Qin family's warehouse. "Ah, my discerning friend. This is indeed the most valuable wooden monkey puppet at my stall, priced at 90 spirit stones. Alas, during a recent battle, the essence within this puppet was shattered. Otherwise, it could fetch 300 spirit stones without a doubt. However, the puppet's shell remains intact. To use it again, one merely needs to re-infuse it with essence." An elderly man with a shrewd demeanor proclaimed. Li Xiu was bewildered, feeling like a novice in the realm of cultivation. Setting the puppet down, he continued to explore the various magical artifacts displayed on the stall. Black beads, a weathered green bamboo ruler, a small cauldron with 3 legs and no ears, and a stone sword were among the items. Each time Li Xiu picked up an artifact, the old man would extol its virtues. "Ah, my friend, your eyesight is impeccable. This bead is known as the soul-stabilizing pearl. It possesses the power to calm the spirit and capture souls. Priced at 110 spirit stones. You truly are remarkable. You've recognized the wood spirit ruler, a superior artifact that excels in both offense and defense. Only 150 spirit stones. What a bargain. You are indeed favored by fortune. This exquisite alchemical cauldron can be yours for just 100 spirit stones. What you hold is a stone puppet sword, imbued with a formation to control puppet swords, similar to the wooden monkey puppet, though its essence formation is damaged. It's selling for 80 spirit stones." The old man continued to boast, noticing the envy etched across Li Xiu's face. "If you were to purchase them all, I could offer you a discount, a flat price of 500 spirit stones." Li Xiu sighed and shook his head. He only possessed 2 spirit stones and could not afford such exorbitant treasures. Yet, he had learned the location of this market, and his priority was now to master the Heavenly Eye technique to ensure future access to this marketplace. Reflecting on his situation, Li Xiu stood and wandered toward a nearby stall selling books. 450 is acceptable. Wait, my young friend, 400. No less." The old man continued to call after the oblivious Li Xiu. Li Xiu merely replied that he had no spirit stones and hurried away under the old man's irritated gaze. At another stall overflowing with paper books, Li Xiu began to peruse the vendor's collection. He examined a row of thin booklets: Wind Spirit Technique, Earth Wall Technique, Water Bullet Technique, and Fire Python Technique, all spellbooks. He picked one up and flipped it open, only to find that it contained only a table of contents and pricing. The remaining pages sealed with a small piece of talisman paper. Unable to access the rest, he looked up in confusion. The vendor, a middle-aged woman in a yellow dress, scrutinized him from head to toe and coldly stated, "If you wish to buy, I will allow you to look." Li Xiu scoffed and resumed his search. He continued to sift through the various stalls, discovering one dedicated to talismans and numerous spell and technique jade slips. When he attempted to pick up a jade slip for inspection, the vendor immediately intervened. "Here, the rule is that you may only see the name, not probe the contents with your consciousness." With no other option, Li Xiu persisted in seeking a standalone book on the Heavenly Eye technique. After searching for some time, he found no vendors selling individual spellbooks. The selection was scarce, and the prices were exorbitant. Low-tier spells were not offered separately from mid-tier ones, and most vendors dismissed Li Xiu and his 2 spirit stones as insignificant. Looking around at the multitude of stalls in the square, Li Xiu sighed. Realizing he couldn't find anything within his budget of 7 spirit stones, he began to resent the few spirit stones left by Yutong, feeling utterly helpless. At that moment, in a corner of the square, a commotion erupted, and one of the voices belonged to a familiar face. Li Xiu's eyes stepped forward and beheld the Sima girl glaring furiously at the vendor with whom she was embroiled in a heated argument. A few rogue cultivators had gathered around, and the vendor, with a sharp chin and a gaunt face, was incessantly brandishing a worn copper statue. "Not for sale. Not for sale. This is our family heirloom. No matter how many spirit stones you offer, I will not part with it. Unless you produce 1,000. No, 2,000 spirit stones, then I might consider it. The vendor's eyes glimmered with greed as he surveyed the Sima girl's expression. Enraged, she retorted, "At first, you said it was 100 spirit stones. I offered you 100, and now you demand 300. Fine, I will give you 300. How dare you extort me like this?" Greedy as a serpent, the Sima girl pulled out her spirit beast pouch, while the vendor, not one to be trifled with, boasted mid-level foundation cultivation. "Little girl, if you dare to fight in the market, the enforcement team will punish you severely," he shouted defiantly. The two stood locked in a fierce standoff. Chapter 19. The Kanglin's sacred statue. Li Xiu discerned that the Sima girl had likely stumbled upon a treasure at the stall. Yet perhaps her delight had led to her revealing her excitement, prompting the vendor to raise the price on a whim. The incessant price hikes without handing over the item only fueled the girl's indignation, leading to a palpable tension between them. Surrounding them, the lower-tier Qi refining cultivators kept their distance, while a dozen foundation cultivators lingered nearby, drawn in by the vendor's peculiar wares. At that moment, the vendor felt a twinge of frustration. The bizarre copper statue he held was merely salvage from a Qi refining cultivator's storage pouch. He had examined it meticulously and found nothing remarkable. Yet, seeing how the foreign female cultivator regarded it as a treasure, he was convinced it must be a rare artifact that could not be sold cheaply. Li Xiu, concealed among a crowd of cultivators, watched the escalating confrontation between the vendor and the Sima girl, each wary of making the first move. Suddenly, a voice shouted that the enforcement team was approaching. Following the gaze of the crowd, Li Xiu turned to see three individuals clad in uniform green robes advancing toward them. The leader, a pale-faced young man appearing to be in his 30s, bore a fierce expression, his eyes tinged with a hint of crimson. "What is happening here? Are you unaware that fighting is prohibited in the market? You two will come with us," the pale young man declared without seeking clarification. "Senior 1. This female cultivator is attempting to forcibly acquire my family heirloom. I refuse to comply, and she threatens to seize it." The vendor lamented, his face a mask of grievance. The pale young man shot a cold glance at the vendor before appraising the Sima girl. "Are you of the Kanglin clan? I have already purchased it. Return the sacred statue to me," the Sima girl cried, her anger evident. "The sacred statue? The Kanglin sacred statue?" The pale young man was taken aback, utterly astonished upon seeing the vendor's worn copper figure. The peculiar statue, with an eagle's head and a human body, bore wings and claws. Its torso adorned with a celestial map of stars, while beneath its talons lay a miniature world of clouds, trees, and creatures. The pale young man's attention was fixated on the statue, leaving the vendor feeling both fearful and regretful. Had he known it was the Kanglin's sacred statue, he would never have made such a spectacle. "Is this truly the Kanglin's sacred statue? Show me the artifact in your possession." The pale young man's face was alight with uncontainable excitement as he shouted at the vendor. The vendor clutched the Kanglin's sacred statue, caught in a dilemma of whether to relinquish it or not. "Senior 1. This truly is my family heirloom," he stammered, filled with anxiety. With a disdainful snort, the pale young man stepped forward, seized the statue, and kicked the vendor aside, declaring, "If it were truly your family heirloom, would the Kanglin people not revere you?" Having secured the statue, the pale young man's face radiated joy as he stowed it in his storage pouch, oblivious to the furious glares exchanged between the vendor and the Sima girl. Suddenly, Li Xiu felt a powerful gust of wind surge from the Sima girl's direction, as she enveloped herself in a protective aura of azure energy. "Return the statue to me," she roared, her fury reaching its peak as she unsheathed her spirit beast pouch. How dare a mid-level foundation cultivator act so recklessly? "Capture her," the pale young man commanded his subordinates. Two enforcement team members, also mid-level foundation cultivators, summoned their flying swords to confront the enraged Sima girl. She, cloaked in azure energy, defended herself against the onslaught of the swords. A thunderous howl echoed across the square as a colossal unicorn wolf descended from the sky, its size akin to a small mountain. As it landed, a shockwave radiated outward, sending all lower-tier cultivators flying, including Li Xiu, who was propelled further than the rest. As he soared through the air, he caught glimpses of panicked cultivators, scattered artifacts, and a middle-aged woman's cries, amidst a flurry of spellbooks. "Am I flying? That woman looks familiar," Li Xiu mused, recognizing one of the tumbling books. The compendium of low-level spells, as it passed by. In a flash of insight, he remembered that upon entering the market, he had tied his storage pouch to his waist, leaving his backpack empty. He focused his awareness to lock onto the compendium of low-level spells, uncertain if he had successfully collected it. After executing this action, his consciousness faded into oblivion. "Hey, wake up. Don't fall asleep." Li Xiu gradually opened his eyes to find the middle-aged man with a sword, Huang He. standing before him. What happened to me? Li Xiu attempted to sit up, but found himself utterly drained of strength, as if all vitality had fled from his body. My young friend, you were affected by the pressure from a 7th-level demon beast and sustained injuries. Huang He explained, retrieving a pill from his storage pouch and placing it in Li Xiu's mouth. The rich aroma of the medicine burst forth, invigorating Li Xiu as he felt his strength slowly returning. Are you feeling better? Huang He inquired with concern. Much improved. Thank you, senior. Li Xiu replied respectfully, surveying his surroundings. The market was now devoid of vendors, and he found himself encircled by 7 or 8 cultivators. Aside from Huang He, he recognized the stout shopkeeper from the Jade Tablet Pavilion, while the rest were enforcement team members clad in green. The senior one was conspicuously absent. He, my young friend, you were too polite. Earlier, you accompanied Princess Songyue to the Jade Tablet Pavilion. What is your relationship with her? Huang He asked with a smile. Princess Songyue? Is she the one with the colorful, disheveled hair? Li Xiu looked around, suddenly feeling as though he were being interrogated. Nevertheless, as a mere novice, he decided it best to be forthright. She was visiting the market, and as it was my first time here, I accompanied her. We explored the Jade Tablet Pavilion together, selecting some peculiar and seemingly useless techniques. I had asked her to help me acquire the Lu Jin Gong Jade Tablet, but she declined, and after leaving the pavilion, we parted ways. Li Xiu recounted his experience with the Sima girl. Huang He cast a glance back at the plump shopkeeper of the Yujian Pavilion, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. All right, my young friend, let me escort you out. The market is about to close. Huang He instructed a member of the enforcement team to assist Li Xiu, yet he chose to walk alongside the shopkeeper. The fortunate junior has finally found a generous patron, yet he ends up purchasing nothing but useless trinkets. Taoist Huang. Who would have thought there exists a statue of the Kanglan saint in our market? These wandering cultivators truly have no discerning eye. Yet, it ultimately falls into the hands of King Songyue. Just as the saying goes, things return to their rightful owner. What a pity, what a pity. The shopkeeper lamented with a shake of his head. I once read in ancient texts that the Kanglan people could summon true, spiritual manifestations of sacred birds and beasts using that Kanglan statue through secret rituals. Such manifestations rival those of late-stage nascent souls or even divine transformation masters. Tomorrow, I shall thoroughly examine the magical artifacts these wandering cultivators possess. Huang He echoed his sentiments with a face full of regret. Let us go together. Perhaps we can uncover several extraordinary treasures. The shopkeeper replied with a grin. As Li Xiu was escorted out of the market, twilight descended, and the shadowy forest behind him evoked a chilling sensation. More than half of the original power of his 3-layered gilded technique had dissipated, and the protective force had waned significantly. The spiritual pressure from the 7th-level magical beast, the Unicorn Wind Wolf, had triggered Li Xiu's protective energy, and although this internal force had limited efficacy, he was unprepared for the substantial loss of his gilded technique power as well. This gilded technique was painstakingly cultivated, and even a slight loss was agonizing for him. Nevertheless, he was overjoyed as he retrieved the compendium of low-level spells from his bag, the seal on the paper having long fallen away, and he couldn't help but start flipping through its pages. As dusk approached, Li Xiu walked back, enduring the soreness in his body while engrossed in his reading. The elixirs Huang He had provided were indeed miraculous. With each step he took, a warmth coursed through him. The aching sensation gradually transformed into a stimulating vigor, filling him with boundless energy, and his pace quickened. A faint misty white light emanated from his body, and, aided by Huang He's healing elixir, his protective force advanced to the 7th tier. Unbeknownst to him, each stride now spanned 2 to 3 meters, and his speed was astonishing. Though his protective force was not on par with the elite lightness skills of the martial world, the continuous influx of internal energy propelled him beyond the capabilities of an average martial adept. Struggling to keep his eyes from blurring over the bouncing text, he stowed the tome in his storage bag. A trickle of magical energy infused the bag, allowing his consciousness to survey the 3 newly acquired jade slips and the book. I didn't spend a single spirit stone. Li Xiu's laughter, accompanied by his internal force, startled the surrounding birds and animals into flight. His rapid pace made him acutely aware of his extraordinary transformation, and he exuberantly cried out along the mountain path. Gathering his internal energy, he directed it into his palm, focusing on a patch of earth and stone by the roadside, and unleashed a powerful strike from a meter away. The earth was punctured with a hole the width of a bowl and as deep as his forearm. Impressive. Li Xiu stopped to inspect the numerous holes he had created, delivering several more punches and kicks into the air. He experimented with his internal power until twilight deepened, leaving him with an insatiable desire to continue. The once massive stone lay riddled with holes, debris scattered all around. Traveling at great speed, Li Xiu reached the distant lights of Yunzhou City in less than an hour. Slowing down, he joined the throng entering the city. Upon returning to the Qin family, darkness enveloped the surroundings, save for the dozens of lanterns illuminating the main hall. He entered the storeroom, lit an oil lamp, and began to read the compendium of low-level spells meticulously. The sound of soft footsteps approached, and a beautiful girl in a white dress, holding a lantern and a food box, entered the storeroom. Li Xiu, where have you been all day? I've had to run here several times. Her delicate brows knitted into a frown. Xianer, you came just in time. Quickly lend me your jade pendant for a look. Li Xiu said eagerly. Li Xiu, I'm no longer in the kitchen. From now on, you must go to the dining hall for your meals. Uncle Han mentioned that he would find you a position in the apothecary when the opportunity arises. If you work diligently, he will introduce you to a suitable match. Lu Xianer blushed slightly, ignoring Li Xiu's inquiry. I'm doing just fine. I don't want to trouble Uncle Han. Li Xiu glanced at the area around Lu Xianer's chest, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Alas, it's too late. I should return. She sighed, gazing at the absent-minded Li Xiu before leaving in frustration. Once Lu Xianer was out of sight, Li Xiu swiftly locked the door. He emptied his storage bag onto the table. 7 ghost-headed daggers, 7 spirit stones, several soul-binding talismans, a body-snatching array talisman, 4 jade slips, one being a map slip left by Yu Tong, while the other 3 were remnants of spells obtained from Princess Zhanyue today. There was also a letter of introduction from Yu Tong to the Yu family in the Yu Kingdom, handwritten notes on the first 3 layers of the gilded technique, a manual on the protective force, and the compendium of low-level spells that had been resting on the table. This was all that Li Xiu possessed in his cultivation endeavors. He searched the compendium of low-level spells for the Eye of Heaven technique. Mastering this was essential, for without it, he would be unable to locate the market entrance. He had already devised a plan to transcribe several copies of the first 3 layers of the gilded technique into small booklets and sell them in the market to earn some spirit stones, hoping to save enough to purchase the subsequent techniques of the gilded method. The compendium of low-level spells contained numerous spells, including Fireball, Earth Spear, Water Bullet, and Golden Light techniques, among various minor spells of the 5 elements, alongside a dozen non-offensive minor spells. These low-level spells were broadly categorized into 3 types: offensive, defensive, and supportive. In the supportive category, he found the incantation for the Eye of Heaven technique. Indeed, the Eye of Heaven was the most rudimentary of spells. Li Xiu fully mastered this minor spell in less than half an hour. He then retrieved the compendium of low-level spells once more, eager to learn another spell. Golden Light, Adamantine Mantra, and Sharpness techniques were all golden elemental spells that appeared formidable. There was also the Tranquil Spirit Mantra, which he wondered if it was similar to his own spirit-binding talisman. Regardless, based on the description, it seemed to offer effects akin to his spirit-binding talisman. Li Xiu pondered over his choice. Unbeknownst to him, several hours had passed as he immersed himself in the compendium of low-level spells. The oil lamp flickered dimly, and he finally succeeded in mastering the second spell, the Tranquil Spirit technique. With barely any magical energy left and his stomach growling in protest, Li Xiu ravenously devoured the 3 steamed buns. His eyes were fixated on a roast chicken. Though his mind raced with 100 desires to consume it, he held back. For Li Xiu envisioned a plan, a notion of turning his fortunes around. The reason he sought to learn the Tranquil Spirit technique was to re-enter the map space. This time, he intended to bring the roast chicken along into the map space. Chapter 21. The cemetery's marvel. As the witching hour passed, Li Xiu retrieved his backpack, which contained a roasted chicken and 7 ghostly daggers. Sitting cross-legged upon the talisman cloth, he placed 5 spirit stones upon the possession transfer array, silently reciting the incantation. Employing the soul-soothing technique, the array gradually activated. Once more, Li Xiu's consciousness entered the spatial realm of the beast map that accompanied his journey through time. In this square dimension, the centerpiece was a flowing fountain of life, while in the far corner, several structures belonging to Li Xiu's undead race stood unchanged. Upon glancing at his yellow orb-like form, he noticed it had indeed grown at least twice its previous size. This imposing presence was quite delightful. The yellow orb floated towards the center of the map, drawing near to the fountain of life, where Li Xiu once again experienced warmth and comfort. This time, he lingered longer in the rejuvenating waters than during his prior visit. A thought crossed his mind. Was his soul somehow wounded? Why did he always need to restore himself to peak condition here? Pondering this, he placed the 7 ghostly daggers by the fountain's edge, where their shadows quickly regained vitality. This means I won't have to wait another 3 months. Li Xiu laughed heartily, drifting towards his undead structures. The pivotal moment had arrived. He still had a roasted chicken in his backpack. Previously, he had found the 3 cemeteries quite peculiar. Originally, cemeteries served as upgrade facilities for the undead, capable of collecting wood and creating corpses. However, upon arriving in this world, the cemeteries ceased to produce corpses and could no longer facilitate upgrades. Li Xiu's consciousness penetrated the interior of the cemetery, which contained nothing but an altar-like structure. Roasted chicken. Oh, roasted chicken. You are now the offering for this cemetery. He placed the roasted chicken upon the altar. Exiting the cemetery, he meticulously observed the changes taking place. It must succeed, Li Xiu's orb-like consciousness murmured. Within the cemetery, segments of runes emitted a faint glow. In less than a quarter of an hour, bones and flesh began to materialize beneath the 5 runestone pillars encircling the cemetery. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 slowly forming roasted chickens appeared beneath the runestone pillars, the same as before, but now there were 5. Li Xiu's consciousness was astounded. Success. This cemetery truly could create corpses. He began to gather the roasted chickens produced by the cemetery, circling it to collect them all into his backpack, which now displayed 5 unknown items. Turning back, he noticed that another roasted chicken had rapidly generated beneath the first stone pillar. As he continued to gather the chickens, he discovered that as long as the chickens remained beneath the runestone pillars, they would not produce more. However, once the chickens were taken away, the pillars would resume their production. Li Xiu was elated, his mind racing with numerous ways to exploit the cemetery. For instance, a tiger's corpse would yield an abundance of tiger bones. Deer antlers. If he could obtain a deer, he could become a wholesale dealer of deer antlers. What about the corpses of demon beasts from the immortal cultivation realm? He envisioned countless opportunities for wealth. He also recalled the giant eagle he had seen in the market. If he could roast it and then toss it into the cemetery. A super cheat. This was my cheat. Next time, I will bring a whole roasted lamb. With the ability to create corpses, I could open a restaurant. A buffet. Li Xiu's orb-like consciousness laughed uncontrollably within the map space. Once the 5 spirit stones were depleted, Li Xiu awakened from his meditative state. His face was alight with joy as he retrieved the 7 restored ghostly daggers from his backpack, carefully inspecting the roasted chickens in the other compartment. 23 roasted chickens. How splendid. Li Xiu took one, tearing off the drumstick and neck, inspecting it thoroughly. There were no issues. It was identical to the previous roasted chickens. Cradling the roasted chicken, he took a tentative bite. The flavor was delightful. The dawn had already brightened the sky, and Li Xiu consumed 3 roasted chickens to satiate his hunger. Checking his internal mana, he found only a sliver remaining, as learning the Heavenly Eye technique and the soul-soothing technique had drained much of his power. He longed to practice the 7 ghosts soul-devouring technique, yet his wounds were still unhealed. Resisting the urge to harm himself, he carefully packed his vital storage bag, books, jade slips, and possession transfer array into a wooden box, placing it in his backpack before sealing the door and exiting the storeroom. The morning breeze was slightly cool as Li Xiu walked through the expansive Qin family estate. He realized how grand the estate was. These past days, he had lived like a recluse in the storeroom, so it was no wonder Lu Xiener and Manager Han regarded him with such pity, as if he were a despondent youth addicted to gaming. The sounds of metal clashing echoed from a distant courtyard, piquing Li Xiu's curiosity. With keen senses, he evaded several hidden guards of the Qin estate and took a running leap towards a high wall adorned with protruding branches. Standing atop the wall, he found himself concealed by trees akin to those from his previous life. As he parted the branches, he beheld a distant rockery, cornered pavilions, a small pond, and an open area with wooden tables, weapons, and various implements. A young man in white was engaged in a sword duel with a girl in an apricot-colored dress. The two danced around each other gracefully, their long swords clashing with a melodious chime. The swordplay, combined with their charming appearances, was far more captivating than any effects in the television dramas of his past life. Suddenly, the girl in the apricot dress executed a sideways slash, and the young man raised his sword in response. As her blade passed, he deftly redirected his weapon, disarming her with ease. He then stepped forward, embracing the girl, resting the sword's blade against her chest. Ping you've lost, the young man teased. The girl blushed, flustered. You truly are remarkable, my lord. Indeed, my lord. Allow me to showcase my Qin family's sword techniques. A white-clad girl observing their duel lunged at the young man, embracing Ping Er. Excellent. Lianer. The two of you together. Today, I shall contend with 2 beauties, the young man proclaimed, helping Ping Er to her feet as he faced Lien Er's blade. Li Xiu pushed aside more branches to reveal two other girls in the open space. One, clad in a green dress, gracefully danced with a bamboo branch, while the other, a white-clad girl, was preparing wontons before a wooden cart equipped with flour, fillings, a pot, and a stove. Li Xiu recognized this white-clad girl. She was Li Xiu, who had come to the Qin estate with him. Xiu, what is she doing here? Chapter 22. Return to the market dressed in white. Li Xiu prepared breakfast for the Qin family's young master and the other girls. The young master practiced swordplay while the maids cheered with starry-eyed admiration. With such a supportive entourage, the atmosphere was indeed vibrant. In the open space, a young man and 4 young women engaged in delightful exchanges. The young man was charmingly handsome, while the girls were all strikingly beautiful. The Qin family's young master was equally charismatic, effortlessly captivating the attention of the 4 maidens, who giggled and blushed at his playful banter. As bowls of steaming wontons were served, the young master and the 4 girls gathered to enjoy the delectable meal. He frequently complimented Li Xiu, causing her to blush and fidget, quite unlike her usual bold demeanor when speaking with Li Xiu. Li Xiu felt a pang of envy as he watched the young master of the Qin family effortlessly charm 4 beautiful women. Although his time spent with Li Xiu had been brief, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy at the sight. Once the young master and his companions departed, Li Xiu quietly climbed down from the tree and over the wall. After a light breakfast in the kitchen, he returned to his storage room, contemplating his cultivation. His first priority was to cultivate the 3rd layer of the golden flow technique, striving to reach full mastery of it as soon as possible. To accelerate his progress, he needed spirit stones. Each time he entered the monster map space, the 7 ghostly daggers quickly replenished his vitality. In fact, Li Xiu considered crafting a few additional sets of these daggers, allowing him to avoid waiting for the shadow souls on the daggers to recover. With multiple sets, he could rotate their use. Additionally, he pondered the subsequent techniques of the golden flow method. He had already located the marketplace and learned the Eye of Heaven technique. Now, he simply needed to earn enough spirit stones to purchase the jade slips containing the golden flow technique. But how could he earn these stones? Li Xiu found himself in a quandary. He couldn't sell the jade slips he had obtained from the marketplace, and the few worthless techniques he possessed were unwanted. The complete low-level spellbook was not something he could sell either. If the vendor recognized its origin, it would spell trouble. Selling it would require him to reorder or rewrite its contents. The Yuan Shield technique was merely a mortal's inner strength. No one would want that. After much thought, he concluded that only the 3 layers of the golden flow technique could bring in money. Thus, the idea struck him. He would copy the book. Resolute, Li Xiu purchased ink, brushes, and paper from the market. Spending 2 days transcribing and half a day binding the 3 volumes of the first 3 layers of the golden flow technique, the labor left him exhausted, his back aching and hands cramping. With the 3 small booklets and a cover, he was ready to head to the marketplace. Upon inspecting his own magical energy, he realized he had none left, not even enough to open his storage bag. Li Xiu sighed, lamenting his lack of a spiritual root, which rendered meditation ineffective for recovering energy. That night, despite the pain from his unhealed wounds, he once again employed the 7 ghosts devouring souls technique to cultivate the golden flow method. This time, he distinctly sensed the inadequacy of the soul energy provided by the 7 ghosts. When he had reached the peak of the 2nd layer of the golden flow technique, he had already felt this shortfall. As he attempted to channel the energy for the 3rd layer, the feeling of insufficiency became all too apparent. He barely completed 2 revolutions of the great cycle before the energy from the 7 ghosts was entirely depleted. What was happening? How could he advance to the next layer with such a deficit? Li Xiu felt utterly frustrated. The 7 ghosts technique could indeed grant mortals some magical energy. But even for those with abundant vitality, it only provided the equivalent of low-level energy at the 3rd layer. The root of the problem lay in the chaotic and inferior quality of the spiritual energy absorbed by the 7 ghosts. Furthermore, it was limited in quantity. In contrast, the golden flow technique required a high purity of metal element energy, ideally around 70 to 80%. Since the energy from the 7 ghosts was a mix of various types, and the golden flow technique demanded only the metal element energy, the consumption was significant. Li Xiu was plagued by endless worries. Without the aptitude for spiritual roots, he felt like a pariah in the realm of cultivation, the kind that everyone looked down upon. The path ahead seemed daunting, and he understood that his journey in cultivation would be fraught with challenges. Looking at his open wounds, a sense of determination surged within him. He resolved to forge more ghostly daggers, yet he sensed his body was at its limit. 7 days later, Li Xiu rose early, fastening his storage bag around his waist. Inside, he had 2 spirit stones, the 3 booklets of the first 3 layers of the golden flow technique, and a wooden monkey statue he had received from the Qin family pawnshop. This statue was likely a dead pawn, with little chance of anyone claiming it. Having seen similar statues in the marketplace, he hoped to sell it alongside his other items for spirit stones. He hastily tossed the remaining items into a box and packed them into his backpack, leaving one compartment empty. The roasted chickens he had previously acquired were mostly given away, shared with beggars. With the intention of using his backpack to discreetly acquire some items, Li Xiu set off for the Lulan marketplace. With the enhancement of the Yuan shield technique, he made remarkable speed, reaching the marketplace in just half an hour. To his surprise, he found a considerable number of cultivators at the entrance, all of whom vanished as they entered. Reciting the incantation for the Eye of Heaven, he located the entrance to the marketplace. Through the eye, he spotted a small portal, no larger than a bowl. Simply touching it with his magical energy would unlock the barrier. How simple! Li Xiu directed his energy towards the portal, and his vision shifted as he entered the bustling Lulan marketplace. Ignoring the shops around him due to his lack of funds, he hurried to the square filled with stalls. Many cultivators were already there, engaging in early morning trading, gathered around several thriving stalls. Li Xiu joined them. Although with only 2 spirit stones, he could buy nothing. His purpose was merely to broaden his horizons. The stalls brimmed with a myriad of items. At the most popular stall, he observed discounted blank talisman papers, spirit beast blood infused with energy, talisman brushes for inscribing, and the magical energy supplied by cultivators. These 4 components formed the essence of talisman crafting. The fastest-selling item was spirit beast blood, with the vendor rapidly dispensing bottles, though competition was fierce. Spirit beast blood was easily obtainable, with numerous stalls selling it. The same was true for the blank talisman papers. Li Xiu was unsure how paper was produced in this world, but the sheets were impeccably cut and free of flaws. Among the priciest items were various magical artifacts and rare techniques, followed closely by pills that enhanced cultivation. Foundation establishment pills fetched prices exceeding 10,000 spirit stones, and the dedicated stalls for these potions often displayed signs indicating they were out of stock. As for gathering spirit pills, chi gathering pills, and vitality enhancing powders, which catered to the foundation establishment phase and the early stages of chi refinement, they were also quite valuable. Magical artifacts varied widely, with genuine and counterfeit items indistinguishable. Li Xiu dared not make any purchases, listening to the haggling between cultivators and vendors, where there was significant room for negotiation. He also noticed many merchants selling spiritual plants and herbs, akin to a vibrant market for spiritual insects and beasts. After circling the stalls multiple times, Li Xiu focused on those selling spiritual beasts and their remains. His motivation stemmed from his graveyard's formidable ability to manufacture corpses. If he could acquire a spiritual beast corpse, he could replicate it indefinitely. What a fortune that would be! The mere thought brought a smile to his face. Chapter 23. Strong selling. The stalls were crowded, and after a thorough search, Li Xiu finally spotted an opening at a stall selling spiritual beasts. The vendor was a burly man with a thick beard, binding several young spiritual beasts, each accompanied by a brief introduction. Li Xiu noticed a large gray mouse, a snake with several brown rings on its tail, a few turtles, and various peculiar little creatures. Wooden signs provided simple descriptions of these animals. A lightning ferret, a young beast with lightning attributes, boasted incredible speed and the ability to discharge electricity. Its price was set at 1,100 spirit stones. The windtail snake, a beast of the wind attribute, can be nourished with blood food of the same attribute, which has a certain probability of awakening its ancestral bloodline. It is priced at 1,800 spirit stones. The golden-toothed beast, Uthwood tortoise, and various other spirit beasts made Li Xiu feel as though he had stepped into a pet market from a past life. Kid, what do you wish to purchase? The vendor, having swiftly discerned Li Xiu's cultivation level, spoke with disdain. I seek a recently deceased low-tier demon beast for blood extraction to create talismans. Li Xiu indicated a group of small mice confined within a white, forbidden iron cage. No. These 0-tier ground moles are their food. Not for sale. The vendor replied impatiently. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed one of the ground moles into the windtail snake's jar, which quickly extended its head and swallowed the mole whole. Startled by the sudden appearance of the snake's head, Li Xiu wore a grim expression and sat down on the only available patch of ground beside the spirit beast stall. He retrieved a mat from his storage bag, placed the exquisite wooden monkey statue he had found in the Qin family warehouse upon it, followed by a blank cover for the gilded technique he had prepared, and then produced a simple blackboard he had crafted. On his blackboard, he inscribed the prices for the goods he intended to sell, exquisite wooden monkey puppet for 100 spirit stones. Purchase now for a discount of 10 spirit stones. Supreme technique, gilded technique, capable of cultivating a powerful divine sense within the first 3 layers. Only 80 spirit stones. As the advertisement spread, numerous cultivators turned their attention toward Li Xiu. A few, closer to the spirit beast stall, gathered around. However, after merely glancing at the wooden monkey statue, they turned away. And several others who opened the cover of Gilded Technique to find only an introduction to the first 3 layers also departed. Li Xiu frowned and erased the prices, rewriting them at a reduced rate. Exquisite wooden monkey puppet for 90 spirit stones. Purchase now for a discount of 10 spirit stones. Supreme technique, Gilded Technique, capable of cultivating a powerful divine sense within the first 3 layers. Only 70 spirit stones. In the subsequent half hour, a few more individuals approached Li Xiu's stall. Yet most merely glanced before leaving. Observing the lack of buyers, he lowered his prices once more. Wooden monkey puppet for 60 spirit stones. Purchase now for a discount of 10 spirit stones. Supreme technique, Gilded Technique, capable of cultivating a powerful divine sense within the first 3 layers. Only 50 spirit stones. This time, 2 cultivators lingered at his stall. One, a balding man in his 50s, scrutinized the wooden monkey puppet statue, while a young man in a patched robe pondered over the blank cover of Gilded Technique. The young man approached, and after some haggling, Li Xiu sold him a copy of the Gilded Technique for 35 spirit stones, accompanied by several low-tier cultivators. Upon hearing the negotiation, 2 more purchased the remaining copies of Gilded Technique. Eventually, the balding man also acquired the wooden monkey puppet statue for 45 spirit stones. Having collected a total of 150 spirit stones, Li Xiu prepared to leave and search for better items. Kid, you haven't yet settled the stall fee, have you? If the enforcement team discovers you setting up here without permission, haha. The bearded vendor from the spirit beast stall called out to Li Xiu. What? I was unaware. Li Xiu replied, feigning innocence. You wouldn't report me, would you? Of course not. Why would I concern myself with a loose cultivator in the chi refinement stage? Alas, business is poor here, so if you could lend a hand, it would be greatly appreciated. The bearded man lamented. Senior, do you have any spirit beast corpses? Li Xiu inquired. I only sell spirit beasts, not their corpses. But if you're interested, I can sell you one right now. The bearded man's demeanor suddenly shifted, revealing a sinister expression as he swiftly seized Li Xiu's arm with one hand and retrieved a jade box from his spirit beast bag with the other. Opening the jade box, he revealed a miniature treant nestled within. This treant had limbs, eyes, ears, and a mouth, all contained within the jade box, which was inscribed with a formation of runes. The treant's limbs and branches were intertwined with the array. Kid, I have a sapling wood demon here. How about 200 spirit stones? I can even assist you in signing a soul contract with it. What a splendid deal. Though Li Xiu's arm was firmly grasped, he maintained his composure. All right. 100 spirit stones. As the bearded man tightened his grip, pain surged through Li Xiu, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. With a gold needle artifact, the bearded man pricked Li Xiu's finger, drawing forth his blood at an alarming rate. The blood pooled within the jade box, engulfing the entire treant. However, it swiftly absorbed every drop, and then bit down on Li Xiu's fingertip. At that moment, the bearded man's expression turned vacant as he muttered incantations. Through the agony, Li Xiu noticed the man's eyes were now entirely green. A wave of unease flooded Li Xiu's mind as he desperately strove to resist the encroaching force with his divine sense, but to no avail. A flicker of green light penetrated his gaze. After a quarter of an hour, the man released Li Xiu. Pay up, kid, disregarding the young treant. This jade box alone is worth a fortune. It even contains the secret technique for nurturing tree demons. I'm giving you a discount. Reluctantly, Li Xiu extracted 100 spirit stones from his storage bag. The bearded man laughed heartily as he dismissed Li Xiu, but not before issuing a parting threat. Remember, the soul contract is binding. Should the tree demon perish, so shall you. As Li Xiu was compelled to sign the soul contract, far across millions of miles away, on a vast island, countless green and purple vines flourished. Beneath this island, deep within the earth, a building entwined with purple vines echoed with the presence of numerous cultivators. In a grand palace akin to a plaza, dense roots coiled around, and among them, a vine as thick as a finger shimmered with verdant hues and glowing runes. A figure clad in green approached and caressed the vine. Junior One, the soul contract taught by Master is indeed formidable. In just over a decade, the Tianseng divine tree has grown to this scale. Behind the green-clad figure stood a purple-robed cultivator, referred to as Junior One. He replied, in recent times. The wooden spirit puppets I've been overseeing have multiplied considerably. Regrettably, Master has decreed that these sapling tree demons may only be disseminated among low-tier loose cultivators. Otherwise, with the spirit of the divine tree, our wooden spirit puppets would have already spread throughout the southern domain. Master is truly remarkable. This soul contract, forged by blood, once signed, competes with the spirit of the divine tree for the master. I wonder if there is anyone in this world whose blood could completely submerge the entire divine tree. The green-clad figure chuckled. It is impossible for wooden spirit puppets to compete with sapling tree demons for the master. However, if those large sects in the southern domain were to discover this, it would indeed pose a problem. Thus, Master only allows the wooden spirit puppets to disseminate the sapling tree among low-tier loose cultivators. As the two conversed, a vine, glistening with a vibrant green, sprouted precisely at the moment Li Xiu signed the blood contract with the tree demon. Chapter 24. The tree demon drained of blood. How unfortunate! Li Xiu cursed under his breath as he turned to leave. Having forcibly paid 100 spirit stones, he still had over 50 remaining, but feeling utterly drained. His desire to purchase anything had vanished. As Li Xiu was about to exit the square, he spent 10 spirit stones to purchase a corpse of a Mo Ling Wusuo, a creature caught from the underground spirit river. The Mo Ling Wusuo is essentially an octopus, classified as a low-tier monster residing in the underground spirit river, akin to a gopher and devoid of any valuable attributes. However, its ink is exceptionally useful. Most low-tier talismans utilize the blood of spirit beasts. Yet when using spirit beast blood for talisman crafting, the paper tends to lose its spiritual essence due to the absence of a crucial stabilizing agent. The ink of the Mo Ling Wusuo serves to stabilize the runes on the talisman paper and maintain its spiritual essence. By mixing this ink with spirit beast blood, it can be employed as the most basic talisman ink, with the presence of the graveyard as an advantage. He thought it wise to procure more spirit beast corpses for replication. Accordingly, Li Xiu managed to find the cheapest corpse of a fire toad, which had already been stripped of its valuable toad essence and demon core, leaving only the toad's body and blood for use. Remarkably, even for such a body, Li Xiu had to part with 30 spirit stones. With just a handful of spirit stones remaining, he intended to re-enter the monster map space. As midday approached, the sun blazed fiercely, and Li Xiu departed with weary steps. Along the way, he noticed several cultivators, but paid them no mind. When they glanced his way, he offered a faint smile and a nod. After a brief encounter, they went their separate ways. Once Li Xiu had moved on, one of the cultivators, a burly man in green, remarked, "Why did the third brother stop me just now? Killing that penniless lad in the third layer of chi refinement would have been a delightful diversion." The elder brother cautioned, "You must temper your reckless nature. If he were truly a low-tier rogue, would he dare to stroll alone in the presence of high-tier chi refinement practitioners and maintain such a calm demeanor? He is clearly a Foundation establishment cultivator masquerading as a chi refinement novice, attempting to bait us." A lean, tall cultivator interjected. "Indeed, how despicable." The green-clad man gasped in astonishment, recovering from his shock. "What you say is true. He passed us with an air of invulnerability, almost inviting us to strike. In retrospect, we have indeed tread perilously close to danger. Evidently, they should leave this place soon, fearing that their previous transaction had drawn unwanted attention." Li Xiu, due to the habits formed in his past life, was mistaken for a formidable figure and narrowly escaped danger. Upon returning to the Qin family storeroom, it was precisely mealtime. After dining in the kitchen, he secured the door behind him. He retrieved a jade box and infused it with his spiritual consciousness, unveiling details about the tree demon. The Sangyuzi tree demon is a wood attribute spirit creature, bound by a blood contract that governs its actions, with control limited by the amount of blood infused into the contract. The tree demon requires a significant amount of the contractor's blood and nourishment from a spirit spring to advance. Following this were several secret techniques for controlling tree demons, each requiring blood for activation. Lastly, the jade slip contained an important reminder. As Li Xiu and the tree demon share a blood contract, he must sacrifice his own blood to nourish the bond on each full moon, effectively feeding the little tree demon. Reading these few lines left Li Xiu bewildered. He had not anticipated that the tree demon was a parasitic creature that fed on blood and was quite precious. If it were to perish, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. No wonder that federal rogue was so eager to sell it. Did he not fear the backlash of the blood contract? Confused, Li Xiu shook his head and opened the jade box, revealing the little tree demon, resembling a doll, with its eyes half closed, seemingly wishing to continue its slumber. Sensing the little demon's consciousness, he gently extracted it, murmuring, "It's time to go. I shall find you a new home. The little tree demon awoke suddenly, its face expressing a child's reluctance to wake, emitting sounds akin to a baby's wail. He retrieved a storage bag from his inventory and a talisman array for entering the monster map space. After repeated use, the talisman cloth array showed signs of wear, and he feared it might break. He placed several low-grade spirit stones in the box, packed the newly acquired tree demon, and included the Mo Ling Wusuo and fire toad corpses. Activating the array, Li Xiu's spiritual consciousness entered the monster map space. Releasing the wooden box from his inventory, he shattered it to free the little tree demon and the two corpses. The little tree demon looked around with curiosity, spotting a yellow orb of light. In its perception, Li Xiu's yellow orb of consciousness was interwoven with a series of green, unknown runes, evoking a sense of familiarity and annoyance within the little demon. It instinctively felt that as long as it continued to drink, it could dominate the green runes within the yellow orb of consciousness, exploring its unfamiliar surroundings. The little tree demon's roots instinctively moved towards a corner of the map space, where a blue right-angled triangular body of water lay. The little tree demon cautiously ventured into the water, which appeared bottomless. However, it floated on the surface like a piece of driftwood, its roots absorbing moisture as it joyfully swam back and forth in the water. Meanwhile, Li Xiu's yellow orb of consciousness transported the Mo Ling Wusuo and fire toad corpses into a nearby graveyard. Soon, the runic stone pillars of the two graveyards began to produce the corpses of the Mo Ling Wusuo and fire toad. Li Xiu then made his way to the Fountain of Life, where the fatigue of his yellow orb of consciousness quickly dissipated, leaving him feeling inexplicably refreshed. Each time he entered this map space, he experienced a peculiar phenomenon. His spiritual consciousness grew weary when it was absent from his body, and merely entering the map space within his sea of consciousness was already exhausting. He pondered the implications of his consciousness entirely leaving his body. Fortunately, the Fountain of Life restored him, preventing any damage from fatigue. Once revitalized, Li Xiu floated towards the graveyard buildings. Among the three grave structures, one contained a roasted chicken. The chicken produced by the runic stone pillars remained glistening and showed no signs of decay. Li Xiu surmised that the corpses created by the graveyard maintained their original state upon entry. The corpses of the Mo Ling Wusuo and fire toad had been produced, and Li Xiu's consciousness quickly gathered the two types of corpses. Ha ha, I am prosperous. From this day forth, I shall be a wholesaler of spirit ink. He rejoiced, circling the two graveyards and collecting the growing number of corpses of the Mo Ling Wusuo and fire toad. Sensing that the time was right, Li Xiu approached the little tree demon. You shall reside here. I will see if I can establish contact with you from outside. If you feel my message, just nod. He communicated to the little tree demon. The blood contract was indeed remarkable, as it forged a connection between Li Xiu's consciousness and the little tree demon. The little demon seemed to comprehend, giving a slight nod with its branch-like head. Li Xiu returned to gather the produced corpses of the Mo Ling Wusuo and fire toad. Soon after, his yellow orb of consciousness exited the map space. With the spiritual energy in the spirit stones depleted, Li Xiu stood up. Chapter 25. The spirit ranking list. The fabric of the soul-absorbing array had become somewhat wrinkled, its edges frayed and unraveling, while the spiritual runes had faded to the point of nearly being unrecognizable. Li Xiu was genuinely at a loss. If the runes of this soul-absorbing formation were to be entirely expended, how would he enter the Beastmaster's map space? However, based on Li Xiu's observations in the market over the past few days, crafting such a formation did not seem overly complex. Should the soul-absorbing array become severely damaged, he could easily expend some spirit stones to hire someone for repairs. For the moment, Li Xiu set aside his concerns about the array's condition, focusing instead on attuning to the Beastmaster's map space and attempting to communicate with the little tree spirit within. Initially startled, the tree spirit in the water of the map space began to search for Li Xiu's yellow orb of consciousness, but found nothing. Li Xiu, however, was filled with excitement as he continued to tease the little tree spirit, who appeared bewildered and helpless, directing the tree spirit to perform acrobatics and crawl about. Li Xiu reveled in the amusement. Yet, he soon sensed an inexplicable wave of anxiety wash over him, akin to a foreboding that suggested a price must be paid. Halting the tree spirit's antics, Li Xiu rummaged through his storeroom, retrieving several porcelain vials. He then began to extract ink from the bodies of the ink spirits, using a small knife to puncture their ink sacs and squeeze out the viscous liquid. From a single ink spirit, he managed to extract less than the cap of a soda bottle's worth of ink, which astonishingly sold for 10 spirit stones. Li Xiu could not help but marvel at the exorbitant prices of items in the cultivation world. fortunately, endowed with extraordinary luck. He chuckled to himself as he continued to extract ink from the remaining ink spirits. After a while, he had squeezed out enough ink to fill a bowl, discarding the remains into a wooden basin. Next, Li Xiu retrieved the remains of fire toads, prying open their flesh to extract their blood in a similar manner. After an hour, he had collected a jar of fire toad blood and a bowl of spiritual ink. Mixing the two together, he sealed the jar, satisfied with his creation. Yet, he pondered how many spirit stones this simple concoction could fetch. Tidying up the remnants of the ink spirits and fire toads, Li Xiu stealthily made his way to the kitchen to procure some seasonings. He fashioned a rudimentary grilling rack using an iron plate atop a charcoal basin, preparing a delightful meal of grilled squid and frog legs. For several days, he feasted on the ink spirits and fire toads until his magical energy dwindled to half. Finally, he ventured back into Lulan Market with the spiritual ink safely stored in his backpack. Upon arriving at Lulan Market in the morning, Li Xiu observed a gathering of scattered cultivators at the foot of a grand archway. He scrutinized a bearded man selling spirit beasts, only to find the stall had transformed into a vendor for puppets. Upon inquiry, he learned that the bearded man had dismantled his stall the day after Li Xiu had signed a contract with the little tree spirit, alleviating his worries. Curiously, Li Xiu approached the archway. Towering behind the square, the grand arch was constructed of an unknown azure material, its surface polished to a mirror-like sheen. A massive azure screen adorned its front, displaying golden subtitles that rolled across, creating a magnificent spectacle. To Li Xiu's surprise, this grand arch was actually a display screen, a technological marvel of the cultivation world. The scrolling messages on the arch captured his attention, revealing that the various sects were actively recruiting disciples and collecting rare materials. Scattered cultivators congregated in small groups, discussing the information. Among them was a balding old man who appeared despondent. Li Xiu recognized him as the one who had purchased a wooden monkey puppet from him days prior. "Brother," Li Xiu called out to the old man. "You?" The old man seemed momentarily taken aback. "Did you forget the wooden monkey puppet you bought from me? Was it not to your liking?" Li Xiu asked with a smile. "Oh, your wooden monkey puppet is indeed quite good. Although the puppet's spirit core is damaged, its core remains intact," the old man commended. "Brother, I noticed you sighing while gazing at this archway. Is the information posted here not favorable?" Li Xiu inquired. "This archway? Given your courtesy, I shall call you young brother. You must be a newcomer to Lulan Market, correct?" The messages on this spirit ranking list are mainly recruitment notices from several nearby sects seeking labor disciples. Most of the tasks here either lead to certain doom or offer no compensation. Only a few involve collecting rare materials that might allow one to enter a prestigious sect. The old man replied with another sigh. "Could you please enlighten me further?" Li Xiu bowed respectfully. After glancing around, the old man pulled Li Xiu to a quieter corner. "Do you know the criteria that these major sects use to select their disciples?" he asked knowingly. "I do not." "It must be that one requires a triple spirit root qualification," Li Xiu speculated. "Of course, the qualifications of cultivators vary in quality, and a triple spirit root is the common standard amongst sects." The old man confirmed succinctly. "Brother, I stumbled into the cultivation world by chance after practicing an entry-level technique. Please, share your insights," Li Xiu earnestly requested, sensing the old man's reticence. "Very well. Since I feel a connection with you, I shall share my experiences navigating the cultivation world," the old man began. The minimum requirement for disciples recruited by major sects is that they must possess at least 3 spirit roots. Those with pseudo-spirit roots typically have ancestors among the sect's ranks. Otherwise, how could they gain entry? Moreover, major sects do not recruit disciples with 4 or 5 spirit roots. Many low-level tasks exist within the major sects, such as planting spiritual herbs, guarding herb gardens, and gathering materials, all of which are typically assigned to labor disciples. True disciples usually spend their time in secluded cultivation to enhance their powers. Labor disciples receive tasks from the sect and earn rewards upon completion. Most labor disciples are low-level cultivators with 4 or 5 spirit roots. Alas, even these mundane disciples of the sect are a legacy passed down from our ancestors, not positions suited for us, the unworthy wandering cultivators. The bald, old Taoist sighed. Li Xiu listened quietly, feeling as if he were a novice just beginning his journey, yearning to comprehend the intricacies of the cultivation world. The bald Taoist cleared his throat and continued. In every major sect, the cultivators are all of noble lineage. Even the dejected disciples with false spiritual roots are merely the younger relatives of the sect members. Where would they accept us, the backgroundless wanderers? The recruitment notices on the spirit ranking, aside from those seeking rare materials, are mostly low-level tasks that even the sect's own mundane disciples shun due to their perilous nature and lack of reward. Just look at the tasks on the spirit ranking. The Earth Lake Palace is recruiting cultivators to explore the Earth Lake. The lake stretches for millions of miles underground, and it is said that its deepest dark river leads to another continent, teeming with ferocious beasts of the Golden Core stage and above. The ancestors of Earth Lake Palace supposedly perished in that very dark river. What fool would dare to take on such a dangerous task? Furthermore, the Stone Puppet Sword sect is seeking 500 wandering cultivators for mining, but how many would truly emerge from the gray gold vein? The Stone Puppet Sword sect is one of the 3 major puppet art sects in the southern region. Do you think those high-level puppet souls within their stone puppets were acquired easily? The bald Taoist did not voice his further thoughts, yet Li Xiu understood. The Stone Puppet Sword sect must be exploiting the souls of these wandering cultivators. The very thought was chilling. Li Xiu then pointed to 2 pieces of information on the spirit ranking and inquired, what about 100 Forging Mountain and the spirit controlling sect? Their tasks shouldn't be too dangerous, right? The bald Taoist's eyes widened in immediate anger. If it's not dangerous, how could we wandering cultivators survive? The tasks from 100 Forging Mountain have been issued for over 3 years. Though they are not perilous, merely constructing a fire pill chamber for several major sects, 100 Forging Mountain would never accept us wandering cultivators. To my knowledge, in these 3 years, only a mere handful of wandering cultivators caught their eye, and even then, it was due to their exceptional spiritual roots or remarkable refining skills. The rest, employed by 100 Forging Mountain, merely earn a meager income of spirit stones, a pittance compared to the arduous labor they endure, akin to common laborers among mortals. As for the spirit-controlling sect's notice, very few dare to enter anymore. Years ago, rumors spread about their method of hatching spirit insects. And do you know what that involves? What? Li Xiu asked, perplexed. It requires the blood from your own body. The spirit insect eggs are implanted within you, hatching through your own essence. By the time the spirit insects emerge, you'll be left as nothing but a skeletal remnant. The bald Taoist pointed at Li Xiu's chest. Is it truly that cruel? Li Xiu could hardly believe it. Cruel? My dear brother, in my youth, I was once a dashing figure, known in the mortal realm as the Pear Blossom Scholar. Alas, it was because I became a test subject for the Danyang sect's recruitment on the spirit ranking. I merely tasted a new pill designed to enhance spiritual power, and overnight, my thick black hair vanished. My poor junior, eager for achievement, consumed a pill to enhance his power only to lose all his hair, then foolishly tried another to stabilize his foundation and died within 3 days from overheating. Alas, the bald Taoist sighed deeply. Li Xiu raised his head, noticing a circle of wandering cultivators had gathered around him and the bald Taoist, all listening intently to the secrets of the immortal sects being revealed. Ahem, everyone disperse. The bald Taoist glanced at a distant law enforcement cultivator, relieved that he had not noticed them, and hurriedly clasped his fists in farewell. Li Xiu and the gathered wandering cultivators also departed from the spirit ranking. The stalls in the marketplace were bustling with wandering cultivators, and many groups of cultivators were frequenting the area. The streets of the marketplace were alive with business, vibrant and thriving. At that moment, Li Xiu stood before a 2-story building adorned with a plaque reading Spirit Treasure Pavilion, holding a jar of his homemade simple spirit ink. Earlier, while hawking his ink in the marketplace, he had been stopped by a patrolling law enforcement cultivator who demanded to see his stall permit. Li Xiu had no such permit, and after a stern lecture, the cultivator warned him not to repeat his offense. He could either barter with other stall owners or exchange his spirit ink for spirit stones at designated locations. But he could not set up a stall for selling without permission. After inquiring with several vendors about the shops selling spirit ink and their prices, Li Xiu arrived at the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. As soon as he entered, 2 beautiful women welcomed him inside. The main hall of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion was exceedingly spacious. Li Xiu estimated its area to exceed 200 square meters. The hall was furnished with tables, chairs, and tea sets, while the areas for selling talismans were limited, resembling a bank lobby from Li Xiu's past life, with staff attending to customers at the windows. Esteemed senior, are you here to purchase talismans? Asked the tall woman in a green dress who had led Li Xiu in. I would like to take a look first. Li Xiu replied as he gazed into the hall. If you don't mind, may I introduce the various areas selling talismans in the Spirit Treasure Pavilion? The green-dressed woman proposed respectfully. I suppose that would be fine. Li Xiu agreed somewhat awkwardly. Chapter 27. Spirit Treasure Pavilion. The hall featured several partitioned areas, each displaying various talismans, radiating brilliance akin to the showcases of a mobile phone store from Li Xiu's previous life. But here, the displays were adorned with talismans instead. The green-dressed woman walked ahead, Introducing each section to Li Xiu. Please take a look, esteemed senior. In the area marked Bing, we sell talismans of initial to mid-grade quality. The talismans here include the Fire Cloud Talisman, Diamond Talisman, Rejuvenation Talisman, Flesh Regeneration Talisman, Chain Fire Talisman, Chain Thunder Talisman, Ice Spike Talisman, Great Fireball Talisman, Soul Tethering Talisman, Minor Messaging Talisman, and various initial low-grade talismans. Every talisman displayed here is available. Li Xiu gazed at the array of talismans, filled with envy. However, upon glancing at the prices beneath the displays, his expression instantly fell. Each purchase required a minimum of 10 talismans. With the cheapest Fireball Talisman priced at 60 Spirit Stones per set, popular initial mid-grade talismans like the Diamond Talisman, Chain Thunder Talisman, and Flesh Regeneration Talisman were priced at over 200 Spirit Stones per set. These prices far exceeded what Li Xiu had learned from vendors outside. After examining each talisman sample, he followed the green-dressed woman to the next area. Please take a look, esteemed senior. This is the area, selling high-grade initial talismans and low-grade mid-tier talismans. Behold, this is the Golden Light Talisman, its power rivaling that of a foundational spirit sword strike. This is the Rain Summoning Talisman, capable of nurturing half an acre of spirit field. The green-dressed woman introduced each talisman, while Li Xiu awkwardly offered praise. Good. Very good. Excellent talismans. She then led Li Xiu to the job partition. Esteemed senior, this area of the pavilion sells the treasures of talismans. These are the exclusive creations of the Jade Talisman Palace. The talisman is a unique artifact, meticulously crafted by the esteemed elders of the Jade Talisman Palace during their nascent soul stage. Its power rivals that of a full-force strike from a foundational stage cultivator. Remarkably, any cultivator who has entered the Qi refining stage can wield this talisman with ease, making it an unparalleled choice for combat and self-defense. Behold, this is the golden talisman fashioned from the Mountain Transcending Seal. This one is the Golden Ring Talisman derived from the Blue Gold Ring. This talisman is the Black Blade Talisman, created from the blood-defeating blade. Li Xiu gazed upon them with envy, noting that the prices beneath the talismans were equally substantial. The woman in the green skirt further elaborated on the various talismans and benefits available in the talisman building, gesturing towards the staircase leading to the second floor. Furthermore, esteemed sir, you may ascend to the second floor of this establishment, where you can customize even more advanced talismans. There, you will be attended to by elders of the Golden Course stage. Ah, thank you. I wish to inquire whether your esteemed establishment would be interested in purchasing talismans or the spiritual ink used for crafting them that I might possess. After listening to the saleswoman for so long, Li Xiu felt somewhat embarrassed and hurried to the point. Ah, if you wish to sell talismans and spiritual materials to our establishment, they must first undergo our appraisal. The grade and completeness of the talismans will be evaluated. As for the spiritual ink, its attributes and grade must be tested, along with ensuring its purity and lack of impurities. The woman in the green skirt remained unfazed by Li Xiu's lack of purchases, maintaining her expression as she meticulously listed the requirements for acquiring talismans and spiritual ink. Esteemed sir, please follow me. I shall guide you to the place where spiritual ink is appraised. The woman in the green skirt led Li Xiu into the back hall of the talisman building. He followed closely, cradling a jar, and noticed that the back hall was exceptionally spacious. Cultivators occasionally exited from the various rooms within, while others awaited their turn to enter. As they proceeded, they arrived at a side hall marked with a plaque inscribed with the words spiritual ink. The woman introduced Li Xiu into the hall. Old Jean, this esteemed sir wishes to sell the spiritual ink he possesses. Could you take a look? Inside the hall sat an elderly scholar, exuding an air of erudition. He glanced up to appraise Li Xiu. What attribute does the spiritual ink you wish to sell possess? Old Jean inquired. It should be of the fire attribute. I made it using the blood of a fire toad. Li Xiu replied after a moment of thought. Did you add star-gathering grass juice? Old Jean probed. Star-gathering grass? No. Does spiritual ink require the addition of spiritual herb juice? Li Xiu was somewhat bewildered. What about sulfur stone powder? This? No. And blood sand clay? Was it added? With each question from Old Jean, Li Xiu found himself stumbling. I only added a bit of ink from the ink spirit Wusua. After speaking, he opened the jar. Old Jean picked up a slender bamboo dipper from the table. Without rising, he deftly maneuvered the bamboo like a fishing rod, dipping it precisely into the jar of spiritual ink. With a gentle lift, he controlled the dipper to return before him, and with a flick of his wrist, several droplets of spiritual ink fell onto the inkstone before him. The droplets shimmered a dark red hue, exuding a faint fragrance, and seemed to radiate a spiritual aura. The ink from the Wusua is indeed pure. Alas, The use of low-grade fire toad blood limits it to crafting only low-tier fire attribute talismans. For this jar of fire toad spiritual ink, I shall offer you 160 spirit stones. Old Jean reached for a talisman brush hanging nearby. Employing his magical power to swiftly draw a low-tier fireball talisman, Li Xiu watched in exhilaration. With just a drop of ink, a talisman was created. How many talismans could he craft with the ink in his jar? How many spirit stones could those talismans fetch? The more he pondered, the more excited he became, to the point where he didn't even notice old Jean calling for a young attendant to fetch the spirit stones. "Esteemed sir, here are your spirit stones," chirped the youthful attendant as he presented a tray with the stones to Li Xiu. "Old Jean, what spell does this talisman represent? How might one learn to draw such talismans?" Li Xiu inquired. "Hee, young friend, perhaps it would be wiser to devote your thoughts to cultivation. This old man has spent 40 years honing the art of talisman crafting to reach this level of proficiency. Alas, it is a pity that my cultivation aptitude is lacking, and I have been burdened by the path of talismans, making it impossible for me to reach the foundational stage. As my time draws near, this art of talisman crafting shall be buried alongside me." Old Jean lamented with a sorrowful smile. "Old Jean, is it truly so difficult for cultivators with poor aptitude to achieve the foundational stage?" Li Xiu asked again. "When you reach the pinnacle of qi refining, you will understand. If one's spiritual roots are mixed, even with a foundational pill in hand, the chances of success are less than 1 in 10. Alas, for cultivators with mixed spiritual roots, ascending to the foundational stage is as challenging as reaching the heavens." Old Jean sighed mournfully. After conversing with Old Jean for a while longer, Li Xiu departed from the talisman building, making his way towards the marketplace stalls. Chapter 28. Talismans and limitations. As he walked through the marketplace, Li Xiu sought out stalls selling talismans to inquire. Blank talisman paper sold for 7 to 8 spirit stones per stack, consisting of 100 sheets. During promotional events, one could acquire over 200 sheets for the same price. The prices of talisman brushes varied significantly. Affordable brushes could be found for a mere 10 or 20 spirit stones, while more expensive ones could exceed 100 spirit stones, with the most extravagant brushes priced at over 200 spirit stones. At one stall, Li Xiu spotted a talisman brush made from the hair of a golden monkey, priced at 400 spirit stones, specifically designed for crafting gold attribute talismans. The variety of spiritual inks available for talisman crafting was equally diverse and intricate. Upon examining the prices of these inks, Li Xiu realized that even a small jar of spiritual ink like the one he had sold was far less valuable than some of the porcelain jars filled with talisman ink, which were priced higher than his own. Most talisman inks were crafted from the blood of various spiritual beasts. The diverse attributes of these spiritual beast blood necessitated that the creators specify the types and attributes of the blood, enabling tailored crafting. High-quality spiritual inks required superior materials, resulting in more advanced talismans that commanded higher prices, far beyond the capabilities of Li Xiu's jar, which could only produce low-tier fireball talismans. Crafting talismans is indeed an expensive endeavor. Aside from brushes and blank talisman paper, the spiritual ink is the most costly material. Fortunately, Li Xiu's graveyard continuously generates corpses, alleviating his need for spiritual ink. With such favorable conditions, Li Xiu was determined to delve into the realm of talismans. Even if his talent fell short and he could not become a talisman master, he could occasionally act as a wholesaler of spiritual ink, earning spirit stones for purchasing pills and techniques without drawing attention. After perusing the stalls for a while, Li Xiu stopped at a small vendor selling talisman brushes. After inquiring about the prices, he settled on a fire attribute brush priced at 50 spirit stones. Following some haggling with the vendor, he purchased the lower-grade Firefox hairbrush for 20 spirit stones. Next, he visited the stall that sold blank talisman paper, where he spent over 80 spirit stones to acquire a substantial quantity of low-tier blank talisman paper. The vendor was left bewildered, thinking Li Xiu intended to resell the blank talismans at a markup elsewhere. After completing his purchase of the blank talismans, Li Xiu approached the stall of a middle-aged woman selling books. After some negotiation, he acquired 3 paper books: Fireball Talisman, Firewall Talisman, and Compendium of Low-Tier Talismans. The total for the 3 books was a mere 50 spirit stones, an excellent bargain. With just over a dozen spirit stones remaining, Li Xiu could enter the beast map space twice more. During these 2 opportunities, he could extract more Mo Ling Wu Suo and Fire Toad corpses. If he could concoct spirit ink within the map space, would it not be more advantageous for Li Xiu to retrieve the spirit ink directly with a jar? He had already devised a plan. After all, there was a little tree demon bound by contract within the map space. He could put it to work. In the future, He would teach it to draw talismans. There would be no idle hands in his space. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Li Xiu returned to the Qin Manor just in time to see the family carriage arriving home. Out of the carriage stepped 3 women and a man, chatting and laughing animatedly. Li Xiu, adorned in a light green gown, wore a smile as radiant as a peach blossom. Li Xiu noticed that her eyes were fixed on the charming and accomplished young master of the Qin family. As the young master and his 3 companions moved away, the servants led the carriage away, and Li Xiu followed suit back into the manor. While walking towards the storeroom, Li Xiu called out to him, "Li Xiu, this is a snack I brought back from Rui Pavilion. It's still warm, so hurry and eat." Unwrapping the oil paper, Li Xiu tasted the snack, finding it reminiscent of mooncakes from his past life. I mentioned our situation to the young master, and he agreed to set up a pharmacy for you. With his support, you can open another apothecary, Li Xiu said with a sense of relief. No need. I have long since lost interest in being a resident doctor. Running a pharmacy means waking up early and staying late, consulting and brewing medicine. How can that compare to being a storehouse manager, living leisurely? How can you be so unambitious? How can you build a family and career in the storeroom? Which girl would want to marry someone like you? After enduring such scolding, Li Xiu returned to his own storeroom. He took out a large stack of blank talismans and 3 books about talisman drawing, gathering brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. He began to copy from the book titled Fireball Talisman. However, as he followed the chaotic sketches in the book, he became frustrated and tossed it aside. There seemed to be no pattern, no coherent connection like in circuit diagrams. The talismans made no sense at all. Glancing at the other 2 talisman books, his mind was filled with incomprehensible symbols. Regretting spending nearly 150 spirit stones, he pondered whether he could have bought a vitality pill instead, which might have helped him break through to the 4th level of Qi refinement with the 7 Ghosts soul-devouring technique. Faced with the art of talismans, Li Xiu felt like a primary school student in a university lecture, completely lost. For several days, he remained in his storeroom studying the way of talismans, surrounded by chaotic sketches on rice paper. After attempting twice to infuse his drawn talismans with spiritual power, he failed each time, wasting the little power he had left. Setting aside the talisman books, he realized he had exhausted all his spiritual energy, and the 7 ghost-headed daggers were already outside. He dared not place these crucial items in his storage bag. Should he lose his spiritual power unexpectedly, it would be problematic to regain it. Removing his shirt, he sprinkled heavenly hemp powder on some of his wounds. Enduring the dual agony of body and spirit, he drove the 7 ghost-headed daggers into his flesh. Chanting the incantation, a ghostly aura enveloped him as the daggers fervently absorbed his spirit energy. Operating the 3rd level of the Lu Jin technique, Li Xiu's withered meridians gradually infused with spiritual power. Yet, when he attempted to push through his meridians, the result was the same as before. The power infused by the 7 Ghosts soul-devouring technique was insufficient to fully saturate the meridians of the 3rd level of Lu Jin. Half an hour later, Li Xiu removed the daggers from his body, bandaged his wounds, and sighed as he stood up. Cultivating immortality is truly not a skill meant for mortals. His frustration mounted as he realized the limitations of the 7 Ghosts soul-devouring technique, nearly breaking his spirit. Chapter 29. The night of the full moon, Li Xiu assessed his condition. His spiritual power was relatively full, yet the meridians of the 3rd level of the Lu Jin technique remained unfilled, resembling half a barrel of water. Gazing at the tome of spells in his hand, he understood that spiritual power was hard-earned and should not be squandered. He was reluctant to practice spells carelessly. Within his storage bag lay half a stalk of Huangjing mushroom, prompting him to consider concocting the Huang Sui Dan. However, lacking spiritual roots, even if he consumed a multitude of Huang Sui Dan during his cultivation, it would merely fill his Lu Jin technique to its 3rd level. And then what? Even without using his own spells, the power within his body would gradually dissipate. Having expended a considerable sum on rare medicinal materials only to experience a fleeting boost in power, without spiritual roots, he could not replenish his power through meditation, leaving him feeling as if his cultivation was in vain. What was to be done? Was his immortal journey destined to end before it even began? The need for spiritual power to learn spells, craft talismans, and even access his storage bag weighed heavily on him. While the limitations of the 7 Ghosts soul-devouring technique kept him shackled at the 3rd level of Lu Jin, making him hesitant to utilize any power. After several days of frustration, Li Xiu found no solution. That night, the full moon hung high in the sky. As the hour of midnight passed, an inexplicable dread gripped him. His heart raced, his complexion paled, and his spiritual power began to slip from his control. What is happening to me? Is it cardiac arrest? Arrhythmia? This isn't Earth. It shouldn't be like this. Li Xiu leaned against the bed, clutching his chest in agony. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He hurriedly immersed his consciousness into the map space. At that moment, the little tree demon in the corner of the map space had already left the triangular water area. Perhaps sensing the impending sacrifice, it rooted itself on the shore, awaiting the return from the blood-soul contract. Every full moon, during the transition of the hour, one's blood must be used to refine the blood-soul contract spirit. Li Xiu recalled from the words inscribed on the jade box and jade slip of the little tree demon. The feeling of heart palpitations intensified, and Li Xiu struggled to rise from the bed. With great difficulty, he controlled his spiritual power to retrieve the soul-snatching formation from his storage bag. Placing spirit stones within it and pulling out the jade box containing the little tree demon, stowing it in his backpack, he quickly recited the incantation for calming the mind, plunging himself into a daze. In the form of a yellow orb of consciousness, Li Xiu rushed into the map space, swiftly recovering his weary essence beside the fountain of life before drifting to the little tree demon's side. Get up, get up. We need to go out. It's a full moon. It's time for your blood infusion. Just drink less. Don't treat my blood like a beverage. Releasing the jade box, Li Xiu urged the little tree demon, now rooted by the shore, to enter it. To his dismay, the little tree demon could not fit inside. It had outgrown the size of the jade box. Damn it! The yellow orb of consciousness trembled. Green runes began to increase and envelop it, and a profound pain surged through his soul, the green runes branding his consciousness like a seal. Get out! Bleed into the jade box. The yellow orb of consciousness silently screamed in agony. Anxiously, Li Xiu's yellow orb of consciousness retreated from the beast map space. This was the first time Li Xiu exited the map space while the spirit stones of the possession array remained unspent. His consciousness floated in the air, while his body sat cross-legged atop the possession formation. What was this? A soul detachment. Li Xiu's body and spirit were separated, and he distinctly sensed corrosive forces dissolving his yellow orb of consciousness. The yellow orb anxiously searched the room for something to contain the little tree demon's blood box. What to do? What to do? He must return to his body to bleed. The piercing pain in his soul consciousness intensified, compelling Li Xiu's consciousness to return to his body, retrieve the small knife from his storage pouch, and bleed himself. Then, with a box of fresh blood, he would re-enter the map space to feed the little tree demon. Completing this series of actions was an exasperating ordeal, and there was no guarantee that one box of blood would suffice. If it did not suffice, Li Xiu would have to repeat the entire procedure. His consciousness was already tinged with anxiety as he endeavored to re-enter his body. Gazing upon his physical form, which remained motionless, cross-legged on the array, he suddenly conceived a bold and reckless idea. Upon the birth of this thought, Li Xiu's consciousness quivered with excitement. However, he needed to verify the most crucial aspect of this audacious notion. His consciousness excitedly sensed the map space once more. Indeed, it was not situated by his body, but rather sensed that the monster map space resided within his consciousness. My soul can enter the map space, and the map space can enter my soul. What a curious phenomenon. No matter, let me see if my idea can be realized. Li Xiu's yellow orb of consciousness rushed towards his body, directly entering it and settling between his brows, deep within his purple palace. After a brief interval, Li Xiu's physical form opened its eyes atop the possession array. The agonizing sensation surged anew, and in desperation, he stripped off his clothing. Feeling his body on the verge of collapse, limbs weak, and covered in layers of cold sweat, he managed to retrieve a few spirit stones, replacing those on the array. Once seated again upon the possession formation, Li Xiu's lips had turned pale, and he struggled to articulate his incantations. The calming spell must succeed. Yet, his incantations faltered repeatedly, and despite his anxiety, he could not achieve tranquility. In a moment of desperation, Li Xiu shouted with his consciousness at the little tree demon within the monster map space. Hold on, you ungrateful creature. I will bleed for you, so you can drink your fill. The little tree demon, initially engrossed in its secret technique, was startled awake by this call from the depths of his soul, opening its eyes and scanning for the yellow orb's presence. However, it merely shook its head and closed its eyes once more. At that moment, Li Xiu felt a slight alleviation of the crushing sensation in his chest, prompting him to hastily recite the incantation and activate the possession array. Chapter 30. The replication of bodies. The piercing sensation surged once more, yet this time, Li Xiu had already entered the map space. The yellow orb of consciousness floated beside the little tree demon, casting the blood box at its feet. You little rascal, you've certainly grown plump, leeching off my family. Haven't you? Just wait, I will provide you with blood. If this tactic works, I will drown you in blood. reflecting on the sensation of just having exited his body. He once again withdrew from the map space. The yellow orb of consciousness beheld his own pale body and thought, "Please do not fail me now. For heaven's sake." The yellow orb of consciousness directly stored his body in the backpack compartment. Sensing the map space within his consciousness, the yellow orb vanished from sight. The possession array's fabric suddenly shimmered with a faint glow, and the runes upon it ignited, burning through the array's fabric. The array was rendered useless, leaving a gaping hole, effectively nullifying the means that had once granted Li Xiu an advantage. Li Xiu's consciousness entered the map space, instructing a servant monk to create another graveyard while he leaned against the fountain of life to recuperate from his fatigue. The newly constructed graveyard was completed swiftly, and Li Xiu's consciousness struggled towards it. The little tree demon's secret technique was quite overpowering, pushing Li Xiu's consciousness to its limits. He cast his body onto the altar of the graveyard, anxiously awaiting the result. Soon, the first body appeared, followed by the second, third, fourth, and fifth. Li Xiu approached and scrutinized these bodies, finding no discernible difference among them. The yellow orb of consciousness collected the 5 bodies into the backpack compartment and placed them beside the little tree demon. Initially intending to enter one of these bodies, Li Xiu hesitated, realizing that without the possession array, he could become trapped within the body indefinitely, potentially imprisoned in the map space for eternity. Moreover, he was uncertain whether these manufactured bodies would function properly. He must not act recklessly. Think it through. Think it through. Li Xiu's consciousness reminded himself earnestly. Observing the little tree demon before him, Li Xiu's anger flared. "Hey, you little rascal, it's time to eat," he shouted at the little tree demon, which had been engrossed in its secret technique. The little tree demon's eyes shot open, startled to find 5 corpses near the trees. "Ha! You wanted blood, didn't you? Use your branches to pierce them. Drink as much as you like. If that's not enough, there's more over there." "Damn it," Li Xiu cursed, the frustration that had built up from the little tree demon's earlier antics dissipating. The little tree demon extended its branch towards one of Li Xiu's bodies, inserting the slender twig into the eyes, ears, mouth, and nostrils. Blood gushed forth from the punctured face, creating a gruesome sight. Gradually, the little tree demon absorbed the blood, and nearly half an hour passed before it finally withdrew its branch, sated. "How can one body's blood suffice? Drink more, you glutton," Li Xiu's consciousness scolded. Having satisfied its thirst, the little tree demon cast a disdainful glance at Li Xiu's consciousness, uprooting itself and diving back into the triangular water region. Li Xiu's consciousness cursed once more as he turned to the blood-drained body, which lay lifeless, its face marred by wounds streaming with blood. Unable to bear the sight of his body lying there, he gathered it and the other 4 bodies into the backpack compartment. Just as he intended to find a resting place for his corpses, Li Xiu's consciousness caught sight of the goblin shop beside the fountain of life. The 2 goblin shops, resembling pavilions, were completely empty, and Li Xiu's consciousness understood that no purchases could be made there. However, while he could not buy anything, surely the goblin shops could still sell items, couldn't they? With a sense of curiosity, Li Xiu's consciousness drifted to the goblin shop. Using the cursor in his backpack, he tossed a bleeding corpse into the store, and golden letters reading 2 appeared above it. The number of coins displayed on the map increased from 45,286 to 45,288. Incredible. It truly can be sold for money. Li Xiu's consciousness was overwhelmed with excitement. He then threw a pristine body from his backpack into the goblin shop, and the golden numbers above changed to 11. His intact body was worth 11 coins in this Warcraft map space. Could other items be sold as well? It seemed that this Warcraft map space, which had come with him, held many secrets yet to be uncovered. Li Xiu took a moment to collect his thoughts. He initially intended to experiment with selling other items, but suddenly remembered that his time spent in this map space seemed to exceed previous visits. He quickly floated towards the graveyard where he had created his body. He collected 5 newly made bodies into his backpack, placing his original body in a separate slot, and tossed another recently collected body into the altar of the graveyard to ensure its continuous production of his bodies. After a while, 5 more of his bodies were generated beneath the 5 rune stone pillars in the graveyard. Seeing no unusual traits in these new bodies, Li Xiu stored them in his backpack. It was only then that he exited the map space. Li Xiu's yellow orb of consciousness appeared in the storeroom where he resided. Glancing at the symbol array below, wisps of blue smoke floated from the charred holes around it. My soul replacement array. Li Xiu felt immense regret. Observing the 13 fabricated bodies in the left backpack slot and his original body in the right, he decisively abandoned the idea of experimenting with those 13 bodies. Releasing his own body from the backpack, Li Xiu's consciousness dove into the purple center of his mind. In a daze, he opened his eyes. Immediately, he grabbed the symbol array to inspect it. The gaping holes were large enough to fit his head. Surely it could be repaired? Gazing repetitively at the soul replacement array, Li Xiu despondently reassured himself. Dressed, he rummaged through his storage bag. After a thorough search, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Aside from some useless books and jade slips, a symbol brush, and a pile of blank talismans, all he had left were 2 spirit stones. Without the soul replacement array, he could not separate his soul, making it impossible to acquire spirit ink, let alone earn spirit stones. In that moment, Li Xiu realized he had become a pauper once more, and a destitute one at that. Chapter 31. Poverty-stricken, regaining his composure. Li Xiu placed the items around him into his storage bag. With the exorbitant prices in the Lulan market, he pondered what he could possibly do with his 2 spirit stones. Repairing the soul replacement array would undoubtedly require a great deal of spirit stones, and with no resources, no skills, and limited cultivation, only knowing the Heavenly Eye technique and the calming technique, what could he do to earn spirit stones? He was truly destitute. When his magical energy dissipated, the only option left would be to use the 7 Ghosts soul-devouring technique to regain a meager amount of magical power. Fortunately, he had dealt with the blood-sucking creature in his map space, and the little tree spirit had ceased its mischief, which brought him some solace. Sighing, Li Xiu recalled the 13 bodies still in his backpack. Approaching the bed, he retrieved one of his bodies and placed it on the mattress. Look at me, clean and quite handsome. Just admire these biceps, this six-pack. My dear brother, I've put you through so much over the years. If only I could find a wife. Li Xiu mused to himself as he retracted his body. Lying down, he quickly drifted into a deep sleep and had a pleasant dream. He dreamt of his former girlfriend from his past life. She was nestled in his arms, playfully teasing him. Darling, you were amazing today. What? We? Li Xiu jolted awake from a nightmare. Daylight flooded in, and it was already past the 2nd hour of the morning. The servants had finished breakfast and gone off to work. Li Xiu went to the kitchen to find some leftover food, barely satisfying his hunger. Upon returning to the storeroom, he noticed several pawnbrokers unloading goods inside. The Qin family's pawnshop had taken in a large pile of forfeited items, marking the 2nd time Li Xiu had overseen the storage of goods since managing the Qin family storeroom. After all, the Qin family had shown him kindness. The damaged wooden monkey puppet he had retrieved last time had been exchanged for spirit stones. He wondered what other treasures might be among the newly received forfeited items. Li Xiu returned to the storeroom to fetch the ledger, meticulously counting each item as the pawnbrokers placed slips of pawn tickets on his desk for him to record. If the forfeited items were jewelry, antiques, or paintings, the Qin family pawnshop would sell them directly. The items brought to the Qin family storeroom were typically old and worthless trinkets that no one desired and simply took up space. Forfeited item, a cracked red sandalwood chair. Storage room for the Xin category. Li Xiu recorded the details on the pawn ticket. A young assistant carried the red sandalwood chair into the far left storeroom. Forfeited item, a copper kettle. Storage room for the Qin category. Li Xiu logged it, and the assistant took the kettle into the storeroom. Forfeited item, a set of prisoner chains. Storage room for the C category. Li Xiu noted it down, as this time, for assistants struggled to unload a heavy iron block from the cart, which bore a long iron chain with shackles. Little Li, let's leave this outside. It's just too heavy. One of them exclaimed. This item takes up the most space. Then set it aside. How could your pawnshop even accept such a thing? Li Xiu inquired, intrigued. These chains, they say, are used to capture yellow bears. The beast arena in the southern city was recently raided, and it said the ferocious beasts were set free. The head of the arena and his entire family were slaughtered. It said that it was the former slaves who fought the beasts in the arena who did it. The 4 assistants chattered excitedly about the bloody incident at the beast arena, their voices drowning out even Li Xiu's notes. Half an hour later, the 4 assistants left the storeroom, leading an empty cart away. Once they departed, Li Xiu resumed examining the old forfeited items. This time, his luck was not as favorable. He found no items pertaining to the cultivation world. Placing the ledger on his desk, Li Xiu's gaze fell upon the prisoner chains that the assistants had left aside. This iron block was as large as a millstone, with a chain measuring a yard in length, securely forged to the iron block. And the front end featured a shackle for locking wild beasts. Li Xiu stood up to test the weight of the iron block. It wasn't too heavy. About 100 pounds or so. However, he recalled that he had practiced the golden flowing technique and the yuan shield technique, while the assistants had struggled mightily to carry it here. This iron block must weigh 600 to 700 pounds at the very least. With the yuan shield technique flowing from his body, he had mastered the 7th layer, generating inner strength from the outside. He felt a tinge of longing. How wonderful it would be if the Yuan shield technique were a cultivation method. Unbeknownst to Li Xiu, the rapid progress of his Yuan Zhaojing was attributed to the auxiliary power of the Lu Jing technique. The internal energy of Yuan Zhaojing permeated his body without traversing the meridians. Moreover, as he lacked a spiritual root, the energy from the Lu Jing technique dissipated, ensuring no conflict arose between the internal and spiritual forces during the dispersal of Yuan Zhaojing. Such an unprecedented scenario allowed Li Xiu to master this supreme technique of both internal and external cultivation in a remarkably short span of time. Although Li Xiu was a novice in the realm of cultivation, his internal and external power had already reached the pinnacle of martial prowess. He coiled a 10-foot-long chain around a block of iron and, with the energy of Yuan Zhaojing gathered in his arms, cradled the iron disc into the storage room. Another day of leisurely practice ensued. Li Xiu occasionally attempted to grasp the elusive art of talismans while spending most of his time contemplating how to enter the map space. The following day, Li Xiu arrived early at Lulan Square. He entered a shop named Zinkafeng, carrying a damaged talisman array. Zinkafeng specialized in selling formation arrays. And upon explaining his intent and producing the array in need of repair, the shopkeeper scrutinized it carefully. "Friend, the damage to this soul departure array is far too severe. It truly lacks the necessity for repair. We can sell you a superior soul departure disc at a most reasonable price." The shopkeeper enthusiastically promoted. "A soul departure disc? Can it indeed allow for the separation of the soul from the body?" Li Xiu inquired, realizing for the first time that the array for soul possession was called the soul departure array. "Indeed. Our soul departure array is recognized in Lulan Square as the finest aid for cultivating dark techniques. Even for those practicing ghostly arts, it proves exceptionally effective." The shopkeeper's gaze appraised Li Xiu from head to toe. Chapter 32. The Art of Ghostly Techniques. Ghostly Techniques? This was the first time Li Xiu had heard such a term in his novice cultivation journey. "Haha, it seems your elders have not divulged the truth to you. Well, I will sell you the soul departure disc for 350 spirit stones. This is considerably cheaper than other shops." The shopkeeper chuckled. 350? Li Xiu's heart sank at that moment. He possessed merely 2 spirit stones and a pile of blank talisman paper, along with several scarcely sought-after cultivation manuals. "How many books must I transcribe to afford 350 spirit stones? Even if I could write them, who would buy them? I might not even earn enough to cover the booth fee." Li Xiu felt a wave of distress. Despite his discomfort, he yearned to understand what ghostly techniques entailed. "Shopkeeper, might you elucidate the nature of this ghostly art?" Li Xiu bowed respectfully. "It's quite simple. Ordinary cultivators absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, refining their powers through the dantian and meridians. However, ghostly practitioners often have their physical forms destroyed or are nearing the end of their lives, resorting to the ghostly path out of necessity. The primordial spirit exits the body, and without the nourishment of the physical form, it is gradually eroded by the world's yang energy. If there exists supreme yang energy, there must also be the utmost yin energy. Ghostly practitioners utilize this yin and malevolent energy to cultivate ghostly bodies or even the bodies of the deceased. Regrettably, the path of ghostly cultivation is fraught with difficulty, and few high-level ghostly practitioners are known to exist. Moreover, if a ghostly body perishes, they lose all chance of reincarnation, facing a grim fate. Of course, not all who purchase the soul departure disc aim to transition to ghostly techniques. Practitioners with dark spiritual roots may also utilize it to absorb yin energy during their cultivation. Here at my shop, several practitioners purchase a soul departure disc each year, most of whom do not practice ghostly arts, but are cultivators of dark spiritual roots or wandering cultivators seeking new forms. The shopkeeper paused, leaving his words hanging in the air for Li Xiu to ponder. Li Xiu understood the implication in the shopkeeper's discourse, yet it bore no relevance to him. Where might one learn the techniques of ghostly cultivation? Can ordinary souls cultivate ghostly arts? He inquired further. Perhaps those dark sects that control souls and spirits possess complete ghostly techniques. In truth, most sects have some foundational methods of ghostly cultivation. When disciples travel and encounter formidable foes that destroy their physical forms or inflict grievous injuries, they may resort to ghostly techniques to transfer their souls. As for ordinary souls cultivating ghostly techniques, unless a living soul temporarily acquires some power and is a vengeful spirit unafraid of the encroaching yin energy, it is nearly impossible. Ordinary souls are of a yellow hue. Without the protection of power, they cannot even recall their identity. For an ordinary soul to tread the path of ghosts, it is exceedingly difficult. The shopkeeper, growing weary, returned to the counter, sipping tea and awaiting Li Xiu's decision. Li Xiu's thoughts lingered on the path of ghostly techniques. The yellow hue of ordinary souls echoed his own yellow orb of a soul, indicating that his journey in cultivation was not solely limited by his spiritual roots, but also by the constraints on his soul. Thank you, shopkeeper, for enlightening me. I will contemplate the purchase of the soul departure disc further. Li Xiu expressed his gratitude once more before departing Zhangkefeng. Watching Li Xiu's retreating figure, the shopkeeper sighed. The path of cultivation is arduous. How many have yet to embark upon it only to become vessels for others? Li Xiu wandered aimlessly through the market. His scant 2 spirit stones could scarcely procure anything. He had just inquired at the Yujin Pavilion about ghostly techniques, only to find none. However, dark spiritual root techniques were available, albeit at exorbitant prices. His storage bag contained nothing but books and useless jade slips, while one compartment housed 13 bodies of his own, and another held a wooden box containing all his possessions. Without the soul departure array, he could not enter the monster map space, leaving Li Xiu utterly helpless. He felt impoverished and destitute. As he returned, his thoughts grew increasingly disheartened. Even if I could enter the map space, what would it matter? Without a spiritual root, I cannot even master the 4th layer of the Lu Jin technique. Li Xiu slowly made his way back to the Qin residence, entering his humble storage room and collapsing onto his bed, tossing and turning in distress. Without spirit stones, he could not purchase the soul departure array, and ghostly techniques might only be available within the major sects. To have the ability to separate his soul at will, he would need to join a sect and learn such techniques. A cacophony of voices approached, growing nearer. A group of Qin family elders and guards arrived at the door of his storage room. Several of the elders donned sturdy attire, wielding weapons, and a few elderly individuals clearly exuded the aura of accomplished martial artists. Xiaoxi, summoned Dr. Li, commanded a robust elderly man with white hair and a cane. Yes, I will fetch him at once, replied the steward, Han Laoxi, as he pushed open the door. Li Xiu, are you there? Han Laoxi called as he entered. Uncle Han, I'm here. Li Xiu rose from his bed and hurried to greet Han Laoxi. Trouble has arisen. Li Xiu, come quickly. Han Laoxi grasped Li Xiu's arm and pulled him outside. Uncle Han, please don't rush. What on earth has happened? Li Xiu asked in a comforting tone. Those from the Qing snake gang whom you killed in Qingzhou have come for you, Han Laoxi exclaimed anxiously, the elder at the forefront outside the storeroom. Having overheard the conversation between Han Laoxi and Li Xiu, called out loudly, Dr. Li, my Qin family took you in with good intentions. Yet it seems you have connections with the Qinglong gang. For grievances, there are origins, and debts have their owners. Dr. Li, you are to come with us to the main headquarters of the Qinglong gang to exchange for our young master. Upon finishing his statement, the robust elder gestured, and several armed warriors beside him brandished their weapons, ready to storm into the storeroom. At that moment, Li Xiu had already exited the storeroom alongside Han Laoxi, only to find himself encircled by several warriors. Han Laoxi anxiously rushed to kneel before the robust elder, crying out, Uncle Qin, please calm your anger. Li Xiu only killed those from the Qing snake gang by mistake while trying to save Xiener's father. I have yet to hold you accountable for harboring criminals. Yet you plead for this troublemaker? The elder retorted. Take him away. Once our young master is returned, we shall deal with him. 2 warriors stepped forward to apprehend Han Laoxi, while Li Xiu, who was surrounded, forcefully pushed aside the 2 blocking his path. The warriors, expecting to capture him easily, were taken aback as Li Xiu's strength surged forth, akin to a mighty hammer, sending them tumbling to the ground. At that moment, Li Xiu's power was overwhelming. Like a giant among children, commanding the attention of all present, he approached the robust elder and helped Han Laoxi to his feet. The skilled martial artists present quickly recognized Li Xiu's prowess, noting that despite his youth, he possessed extraordinary external skills. What on earth is happening? Li Xiu demanded, his voice sharp as he addressed the robust elder. Chapter 33. The Calamity of the Elixirs. A day prior, within the most prestigious jade shop in Yunqing. Young Master Qin, these jade pendants are crafted from the finest warm sun jade. If you desire, I can engrave the names of several young ladies upon them, which would indeed be of great significance. The owner personally attended to young Master Qin, a scion of a prominent family in Yunqing. Haha. Exquisite jade paired with beautiful maidens, truly splendid. Young Master Qin chuckled. Please, old Master Gu, engrave their names. Miss Pinglan, you may call me Pinger. The girl in the apricot skirt interjected eagerly. Let us engrave the character Ping. The character Ping connotes floating duckweed, which is rather undesirable. How about we engrave Shenlan Xingping instead? Ping signifies roots, implying prosperity and good fortune. Pinger glanced at young Master Qin, awaiting his decision. Haha, let it be Shenlan Xingping. Young Master Qin waved his fan. Old Master Gu's craftsmanship was exquisite, and soon the warm sun jade pendant was beautifully engraved. My nickname is Lianer. My full name is Qin. How about Fu Rui Qing Lian? It carries the connotation of fortune and integrity. Old Master Gu suggested. Excellent, excellent. Fortune and integrity. Young Master Qin, being from an official family, found the words fitting to his heart's desire. In no time, the second pendant was completed. Sister Siener, you go next. The girl in the azure skirt pushed Lu Siener forward. I am Lu Siener. Oh, Lu Siener, let me ponder for a moment. Old Master Gu gazed at Lu Siener with a momentary daze. Old Master Gu, Old Master Gu. Young Master Qin's fan opened before Old Master Gu, obscuring his line of sight. Ah, Young Master Qin, please forgive me. I am truly lacking in talent and have run out of words. Old Master Gu bowed in apology. How about you, Tricien? Young Master Qin suggested with his fan. Young Master, your literary talent is truly remarkable. I am humbled. Old Master Gu hastily engraved the characters on the jade pendant. Once the last pendant was inscribed with 4 characters. Young Master Qin and the 4 beauties exited the jade shop. Returning to the inner chamber, Old Master Gu opened a drawer and retrieved 3 scrolls. Unrolling one, he revealed a lifelike portrait of Lu Siener. He called over his most trusted assistant, instructing, follow discreetly behind Young Master Qin. Simply find out where they go. I will head to the main headquarters. 2 hours later, Young Master Qin led the 4 beauties into a private room at the drunken Immortal Tower. After another half hour, a middle-aged man clad in white, with a stern demeanor, entered the tower, accompanied by a group of individuals in green. Young Master Qin was enjoying a delightful meal with the 4 beauties when the door to the room was pushed open. The middle-aged man in white immediately spotted Lu Siener seated on the left. Young Master Qin, I apologize. The lady Lu Siener at your table has some grievances with our gang that need to be resolved. I must ask you not to interfere. Yuan Tanjun, I have no past with your Qinglong gang, so why do you come to provoke me? Young Master Qin stood up, protectively shielding Lu Siener behind him. The ladies also rose, with Ping and Lian drawing their short swords in defense against the green-clad individuals. Seeing that matters could not be resolved peacefully, Lu Siener stepped forward. Addressing Young Master Qin, Young Master, the leader of the Qing Snake Gang, she wants to forcibly take me as a concubine. My father refused, and they killed him. I escaped here with Li Xiu. This matter has nothing to do with the Qin residents. I appreciate your kindness these days. You all should leave. Siener, do not speak such words. As a dignified man, how can I turn a blind eye to your peril? Even if the leader of the Qinglong gang were here, he cannot harm you in the slightest. Young Master Qin drew his soft sword, pointing it directly at the Qinglong gang members. Yuan Tanjun merely chuckled coldly. Young Master Qin, you misunderstand. We of the Qinglong gang are not villains. If Miss Lu Siener can recommend Dr. Li to join our Qinglong gang, we will treat him with utmost courtesy. I have reported to Master L to send someone to capture Shi and his associates from Qingzhou City. You can take personal vengeance for your father then. Skinning and disemboweling are what those scoundrels deserve. But where is Dr. Li now? Please, Miss Lu Siener, make the introduction. Li Xiu has already left. I do not know where he has gone. Lu Siener replied. Yet, suggesting Li Xiu join the Qinglong gang was not that simple. She did not want them to find him. Unbeknownst to Lu Siener, the Qinglong gang would indeed treat Li Xiu well. Perhaps even inviting him as a distinguished guest in a soft confinement. The reason being that jar of Huang Sui Dan medicine mud. On the day Li Xiu hastily left Chunqiao Hall, a bit of the medicinal mud was touched by the Qing Snake Gang's leader, resulting in a significant enhancement of his internal power. He brought this jar to the hands of the Qing Snake Gang's leader, Jinxiang Shi Wang Shao. After tasting the remaining medicinal mud, his internal strength also surged significantly. The leader of the Qing Snake Gang instructed everyone to keep it discreet, secretly crafting portraits of Lu's father and daughter, personally bringing the images to inform his 2 senior brothers, the leader of the Qinglong Gang, Jinxiang Long El Mu, and the leader of the Qingjiao Gang, Huangxiang Jiao Yufeng. They made imprints of the images of Li Xiu and Lu's father and daughter, secretly searching within the 3 gangs. Should they find Li Xiu and obtain the formula for the divine elixir, the strength of the 3 gangs would exponentially increase, allowing them to overpower opposing forces. You heard it. Li Xiu is not in Yunqing, so why not leave quickly? Young Master Qin once again positioned himself in front of Lu Siener. I implore you, Miss Lu Siener, to tell the truth and spare me the difficulty. Yuan Tanjun signaled to his men, surrounding Young Master Qin and the ladies. The robust elder turned to Li Xiu. Dr. Li, you possess remarkable strength at such a young age. I am truly impressed. However, my young master and several maidservants are still held captive at the Qinglong Gang's headquarters. and they have specifically called for you in exchange for our young master. This concerns my Qin family's patriarch. I have no choice but to offend." After speaking, the robust elder looked at those beside him. "Seize him." The robust elder shook the dragon-headed cane in his hand and commanded. Behind him, an elderly man with a mix of black and white hair stepped forward, wielding a judge's pen that pointed directly at Li Xiu's chest. Li Xiu did not flinch or evade the old man's judge's pen, which struck his Tanzhong acupoint, but a layer of protective energy enveloped him, nullifying the attack. With a swift motion, Li Xiu grasped the judge's pen at his chest, applying pressure with his thumb, bending the pen with ease. The elder, having felt his arm go numb from the impact of Li Xiu's protective energy, was unable to maintain his grip on the judge's pen as it was bent by Li Xiu's immense strength. With a clang, Li Xiu tossed the bent pen to the ground. To withstand the elder's pinpoint strike and scathe, and to seize and bend the elder's weapon clearly indicated Li Xiu's remarkable prowess. Leaving the onlookers in shock, "Wait for me to retrieve something, and then I shall accompany you to the headquarters of the Qinglong gang to negotiate for your young master," Li Xiu declared as he stepped into the storeroom. Chapter 34. Qinglong gang. Li Xiu directly opened the door to the storeroom, securing all his possessions in a storage bag and placing a pair of chains, as large as a millstone, into the backpack compartment. Exiting the storeroom, he found the Qin family waiting outside, and he strode ahead, the martial artists of the Qin family parting to create a path for him. "Dr. Li, this is a letter from the Qinglong gang received by the Qin residents today. Yesterday, the young master and several attendants were kidnapped. They claim that if you join the Qinglong gang, the young master and the women will be returned to the Qin residents unharmed." The robust elder presented a letter to Li Xiu. Li Xiu quickly read the letter, feeling a strange sense of unease. "Why does the Qinglong gang want me to join?" He pondered. "No matter. With my protective energy, none can stop me from leaving. First, I must rescue Xiener." He resolved. "I am going to the Qinglong gang to retrieve your young master and will not burden the Qin family. Should I later join the Qinglong gang and by some fortune become the leader, I shall repay the Qin family for their kindness. The Qin family must also take care of Uncle Han and ensure he suffers no grievances. If that were to happen, I would be the first to turn against the Qin family." Li Xiu threatened as he walked, his intent palpable. The robust elder chose not to argue with Li Xiu, prioritizing the rescue of the young master. After half an hour of brisk walking, they arrived at the entrance of a two-story building in the west of the city. The Qinglong gang members who had been monitoring the Qin residents had followed Li Xiu's group closely, and several had already informed the higher-ups of the gang. Upon their arrival, the Qinglong gang members had prepared a banquet inside. A group of men in blue garments emerged from the building, led by Yuan, the leader of the Qinglong gang. "Ha! Dr. Li, you have finally arrived. These past months have been quite challenging for our members. Please, come inside. The leader has prepared a feast to welcome you, and tonight, we shall drink to our heart's content." Yuan spoke animatedly, not sparing a glance at the Qin family as he continued to exchange pleasantries with Li Xiu. "I have many companions. Do not neglect my friends," Li Xiu remarked, gesturing to the Qin family members behind him. Yuan then led Li Xiu and the Qin family into the building. Inside, they entered a hall the size of a basketball court, filled with Qinglong gang members standing on either side. At the front, 3 grand chairs were occupied by 3 vigorous middle-aged men, the leaders of the 3 gangs. 2 rows of individuals in white stood at their feet, and Yuan joined them among the ranks of white-clad figures. At this moment, Lu Mu, the leader of the Qinglong gang, rose from his seat and stepped forward to greet Li Xiu's group. The 2 men seated behind him also stood to follow suit. Li Xiu observed the 3 gang leaders. The foremost, Lu Mu, moved with the grace of the wind, his figure strong and agile, resembling a walking steel whip, exuding both strength and resilience. With a fair complexion and light beard, his eyes sparkled with intensity, a stark contrast to his otherwise scholarly demeanor. Lu Mu wore a simple brown garment, a treasured sword slung at his waist, and a red-black cloak that billowed as if caught in a breeze, creating a striking presence. "Dr. Li, your esteemed presence graces us today. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Allow me to introduce you to my fellow brothers in the gang," Lu Mu said, clasping his hands in respect. "These 2 beside me are the vice leaders of the gang and my fellow disciples. This is Foam, the whirling spear, and this is Xiao, the thunderous serpent." The 2 vice leaders returned the greeting with a bow. Li Xiu also acknowledged them with a bow and spoke directly. "Leader Lu has summoned me here to invite me to join your esteemed gang. I accept. I must inquire, where are Lu Xiener and the young master of the Qin family?" "Ah, Dr. Li is indeed a forthright individual. Bring them out," Lu Mu commanded. Shortly thereafter, the young master of the Qin family and 3 female companions were brought into the hall, though Li Xiu was notably absent. The young master bore some bruises, and his companions appeared disheveled. Upon seeing their own, the young master and his companions joined the Qin family members, their hearts relieved now that the young master was unharmed, and they wished to leave immediately. What is the meaning of this, Leader Liu? Where is Li Xiu? Li Xiu demanded. Dr. Li, please do not be anxious. Come with me, Lu Mu urged, leading Li Xiu to a side chamber. The robust elder of the Qin family scolded the young master, instructing that he be returned to the Qin residence, and after apologizing to Yuan, he departed with the Qin family. In the side chamber, Lu Mu and his two disciples accompanied Li Xiu. Dr. Li, let me be straightforward. If you teach us how to concoct the elixir you made at the Spring Herb Hall, we will immediately release Miss Lu and even assist her in avenging her father. The actions of Steward Shi from Qingzhou were a violation of our gang's rules, and we shall not pursue it any further. Furthermore, you are welcome to peruse our collection of martial arts literature at your leisure. How does that sound? Realizing that the trouble began with the elixir he had concocted, Li Xiu understood the Qinglong gang's courteous demeanor. However, he needed to rescue Li Xiu first and then negotiate with them. The formula for the elixir was inconsequential. As Yutong had mentioned, it was suitable for those below the 4th level of qi cultivation and could be taken by ordinary people, enhancing a martial artist's internal energy. If Lu Mu truly offered access to all martial arts manuals collected by the Qinglong gang, Li Xiu felt it would be a significant gain. Perhaps while teaching the concoction methods, he might even acquire a batch of the elixir for himself. After some contemplation, Li Xiu, with a hint of anger, replied, I want to see Li Xiu first. If she is not present, all discussions are off. Certainly. However, when we brought Miss Lu back yesterday, she unexpectedly fell into a deep unconsciousness, as if she had a pre-existing condition. In a guest room within the Qinglong gang, a middle-aged woman was tending to Li Xiu, who lay on the bed. Madam Yu, has the girl awakened? Lu Mu inquired. Not yet. Her pulse is steady. I have tried many methods, but she remains unresponsive. Madam Yu replied softly. Oh, let me introduce you. This is Dr. Li from Qingcheng. The beautiful woman, Madam Yu, offered a slight bow to Li Xiu. Laughing, LV Mu remarked, Yunyang is the host I assist. Her medical skills are extraordinary. If Dr. Li is interested, he may exchange insights on medical practices with her. Indeed. However, I must ask everyone to step outside for a moment. I need to attend to Miss Li Xiu alone, Li Xiu stated. Gazing at Li Xiu resting upon the bed, ushering the members of the Qinglong gang out. After they departed, Li Xiu sat beside Li Xiu, gently checking her pulse, which was remarkably steady. His anxious heart finally found solace. Chapter 35. The soul token. Li Xiu's consciousness swept beyond the confines of the room, confirming that the members of the Qinglong gang were not surveilling him. He recalled that Li Xiu seemed to possess a dark jade pendant resembling a jade slip. Gradually, he extracted the black pendant from her chest, though it was firmly wedged. Shaking his head, he sighed. Oh pendant, this is truly not my fault. You are trapped, and I merely wish to rescue you. With that, he exerted a bit more force, freeing the pendant. Brother, are we truly going to show this young lad the martial arts manuals we've collected over the years? Those are treasures of the martial world. We cannot let them be disseminated. Yufeng stated within a secluded room to LV Mu. LV Mu chuckled with disdain. Rest assured, junior brother, once we acquire that prescription, the three of us can completely master the Qinglin technique. Aside from our Qinglin spear technique, any martial arts manual is of little worth. Do we truly care about those manuals? Furthermore, we can present him with our collection of low-tier martial arts manuals, as well as those esoteric yet misleading ones that lead to madness upon practice. We have nothing to fear regarding their dissemination. Ha ha ha. Brother, you are indeed wise. I shall prepare a room for him to access the manuals. Wang Xiao laughed heartily. With this, we shall essentially acquire divine pills and elixirs for free, right? Certainly. Ha ha ha. Li Xiu pressed the pendant against his forehead, inhaling the lingering fragrance of Li Xiu. A strand of consciousness delved into the pendant. As it brushed against the surface, no information akin to a jade slip was revealed. Moreover, this pitch-black object seemed akin to a spirit we'd cultivated over countless years, lacking any jade-like properties. Shaking his head, he returned it to its original place. Just as Li Xiu's consciousness swept over the pendant, within it, a space the size of a zhang contained two floating green orbs of light, one large and one small. The smaller orb resembled a ping-pong ball, absorbing the wisps of green emanating from the larger orb. Within the larger orb, a form resembling a humanoid emerged, complete with limbs and distinct facial features, bearing a striking resemblance to Li Xiu. Mother, what was that just now? The smaller green orb inquired. That was a cultivator probing the soul token with their consciousness. The one beside you, Li Xiu, is a cultivator. The larger orb replied with disdain. Humph, just like your wretched father, he is a shameless opportunist. If I were to regain my full power, I would flay him alive and extract his soul. Had it not been for your deceased father constantly wearing the soul token, we mother and daughter would have met long ago. We would not have been subjected to the threats of mere mortals. Mother, why did you leave me back then? How wonderful it would have been if our family had remained together. Lucien-'s green soul lamented. I was gravely injured and on the verge of death. I should have perished, but on my way, I encountered your father, that shameless old man. Though he saved me, he took advantage of my vulnerable state. And little did I know he was still a virgin. I barely managed to give birth to you with the essence of that wretched man. However, after your birth, my corporeal form began to rapidly decay, forcing me to leave a letter and the soul token to dissipate my power. My soul lies within, waiting for our bloodlines to merge. The larger soul recounted the events. Hurry and absorb the soul energy as I taught you. And once I escape and return to the sect to submit that task, we can exchange it for the ultimate divine skill. Should the divine skill be perfected, my suffering in the mortal realm would not have been in vain. Li Xiu awaited Lucien-'s awakening, her pulse steady, not reflecting any signs of faintness. A day later, Lucien continued to be cared for by Yunyang. Meanwhile, Li Xiu noted the herbs required for the Huang Sui Dan and instructed the Qinglong gang to procure them abundantly. With assistance in purchasing the herbs for free, he felt he had struck a lucrative deal. That afternoon, the gang leader Wang Xiao escorted Li Xiu to the newly arranged manual room. Dr. Li, please. Here lies the complete collection of martial arts manuals, scriptures, and notable accounts we have gathered. Wang Xiao gestured invitingly. Excellent. Li Xiu stepped into the manual room first. It was impeccably clean, with brand new wooden shelves exuding the scent of sandalwood. The manuals were neatly arranged, numbering in the hundreds. Pugilistic techniques, weaponry, movement techniques, inner strength, healing, poisons, miscellaneous, geography, and secrets were organized across 9 shelves. At the back, numerous divine weapons were meticulously displayed, free of dust. This place is truly as pristine as new. Li Xiu marveled. Our gang has always treasured these books, and daily cleaning is conducted. Wang Xiao remarked, just as Li Xiu picked up a manual titled Bear Palm. Upon opening the bear palm, a cloud of dust nearly made Li Xiu cough. Is this what you call daily cleaning? He internally scoffed. As he examined the manual, he discovered it detailed a technique capable of leaving 28 palm prints on an opponent, specifically targeting the liver, gallbladder, chest, and lungs. It was stated that when mastered, this technique could shatter an opponent's organs, causing them to vomit bile. Setting it aside, he noticed another manual entitled Dragon Subduing 18 Legs, but the subsequent words were obscured, igniting his excitement to retrieve it. Dragon Subduing 18 Legs was entirely different from what he had imagined. He had anticipated a grand palm technique, but instead found it to be a leg technique. As he carefully examined the Dragon Subduing 18 Legs, he noted its advice to avoid using legs too readily in combat to prevent revealing any weaknesses. If you don't use your legs, how can you call it 18 legs? Li Xiu mused internally. Further along, the manual described a technique where only the knee would strike, leaving the lower leg stationary to confuse the opponent. After a series of 18 feints, the opponent would be caught off guard and unable to defend. At that moment, Wang Xiao noticed Li Xiu with the Dragon Subduing 18 Legs and approached, saying, Dr. Li, do you wish to cultivate this manual? This foot technique pairs excellently with a certain movement technique. Once you master that, your leg technique will be like a tiger with wings. Allow me to fetch it. Wang Xiao rummaged through the movement technique shelf for some time before finally locating a manual titled Earth Guarding Golden Skill. This movement technique allows one to grip the ground with both hands, and at its peak mastery, even 4 or 5 individuals would be unable to lift you off the ground, making climbing trees and mountains a breeze. It was indeed the perfect companion for the Dragon Subduing 18 Legs. Li Xiu envisioned himself mastering these 2 manuals and thought of Ouyang Feng. Is this truly what one would call a manual? The martial arts of the world are indeed unreliable. Chapter 36. True Flame 100 Solutions. Li Xiu perused the martial arts section, only to find that the techniques here lacked any profound manuals. He then shifted his focus to the weaponry section in search of weapon manuals suitable for his use. Despite the abundance of sword and blade techniques, most merely consisted of common martial artists' ordinary moves. There are several sword techniques that require the coordination of internal energy, and Li Xiu set them aside. After a lengthy examination, he found the collection of weapons manuals to be a hodgepodge of quality, with some being exceptionally poor. He stumbled upon an absurd manual entitled The Sword Technique of Ignoring Heaven. Li Xiu had expected a formidable swordplay, only to discover that the manual contained merely a single sword move, raising the sword horizontally to point at the enemy. The brilliance of this technique lies in the fact that while the sword remains stationary, the practitioner is in constant motion. During practice, one would insert the sword into a tree or suspend it with a rope, allowing the practitioner to maneuver around it, ensuring that the sword always points at the adversary. Upon inspecting the shelf of internal cultivation texts, Li Xiu found only a few books, and upon reviewing their contents, he dismissed them entirely. The quality of the internal techniques was irrelevant. The convoluted pathways of the meridians were not something he dared to practice. Should the techniques clash with the Yuan Zhao and Lu Jin energies, he would find himself in grave trouble. The Yuan Zhao energy disperses into the body without conflicting with Lu Jin, and while cultivating Yuan Zhao, Li Xiu's own magical power dissipates due to the absence of spiritual roots, thus avoiding conflict. However, if he were to cultivate other internal energies, the situation could become precarious. Li Xiu's attention then turned to the tomes on healing and poison, where he discovered several medical texts that piqued his interest, which he set aside. At the shelf dedicated to movement techniques, he found another manual, namely the golden skill of defending the earth. If Li Xiu were to categorize this manual, it would belong in the claw technique section of martial arts, as its numerous stances necessitate finger strength in conjunction with the positioning of the body, leading to its classification as a movement technique rather than a claw technique. The geography shelf detailed various regions within the Yin Kingdom and the distribution of its major factions. Naturally, the locations of these factions are subject to frequent changes, as they are perpetually engaged in conflict. Li Xiu noted several sects whose influence far surpassed that of the Qinglong gang. He then perused the miscellaneous shelf, which contained an overwhelming number of books, comprising nearly half of the entire collection. Among the assorted texts were biographies, historical accounts, tales of heroic figures, teachings of great scholars, divination, carpentry guides, and various fantastical narratives. After flipping through numerous volumes without finding anything of worth, he encountered increasingly ludicrous titles such as The 100-Day Journey of Ascending to Immortality, The Enigmatic Fairy, Achieving Enlightenment in Dreams, The True Flames Compendium, and a collection of ghostly tales. When Li Xiu reached the True Flames Compendium, his interest was immediately piqued. It described every conceivable flame in the world, using highly exaggerated language that portrayed flames as capable of forging all things. The compendium suggested that even the smallest spark was a divine blessing. Li Xiu was particularly drawn to this book because it mentioned a specific term, golden flame stone. This stone was noted on the spirit ranking list of Lulan Square. Whoever possessed the golden flame stone could enter the ancient flame sect as an inner disciple. Li Xiu carefully perused the contents of the book. The text categorized flames into 5 types: heaven, earth, humanity, demons, and ghosts. Heavenly fire is exceedingly rare, while earthly fire surges like an ocean. Human fire is foundational for cultivators, while demon fire resides within beasts. Ghostly fire refines the spirits of the dead. The book provided a brief overview of these 5 categories, alongside various flames, their rankings, and characteristics. The sun's essence fire ranks first among heavenly fires, representing the ultimate yang flame. The moon's true fire ranks second, epitomizing the ultimate yin flame. The sulfurous flame ranks first among earthly fires, emanating from the earth's core. The golden flame stone fire ranks 13th among earthly fires, a rare and precious flame. The 9 yang blazing fire ranks first among human fires, characterized by its blinding brightness. And cultivators with this fire have a natural affinity for it, living no more than 300 years. The black ice flame ranks 3rd among human fires, a cold fire born from cultivators of the black ice body after establishing their foundation. The azure blue ice fire ranks 9th, a cold fire inherent to cultivators of the cold soul body. The flame phoenix demon fire ranks 1st among demon fires, being exceedingly rare among the phoenix kin. The iron fire ant flame ranks 18th among demon fires, a fire that cannot be controlled by anyone except the ant queen. The flame toad's fiery fire ranks 113th among demon fires, suitable for refining elixirs. The 3 Inbone fire is grayish-white, like the moon, classified as ghost fire, while the nightshade corpse fire is dark gold. Li Xiu skimmed through the book, which primarily focused on the extraordinary flames of the cultivation world. Towards the end, it detailed how to utilize various flames to refine corresponding materials. To his surprise, the final pages contained recipes for 3 types of alchemical furnaces, along with alternative materials needed for their construction. The required materials were detailed as meticulously as a chemistry lab report. The method for crafting the alchemical furnace involves a technique known as the flame control art. By controlling the flames, One can melt various materials into a liquid state and shape them using spiritual perception. It seemed remarkably simple. However, the book concluded by stating that this method necessitated the use of divine flames ranked on the true flame list, as ordinary flames could not refine exceptionally hard materials. Li Xiu remained silent as he glanced at Wang Xiao, who was dozing in a chair after their exhaustive search through the books. Having exhausted himself alongside Li Xiu, he had chosen to rest, unconcerned with Li Xiu's exploration of the manuals, knowing there was little of significance in the room. Initially, he had expected to unearth manuals of martial prowess, but was unexpectedly rewarded with a remarkable tome from the cultivation world. How fortunate he was. Yet, he pondered why the members of the Qinglong gang had not discovered this book on cultivators. A glance at the myriad of other arcane tomes on the shelf provided him with the answer. Indeed, it was a case of mixing pearls with fish eyes. How the Qinglong gang had procured such a tome was a mystery, but nestled among the disparate items, no one would perceive the True Flames compendium as a treasure. Li Xiu silently gathered the medical texts, the poison manuals, the golden skill of defending the earth, and several sword manuals, placing them atop the True Flames compendium. He carried the collection and dropped it onto the table where Wang Xiao was sleeping. Have you finished, Dr. Li? Let me see, Wang Xiao exclaimed, flipping through the sword manuals and the golden skill of defending the earth, barely skimming through the medical texts before pushing the stack back towards Li Xiu. Dr. Li has truly discerned the gems among the rubble. These manuals represent our gang's finest martial arts. I hereby congratulate you in advance on your impending mastery. Wang Xiao laughed heartily, as if he had just heard the funniest joke. Chapter 37. Departure. Li Xiu exited the manual room, books in hand. His greatest acquisition was undoubtedly the True Flames compendium, which not only introduced the flames of the cultivation world, but also included the flame control art and recipes for 3 types of alchemical furnaces. Upon returning to his quarters, he neatly arranged the books, placing the True Flames compendium into his storage bag. Over the past few days, Li Xiu's understanding of the cultivation world had transformed from that of a novice into a burgeoning adept. He recognized the immense value of these alchemical recipes, akin to chemical equations. In the realm of cultivation, the recipes for alchemy and weapon forging are as invaluable as proprietary knowledge in a past life. Li Xiu once contemplated selling these precious secrets for spirit stones, yet he feared that parting with such high-caliber items might incite the envy of others. Although he possessed formidable inner strength in the presence of true cultivators, his abilities in the Eye of Heaven and spirit calming technique were akin to those of an ordinary person, utterly defenseless. After much deliberation, Li Xiu resolved not to sell the precious formulas unless absolutely necessary. Li Xiu regained consciousness on the 3rd night after her fainting spell. She was informed of the transaction between the Qinglong gang and Li Xiu. The group, led by Steward, she was imprisoned within the Qinglong gang's dungeon, and only Li Xiu was permitted to exact her revenge. The Qinglong gang had their own motives. Could a seemingly fragile woman truly muster the resolve to kill for vengeance? However, that very night, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Li Xiu wielded a dagger and extracted the hearts of Steward Shi and his companions, leaving a scene of horror that struck terror into the hearts of those who entered the dungeon the following day. The chamber resembled hell itself, filled with lifeless bodies that seemed to be offering sacrifices to fearsome spirits, their eyes forever open. In the ensuing month, the Qinglong gang pooled their resources to search for the ingredients listed in the recipe for the Huang Sui Dan provided by Li Xiu. Li Xiu also requested the gang to collect inks and wood and the fangs of blood-sucking bats. He sought out several craftsmen to create the ghostly heads for the 7 Ghosts dagger. While gathering the necessary materials went relatively smoothly, Li Xiu was taken aback to discover that Huang Jingji was unavailable in Yunzhu City. Fortunately, the Qinglong gang had branches in various locations, and the main ingredient, Huang Jingji, could still be found in a remote town. A month later, the Qinglong gang had amassed enough materials to concoct 3 portions of Huang Sui Dan, along with a 20-year-old Huang Jingji. Although this specimen was slightly inferior to the one Li Xiu had previously acquired, it was still usable. Li Xiu meticulously packaged 1 portion of the ingredients, grinding the remaining 2 into powder. During the alchemical process, he guided Yunyang from the Qinglong gang through each critical step. After successfully forming the Dan, Li Xiu took nearly 1/3 of the Huang Sui Dan and also collected the leftover materials, nearly inciting a rift between him and the 3 gang leaders. However, their apprehension regarding any undisclosed secrets Li Xiu might possess forced them to concede and allow him to leave with the materials. The 3 leaders of the Qinglong gang retreated to seclusion to refine their respective portions of the Dan, while Li Xiu escorted Li Xiu out of the Qinglong gang. He chose not to join the gang, residing instead in a quaint courtyard adorned with blooming plum blossoms, a gift from the Qinglong gang. They provided him with daily provisions, ostensibly out of kindness, but in truth, they feared he might escape. It was a command from the three leaders to keep Li Xiu from leaving Yunju City. During this time, the Qinglong gang endeavored to accommodate Li Xiu's requests. One day, he busied himself with several ghostly heads and a plethora of straps, belts, and copper buckles that he had requested from the craftsman. The ghostly heads were more exquisite than those made by Old Mu previously. Under the influence of the Qinglong gang's power, the craftsman dared not produce subpar work. This time, Li Xiu fashioned the blade of the ghostly dagger into acupuncture needles, devoid of handles, allowing him to wield them like acupuncture tools. Li Xiu also sought out a master blacksmith to forge several buckles, which could be integrated into the straps and belts. After inserting the ghostly needle into his shoulder and securing it with a buckle, it appeared as though the needle had grown from his flesh. This innovation alleviated his fear of stabbing himself, although he was uncertain of the needle's efficacy. He possessed over 100 ghostly heads the size of ping-pong balls, a substantial number of silver acupuncture needles, and numerous thin blades, enabling him to assemble multiple sets of the 7 Ghosts dagger at will. Upon leaving the Qinglong gang, Li Xiu returned to the Qin residence. She secluded herself in her room, engaging in unknown activities, even refusing visits from young Master Qin. Han Laosi noticed Li Xiu's peculiar behavior and sought out Li Xiu for counsel. Fortunately, when Li Xiu visited, Li Xiu seemed to sense his presence and emerged early. Although Li Xiu did not perceive anything amiss with her, he sensed an indescribable oddity about her. Days later, Li Xiu returned to her former self, frequently seen with young Master Qin, who had developed a fondness for her. Each time Li Xiu visited, he found her in cheerful conversation with young Master Qin, which brought him great discomfort. It was at this moment that Li Xiu contemplated leaving the area. The next day, he quietly bid farewell to Han Laosi and Li Xiu. With the words, "The vast sea allows fish to leap, the high sky grants birds the freedom to fly," Li Xiu left a note in his small courtyard and vanished without a trace. For a year following his departure, the Qinglong gang dispatched numerous personnel to search for Li Xiu throughout Yunju City and the surrounding regions, but to no avail. Only after the Qinglong gang acquired another Huang Jingji and Yunyang successfully concocted the Huang Sui Dan using the method Li Xiu had provided did they finally cease their search, realizing that his instructions were indeed accurate. In the lively Lu Lanfang market, Li Xiu gathered his belongings, including the large prisoner chain that remained in his pack. Although he had not engaged in combat with it against the Qinglong gang, he kept it as a final means of defense. Another compartment of his pack contained 13 of his own bodies, the fate of which he was still uncertain. His last 2 spirit stones had been spent, purchasing 2 slender bamboo stalks of an unknown variety. These bamboos, one end as fine as a needle and remarkably resilient, were hollow and leak-proof. After cleansing them with strong liquor and sharpening both ends, he bound them with sinew. Upon testing them as makeshift intravenous devices, he carefully stored them away. Li Xiu also packed his books in a storage bag, leaving him with a collection that included half a bottle of Huang Sui Dan, a large bundle of materials for concocting the Dan obtained from the Qinglong gang, the remaining half of a Huang Jingji, 7 ghostly daggers, several unused soul-binding talismans, a few fragments of secret techniques and maps, a talisman brush, and 2 stacks of blank talismans. Having recently practiced the 7 Ghosts soul-devouring technique, Li Xiu hesitated to attach the ghostly heads to his silver needles, fearing that any misstep might render them ineffective, especially since he lacked spiritual power. Therefore, he consumed a significant portion of the Huang Sui Dan to enhance his capabilities, only managing to fill a third of his golden elixir. Chapter 38. Joining a sect. Upon entering the market, Li Xiu inquired about purchasing medicinal pills. The half bottle of Huang Sui Dan he possessed could fetch 80 spirit stones. However, such low-tier pills, easily obtainable in the mundane world, were suitable only for practitioners at the 4th level of Qi refinement or below. Even cultivators with mixed spiritual roots could achieve that level with relative ease, rendering such pills practically worthless. Furthermore, the vendor discerned the Huang Sui Dan's 20-year-old Huang Jingji, indicating limited potency. The vendor, wearing an expression of anguish, sought to accept 30 spirit stones for the Huang Sui Dan, but was met with a refusal from Li Xiu. Confused, Li Xiu gazed at the bustling market, contemplating the exorbitant price of the soul separation array and the arduous difficulty of cultivating the gilded skills. He found himself at a loss, uncertain of his next course of action. The Spirit Ranking Board had just released several task notifications from various sections. The Wanqua Cave was set to open soon, inviting all cultivators to enter and collect essence souls. Each essence soul collected could be exchanged for 10 low-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, gathering a ghost face mushroom could yield 300 low-grade spirit stones. Those who registered now could also borrow the mid-tier artifact, the soul-capturing banner, from the Xian Pe sect for free. Supplies were limited and offered on a first-come, first-served basis. A group of scattered cultivators congregated beneath the spirit ranking board. Buzzing with conversation, Li Xiu edged closer, overhearing their lively discussions. How is it that the Wanqua Cave is opening so soon? I recall it last opened 40 years ago. It should take 70 to 80 years before it opens again, murmured a white-haired cultivator. Have you ever entered the Wanqua Cave? Inquired a sturdy man among the scattered cultivators, catching the old man's mutterings. Not exactly. I entered the outer cave with companions 40 years ago. We only gathered essence souls for 7 days and nights before leaving. At that time, it was relatively easy. However, 2 of my companions ventured to the edge of the inner cave, and we waited outside for 3 days without their return. I fear they have perished within the Wanqua Cave, sighed the old cultivator, shaking his head. Is there no danger in the outer region? If so, I shall register, shouted one of the cultivators. How many essence souls did you collect? The sturdy man pressed further. Hard to say, perhaps around 100. Unfortunately, we lacked the soul-capturing artifact and could only use soul-capturing talismans, one by one. Each of us ended up with only 30 or so essence souls. And that was after 2 people had already dropped out, the old cultivator lamented. 30 essence souls equates to over 300 spirit stones. If the outer region is safe, I would have gone already. Li Xiu observed as many of the scattered cultivators departed after hearing the old man's words, leaving only a few with eager expressions. He felt a surge of excitement, not because he wished to enter the Wanqua Cave, but because he realized he had stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity. Essence souls could be exchanged for spirit stones? How enlightening. Could the shadow souls in his spatial map also be traded for spirit stones? He calculated. A single attendant costs 75 gold coins. Converting shadow souls incurs no expense, and an attendant occupies 1 population slot. The Grand Cemetery has a limit of 5 population slots, and to create more attendants, he must bring the converted shadow souls out of the space. The spatial map held over 45,000 gold coins, enough to create 60 shadow souls, which would yield 600 spirit stones, a truly substantial profit. Yet, his elation was short-lived as a pang of frustration hit him. But how can I exchange for spirit stones if I cannot even access my spatial map? Li Xiu turned his attention back to the tasks on the spirit ranking board. The Stone Puppet Sword sect was recruiting 500 miscellaneous disciples, who would serve in the gray gold mine for 20 years, with the potential to become outer disciples if they performed well. Bai Duan Mountain sought 200 scattered cultivators of Qi refinement level 7 or above to construct the various sects' fire elixir chambers, with exceptional candidates being directly admitted as outer disciples of Bai Duan Mountain to study its myriad forging techniques. The Yuling sect was also recruiting outer disciples, mandating that all must undertake a task involving the hatching of spirit insects. This recruitment notice had no limit on the number of candidates and was valid for an extended period. The Xianyu sect was in search of an individual born during the Yin hour, Yin month, or Yin year, promising 5,000 spirit stones for any leads provided. And those who brought the individual into the Xianyu sect would be welcomed as inner disciples. Many tasks remained posted, similar to those he had seen previously. After hearing the old cultivator's words, Li Xiu understood the numerous pitfalls in the recruitment processes of these sections. However, if what the old man said was true, perhaps he could indeed seize an opportunity to join a sect. His gaze remained fixated on a particular notice. The Yuling sect was recruiting outer disciples, requiring that all candidates undertake the hatching of spirit insects. If I were to hatch spirit insects, would the blood from my 13 bodies not suffice to nourish them? As long as I could join a sect and learn the foundational ghostly techniques, or gather enough spirit stones to purchase the soul separation array, I would have an inexhaustible supply of bodies. At that point, not only would hatching spirit insects be feasible, but even offering myself to them would pose no issue. With these thoughts, Li Xiu felt a surge of confidence. Uncertain of how to accept the tasks on the spirit ranking board, he looked towards the patrolling enforcers in the market. 6 enforcers, clad in green robes and bearing swords on their backs, had just passed by a stall. As they reached an open area, Li Xiu straightened his attire, brushed his tousled hair, and resolutely approached them. Do you require assistance? One of the enforcers halted Li Xiu before he could reach them. The enforcer regarded Li Xiu with a cold gaze, scanning him with multiple strands of divine sense, making Li Xiu feel as though he were being scrutinized under a microscope. Elders, I wish to accept the task from the spirit ranking board. How might I proceed? Li Xiu hurriedly explained. The enforcer, exuding an aura of sternness, replied coldly. The registration for the Wanqua Cave has been moved to the plaza at the west gate of the market, where the Xian Pasect's transport vessel awaits. You are heading in the wrong direction. The other enforcers also regarded Li Xiu with an expression of cold severity. Li Xiu, unaware that his inquiry would have been perfectly reasonable in his past life, realized that in this realm of cultivation, it was perceived as a trivial nuisance by the enforcers. Elders, I noticed the Yuling sect's recruitment notice for outer disciples, yet I do not know where to register. Might you enlighten me? Li Xiu inquired again. Oh, you wish to register as an outer disciple of the Yuling sect. The spirit ranking hall is just over there, one enforcer smirked, pointing towards a towering structure in the distance. Thank you for your guidance, Elder. Li Xiu expressed his gratitude and departed. Humph. Yet another pitiable soul who dreams of entering a grand sect. The enforcer muttered under his breath, watching Li Xiu's retreating figure with an expression akin to that of observing a corpse. Chapter 39. Conditions. Li Xiu approached the imposing edifice, which appeared to be at the heart of the market. This was his first time visiting this area. The grand structure was constructed entirely of azure stone, resembling a square bell, with layers of azure bricks and tiles adorning its surface. Countless runes were carved into the bricks and tiles, shimmering with a faint azure glow. People occasionally exited from the corners of the street, while others vanished into the throng. Li Xiu employed his heavenly eye technique to observe the places where individuals disappeared, discovering that they were shrouded with restrictions similar to those he encountered upon entering the market. Hastening his steps, Li Xiu's consciousness brushed against the luminous points of restriction, and in the next moment, he found himself within a towering hall. Upon entering the spirit ranking hall, Li Xiu's eyes were immediately drawn to a colossal stone pillar radiating azure light, supporting the entire hall. The pillar was immense, stretching up to the ceiling, which glimmered as if it were protected by a formidable array of restrictions. Looking around the stone pillar, it was astonishingly reminiscent of the grand hall of a marketplace from a previous life. The 7-story building was laid out clearly before him. Each floor was adorned with white jade railings, through which Li Xiu could observe cultivators traversing the halls. As he was admiring the interior of the Hall of Spirit Offering, a melodic female voice suddenly broke the silence. Is this your first visit to the Hall of Spirit Offering, fellow cultivator? Turning at the sound, Li Xiu beheld a young female cultivator clad in a green robe, her features delicate and refined. I am the guide of the Hall of Spirit Offering. May I inquire what brings you here? She asked. I wish to register as an outer disciple of the Spirit Control sect. Could you kindly inform me where the responsible individuals of the sect are located? Li Xiu replied, gazing at the graceful Taoist maiden. The cultivators of the Spirit Control sect are stationed on the 3rd floor of this hall. Please follow me, she responded, leading him toward the 3rd floor. As Li Xiu followed her, he noticed that the 1st floor boasted numerous side halls, their plaques gleaming with an ethereal light. The entrance to each hall was shrouded in a misty white barrier. Observing the plaques, he noted they bore the names of various sects and several prominent cultivation families: Taqing Palace, Yuan Cha Gate, Qingyan Valley, Feng Dao Gate, Ling Family Castle, Yuan Family Ridge. These were lesser sects and formidable families within the realm of Yin. Following the guide, Li Xiu ascended the white jade staircase to the 2nd floor, which was evidently more grandiose than the first, showcasing a dozen sections. He recognized the Xianyu sect, known for seeking individuals born under the Yin hour, Yin month, and Yin year from the spirit offering list. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, the side halls exuded an even more majestic aura, and Li Xiu finally spotted the entrance to the Spirit Control sect beside the Dihu Palace. I have escorted you here, esteemed cultivator. You may enter on your own now, the guide announced, taking her leave. Thank you, Fairy, for your guidance. Li Xiu expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. Once the guide had departed, Li Xiu scrutinized the entrance to the Spirit Control sect. The barrier at the door emitted a faint white light, prompting him to activate his celestial eye technique to discern the runes inscribed upon it. He observed a white rune pulsating with energy. Upon making contact with his consciousness, the barrier cracked open, allowing him to step inside. The interior was similarly adorned with azure stone, featuring a long, bed-sized jade table and a high-backed jade chair. Upon the table lay several jade slips, an oversized red gourd, and an ancient white jade lamp, which boasted a glowing, unknown orb embedded within it. Intrigued, Li Xiu approached to inspect it closely, noting that the orb resembled an egg of some creature, its faintly illuminated outline discernible. Soft snoring led him to discover the hall's caretaker, a frail, elderly man clad in brown farmer's attire, curled up and fast asleep on the jade chair. Senior, wake up, Li Xiu called out repeatedly until the old man finally stirred. Ah, please, Do not take offense, esteemed cultivator. It has been several days since anyone has visited. The old Taoist said, straightening himself. What brings you here? Senior. I saw the announcement on the spirit offering list stating that by assisting the spirit control sect in hatching spirit insects, one could become an outer disciple. I would like to inquire about the conditions for joining the sect and any restrictions that may apply afterward, as well as the benefits I might receive. I have heard that hatching spirit insects can drain a cultivator's essence blood. Is there any risk to life or severe injury involved? Li Xiu posed a series of questions, eagerly awaiting the old man's response. The old Taoist squinted, carefully assessing Li Xiu. It seems there may be some misunderstandings regarding the sect's recruitment of outer disciples. The number of outer disciples we have accepted has dwindled over the years, and the rumors circulating are indeed accurate. Hatching spirit insects requires essence blood. However, they fail to mention a crucial condition provided by our sect. Any outer disciple must assist in hatching spirit insects, but only one hatching task is required. If one follows the method given by our sect, the loss of essence blood will not exceed 80%. With the aid of our elixirs, you will be restored to your former self in less than 3 years. Once you become an outer disciple, the spirit control sect treats all insect-rearing disciples equally. Spirit stones, elixirs, and techniques will be distributed according to the rules for outer disciples, he continued. Although Li Xiu was uncertain about the efficacy of the sect's elixirs, the notion of losing 80% of his essence blood made it clear why the tasks associated with the spirit control sect on the spirit offering list went unclaimed. It felt akin to being drained of one's very life essence. What kind of insect was so difficult to hatch? Noticing Li Xiu lost in thought, the old Taoist cleared his throat and spoke again. Once you complete the task of hatching spirit insects, you will officially be an outer disciple of the spirit control sect. We will provide you with a technique for controlling spirit insects and allow you to choose one spirit insect as your companion. Moreover, upon reaching the peak of the Qi refinement stage, the sect will grant you a foundation establishment pill to assist in your advancement. The value of the foundation establishment pill is undeniable. You are surely aware of its significance in helping cultivators break through the bottleneck of the Qi refinement stage. Li Xiu had also heard from Yutong about the immense value of the foundation establishment pill, which was coveted by every cultivator in the Qi refinement stage. Senior, if I join the spirit control sect, may I select a technique or secret art to learn? Certainly. In addition to the insect controlling technique, outer disciples of the spirit control sect may freely learn one technique or secret art. The transmission hall will also have foundation establishment stage disciples regularly teaching Qi refinement stage disciples the insights of techniques, the old Taoist affirmed. Li Xiu fell into deep contemplation, appearing pensive on the surface while feeling a surge of excitement within. If I can learn techniques and secret arts, I am willing to join the spirit control sect, he finally declared with a hint of hesitation in his expression. Excellent. The sect will not treat you poorly. The old Taoist produced a pitch-black token from his storage pouch, engraved with a fearsome silver insect with 8 limbs. The insect's carapace resembled that of a terrestrial creature, its head obscured by its shell, with 6 eyes gleaming like silver. The silver outline of the insect on the token appeared almost lifelike. Please drip a drop of your essence blood onto this token for the insect-rearing disciples, the old Taoist urged, presenting the token to Li Xiu. Without hesitation, Li Xiu drew a silver needle from his waist, channeling his energy to pierce his fingertip. As a drop of blood fell upon the black token, the silver insect's silhouette began to shift and transform. The insect's shell unfurled, revealing its wings as if ready to take flight. The old Taoist handed the token to Li Xiu and then led him towards the back hall of the side chamber. Congratulations. You are now a disciple of the spirit control sect. Follow me, and I will escort you to the nearest residence of Li Luan. There, present your insect-rearing disciple token, and the cultivators will guide you back to the sect. The old Taoist and Li Xiu arrived at the back hall, where a small formation was set up. This is a one-way teleportation array established by our sect in the marketplace, capable of sending you to the spirit control sect's residence. Please take a seat. Li Xiu complied and took his seat. Underneath him, the array glimmered with runes as the old Taoist positioned spirit stones at various corners of the teleportation formation. After reciting a few convoluted incantations and spells, a faint white light began to materialize around Li Xiu. The light grew increasingly intense, ultimately coalescing into a luminous sphere that enveloped him entirely. At that moment, Li Xiu felt as if he were enduring the initial drop of a roller coaster. His entire being was taut, and that first descent seemed interminably long. Just as he thought he could no longer endure, the white protective sphere around him began to dissipate gradually, and he slowly regained his composure from the dizzying sensation akin to that of a roller coaster ride. When Li Xiu finally emerged from the haze of disorientation, he discerned his surroundings. He found himself in a pitch-black grand hall, where towering stone pillars extended toward the front. These pillars were embedded with glowing orbs that emitted a soft luminescence. Exiting the grand hall, he surveyed the area but found no one guarding the premises. Descending the steps from the teleportation array, he ventured forward. Not far into his journey, a voice erupted in his mind. "Do you possess the sex token?" Suddenly, a group of cultivators appeared before Li Xiu, clad in attire reminiscent of rural folk. Each cultivator was adorned with several small pouches, intricately crafted and distinct from storage bags. They obstructed Li Xiu's path, and the leader produced a gray-black mantis from one of the pouches at his waist. The mantis was colossal, resembling a giant dressed in a flowing gown, with its scythe-like arms aimed menacingly at Li Xiu. Its triangular head bore 4 pairs of pitch-black eyes, fixated on him. Feeling the weight of the mantis's gaze, Li Xiu's hair stood on end. Faced with such a formidable insect, he felt akin to a cicada in the grip of a predator. Without hesitation, he retrieved a black token and displayed it to the group. "Oh, it appears we have a new outer sect disciple of insect rearing. Take him to the Flying Dock Palace. He shall return to the sect with the other new disciples in half a month," spoke one of the cultivators with a fair complexion. He gently tapped his pouch, and a small turtle emerged, rapidly enlarging into a giant turtle akin to a small cart. The fair-skinned cultivator gestured to Li Xiu, saying, "Climb aboard." This turtle moves swiftly. "You'd best hold on tightly. I will take you to the new disciples' quarters." Once Li Xiu mounted the turtle's back and secured his grip on its shell, the cultivator shouted to the turtle below, "Balcoin, to the Flying Dock Palace." The giant turtle, seemingly comprehending its master's command, began to crawl at an excruciatingly slow pace, far from what Li Xiu had anticipated. Noticing Li Xiu's puzzled expression, the cultivator remarked, "It will pick up speed shortly. Hold on tight. I won't come back for you if you fall off." Li Xiu tightened his grip, expecting the turtle to accelerate, yet it remained as sluggish as a plodding ox. Just as he contemplated easing his hold, the path ahead transformed into a steep descent, revealing a long, sharply sloping decline. As they entered the slope, the turtle retracted its limbs into its shell, raising its tail and extending its head. With a resounding thud, the turtle's shell struck the ground, and Li Xiu was suddenly propelled forward by an overwhelming surge of inertia. The giant turtle dove toward the ground, its head and tail steering its trajectory. When encountering a curve, the turtle's head would whip around, sending the shell sliding sideways, and Li Xiu distinctly felt the force of drifting. The descent continued for what felt like a quarter of an hour, until suddenly, the scenery brightened, and his surroundings became increasingly illuminated. It was then that Li Xiu realized his location, surrounded by ethereal clouds and towering peaks. With one side flanked by soaring stone pillars, and the other by a man-made circular mountain path, the giant turtle glided along the serpentine path, and as Li Xiu peered down, he saw the winding road layered infinitely, disappearing into the mist. Looking upward, he beheld majestic structures atop the towering peaks, palatial buildings arranged among them. This is the Huiyun Peak of the Yuling sect. All disciples of the Yuling sect abroad can utilize our teleportation array to return here, the fair-skinned cultivator proclaimed. The giant turtle lacked any wind-resistant measures, prompting Li Xiu to shout back in excitement. "Indeed, it is extraordinary. What do you think of my turtle? Is Balcoin not swift as the wind?" The cultivator boasted loudly. "Excellent. It drifts like the breeze. Its name is splendid, far more melodious than a BMW." Li Xiu shouted in response, his hands gripping the turtle's shell, feeling as though he were suspended in midair due to the inertia, cursing internally. "Ha! Balcoin, surge forth." The turtle charged down a side path toward a platform, and as it reached the edge, Li Xiu realized there was no road ahead. The turtle's 4 claws extended, resembling a bird preparing to take flight, and it leapt off the platform, soaring into the distant clouds. Gripping the turtle's scaly shell, Li Xiu felt himself traversing through layers of mist. When his vision cleared once more, he found himself surrounded by a multitude of stone houses encircling a vast plaza. The giant turtle gradually descending toward the ground. Chapter 41. New disciples. The fair-skinned cultivator bellowed downward. "Clear the way. Quickly step aside." Several cultivators meandering in the plaza hastily moved aside from the turtle's landing spot. As the turtle descended, ripples emanated from beneath its shell, creating a long, translucent line on the plaza's surface. Eventually, with the aid of the fair-skinned cultivator's wind wall technique, the turtle came to a gradual stop. A few patrol disciples, dressed in rural attire, began to gather around. "You have arrived at the Flying Dock Palace. Junior disciple." Those 10 or so stone houses to your left are the temporary quarters for this batch of insect-rearing disciples. Present your token to the patrolling seniors to guide you there. I shall not accompany you." After finishing, the fair-skinned cultivator clapped his waist pouch, and a burst of colorful light enveloped the turtle, drawing it into the pouch. The return journey was entirely uphill, and the fair-skinned cultivator released an unusual monkey from his pouch. This monkey possessed wings on its shoulders, with its arms resembling those of a monkey. Its appearance was exceedingly peculiar, a fusion of eagle and monkey traits. The cultivator secured a rope around the monkey's neck and mounted it with a vigorous pull. The strange monkey glared fiercely at him. "Bouting to the Lanua Palace, quickly," the fair-skinned cultivator urged. The peculiar monkey ascended gradually, soaring towards the palaces atop the peaks. When encountering steep terrain, its monkey arms occasionally assisted in climbing. And in the blink of an eye, the odd monkey had disappeared into the clouds. Li Xiu brandished his black token and was led to the stone chamber's entrance. "Junior disciple, you may select a stone chamber here. Those with sealed doors are occupied, while you can use your token to unlock the seals. Inside, you will find 2 fasting pills to stave off hunger. A boat will come to collect you in half a month." The patrolling cultivator left after delivering this message. Li Xiu gazed at the distant stone chambers, noting that several had already been unsealed, indicating that there were indeed more insect-rearing disciples who had registered alongside him. Selecting a nearby stone chamber, Li Xiu entered using his token. The following evening, he consumed one of the fasting pills. He utilized the luminous pearls embedded in the walls of the stone chamber to study rudimentary spells and the art of talismans. For over 10 days, Li Xiu diligently practiced incantations alongside their corresponding talismanic drawings, abstaining from the use of any magical energy, instead committing the spells and intricate designs to memory. One day, a yellow flying vessel descended from the heavens. The barriers surrounding the stone chamber were lifted as over 100 individuals emerged. Most of them were children, aged between 8 to 12, both boys and girls, and they exhibited little to no magical fluctuations. Among them were a dozen youths of Li Xiu's age, some possessing profound magical abilities, while others, like Li Xiu, were at the initial stage of qi cultivation. Strikingly, the disciples from the insect-rearing group were robust, their physiques ample and healthy. Surrounded by these burly figures, Li Xiu and the 3 other slender youths appeared distinctly out of place, looking as though they might topple over at any moment. Several cultivators clad in rustic attire disembarked from the vessel, leading the newly initiated disciples aboard. The insect-rearing disciples, including Li Xiu, were among the last to board, their stout forms eliciting prolonged laughter from the newcomers. The vessel soared through the skies, and Li Xiu beheld the retreating clouds at a rapid pace. It took 3 days and nights of flight to reach their destination. The residence of the spirit-controlling sect spanned thousands of miles, with palatial structures perched atop numerous perilous peaks. Beneath these cliffs lay various breeding grounds for extraordinary insects and creatures. Upon arrival, the more than 100 new disciples landed in a vast plaza, where a group of several core formation cultivators observed the crowd from a high platform at the center. The leader, a man of short stature with a dark complexion and a commanding presence, stepped forward. A middle-aged cultivator adorned with a square cap approached, addressing the leader, "Master. Among the newly recruited disciples, our sect is fortunate to have 2 with heavenly spirit roots, 5 with extraordinary spirit roots, 17 with dual spirit roots, 62 with triple spirit roots, 40 with mixed spirit roots, and 16 insect-rearing disciples. All new disciples have been duly recorded for your review." Receiving the jade slip, the master immersed himself in its contents, returning it to the middle-aged cultivator after a brief moment. The other core formation cultivators turned their gazes toward him. The 2 heavenly spirit root disciples would be personally assigned for instruction by Uncle Wang, while the extraordinary spirit root disciples would fall under the tutelage of fellow cultivators Min and Feng, as well as myself. The remaining 17 dual spirit root disciples may be selected by the other disciples, excluding the 3 of us. The triple spirit root and miscellaneous disciples will be entrusted to the Hall of Inheritance for the importation of techniques. Additionally, Uncle Zhou urgently requires a batch of golden silkworm silk for the crafting of magical artifacts. Thus, suitable disciples among the miscellaneous group will be chosen to cultivate golden silkworms. Once sufficient silk is gathered, they shall be assigned tasks by the sect. Understood, Master. Li Xiu and the 15 other insect-rearing disciples were led to a grand hall named the Hall of Insect Cultivation, specifically designated for nurturing and breeding insects. 3 Foundation establishment cultivators, dressed in simple garb, organized the affairs for Li Xiu and his companions. A gray-clad cultivator retrieved a spirit root testing device from his storage bag. gathering everyone in one place before solemnly stating, "Please announce the level of your cultivated techniques and the attributes of your spirit roots." This hall will arrange your cultivation sequence accordingly. If anyone is uncertain of their spirit root attributes, they may come to me for testing. A robust man stepped forward first. I am Wang Chengzhu, 28 years old, possessing all 5 elemental spirit roots. I have been practicing the earth technique since childhood, currently at the 6th level of Qi cultivation, but I have been stagnant at this bottleneck for several years. One of the foundation establishment cultivators took note swiftly. Another portly cultivator approached, stating, "I am Lu Jin, 36 years old, with a deficiency in wood among the 5 elemental spirit roots. I practice the wandering technique and am at the 7th level of Qi cultivation." A slender youth, similar in physique to Li Xiu, approached the testing device. "I am Tan Yu, 23 years old, continuously practicing the greenwood technique. Currently at the 5th level of Qi cultivation. I wish to test my spirit root attributes." Tan Yu placed his palm on the testing device, which ultimately revealed him to possess earth, wood, and fire spirit roots. As the penultimate to introduce himself, Li Xiu stated, "I am Li Xiu, 24 years old, with all 5 elemental spirit roots. I am at the 3rd level of Qi cultivation, primarily practicing the golden technique. I am Shweta, 37 years old, with 4 pseudo-spirit roots, lacking wood. I am at the 6th level of Qi cultivation, practicing the scorching fire technique." After Li Xiu's introduction, the disciples were escorted to a secluded valley established as the dwelling for insect-rearing disciples, serving also as a confinement area. Only upon completing the insect-rearing tasks assigned by the sect could they return to the outer sect's residence. The 16 insect-rearing disciples were assigned individual stone chambers. Every 10 days, one disciple would be summoned to the secret hall within the valley. Following a 10-day period, the summoned disciple would emerge to commence solitary cultivation, during which other disciples would deliver various elixirs to replenish their vitality. Li Xiu was the second to last to enter the secret hall. During this time, he practiced the 7 ghosts devouring souls technique once more, and with the aid of several yellow marrow pills. His magical energy finally filled the meridians of the golden technique to the 3rd layer. Upon entering the secret hall, Li Xiu complied with the request of the foundation establishment youth, Uncle Qi, to cast a binding spell upon him. Once Li Xiu stood immobile, the 3 cultivators overseeing the hall of insect cultivation cautiously retrieved a peculiar insect from a golden artifact. This insect radiated a silvery sheen, its size akin to a fist, with a cracked exoskeleton revealing its soft underbelly. Its pair of silver wings appeared tattered, with remnants of broken wings visible within its carapace. The insect's fangs were no longer present, and it had only one eye remaining, resembling a gray stone. This creature resembled the one depicted on Li Xiu's token. However, its current state was akin to that of a lifeless insect. At that moment, Li Xiu lay supine on a stone bed, his upper body exposed. Around his heart, circles of runes were inscribed, while the young gray-robed cultivator chanted incantations continuously. Next to him, another individual placed the lifeless silver insect over Li Xiu's heart. As the incantations echoed, the silver insect's gray eye glimmered, and its remaining 2 stingers pierced deeply into Li Xiu's flesh. A surge of excruciating pain coursed through him, as if he were being hunted by some fearsome creature. Beneath the insect's mouthparts, a slender, sharp, soft stinger extended, gradually piercing into the region of Li Xiu's heart. In that instant, both the insect and Li Xiu remained motionless, suspended in time. Li Xiu felt an acute pain, yet his body refused to move. The foundation establishment youth and the 2 other cultivators diligently recited spells day after day, casting secret techniques. The trio surrounded Li Xiu for 7 days. Even the foundation establishment cultivators requiring occasional use of spirit stones to replenish their magical energy. Throughout these 7 days, Li Xiu felt a sharp, electric-like pain frequently surging into his heart. Had he been able to observe, he would have seen that each time the pain arose, a glimmer of silver light entered his heart through the insect's stinger. After 7 days, the foundation establishment youth returned the peculiar insect to its golden vessel and healed Li Xiu's chest wounds using a rejuvenation talisman. The 3 foundational cultivators continuously inscribed spells upon Li Xiu for 3 consecutive days, their incantations overwhelming him. On the 10th day, Li Xiu staggered out of the secret hall and returned to his stone chamber, where an abundance of restorative elixirs was delivered. He was to reside there for nearly a year, during which he must consume the blood-replenishing pills and incubate the insect eggs nestled in his heart, until the 3 foundational cultivators from the spirit-nurturing palace extracted the hatched larvae from him. From the very first month, Li Xiu began to sense the changes within himself. His body grew increasingly emaciated, often on the verge of fainting. Should he allow this state to persist, he would undoubtedly be drained of blood by the monstrous larvae within. It was then that he contemplated utilizing the 13 bodies he possessed. That night, after thoroughly checking the restrictions of his stone chamber and finding no issues, he retrieved 2 slender bamboo tubes he had prepared long ago. From his backpack, he took one of his bodies and pierced its artery with the bamboo, blood gushing forth rapidly. He secured the body to the bamboo tube, inserting the other end into his own vein. Lying on the ground, he placed his replicated body on the bed, allowing the blood to flow gradually into him. As the crimson hue filled him, he felt relieved that it was his own blood, with no rejection. Estimating he had transfused over 2,000 units, he finally rose to remove the bamboo tube. After stowing the body back in his backpack and cleaning up the bloodstains, he lay down to rest. In the following days, he underwent 2 more transfusions. His blood deficiency was somewhat mitigated, and to avoid drawing too much attention, he refrained from excessive blood transfusion, maintaining a state of slight deficiency. He diligently consumed the restorative pills, his condition not significantly better than that of the other insect cultivators. Time passed swiftly, and after more than 6 months at the Spirit Nurturing Palace, the initial batch of insect cultivators had seen their spirit insects evolve into larvae. During this stage, the tiny mouths of the larvae began to gnaw at the hearts of the cultivators. This phase was the most agonizing, as insufficient blood would lead the spirit insects to devour the heart. Historically, over 60% of cultivators had perished at this stage. Li Xiu witnessed 2 cultivators being carried out, their once robust forms now reduced to mere skeletons. The larvae within Li Xiu had also matured, and whenever he felt a twinge of pain in his heart, he would use his replicated body to transfuse blood. One day, the foundational youth in charge of the Spirit Nurturing Palace came to check on the condition of Li Xiu's larvae. Master 1, how much longer until the spirit insects are fully matured? Li Xiu inquired. Li Xiu, you are the luckiest insect cultivator I have encountered. The spirit insects have not drained much of your essence, and their growth is promising. Have you consumed any special elixirs? The foundational youth replied. Before my cultivation, my family operated a pharmacy, and I have taken countless medicines since childhood. I do not know why, Li Xiu replied dismissively. Master Wen shook his head and continued. Once the larvae develop their shells, the spirit insects dwelling within you will seek a better host, and I shall assist you in extracting them. Please, Master Wen, expedite the extraction of the spirit insects. For months later, a significantly emaciated Li Xiu stood in the secret hall alongside 6 other gaunt insect cultivators. Of the 16 initial cultivators, only 7 remained. The other 9 had perished, their hearts consumed by the spirit insects. Master Wen produced a silver bowl filled with a mercury-like liquid and several silver cylindrical artifacts, extracting silver tubes from them. He inserted these tubes into the hearts of Li Xiu and the remaining 6. Li Xiu felt a piercing pain as 11 silver beads resembling small marbles were extracted from his heart. Immediately upon removal, Master Wen directed them into the silver liquid. The moment the beads entered, they opened like cracked shells, revealing tiny creatures that swam within the liquid. After releasing the spirit insects from all 7 cultivators, Master Wen displayed a satisfied expression. Ha ha, congratulations, dear disciples. You are now outer disciples of the Spirit Nurturing sect, he proclaimed, surveying them. Wow. Ha ha, I succeeded. Li Xiu and the others wept tears of joy, having achieved their aspiration of becoming outer disciples at the cost of nearly their lives. Throughout the insect cultivation task, Li Xiu had drained blood from all his bodies, estimating that the total volume could fill a large bathtub. Yet, it was nearly depleted by the 11 peculiar insects. Should the extraction fail, he might have to resort to gruesome measures to obtain blood. Li Xiu had consumed countless restorative pills, and now his body resembled that of a malnourished individual from a slum. Despite this, he was still the strongest among the remaining few. Had he not experienced it firsthand, he could not fathom the horror of those bizarre silver insects. After resting for 3 days, Li Xiu finally departed the bloodthirsty valley, escorted to the quarters of the outer disciples. The outer disciples resided halfway up Misty Peak, where a vast plaza had been established, surrounded by stone houses and cave dwellings. Atop the peak were stone halls, the largest of which bore the inscription Outer Affairs Hall. Surrounded by towering mountains, grand palaces were constructed atop the peaks. The ancestors of the Spirit Nurturing sect had established a formidable protective formation among the mountains, safeguarding the entire sect. Inside the Outer Affairs Hall, Li Xiu received his outer disciple token and a storage bag containing essential items, including sect regulations, several sets of sect attire, and fundamental information about the Spirit Nurturing sect. The regulations are strict. It would be wise to study them carefully. After a year, Once the insect cultivators have regained their vitality, adherence to the rules is mandatory. You have earned the right to study a high-tier technique or secret art at no cost, as well as to select a type of spirit insect and method of insect taming. After the Outer Affairs steward handed Li Xiu a green token and a storage bag, he dismissed him. As Li Xiu descended the mountain, clutching his token, he located the corresponding stone house and accessed it with his spiritual awareness. Upon retrieving the sect-issued storage bag, he felt a surge of joy. He had successfully joined the spirit nurturing sect and could now seek a secret technique to resolve his soul issues. Examining the jade slip containing the sect regulations, Li Xiu focused his mind. Within the spirit nurturing sect, excluding the insect cultivators, the disciples were categorized into outer disciples, inner disciples, and direct disciples. Direct disciples were those of exceptional talent, possessing single, dual, or extraordinary roots. All their cultivation resources and techniques were provided by the sect, forming the foundation of the spirit nurturing sect. Inner disciples were those with 3 roots or more. Their cultivation was of utmost importance, and the sect rarely interfered with them. Among the inner disciples, there are likewise individuals of extraordinary talent. The outer disciples typically possess inferior spiritual roots and are often in the chi refinement stage, most of whom have mixed spiritual roots. There is no dining hall within the sect. However, outer disciples receive the pill of sustenance monthly, and they can attend teachings from elder disciples in the foundation establishment stage at the transmission hall free of charge. They may also study martial arts in the repository pavilion at their leisure. Inside the repository pavilion, low-level techniques and miscellaneous spells can be freely learned, facilitating the disciples' completion of tasks assigned by the sect. However, high-level techniques and secret arts can only be exchanged with sect contributions, which can only be filled out by those issuing sect tasks and then publicly verified by the sect to prevent any exploitation. According to the rules of the Yuling sect, when the sect has major tasks, outer disciples must unconditionally obey the sect's directives. They are required to complete a task every 6 months or fulfill certain long-term assignments, with successful completion yielding sect contribution rewards. Outer disciples also serve as miscellaneous disciples within the sect. All disciples are treated equally, and the sect distributes nourishing pills such as strengthening spirit powder and gathering chi pills monthly, along with spiritual stones. Regardless of whether they are direct disciples, inner disciples, or outer disciples, upon reaching the peak of the chi refinement stage, a disciple is granted a foundation establishment pill and supported in their foundational establishment. Once a chi refinement disciple successfully establishes their foundation, the sect imparts its secret techniques and advanced practices to them, as well as bestowing a spiritual insect or beast for their command. Li Xiu, a disciple specializing in nurturing insects, yearns to exchange for a high-level technique or secret art to resolve his soul exiting issue. After several days of recuperation, Li Xiu eagerly rushed to the repository pavilion in search of what he desired. Presenting his outer disciple token, he was granted entry by 2 chi refinement guards. He could freely view all the texts on the first floor of the repository pavilion, which sprawls widely, with rooms resembling storerooms filled with bookshelves. From mundane medical texts, Confucian studies, and martial arts to the realms of alchemy, talisman crafting, peculiar insects and beasts, and various accounts of adventures, everything is available on the first floor. Perhaps due to the lack of a systematic organization, the books in the storeroom are not classified at all. When disciples return books, they simply place them anywhere, making the collection appear quite chaotic. Li Xiu visits daily to read for an entire day, returning only by evening, and this has been his routine for a year. The repository pavilion's vast collection has enriched Li Xiu's understanding of the world, from initial ignorance of the realm of cultivation to glimpsing its true nature. Li Xiu underwent a profound transformation. In Chapter 44, Selecting Secret Arts, on the second floor of the repository pavilion, Li Xiu presented his outer disciple token along with his insect nurturing token. The guard on the second floor was a slightly plump middle-aged cultivator with a mustache, currently engrossed in a book. Upon seeing Li Xiu's insect nurturing token, he took a moment to appraise him. "Oh, I didn't expect you to be a newly admitted disciple from the insect nurturing hall. Have you decided what technique you wish to exchange for? If you encounter a bottleneck and wish to change your primary cultivation technique, I advise you to practice some lower-level techniques instead. The lesser the power of the technique, the less mana is required, thereby reducing the likelihood of encountering a bottleneck. Master Foam, I wish to exchange for a technique related to the Path of Ghosts. Could you provide some guidance? The Path of Ghosts is a forbidden practice. Even if our sect possesses it, we do not permit disciples to cultivate it. I understand your feelings. Having lost your spiritual roots, your only path forward may be through possession or practicing forbidden techniques. However, some taboos are best left untouched. If you manage to find a suitable physical vessel with decent spiritual roots in the future for possession, you may use the soul departure array. Do not squander this opportunity to select a technique. Master Feng glanced at Li Xiu and spoke, his tone dismissive. Thank you for your guidance. Li Xiu stepped toward the fourth-to-last bookshelf. The second floor of the repository pavilion had limited space, but numerous jade slips containing various techniques and insights were available. Each technique or insight was accompanied by a brief introduction outlining its characteristics and drawbacks, but a barrier prohibited the use of spiritual senses to examine them. The fourth-to-last shelf held several jade slips, and Li Xiu carefully reviewed each one. 5 ghosts transforming to Yi's secret art summons 5 ghosts to possess the practitioner, infusing their mana with the energy of Yi, allowing the soul to transform to Yi. It can command the 5 ghosts to attack foes, and in the event of fatal injury, it can temporarily allow the ghosts to maintain the physical body while the soul escapes. However, the 5 ghosts require nourishment of the practitioner's blood to remain subdued. Ritual of the 100 Souls Banner, a Qi refinement stage artifact from the Yin Luo sect of the Central Region. It uses Yin energy to ritualistically refine living souls and stores them within the Soul Banner, increasing in power with the number of souls it contains. Yin attribute spiritual energy, or Yin energy, is required for its refinement and manipulation. The Soul Banner can absorb the souls of the dying and can also conceal one's own soul within it. Yin Wind Curse, a high-level dark spiritual energy spell that forces a person's soul to leave their body. Soul Departure Bell, a mid-tier artifact that gathers living souls. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Xiu concluded that the Yin Wind Curse would be the best choice, as it would allow him to leave his body simply by directing it at himself. However, the crucial issue remained the mana. If Li Xiu practiced a technique imbued with Yin energy, his insufficient mana would render him incapable of casting the spell. Thus, he had to abandon the Yin Wind Curse option. The 5 ghosts transforming to Yi's secret art was also not viable, primarily due to the mana issue. Although the shadowy souls could serve as the 5 ghosts, his temporary mana would only sustain him for a little over a month. By the time the Yin energy infused with mana, his own mana would likely be depleted. Ultimately, Li Xiu's focus shifted to the ritual of the 100 Souls Banner. Although this secret art required certain materials, it demanded minimal mana, only needing a small amount of Yin energy or Yin energy to refine the souls. This provided Li Xiu with considerable operational flexibility. As long as he cultivated a trace of Yin energy from his own mana, he could begin crafting the Soul Banner. With the Soul Banner, even with only a few souls, he could utilize it to extract his own soul from his body. The only troublesome aspect was acquiring the materials for crafting the Soul Banner. As for the Yin energy, Li Xiu had already contemplated a solution. Resolute, he returned to Master Feng. Master Feng, I wish to select the Jade Slip for the ritual of the 100 Souls Banner secret art. Very well. The ritual of soul refinement is not a secret technique of our sect, but rather a method acquired inadvertently from elsewhere. There aren't any insights to share. Many of its nuances require your own gradual comprehension. The practitioner of the Feng surname rose directly, taking the token from the table. He approached the fourth-to-last bookshelf, using the token to unlock the restrictions and retrieving the ritual of soul refinement jade slip. The Feng practitioner also took out another jade slip, placing both slips against his forehead to replicate their contents. Before long, he handed the duplicated jade slip to Li Xiu. Remember, this jade slip must not be shared. After memorizing it, be sure to destroy the slip, the Feng practitioner stated solemnly. Rest assured, Master Feng, I will destroy it once I have mastered the techniques within. Li Xiu replied earnestly. He placed the jade slip into his storage bag and departed from the second floor of the library. Upon returning to his stone chamber, Li Xiu took out several jade slips from his storage bag. The ritual of soul refinement jade slip was laid upon the bed, alongside another slip. He retrieved a blank booklet, a remnant from when he previously sold manuals. Focusing his spiritual awareness, he began to study the information on the ritual of soul refinement jade slip, diligently recording the insights in the booklet. He then picked up the other jade slip. This slip contained the devouring spirit technique, a remarkable method acquired in the Lulan Square market alongside Princess Tsanyue. The devouring spirit technique, discovered by an elder of the Jade Slip Pavilion during his travels overseas centuries ago, is a cultivation method for the Qi refining stage, but serves as a primary technique. The most peculiar aspect of the devouring spirit technique is that the more diverse the cultivator's spiritual roots, the faster their cultivation speed. Li Xiu had analyzed this devouring spirit technique, realizing that it allows for the consumption of various spiritual energies, akin to the unrestrained absorption seen in the stellar absorption technique. Thus, Might the seven ghosts devouring souls not be a method to harness the essence of seven ghosts to absorb all nearby spiritual energy? The local spiritual energies encompass the five elemental forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, along with the unique energies of ice, wind, thunder, and darkness. If Li Xiu were to cultivate the devouring spirit technique using the seven ghosts devouring souls, could he not perfectly absorb the myriad powers of the seven ghosts? Chapter 45. The Devouring Spirit Technique. The power of the seven ghosts devouring souls is inherently diverse, when combined with the devouring spirit technique, which also absorbs varied energies. Their cultivation would indeed be a match made in heaven. The thought exhilarated Li Xiu, and he continued his work, transcribing the entirety of both the devouring spirit technique and the ritual of soul refinement under the luminous glow emitted by the peculiar white eggs in his stone chamber. After 3 months of thorough comprehension of both techniques, it was only in the 4th month, when the seven ghost knives returned to their optimal state, that Li Xiu settled down to begin his cultivation. On this night, at the hour of the rat, 7 ghostly knives were once again embedded throughout Li Xiu's body. Now a mere mortal. At that moment, Li Xiu's mind was filled with the operational pathways of the devouring spirit technique and its key incantations. Sitting cross-legged, he allowed the 7 ghostly heads atop the knives to voraciously draw in the ghostly mist surrounding him. As he activated the first layer of the devouring spirit technique, his meridians swiftly absorbed a vast quantity of spiritual energy streaming from the knife wounds. The first layer of the technique was swiftly mastered, and the overwhelming spiritual energy began to dissipate rapidly, prompting Li Xiu to hastily activate the second layer. The second layer of the devouring spirit technique also surged forward. But at this moment, Li Xiu's meridians began to ache. He had reached the limit of his capacity to absorb spiritual energy. Alas, he was so close to breaking through to the third layer of qi refinement. With reluctance, Li Xiu halted his practice of the devouring spirit technique. After removing the 7 knives, he found that a significant amount of spiritual energy remained unabsorbed, leaving him filled with regret. Compared to his previous cultivation of the golden radiance technique, this time felt markedly different. While both involved the impact of diverse spiritual energies upon his meridians, the golden radiance technique only allowed for the conversion of metal-type energies into its power, leaving behind only trace impurities from other elemental energies. In contrast, the cultivation of the devouring spirit technique yielded a manifold increase in the power retained in his dantian, creating a sensation of fullness. The golden radiance of the golden radiance technique was brilliant and pure, while the power from the devouring spirit technique was a chaotic mixture, dark and unrefined, resembling a hodgepodge of various gourmet dishes stewing together in a pot. This power is exceedingly diverse. Li Xiu couldn't help but exclaim. However, its abundance was undeniable. He felt an overwhelming surge of power within his dantian, lifting his spirits significantly. Li Xiu channeled some of his power to return the 7 ghostly knives to his storage bag, sensing that the amount of power in his dantian had increased considerably, surpassing the total power of the third layer of the golden radiance technique. Though the total power had grown, its composition was a blend of nearly all types of spiritual energy. While this might not pose issues when casting basic spells, using spells of a singular nature, such as Fireball or Water Blast, could lead to confusion regarding the nature of the power being wielded. Li Xiu dared not contemplate the disastrous consequences of a spell gone awry. 3 days later, Li Xiu visited the External Affairs Hall to collect the elixirs and spirit stones he had neglected for over a year. It was noteworthy that during his first month at the library, he had received 2 qi gathering pills and 5 spirit stones. He had consumed the 2 qi gathering pills while cultivating the golden radiance technique through the 7 ghosts devouring souls. Yet he had failed to break through the bottleneck of the third layer. Regretting the waste of those 2 pills, Li Xiu decided to save the elixirs and spirit stones distributed monthly by the sect in the side room of the External Affairs Hall meant for outer disciples' monthly stipends. Li Xiu presented his waste token and awaited the attending disciple to provide his long-overdue remuneration. The tall, slender practitioner named by had been tasked with such duties for over 2 years. As an inner disciple, he held a position that only a select few with special connections could attain. How has your recovery been, Junior Brotherly? You haven't collected your sect tasks for over a year. Do be cautious not to delay the outer disciple's responsibilities. Bai, the attending disciple, placed a considerable amount of spirit stones and 2 bottles of qi gathering pills on the table before Li Xiu. Indeed, Brother Bai, the deadline for tasks is approaching, and I must find a suitable assignment to complete. However, my powers are weak and my vitality depleted. I fear I may not fulfill the sect's requirements. Li Xiu said with a wry smile. Bai, seated on the wooden chair, glanced at the spirit stones and pills on the table before standing up with a smile. With a height exceeding 1.90 m, he towered over Li Xiu. Junior brotherly, in a few days, I will be attending a small exchange meeting among the inner disciples. Would you care to join me? This is a rare opportunity for us inner disciples to exchange insights. You might even acquire some coveted elixirs or magical artifacts. As far as I know, there will be the creation pill, a miraculous healing elixir. Bai said with a smile. Li Xiu's heart stirred at the mention. Oh, is it possible to obtain materials for crafting magical artifacts? He inquired thoughtfully. Surprised that Li Xiu showed no interest in the creation pill, Bai responded, of course. Li Xiu requires certain materials, and if I have them among my friends, I could exchange some elixirs with you. Li Xiu was overjoyed and mentioned the materials needed for crafting the soul banner. Senior brother Bai, I require a staff made of ebony, 2 pieces of spatial talisman cloth, more than 3 strands of soul-attracting incense, and pear branches. And the primary material for the soul banner, the ghost face pattern. Senior brother Bai listened attentively, taking notes on the aforementioned materials. Shitty. I will need to consult a few friends regarding these materials. There will be an exchange meeting at Xiaogu Peak in 3 days. I will await you there. Li Shitty, I hope you will take good care of those elixirs. Of course. I will meet you at Xiaogu Peak in 3 days. Li Xiu clasped his fists and exited the external affairs hall. He departed with 2 vials of qi gathering elixir and some spirit stones. Having not collected the elixirs for over a year, which he now claimed in one go, if senior brother Bai can find the materials for crafting the soul banner, it would alleviate a significant burden for Li Xiu. The deadline for Li Xiu's 6-month period was approaching rapidly. External disciples must undertake at least 1 sect mission within this time frame. As a counterfeit cultivator, if Li Xiu exhausts his mana while accepting a mission, he would be unable to meditate and recover promptly, thus risking exposure. Therefore, he must gather the materials for the soul banner within 3 days, striving to complete it before the sect mission. Chapter 46. The transaction at Minju Peak. Atop the summit, a lush bamboo grove flourished. Among the bamboo, a woman clad in apricot robes leaped from branch to branch, inspecting the green caterpillars resting on the leaves. Sister, I've acquired 2 more vials of qi gathering elixir, but I need to exchange some materials to obtain them. Come down and see if you have what I need. The voice belonged to senior brother Bai, who had run from afar, having distributed qi gathering elixirs and spirit stones to Li Xiu a day prior. Upon hearing Bai's words, the apricot-clad woman swiftly descended. What does he want? Hurry and tell me. The woman anxiously tugged at Bai's sleeve. Calm down. That person is an external disciple transferred from the spirit cultivation hall. It has been over a year since he last claimed his elixirs, so I invited him to the exchange meeting the day after tomorrow. I initially thought he would want creation elixirs, but unexpectedly, he seeks materials for crafting magical artifacts. Senior brother Bai compiled a list of the materials Li Xiu required and handed it to his sister. These should be for crafting wind flags and soul banners. I can provide the talisman cloth and ebony, but I lack the soul-attracting incense and pear wood. The ghost face pattern is far more valuable than your 2 vials of qi gathering elixir. Tell him I can only find those auxiliary materials. He must seek the primary ghost face pattern himself. After speaking, the apricot-clad woman ascended another bamboo branch to continue her inspection of the insects. I will discuss this with him at the exchange meeting tomorrow. I'm heading back now. Senior brother Bai called out to the woman on the bamboo branch. Over the span of 3 days, Li Xiu's mana diminished at a remarkably slow pace. Perhaps due to the impurity of his mana, its depletion was significantly slower than that of the gilded techniques. As the hour of the rabbit passed, Li Xiu made his way to Xiaogu Peak with the 2 vials of qi gathering elixir. Xiaogu Peak is situated behind the gate of the Yuling sect, rising to only half the height of the other peaks in the Qiling mountain range, with its summit merely a few dozen zhang in size. The area is shrouded in mist, distanced from the nearest peaks, often serving as a venue for low-ranking disciples to exchange items and share insights. By the time Li Xiu arrived at Xiaogu Peak, it was nearing the hour of the dog. Senior brother Bai's lean figure had been scanning the mountain. As Li Xiu ascended to the summit, Bai rushed over, grasping Li Xiu's sleeve. Li Shitty, why don't you keep a spirit beast for traveling? You're late. You nearly drove me mad with worry. Please forgive me, senior brother. I lack the means to raise a spirit beast. I haven't even collected the spirit insects the sect provides for free. I've grown accustomed to being frugal. Li Xiu wiped the sweat from his brow. I have found the materials you requested. However, the ghost face pattern is far more precious than your 2 vials of qi gathering elixir. You will need to devise a way to acquire it. Senior brother Bai briefly explained the value of the ghost face pattern to Li Xiu. The two conversed as they swiftly reached the peak, whereby introduced Li Xiu to his waiting sister in the apricot robes. Li Xiu, this is my sister, Bai Ling. I am Bai Xiao, and my sister wishes to purchase your 2 vials of qi gathering elixir. Bai introduced. Greetings, Sister Bai Ling. Li Xiu bowed respectfully. This is Sister Ning Yao, a true disciple of the Artifact Refining Hall. If you require assistance in crafting any magical artifacts, you may seek Sister Ning's help. Bai Xiao continued with the introductions. Greetings, Sister Ning. This is Brother Nie Yun, who helped you find the Pearwood branch. Thank you, Brother Nie Yun. After introducing the 3, Bai Xiao turned to introduce Li Xiu. Li Xiu is a disciple from the Insect Cultivation Division who has transitioned to the Yuling sect. A feat not everyone can achieve. I was fortunate to become an external disciple through insect cultivation tasks. Sister Bai Ling. I heard from Senior Brother Bai that the ghost face pattern is of great value. 2 vials of qi gathering elixir can only be exchanged for those auxiliary materials. Very well, I will make the exchange. But I wonder where I might find materials with the ghost face pattern? What is their value? Li Xiu produced the 2 vials of qi gathering elixir from his storage pouch and asked, slightly regretful. Bai Ling accepted the vials and handed him a storage pouch in return. Inside are the materials you requested for the ghost face pattern. You will need to inquire with Sister Ning. She is from the Artifact Refining Hall and is most knowledgeable about various materials. Bai Ling gestured towards Ning Yao. The green-clad woman pondered before speaking. The ghost face pattern is a mark that originates from the land of malevolence, appearing on spirit insects and spirit mushrooms. It is the primary material for crafting soul banners and soul flags. Let me think. Not long ago, ghost face mushrooms were produced in the Wan Ku cave. However, to obtain ghost face mushrooms, one must venture deep into the 3rd level of the Wan Ku cave, where the malevolent creatures possess close to foundation building strength. Furthermore, our sect has ghost face scorpions that can also be used to craft soul banners, but the Artifact Refining Hall currently lacks the exoskeleton of the ghost face scorpion. Even if we had it, those foundation building seniors would snatch it away to feed their poisonous birds. Li Xiu found himself in a predicament, realizing how difficult it was to obtain the ghost face pattern. Even at the market price in Lulan Fong, the ghost face mushroom costs 300 spirit stones each, which Li Xiu could not afford. The ghost face scorpion is an exceedingly rare spirit insect. Even disciples of the Yuling sect must pay a hefty price to contract one. At this moment, Li Xiu fell silent, recalling that he could still claim a skill in insect taming from the sect, which would grant him a spirit insect or spirit beast for free. He mused. I wouldn't accidentally slaughter the spirit insect I finally managed to contract just to craft a magical artifact, would I? Upon reaching this point, Li Xiu finally made up his mind. He suddenly addressed Ning Yao from the refining hall, saying, Sister Ning Yao, is there a ghost-faced scorpion within the sect? If I were to contract one, how many spirit stones would it cost to refine it into a flag with your assistance? The excitement among Bai Ling and the others was palpable, and Nie Yun stared at Li Xiu in disbelief. You intend to refine a contracted spirit insect into a magical artifact? Such a waste. Indeed, it is an utter waste. Nie Yun exclaimed, his agitation palpable. Chapter 47. The Exchange Meeting Junior Brotherly. How could you use the spirit insect obtained through the qualifications of an insect-rearing disciple to make a magical artifact? The elders would never forgive you if they knew how you treated the spirit insect. Bai Ling remarked. Alas, I am also reluctant. But what other means do I have to obtain the ghost-faced pattern? I am left with no choice. Li Xiu sighed. At that moment, Nie Yun stepped forward from behind. Junior Brotherly, if you are willing to exchange a spirit insect for me, I can help you find the remains of a ghost-faced spider. The artifacts made from a ghost-faced spider are significantly superior to those crafted from a ghost-faced scorpion or mushroom. Nie Yun suggested. Shall we speak privately, Senior Brother Nie? Li Xiu urged, pulling Nie Yun aside. Haha, the actions of an insect-rearing disciple truly opened my eyes. Bai Ling scoffed, watching Li Xiu and Nie Yun from afar. Sister, it is a pity that our sect's secret techniques for spirit insects are being squandered in pursuit of soul flags. Ning Yao sighed in agreement. Both of you. This junior brotherly likely ruined his foundation due to an insect-rearing task, which is why he seeks soul flags. After all, a soul flag grows stronger with the infusion of more souls. He is not abandoning the fundamental path, but rather taking a shortcut. Bai Xiao declared, wearing a knowing expression. Sister, has there been no progress in researching the cultivation methods of those ancient insects over the years? Ning Yao pondered. Who knows? It is said that only disciples in the qi refinement stage can hatch those insects, and as they grow larger, they devour flesh at an increasing rate. The sect once had a foundation establishment elder attempt to hatch one, but he was left with nothing but a dried skeleton. Gu Ling lamented. Elder sister, Is there no method to control these larvae and prevent them from consuming their host? Li Xiu asked curiously. Those ancient insects, like the iron fire ants in our sect's sand valley, cannot be tamed. Bai Ling replied, glancing back at Nie Yun and Li Xiu. Li Xiu led Nie Yun to a secluded spot and glanced at Bai Ling and her siblings. Senior brother Nie, if I can obtain the spirit insect, I will agree to your request, but you must arrange for someone to help me refine this soul flag artifact. Once I acquire the soul flag, I will take you to exchange for a spirit insect. Nie Yun turned to Ning Yao, smiling. Junior brother Li wants me to ask Sister Ning to assist you in the refinement? Haha, excellent. I agree. Hand over the materials you just acquired. 7 days from now. At this same time, I will wait here with the completed artifact. Thank you, senior brother Nie. We will go to the Spirit Master Peak together to exchange for spirit insects. Li Xiu joyfully handed over the materials he had just received. The two returned to where Bai Ling and the others were, but senior brother Nie did not mention his transaction with Li Xiu. The 5 of them made their way to the top of Little Solitary Peak for the exchange meeting. The highest platform on Little Solitary Peak was already filled with people. With over 100 inner sect disciples from the Spirit Master sect present, not counting those who were mingling privately. By the time Li Xiu and his companions arrived at the platform, Bai Ling and Bai Xiao had already engaged in casual conversation with familiar senior brothers and sisters. A group of cultivators in farm attire from the Spirit Master sect gathered in small clusters, occasionally showcasing various spirit insects for appreciation and exchange. Li Xiu observed the myriad of venomous insects and strange little beasts with great envy. The thought of his own blood-sucking little tree demon filled him with distaste. As the inner sect disciples gathered on Little Solitary Peak, when the hour arrived, a yellow-faced man shouted from the highest stone mountain, fellow disciples. I am Liao from the Piaoyan Peak. I am the initiator of this exchange meeting. As you all know, our sect will hold an inner sect competition in 6 months. I hope to acquire some useful magical artifacts, elixirs, and talismans before the competition. Fellow disciples, the rule of this exchange meeting is that each of you will take turns coming up to present what you wish to exchange and state what you seek in return. If any of you have what you desire, you may come forward to trade. I will demonstrate first. Liao pulled out a porcelain vial from his storage bag. I have a vial of pure spirit pill. It can purify spiritual energy and enhance cultivation. I seek to exchange it for a Tianqing flower. Any age will do for my vial of pure spirit pill, Liao announced to the crowd. The people on the peak exchanged glances, and many began to murmur. Ning Yao quietly remarked to Li Xiu's group, the Tianqing flower is a primary ingredient for upgrading spirit pets. So it appears that this senior brother Liao intends to advance his spirit pet. After waiting for a while, Liao still received no response. He continued, if anyone wishes to exchange for other items, I can help facilitate the connections as long as someone has a Tianqing flower. After he finished speaking, someone jumped onto the stone mountain. Senior brother Liao, I have a Tianqing flower, and I would like to exchange it for a piece of cloud essence stone. Does anyone have it? Junior brother Lu, wonderful. Whoever possesses cloud essence stone, I am willing to exchange my pure spirit pill. Liao said excitedly, I have it. Another person jumped onto the stone mountain. The 3 of them exchanged their desired items, and Liao, in high spirits, called out, fellow disciples, those who wish to trade, please come forward. As Liao jumped down from the stone mountain, others began to jump up. A burly man with a long beard presented about 10 dark insect eggs to the crowd, saying, fellow disciples, these are the juvenile eggs of the 9-eyed poison centipede produced by my spirit insect. I wish to exchange these eggs for some gathering chi pills. Does anyone wish to trade? A long silence ensued, and no one responded, creating an awkward atmosphere. Sigh. The bearded man sighed and quietly jumped down from the stone mountain, leaving without looking back. After a prolonged silence, another disciple jumped onto the stone mountain. I have 10 diamond talisman and 10 continuous fireball talismans, and I wish to exchange them for a vial of poison honey or a poison ant nest. Any fellow disciple willing to trade? Moments later, a female disciple dressed in simple green attire jumped onto the stone mountain and exchanged a vial of poison honey for the 2 stacks of talismans. Bai Ling among Li Xiu's group also took out a small bag from her storage bag. After the male and female disciples departed, she jumped onto the stone mountain. I have 3 tails of green silkworm molt, and I am only seeking gathering chi pills and strengthening spirit powder. Bai Ling announced loudly. A dark-skinned youth jumped onto the stone mountain, presenting a vial of pills to Bai Ling's sister Bai Ling. You have managed to acquire so much molting. I am indeed fortunate to have my spirit lizard, the dark-skinned youth said enviously. Chapter 48, Soul Flags Humph. I knew you all had elixirs. If you don't present what your spirit pets need most, how can I exchange for elixirs and miraculous medicines? Bai Ling said before jumping down from the stone mountain. The dark-skinned youth smiled and, standing atop the stone mountain, retrieved a bell-shaped magical artifact from his storage bag. Sound engraving bell, a group attack magical artifact. Dear fellow disciples, during the intersect competition, should you encounter seniors who command swarms of insects, the sound sealing bell is the most effective artifact for dealing with such creatures. I am only willing to exchange my sound sealing bell for wind copper or golden lizard shells. Upon hearing this, a delicate female disciple visibly paused, her face gradually lighting up with delight. The golden lizard is Sister Chen's spirit pet. Brother Li Xiu actually intends to trade the sound sealing bell for a golden lizard shell. Recently, Sister Chen's golden lizard has just advanced. Brother Li Xiu must have planned this. Ning Yao whispered to the others. Indeed, as Ning Yao finished speaking, they witnessed the graceful Sister Chen breaking into a smile as she leapt onto the stone mountain, exchanging a shell from her storage bag for a remarkably powerful artifact. Sister, I truly envy you and Brother Liu for being disciples of the Artifact Refining Hall. You can craft your own artifacts. Bai Xiao gazed longingly at Brother Liu and Sister Chen on the stone mountain, filled with admiration. On the stone mountain, more disciples began to present items for trade, and Li Xiu understood each item exchanged among the intersect disciples. A considerable portion of precious materials in the cultivation world comes from spirit insects and beasts. During this exchange, Li Xiu noted no fewer than 10 types of materials sourced from spirit insects and beasts. Bai Ling even traded spirit insect molting for a potion that enhances cultivation. Li Xiu continuously pondered. If only he could enter the beast map space, he would never have to worry about cultivation resources. 7 days. Just wait 7 more days. He would then be able to enter the beast map space and soar to new heights. The exchange meeting for intersect disciples continued until dusk, after which Li Xiu bid farewell to Bai Ling and Bai Xiao. Upon returning to his stone chamber, he resumed his study of the method for refining souls. The first step involves extracting the soul with Yin Sha energy or Yin spiritual power and using the refining incantation to subdue the soul. The second step is to guide the soul into the soul banner with Yin Sha energy or Yin spiritual power, further refining the soul to activate the banner. The third step involves accumulating the soul and utilizing its Yin Sha energy to perform various secret techniques. Once these 3 steps are completed, Li Xiu would be able to execute the secret technique of projecting his soul. The more he thought about it, the more exhilarated he became. Fatigue was nowhere to be found. He retrieved the 7 ghost-headed daggers. Having recently used the 7 daggers, he would need over 100 days to use them again. However, Li Xiu had already decided against using them again. In 7 days, he would refine the souls within these daggers using the soul banner. At the solitary peak, Li Xiu arrived early from Mist Listening Peak. After waiting for over an hour, he spotted a large azure bird soaring in the distance, with Nie Yun perched upon its back. As the azure bird approached, Nie Yun lightly leapt from it, descending gracefully like a feather. Ha! I took a bit longer than expected, keeping junior brotherly waiting. Nie Yun laughed as he landed before Li Xiu. It was I who arrived early. Your spirit bird is truly extraordinary, brother Nie. Li Xiu replied politely. Naturally, this azurely bird carries a trace of the ancient Qing Yuan's bloodline. I paid a significant price to acquire this young bird. If you, junior brother, achieve merits in the outer sect, exchanging for this azurely bird would be an excellent choice. After a bout of pleasantries, Nie Yun retrieved the item for exchange. Junior brotherly, here is the soul banner you requested. The banner, palm-sized and rectangular, had a small section of dark purple wood visible at the bottom. Upon closer inspection, the banner appeared reminiscent of a smartphone from Li Xiu's past life, floating restlessly. The fabric was dark gray and as thin as paper. Turning it over, a blackish-purple rod supported the banner, with 2 horizontal rods piercing through the banner into the wooden pole. Behind the pole, a ghostly visage emerged, with eyes closed and mouth agape, its cavernous maw deep as ink. Junior brotherly, this soul banner is crafted from ghost face spider silk. It is significantly more powerful than the ghost face scorpion silk. The stronger the soul banner, the more likely it possesses a backlash of Yin ghost energy. Exercise caution in your usage, my advice to you. Nie Yun cautioned. Li Xiu carefully stored the soul banner, his heart settled. Rest assured, brother Nie, I will not use it frequently. Now, let us proceed to the Spirit Beast Hall, where I shall exchange for the spirit pet you desire. Excellent. Junior brotherly, follow me to the Spirit Beast Hall. With a sharp cry, Nie Yun summoned the azure bird, which swooped down gracefully onto the solitary peak. The azure bird regarded Li Xiu with a hint of hostility, only calming down after being soothed by brother Nie for quite some time, allowing Li Xiu to mount its back. Brother Nie carried Li Xiu as they flew towards the Spirit Beast Hall, where Li Xiu transferred his entitlement to a free spirit pet to Nie Yun. After bidding farewell to the Spirit Beast Hall, Li Xiu quickened his pace, returning to his stone chamber just as the sun began to set. Upon entering the chamber, he opened the barrier, retrieved the 7 ghost-headed daggers from his storage bag, and detached the blades. Li Xiu sat cross-legged, taking out the soul banner and meticulously recalling the method of its refinement. He cut his palm with a dagger, allowing his blood to drip onto the banner. His internal cultivation method, the soul-devouring technique, rapidly circulated as he continued his movements, unleashing the incantations of Yi's spiritual power. Li Xiu felt the soul-devouring technique within him consuming energy in a peculiar manner. It was akin to a withered trunk, not depleting entirely, but peeling away in segments. Although his magical power was abundant, the incantation felt as though it were teetering like a dim flashlight. Fortunately, activating the soul banner required minimal Yi's spiritual power, allowing Li Xiu to narrowly succeed in this step. Grasping the smaller soul banner, he altered the incantation and recited the spell once more. The soul banner advanced towards the 7 ghost heads resting on his bed, enveloping the face of one of the heads. Li Xiu felt a faint pulling force emanating from the ghostly face on the back of the banner. The ghost head was lifted slightly by this pulling energy, and a wisp of black smoke billowed from its mouth. Li Xiu hurriedly recited the incantation. The shadow soul within the ghost head penetrated into the soul banner amidst the incantation. At that moment, the ghostly face on the back of the banner slightly narrowed its closed eyes into a thin slit. The surface of the soul banner began to swirl with dark clouds. Undeterred, Li Xiu continued to absorb the second ghost head. He formed the incantation and recited the spell. Soon, the shadow soul from the second ghost head was also drawn into the soul banner. The first, the second, the third, after consecutively absorbing the shadow souls from 5 ghost heads. The surface of the soul banner finally expanded slightly. Chapter 49. Re-entering the map space at this moment, Li Xiu still possessed ample magical power. Yet he found himself unable to control the soul banner. Logically, one should be able to wield a magical artifact with magical power, yet his situation was peculiar. He had magical power, but could not command the soul banner. Even when he had the capacity to utilize his magical power, it simply would not work. Li Xiu set the soul banner aside and began to analyze the situation meticulously. The soul-devouring technique was boundless, devouring the spiritual energy surrounding him and converting it into magical power, which encompassed all attributes, including metal, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, wind, thunder, and darkness. Li Xiu pondered whether, during his use of the soul banner, he had exhausted the Yin attribute from his magical power through the soul-devouring technique. While other attributes remained intact, perhaps that was the case. His magical power was impure. The consumed portion included the Yin attribute. The remaining magical power did not encompass the Yin attribute, thus preventing him from continuing to wield the soul banner. He muttered to himself. Fortunately, the soul banner was now formed. As long as he utilized the Yin soul power within it, he could still command the soul banner. Li Xiu mused, altering the incantation in his hand, reciting the spell once more. A surge of grayish-black mist erupted from the soul banner, slowly enveloping him from the ground up. As the swirling gray-black mist enveloped Li Xiu's head, he uttered incantations, and soon after, his eyes closed. Moments later, a yellow orb of light was absorbed by the soul banner, drawing in waves of sinister energy. Li Xiu's spiritual consciousness surged with excitement. He had finally emerged from his corporeal form. He felt the 13 bodies stored within his backpack space, along with another empty backpack compartment where he had placed a chain in the corner of the stone chamber. Li Xiu's consciousness immediately stored the soul banner in the backpack compartment. With a mere thought, the yellow orb slipped into the space of the beast map. After nearly 3 years away from the beast map space, Li Xiu found the gravesite where his bodies lay, surrounded by little tree spirits feeding on the blood of his corpses. He carefully counted. There were a total of 47 of his own bodies. The little tree spirits had grown significantly over the past 2 years, evolving from the size of ginseng to over a meter tall. Each month, they would consume the blood of one of Li Xiu's bodies to maintain their soul bond. Over this time, the tree spirits had developed a habit of seeking out blood for themselves. After each feeding, they would remove the body, which would then generate a new one at the runestone pillar. As the tree spirits continued to grow, the amount of blood they consumed increased accordingly. Yet, this was hardly a concern. Even if the tree spirits grew into towering trees, Li Xiu, with his ability to replicate corpses, could easily sustain them. Li Xiu floated to the goblin shop, selling all 47 bodies for over 100 game coins. He wondered what he could do with the over 40,000 coins. Beyond creating graves and monks, they offered little utility. He then approached the Fountain of Life. feeling the warm waves wash over him, invigorating his yellow orb of consciousness. Fully revitalized, Li Xiu's yellow orb soared towards the graveyard where he created his bodies. 5 of his bodies lay beneath the runed stone pillar, preserved in the state they had been in when offered to the graveyard altar. Li Xiu's yellow orb dove into one of the bodies. After a moment, the body slowly opened its eyes. Feeling the vitality coursing through this body, he realized it was brimming with energy, and even the 3 layers of golden power within his dantian remained largely intact. Ha! With these bodies, I am invincible. Li Xiu laughed heartily. Having resolved the issue of his soul leaving the body, he could now switch bodies at will. Changing bodies was as simple as donning a new skin. Moreover, since all these bodies belonged to him, he would not encounter any issues related to soul possession. Standing on the soil of the beast map space, a gentle breeze chilled him, and he looked down to find himself completely unclothed. With no one around, he decided to explore his map space. The 3rd-level main base, the Dark Castle, was adorned with a flowing green river. Li Xiu reached out to scoop some water from the river, only to recoil from the bone-chilling cold that froze his hand. When he looked at his hand again, it had already turned numb. He made his way to the Fountain of Life, hoping its waters would heal his frostbite, but after waiting, there was no change. Sighing, he retrieved the soul banner from his backpack and recited an incantation, the swirling gray mist enveloping him once more. His soul once again soared from his body. The yellow orb of consciousness dove into another body, and Li Xiu rose, tossing the frostbitten arm's body into the backpack compartment to sell at the goblin shop. In high spirits, he proclaimed, "I am immortal," and resumed his exploration. Li Xiu ventured into a quaint tavern at the edge of the map. Finding it cozy with a table, a stove, and a bed, he lay on the bed in awe. After some time, he exited the tavern, circled around, and returned to the Sacrifice Abyss building. This structure, capable of permanently transforming monks into shadows, was crucial to Li Xiu. 3 golden flames burned perpetually atop the Sacrifice Abyss. Having learned from his previous encounter with the Green River, Li Xiu dared not approach these ominous flames. They were too dangerous to touch. Beyond the graveyard's function, he had yet to fully comprehend the Dark Castle and Sacrifice Abyss, but he understood their basic roles. The Dark Castle produced monks, which were then transformed into shadow souls in the Sacrifice Abyss, the shadow souls being crafted into ghostly heads of the 7 ghosts' small knives. Now, Li Xiu added another task, to absorb the shadow souls into the soul banner. Without hesitation, he transformed the remaining monks into shadow souls and absorbed them into the soul banner. When he placed the soul banner in the backpack compartment, the population limit indicator shifted from red to yellow, signaling that the Black Castle could now produce monks. With each monk created, he would transform them into shadow souls, which he would then manipulate the soul banner to absorb. When his mana began to dwindle, he would switch bodies to ensure he had enough power to utilize the soul banner for soul separation. Chapter 50. Conclusion. When Li Xiu's orb of consciousness reappeared in the stone chamber, it was already night. Entering the body seated on the bed, he stood up. His backpack compartment now held over 20 of his bodies for emergencies, while another compartment contained the gray-black soul banner. He took out the soul banner. Noticing that the swirling gray clouds had become remarkably dense, and the sinister energy emanating from it was palpable, Li Xiu spent half the night infusing the soul banner with over 300 shadow souls, expending a significant portion of his gold from the beast map space before finally emerging from it. Feeling discomfort in his frail body, Li Xiu shook his head in resignation. The last breeding task had taken a severe toll on his health. He could only wait until he regained a physique similar to his former self before switching back to a healthy body. At that moment, lying on his bed, he toyed with his only magical artifact, the soul banner. With over 300 shadow souls infused into it, the banner now housed more than 100 souls. The sinister energy within the soul banner gathered rapidly, and Li Xiu could even feel the waves of dark energy emanating from it. After fiddling with the soul banner for some time, he retrieved a box from beneath the bed. Opening it, he found a multitude of ghostly heads, each the size of a ping-pong ball. These heads were crafted by Li Xiu's request from the Azure Dragon Gang, exquisitely made and finely detailed. Though they bore fierce expressions, Li Xiu found them somewhat charming, reminiscent of ghostly faces from his past life. Picking one up, he found acupuncture needles and carefully inserted a fine silver needle beneath the ghostly head. Following the same method, he assembled over 30 ghostly head needles in one go. This time, Li Xiu was clever. By gently inserting these ghostly head needles into the acupuncture points of his skin, he could flawlessly utilize the 7 ghost soul-devouring secret technique without harm. Moreover, an incredible idea struck him. The 7 ghosts soul-devouring were, after all, 7 ghostly heads. weren't they? Why is it not possible to summon 8, 17, or even 100 souls? At this thought, Li Xiu was filled with excitement. He took out the soul banner, his hands weaving intricate spells, chanting incantations as the banner touched the 30-some ghostly needles one by one. Soon, he infused them with the shadowy souls, and Li Xiu rejoiced, for the various secret techniques inscribed on the 100 souls banner were indeed convenient and swift. He could effortlessly replace the shadowy souls within the ghostly daggers at any time, significantly accelerating his cultivation progress. Li Xiu settled into a meditative posture. Inserting the 30-plus ghostly needles into his body, he began to chant the incantation for the 7 ghosts devouring souls secret technique. And the ghostly heads adorning his body opened their eyes, gathering malevolent energy amidst swirling black mist. Each time 7 ghostly heads opened their eyes, a layer of ghostly mist emerged, alternating endlessly. However, Li Xiu sensed something amiss. The 7 ghosts devouring souls technique still relied on the 7 heads to release and absorb the ghostly mist, and he had merely increased the number of ghostly heads. While the volume of ghostly mist had indeed multiplied, it had to be absorbed in batches by the 7 ghostly heads, creating an awkward situation. If the 7 ghosts devouring souls technique operated this way, then Li Xiu could achieve the same effect with merely 7 ghostly daggers. Moreover, with the 100 souls banner, he could simply replace the shadowy souls within the 7 ghostly daggers to continue utilizing the technique. It was akin to a crowded square where groups of 7 individuals completed a task, compared to a situation where 7 individuals worked while many awaited outside the square. The former was indeed chaotic. Before long, the 30-plus ghostly heads had absorbed the ghostly mist into their mouths, and Li Xiu anticipated the influx of magical energy from the ghostly needles into his body. He initially expected that all 30-plus needles would simultaneously infuse him with power. But to his disappointment, it was still the same as before. Only 7 ghostly heads gradually imparted energy, while the remaining heads remained dormant, seemingly waiting for the first group of 7 to exhaust their magical energy. Then, a more troublesome issue arose. The rapid influx of energy from the 7 ghosts devouring souls technique had transformed into a painfully slow trickle of feeble power. The supply was so sluggish that it felt as if the network speed had dropped from 5G to 2G, agonizingly slow. At this pace, Li Xiu reckoned that the 7 ghostly heads could sustain him for an entire day. It was no wonder they used daggers instead of silver needles. Such a glacial pace was utterly unacceptable. Li Xiu removed all the ghostly needles from his body, realizing that this obvious method of switching daggers for needles was indeed ineffective. He pondered who among the celestial ghostly realm had devised the 7 ghosts devouring souls technique, which seemed to restrict its efficacy to merely 7 heads. Any additional ones had to wait in line. Standing up, Li Xiu retrieved the 100 souls banner once more, absorbing the shadowy souls from the 30-plus ghostly heads into the banner, leaving only 7 heads behind. He detached the silver needles from the ghostly heads and replaced them with daggers. Once again, the speed of magical energy from the 7 ghostly daggers surged. Li Xiu operated the second layer of the soul-swallowing technique to its utmost, his dantian swelling with magical energy. The energy flow from the 7 ghosts devouring souls technique diminished rapidly, and as he continued to channel the third layer of the soul-swallowing technique, the magical energy from the 7 daggers had nearly been depleted by the time he broke through the third layer's bottleneck. Li Xiu picked up the 100 souls banner, extracting the shadowy souls from the 7 ghostly heads and replacing them with 7 intact shadowy souls, reigniting the 7 ghosts devouring souls technique. Layers of ghostly mist enveloped him once more as the 7 ghostly heads began absorbing the mist and transforming it into magical energy. Li Xiu persisted in cultivating the third layer of the soul-swallowing technique until the magical energy surged within him, causing excruciating pain throughout his meridians and dantian, prompting him to withdraw the ghostly daggers and halt his practice. The soul-swallowing technique had advanced once more, proving itself to be the most easily elevated method of cultivation. Li Xiu felt that this technique suited him best. At times, he even mused whether he was now more formidable than those with 5 elemental roots. After all, they could only absorb the 5 elemental energies of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, while he possessed the ability to absorb all forms of energy, including those of the 5 elements. Could this be considered an enhancement to the soul-swallowing technique? Yet, the thought that the technique had a limit of 10 layers, coupled with the increasing energy demands of the golden vein technique, left him uncertain about which path of cultivation to pursue next. Li Xiu summarized his current situation. Firstly, he could freely enter the spaces of magical beasts, Secondly, his 7 ghosts devouring souls technique remained unchanged, albeit with infinite endurance now. As for the clever tricks he had considered with the daggers, they had proven entirely ineffective. Thirdly, with the 100 Souls banner, Li Xiu could endlessly replace his energy-laden bodies. A boon for someone like him who lacked magical power. While others' energy resembled rechargeable batteries, his was akin to a disposable one. Once used, it was replaced. Chapter 51. The Golden Silkworm Task. After tidying up his belongings, Li Xiu lay down to sleep. 3 days later, in the morning, he arrived at the Outer Affairs Hall. Bai Xiao was not on duty at that time. Instead, a middle-aged man was present. Greetings, senior brother. I have come to receive an outer sect task. May I inquire about the available options? Li Xiu asked. The allocation of outer sect tasks is determined by the Foundation Establishment Elders. You may head over there. The rear hall has a Foundation Establishment Elder presiding. Once you complete the task, return here to report. The middle-aged man replied. Oh, then I shall take my leave. Senior brother, Li Xiu said politely. All right, take care, junior brother, the middle-aged man responded courteously. Upon entering the rear hall, Li Xiu was captivated by the sight of an extraordinarily beautiful woman crafting talismans at the table, clad in pure white robes. She stood still like a celestial being from a painting, and when she moved, she resembled a fairy stepping out of a canvas, breathtakingly beautiful. At that moment, Li Xiu found himself entranced, his gaze fixated on this ethereal woman, the white-robed woman, engrossed in her talisman work. Sensed Li Xiu's presence, but was taken aback to find this chi-refining stage disciple staring at her intently. Perhaps feeling the scrutiny, her hand trembled slightly, resulting in a mistake in her talisman drawing. Irritated, she furrowed her brow and looked up at Li Xiu. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment. Li Xiu quickly diverted his gaze to the talisman she was crafting. Master, your talisman skills are truly remarkable. I genuinely admire your talent, Li Xiu exclaimed, attempting to ease the tension as he circled around to observe her work closely. Excellent. Truly excellent. That stroke is indeed inspired. Li Xiu approached and feigned to critique. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Your mastery of talismans is indeed impressive. After expressing his admiration, he returned to his original position, standing attentively. What do you want? The white-robed woman asked, her tone tinged with annoyance. Li Xiu produced his token and said, I am a newly initiated insect-rearing disciple, just back from my break. Here to receive an outer sect task. The white-robed woman took the token from him, her consciousness probing within. You practice a metal-based technique? The third layer of the golden vein technique. She lifted her gaze to Li Xiu. What is it? Is there a problem, master? Li Xiu inquired, puzzled by her astonished reaction. No problem at all. Excellent, very good. Suddenly, the white-robed woman broke into a light laugh. Li Xiu felt an inkling of unease. While her laughter was enchanting, he sensed an underlying intention to lead him into a trap. Dear disciple, are you aware that in the past 2 years, there exists a task among the outer disciples that offers the most generous rewards? This task is beyond the reach of ordinary outer disciples. The white-clad female cultivator remarked as she extracted a wooden box from her spirit beast pouch. What task is it? Could you elaborate, Master Uncle? Li Xiu inquired, his gaze fixed on the wooden box presented by the female cultivator. This is a task decreed by an ancestor of our sect who has attained the nascent soul stage. Only those who have cultivated gold-based magical powers may undertake it. Thus, dear disciple, you are truly fortunate. With your primary focus on gold-based techniques, you are eligible to accept this task. The rewards for completing it are so substantial that even inner disciples envy them. Besides the rewards, you will also receive a spirit insect as your familiar. The white-clad female cultivator smiled. Anything given for free cannot be without complications. This task must certainly involve significant troubles. Li Xiu thought to himself. Could you please clarify the specifics of this task, Master Uncle? Li Xiu asked. The task is quite simple. Our venerable ancestor has raised a batch of golden silkworms. He has entrusted the outer disciples with the responsibility of coaxing silk from them, as long as you submit a specified quantity of silk each month. After reaching a certain amount, you will permanently possess one of these golden silkworms. Moreover, the sect will provide additional generous rewards for those who complete the task. The white-clad female cultivator enthusiastically explained. Are there any taboos associated with coaxing silk from the silkworms? Li Xiu inquired. You must infuse the golden silkworms with gold-based magical energy daily, for a minimum of 3 years. She elucidated. If I am to infuse the silkworms with magical energy, won't that hinder my own cultivation? Li Xiu finally grasped the troublesome aspect of this task. Not to such a severe extent. It will merely delay your magical progress for a few years. In fact, Daily infusing energy into the silkworms will greatly benefit the condensation and utilization of your magical power. Those who coax silk from the golden silkworms will receive rewards 3 times greater than those from other tasks, along with a monthly supply of a chi gathering pill and 5 spirit stones, plus unrestricted access to the insights and experiences stored on the 2nd floor of the library. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, as many predecessors placed their insights there for the benefit of foundation-building disciples. This task of coaxing silk from the golden silkworms is open to both inner and outer disciples. And outer disciples only need to produce 3 tails to be considered as having completed the task. Once the task is accepted, you must submit at least 1 tail of silk to terminate it. After explaining, the white-clad female cultivator turned her gaze toward Li Xiu. After pondering, Li Xiu realized that within his spatial map, he possessed an abundance of golden magical energy, making the infusion of energy into the silkworms feasible. However, he wondered about the abilities of these golden silkworms and whether he could properly manage them. Master Uncle, what abilities do the golden silkworms possess? How much silk can they produce, and how much magical energy will it consume? Can I truly control this insect? Li Xiu queried. The white-clad female cultivator frowned slightly, but replied calmly. With your 3 layers of golden magical power, you must infuse the golden silkworm 6 times daily, exhausting your magical energy each time. The difficulty is indeed considerable, but if you cultivate diligently, it is not impossible to complete the task. The golden silkworm does not possess formidable abilities. Its greatest talent is producing exceptionally resilient golden silk. Coaxing silk from the silkworm is akin to extracting eggs from a hen, as you must continuously supply magical energy to the silkworm. The silkworm can produce a maximum of 3 feet of silk daily, and once it has finished, it will deplete its energy reserve until it can no longer produce silk. The task I assign you is tailored for outer disciples. As long as you complete it, the golden silkworm will be yours. However, what use is the silkworm if it cannot produce silk? Li Xiu questioned, perplexed. Rest assured, if you persist in infusing energy into the silkworm daily, in a few years, it will regain its vitality and will be able to produce silk again. After discussing the task for quite some time, the white-clad female cultivator grew somewhat impatient. Li Xiu, wishing to explore other tasks, was halted by her, who informed him that no other tasks were available. Considering the numerous rewards, Li Xiu nodded in agreement, and the increasingly exasperated beauty finally received his affirmation to accept the task. Chapter 52. Chi Refinement Level 10. The white-clad female cultivator opened the wooden box, revealing a golden silkworm, about the thickness of a thumb and the length of a middle finger, emerging from a tree-hole-like cavity within the box. This is a box made from green mulberry wood. With it, you need not feed the golden silkworm. Do not offer it any food. It only consumes the leaves of the spirit mulberry. When infusing magical energy, ensure it bites your finger and refrain from petting or blowing on the silkworm. For if it becomes contaminated, it may die from distress. The method of controlling it is straightforward. You merely need to infuse magical energy a few times, and the silkworm will recognize you as its master. I will record the details for you. You must submit 3 feet of silk every 7 days without fail. The white-clad female cultivator meticulously outlined the precautions before handing Li Xiu a spirit beast pouch containing the box, after which she dismissed him. Returning to his stone chamber with the spirit beast pouch, Li Xiu felt a twinge of loneliness typical of a cultivator. How delightful it would be to have a group of friends to enjoy skewers together, or perhaps to engage in some gaming. Next time, he thought, he should visit the mortal realm to acquire a whole roasted lamb and place it in the graveyard. Li Xiu mused as he sat cross-legged on his bed. He retrieved the 100 Souls banner, chanting the incantation as his spiritual consciousness flowed into the banner. Placing the banner in his backpack, Li Xiu's consciousness dove into the map space of magical beasts. Once inside, he tossed the banner aside and brought the spirit beast pouch and storage pouch into the magical beast map space. In the life spring, Li Xiu restored his state and took out a body infused with golden magical power, merging into it. Before long, he stood up, collecting the 100 Souls banner, spirit beast pouch, and storage pouch. He tossed the 100 Souls banner near the life spring, watching as the more than 40 shadow souls within gradually regained their vitality. The 100 Souls banner proved to be remarkably convenient. Li Xiu felt a surge of joy. He then retrieved 7 ghost-headed daggers, inserting them into his body, intending to cultivate within the magical beast map space. This time, the 7 daggers did not summon ghostly mist. Perhaps this space lacks spiritual energy, or other natural laws govern it. Removing the 7 ghost-headed daggers, he placed them into his storage pouch. He realized he needed to cultivate outside. Standing up, Li Xiu turned back to scoop some water from the life spring. The cool, refreshing water transformed into bubbles in the air as soon as it left the spring. Another item that couldn't be extracted. He opened the spirit beast pouch containing the golden silkworm, revealing the green mulberry wooden box. The golden silkworm immediately retreated into its small hole, only re-emerging after a considerable time. The adorably clumsy silkworm, with its golden body, purple bean-like head, and a row of tiny purple feet resembling millet, crawled in a charming manner. After watching the silkworm for a while, Li Xiu reached out his finger toward it. The silkworm's bite was not painful. As Li Xiu infused his magical energy into his fingertip, he felt a pulling sensation from the silkworm. Utilizing this pulling force, he infused magical energy into the silkworm. After a moment, he ceased the infusion. With only a little magical energy remaining in this body, Li Xiu switched to a new body using the 100 Souls banner. He continued to infuse magical energy into the golden silkworm, and whenever his energy ran low, he would change to another body. After consuming over 30 bodies, the golden silkworm seemed satisfied and stopped absorbing Li Xiu's magical energy. The silkworm began to gradually produce golden silk, shimmering brilliantly and exceptionally bright. Li Xiu felt a sense of relief as he observed the silkworm producing a large quantity of silk. After half an hour, the silkworm finally finished its silk production and slowly crawled back into its tree hole. Li Xiu picked up a strand of golden silk and gently pulled at both ends. A nearly 3-foot-long, almost imperceptibly thin golden thread was delicately unfurled by him. This golden thread was remarkably resilient. Despite exerting immense effort, Li Xiu could not break it. He then found a nail and began to wind the thread around it. Due to the thread's extreme fineness, only a small portion of it could be wrapped around the nail. At that moment, Li Xiu found himself momentarily lost in thought, as memories surged within his mind. The nail wrapped in golden silk strikingly resembled his previous profession in his past life. Li Xiu had been an electrician and a self-employed household appliance repairman. The sight of the nail entwined with golden silk reminded him vividly of the coils used in electromagnetic induction. It was this resemblance that had left him in a daze. Cherishing the beautiful memories of his past life, Li Xiu felt a profound sense of nostalgia. After a long while, he shouted into the vastness of space, "I will carve out my own realm in this world of cultivation." The echoes resonated through the space, even causing a distant tree spirit to open its eyes. Cultivation must continue. During the subsequent time, Li Xiu took out a body imbued with golden energy and, utilizing the infinite replenishment of the 7 Ghosts soul-devouring secret technique, he painstakingly perfected the 3rd layer of the golden energy skill. He placed this body into the altar of the graveyard, replacing his original body, which possessed only half the golden energy. Subsequently, he also deposited the body he cultivated through the soul-devouring technique into another altar. The body imbued with the powers of the soul-devouring technique was replicated as well. Every 7 days, Li Xiu would visit the Outer Affairs Hall to submit a portion of golden silk, while also attending the Library Pavilion and the Transmission Hall to study the art of talismans and cultivation techniques. As the seasons changed, 3 years quietly slipped away. By this time, Li Xiu had reached the 5th layer of the golden energy skill and the 10th layer of the soul-devouring technique. He had already exchanged for the subsequent techniques of the golden energy skill, but it took him 2 years to advance merely 2 layers. In contrast, the progress of the soul-devouring technique was astonishingly swift. This was not surprising, as Li Xiu, through the infinite replenishment of the 7 Ghosts soul-devouring secret technique, had attracted all the spiritual energy around him. Not only the elemental spiritual energy, but also various exotic energies were included. This was the primary reason for the rapid advancement of the soul-devouring technique. Consider this. Li Xiu's 7 Ghosts soul-devouring technique was akin to possessing 9 types of spiritual roots. The more spiritual roots he had, the quicker his cultivation progressed. Was he not the most suited for cultivating the soul-devouring technique as an unprecedented practitioner with 9 spiritual roots? Additionally, he faced no bottlenecks in his cultivation, and Li Xiu himself was unaware of how he had ascended to the 10th layer of the soul-devouring technique. According to Li Xiu's thoughts, surpassing the 10th layer of the soul-devouring technique might not present a bottleneck for him, but as he continued to cultivate, even with the infinite replenishment of the 7 Ghosts soul-devouring technique, he felt that it might not suffice. This would necessitate the use of pills to enhance his spiritual energy to break through the 10th layer of qi refinement. Li Xiu planned to wait until the 3-year task period concluded, at which point he would use all the accumulated gathering qi pills to break through to the 10th layer of qi refinement. Once his spiritual energy was elevated, Li Xiu also intended to incorporate spellcasting and the art of talismans into his next stage of learning. With the golden energy skill reaching the 5th layer, Li Xiu practiced metal-based spells daily. His cultivation speed was rapid. With each successful release of a metal spell, Li Xiu would switch to a new body. Li Xiu's indulgent behavior was akin to training skills in a game's boot camp. With infinite mana and unlimited cooldowns, he effortlessly mastered those spells. Chapter 53. Descending the mountain today marked the final day for Li Xiu to deliver the golden silkworm silk, as well as the moment to complete his task and receive rewards. Li Xiu's task of inducing the golden silkworm silk was delayed by 2 years. And among the outer disciples, others had already completed their tasks. Among the outer disciples, there were whispers about the outrageous difficulty of this task. Inducing golden silk was exceedingly taxing on both spiritual energy and time. Those undertaking the task often oscillated between expending and recovering their spiritual energy daily. Such a situation persisted for years, and even the most resilient individuals could not endure it. Furthermore, the golden silkworms also suffered greatly due to the silk induction, often left in a state of exhaustion. Although it was said they could gradually recover by infusing some spiritual energy, it was, in fact, nearly impossible to restore their vitality. Many golden silkworms had already reached a state of near death. As for the rewards, while the other aspects were acceptable, the disappointment was palpable regarding the reward of access to the 2nd floor of the library pavilion. The precious tomes housed on the 2nd floor could not be borrowed. Only elders in the core formation stage placed their insights on various esoteric subjects there. A group of Qi refinement stage outer disciples, who barely understood cultivation, would find studying those profound insights to be utterly misleading. In recent days, few lower-ranked disciples had visited the 2nd floor of the library pavilion. They were more focused on recovering their spiritual energy and resuming their cultivation. Having received the sect's rewards, Li Xiu was also entitled to a half-year of rest, during which he could freely access the insights on the 2nd floor of the library pavilion. His mood was exceptionally buoyant. With over 100 contributions to the sect and several hundred spirit stones in hand, Li Xiu could exchange for some useful items within the sect. However, when Li Xiu arrived at the sect's exchange area for pills, talismans, and magical tools, he discovered that there were no pills available to enhance his cultivation. Upon inquiry, he learned that within the Yuling sect, there were over 10,000 Qi refinement disciples, thousands in the foundation establishment stage, and hundreds of elders in the core formation stage, with a dozen or so in the nascent soul stage. Such a large sect consumed millions of spiritual materials daily. The sect could hardly provide enough pills for its disciples each month, let alone have surplus pills available for Qi refinement disciples like Li Xiu to exchange. Even if there were any, they would not be available for him to acquire. Nonetheless, it was not impossible to obtain pills. Nearby the Yuling sect lay a large marketplace, established with the support of the Yuling sect and several other major sects. Within this marketplace, one could purchase pills for enhancing cultivation at higher levels, but currently, Li Xiu's savings were limited, and he needed to devise a way to earn enough spirit stones to procure the pills. How to earn spirit stones? Li Xiu had already formulated a plan. He would exchange for the corpses of golden spiritual beasts, using these corpses to extract blood for talisman crafting. Li Xiu excelled in metal-based spells. Metal talismans were interconnected with metal spells, and both materials and spiritual energy were virtually cost-free. As long as Li Xiu continuously crafted talismans, he could steadily increase his proficiency to the maximum level. In addition to metal talismans, Li Xiu also possessed a complete set of materials for fire-based talismans. While the blood of fire toads was relatively low tier, the fireball talisman had a strong market. Li Xiu was also prepared to produce fireball talismans. Li Xiu spent 20 spirit stones and 5 contributions to exchange for fresh corpses of golden spiritual mice and a talisman brush from an outer disciple. From that point on, Li Xiu secluded himself in a stone chamber to cultivate, immersing his soul in the space to repeatedly study the art of talismans. After 5 months, Li Xiu emerged from the stone chamber, his storage bag filled with over 100 mid-tier talismans. He had more than 20 diamond talismans, over 30 golden arrow talismans, 3 continuous fire talismans, a dozen firewall talismans, and the most abundant were the fireball talismans, with over 100 in total. During the initial month of learning to craft talismans, Li Xiu struggled to synchronize the drawing of talismans with the input of spiritual energy. However, leveraging his ability to infinitely switch bodies, he gradually refined the talisman crafting process, ultimately managing to engrave the fireball talisman. Once he achieved one, the next became significantly easier. With the help of infinite body switching, Li Xiu became increasingly adept at crafting fireball talismans until he could do so flawlessly, at which point he turned his attention to studying other talismans. In the ensuing months, Li Xiu dedicated himself to the study of talismans of the gold element. Despite limited success, he persevered. He mastered 2 types of gold talismans, the defensive diamond talisman and the offensive golden arrow talisman. The success rate of these talismans lingered below 50%. However, for Li Xiu, who possessed a unique advantage, this posed no significant challenge. The cemetery within his spatial realm could produce an infinite supply of spiritual ink. Subsequently, he endeavored several times with the chain fire talisman and the firewall talisman. Yet these 2 talismans proved to be quite perplexing. After 2 months, he managed to successfully draw only 3 chain fire talismans. The firewall talisman was somewhat simpler. Yet Li Xiu found himself with little time to devote to talisman crafting. He needed to descend the mountain within half a year to procure some advanced medicinal pills from the market. As the deadline approached, Li Xiu, armed with his talismans, rented a spiritual griffin from the sect, and, after 3 days, flew out of the Qiling mountain range. The market was situated in a valley to the north of the Qiling mountain range, a convergence point for the 4 major sects near the Yuling sect. Aside from the prominent Yuling sect, 2 other large sects and a medium-sized faction bordered it. To the west of the Yuling sect lay the ancient Yinmen sect, renowned in the cultivation realm for its mastery over flames. Nearly every advanced disciple from this sect bore a unique flame that manifested in various forms during battle, from raging demonic flames to formless true flames, making their fiery techniques particularly formidable. Records within the Yuling sect document numerous confrontations between its disciples and those from the Yinmen sect, revealing instances where a Yuling disciple's flying insect was utterly incinerated by the Yinmen disciple's demonic fire, leaving the former gravely injured. The Yinmen sect's fire manipulation techniques were the natural nemesis of the Yuling sect's spiritual insects, leading Yuling disciples to generally avoid provoking Yinmen disciples. On the opposite side of the Qiling mountain range resided the forces of the demonic Tiansha sect, which maintained a friendly rapport with the Yuling sect, often engaging in mutual exchanges. It was rumored that the Tiansha sect specialized in sinister techniques involving corpse manipulations, with some advanced powers capable of turning living beings into puppets. To the far north of the Yuling sect lay the Bai Shui sword sect, a medium-sized faction that, for reasons unknown, managed to stand alongside the 3 larger sects, earning its place of respect. Known for its mastery of swordsmanship, the Bai Shui disciples, though few in number, were formidable enough to contend against 3 opponents simultaneously. While the 4 sects appeared tranquil on the surface, countless undercurrents of rivalry simmered beneath. Whenever significant opportunities arose, such as the opening of hidden realms or the competition for rare resources, conflicts among the 4 sects would inevitably ensue. In addition to these 4 sects, numerous minor sects and families, as well as independent cultivators, aligned themselves with the larger factions. Chapter 54. Selling talismans upon exiting the Yuling sect and traveling for several days. Li Xiu arrived at a city inhabited by mortals. The attire of the people bore slight differences from that of the Yin kingdom, their dialects diverging significantly as well, and the local customs were markedly distinct, with Li Xiu even encountering men and women dressed in revealing garments on the streets. He spent 3 days there, indulging in the myriad culinary delights of the mortal realm. Had time permitted, he would have lingered longer. Li Xiu rode his spiritual griffin to Yuan Luo Mountain, where he found himself in the valley of Yuan Luo Market, the intersection of the 4 sections. He dismounted in an unoccupied area and, dressed in ordinary attire, proceeded to the market. Upon entering, he noted that, while the architectural style differed slightly from that of the Lulan market, the overall ambience was quite similar. He spotted establishments such as the Talisman Treasure Pavilion and the Jade Slip Pavilion, which were well regarded among the stalls. As he wandered down the main street of the market, he observed the orderly arrangement of booths in the square, each equipped with tables and stools, a significant improvement over the makeshift stalls in Lulan Market. Li Xiu first purchased a substantial quantity of blank talismans from a stall selling them, thereafter inquiring about the approximate prices for the talismans he had crafted. Once he gathered all necessary information, he stepped into the Talisman Treasure Pavilion. "Esteemed senior, are you here to purchase talismans? If you do not mind, I would be delighted to introduce you to the various sections of talismans available for sale," a young lady in a green dress respectfully inquired. Li Xiu had already heard similar words twice. "I wish to sell the talismans I have crafted," he stated directly. "Oh, please follow me. We have a specialized appraiser who will evaluate the pricing of the talismans you wish to sell." The young lady led Li Xiu into the inner hall of the pavilion, arranging him behind a partition before hastily leaving. After a brief wait, an elderly gentleman, appearing to be in his 60s, emerged from behind the screen. He exuded a subtle aura of authority, his spiritual energy well contained, indicating that he was a master at the foundation establishment stage. "Young friend, Are you looking to sell spiritual talismans? The elder inquired. Indeed, Li Xiu replied, producing a diamond talisman, a golden arrow talisman, a firewall talisman, and a fireball talisman, leaving the 3-chain fire talismans for himself. He cherished these 3-chain fire talismans, akin to an automatic weapon, capable of unleashing a barrage of fireballs once activated. The elder examined the 4 talismans, scrutinizing them with a smile. It seems you are just beginning your journey into the realm of talismans. Many of the nuances in these creations appear somewhat juvenile. However, the script is intact, and the potency is commendable. I can offer you 35 spirit stones for these. 35. How much for each? Li Xiu frowned, recognizing that this price was considerably lower than the market rates outside. The Talisman Treasure Pavilion indeed offered lower prices. Oh, the elder assumed Li Xiu was reluctant to accept that his meticulously crafted talismans were worth so little. I can offer you 15 spirit stones for the diamond talisman, 10 for the firewall talisman, 6 for the golden arrow talisman, and 4 for the fireball talisman. This fireball talisman, crafted using the blood essence of a fire element spiritual beast, possesses remarkable power despite your own lack of fire elemental abilities. Should you immerse yourself in the study of talismans for over 20 years, I could increase the price for mid-tier talismans by 2 spirit stones. However, your current understanding of talismans clearly requires further refinement. The elder's words were a testament to Li Xiu's talent, considering his youth and status as a Qi refinement stage cultivator. Mastering 4 types of talismans was an impressive feat. Li Xiu understood that without the guidance of a master, the effectiveness and appearance of his talismans would inevitably be compromised. Very well, I shall accept the price you have proposed, Li Xiu sighed softly. From his storage pouch, he produced 4 stacks of talismans, the thickest containing over 100 sheets. He extracted a few for each of the 4 types and placed the remainder on the table. Initially, the elder paid no heed, but upon seeing the stacks of talismans Li Xiu placed on the table, his expression shifted to one of disbelief. He picked up the stack of diamond talismans and scrutinized each one meticulously. The elder observed that every diamond talisman was distinct. He furrowed his brow, unfolding each one, interspersing them, and after a thorough arrangement, he nodded in understanding. Once again, he picked up the remaining talismans and repeated the sorting process, finally returning them to their original order. Did you craft all of these talismans? The elder's tone was now warm and amiable. Indeed, they are all my creations. I endured considerable effort to master these talismans. Li Xiu initially considered mentioning the 6 months he spent, but, feeling it might seem excessive, he refrained. Has anyone guided you in your studies of talismans? The elder inquired with anticipation. Without guidance, I merely practiced repeatedly by observing the illustrations in books, Li Xiu remarked. A prodigy. Indeed. If I am not mistaken, my young friend is no more than 30 years old. To possess such a talent for talisman crafting at such a tender age is truly admirable. Might you consider joining our esteemed establishment? This is the Talisman Pavilion, an outer sect of the Jade Talisman Palace. Should you choose to join, you would gain access to the true teachings of our talisman arts. The elderly gentleman, well-versed in talismans, could discern that Li Xiu had only recently embarked on this path, having not practiced for long. Drawing from his years of experience, he meticulously compared and sorted the talismans, enabling him to identify the sequence in which Li Xiu crafted them. Furthermore, he observed that Li Xiu's talismans were freshly completed, each one distinct and progressively better. This was the reason for the elder's careful sorting. To self-teach and swiftly identify improvements in talismans indicates an extraordinary talent that surely merits recognition. Upon hearing the elder's words, Li Xiu felt a stir in his heart. The prospect of changing paths was indeed something he could contemplate. Should advancement within the spirit control sect prove unattainable in the future, it would be quite beneficial to study the art of talismans at this talisman pavilion. Considering this, Li Xiu addressed the elder, esteemed senior. I am not in a position to join the talisman pavilion just yet, but might you grant me a token or a medallion? Once I have settled my worldly affairs, I will certainly prioritize joining your esteemed establishment. In his previous life, such mutual interest and amicable conversation would lead to an exchange of business cards at this juncture. The elderly gentleman felt a great sense of relief upon hearing Li Xiu's response. He promptly retrieved a medallion, a jade pendant, and a jade slip from his storage bag. Excellent. This is the guest medallion of our talisman pavilion. With this medallion, you may sell your talismans at any talisman pavilion within the market at an increased price of 10%. With this medallion, each of your 4 types of talismans will earn you additional spirit stones. The golden arrow and fireball talismans will each garner an extra spirit stone, while the diamond and firewall talismans will earn 2 additional spirit stones apiece. The higher the level of the talisman, the greater the reward. The elder placed the medallion into Li Xiu's hands. He then held the jade pendant, gazing intently at Li Xiu. Chapter 55. Unforeseen Calamity. My name is Xuanmu, a disciple of the outer sect of the Jade Talisman Palace. If you wish to join our establishment in the future, this jade bears the unique seal of the Jade Talisman Palace, and presenting it will grant you entry as an outer sect disciple. Additionally, this jade slip contains my insights on foundational talismans, which are of no use to me. I offer it to you in hopes that you will advance further in the art of talismans. After handing over the jade pendant and jade slip, Xuanmu began to converse with Li Xiu about the intricacies of talisman crafting as if he were a senior mentor. As their discussion on crafting evolved into a lively exchange, Xuanmu produced writing instruments for crafting talismans and began to demonstrate his techniques. By the time Li Xiu exited the talisman pavilion, dusk had fallen. He then proceeded to the alchemy hall to procure elixirs to enhance his cultivation. The alchemy hall was a place Xuanmu had recommended. It was a shop dedicated to the crafting of potions, and only someone of Xuanmu's standing could facilitate access to the alchemy hall for purchasing elixirs. Xuanmu and Li Xiu engaged in pleasant conversation, and upon learning of Li Xiu's intentions in the market, Xuanmu penned a letter for him to present at the alchemy hall for purchasing elixirs. Armed with this letter, Li Xiu indeed found the process seamless, exchanging over 1,500 spirit stones from his talisman sales for potions that would elevate his magical prowess. Upon exiting the market, the full moon hung high in the sky as Li Xiu ventured forth along the canyon. At this time, the forest was dark and the wind howled ominously, instilling in Li Xiu a sense of trepidation, as though he were traversing a haunted abode, fearing the sudden appearance of some malevolent spirit. After traversing half a mile along the mountain path, Li Xiu found a secluded area to release his spirit eagle. Climbing atop the eagle, he felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Utilizing the faint moonlight, Li Xiu guided the eagle as it soared gently through the night sky. Unconsciously, he patted his storage bag, within which lay a vial of strengthening elixir and a high-tier chi cultivation elixir for meridian expansion, both procured during his recent endeavors. Crafting talismans had indeed proven to be the most lucrative means of acquiring spirit stones. With hopes of breaking through to the advanced chi cultivation stage, Li Xiu's spirits soared. As the spirit eagle glided onward, it passed over a ridge, when Li Xiu faintly heard the sound of rustling leaves below. Curious about the source of the noise, he activated his heavenly eye technique to peer in that direction. To his astonishment, a disheveled black-clad cultivator, with a pair of venomous eyes, was fixated on him atop the spirit eagle. Upon noticing Li Xiu, the figure instantly darted toward him. Li Xiu, lacking experience in combat, found himself sluggish to react, and by the time he gathered his wits, the black-clad cultivator was already close, leaping toward him. Flee! Be sure to relay their conspiratorial intentions back to the sect, the night-clad cultivator exclaimed as he hurled a jade slip toward Li Xiu. His movements were fluid, and the jade slip landed deftly in Li Xiu's embrace. Having accomplished this, the black-clad cultivator swiftly turned, illuminating a talisman in his hand as he rapidly fled in the opposite direction. At that moment, Li Xiu realized the trap laid before him. The black-clad man intended to frame him. Pursuers were undoubtedly on their way. Hastily, Li Xiu commanded the spirit eagle to accelerate, drawing several talismans as a precaution against any potential threats. Within moments, two beams of light, a crimson and a verdant, shot forth from the treetops below. The green light veered off in pursuit of the previous black-clad figure, while the crimson light surged toward Li Xiu with alarming speed. Upon glancing back, Li Xiu recognized the crimson light's origin. It was a Haoyang bird. This fiery avian was mentioned within the Spirit Control Sect's Compendium of Spiritual Creatures. Li Xiu's own tome, True Flame Compendium, also referenced that within the Haoyang bird resided a mystical flame known as the Haoyang fire. How could Li Xiu's spirit eagle possibly outpace such a rare spiritual creature? Casting his spiritual sense backward, Li Xiu was taken aback by the sight behind him. Perched upon the Haoyang bird was a woman clad in red, exuding an air of arrogance, her face partially concealed by a veil, her eyes ablaze with fury. Her cultivation level was unfathomable, far beyond that of Li Xiu, a mere foundation establishment practitioner. As Li Xiu urged the spirit eagle to fly faster, he contemplated his strategy. The Haoyang bird was incredibly swift, quickly catching up to the spirit eagle. Esteemed senior, I was merely passing through. I do not even know that person. Li Xiu called out from atop the spirit eagle in an attempt to explain. With that, he tossed the jade slip that had been thrown to him by the black-clad figure toward the woman on the Haoyang bird. The woman, also positioned atop the Haoyang bird, effortlessly seized the jade slip from midair. Without a word, she unleashed a water arrow technique, shattering the slip into fragments. Subsequently, a blazing inferno ignited in her hand. The flames burned with a scorching white heat, identical to the Hao Yang fire described in the True Flame Compendium. A blazing fireball, the size of a fist, formed in her palm, her expression icy as she regarded Li Xiu with the indifference one might reserve for a mere specter. Boom. In the distance, the green light had already engaged the black-clad figure, a cacophony of light erupting in the fray. Scanning the chaotic battlefield, the red-clad woman slightly rotated her hand, gathering the searing white flames. Li Xiu, ever vigilant, watched her movements intently, recognizing that she was about to unleash the fireball. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xiu resolved to act. If death were inevitable, he would embrace it with a flourish, arriving in brilliance, departing in flames. If I am to perish, let it be a fiery end. In the next life, should I gain strength, I shall seek vengeance. As he shouted, Li Xiu began to shed his clothing. He cast off his shoes, allowing all his belongings to tumble down, storage bags, spirit beast bags, and his belt fell away. As Li Xiu shed his garments, the woman in red unleashed a blazing white fireball. 3 strings of linked fireballs were ignited by Li Xiu, who clutched 3 fire talismans in his grasp. The woman in red scoffed derisively as the white fireball advanced towards Li Xiu, pushing against the 3 strings of fireballs. Li Xiu conjured a firewall talisman to shield himself from the fiery assault, utilizing the barriers of the linked fire talismans and the firewall to swiftly retrieve the soul banner from his backpack. The woman in red commanded the blazing fireball to scatter the linked fireballs in its path, and it breached the firewall, leaving a gaping hole. The fireball descended upon Li Xiu, igniting him into a blazing torch before he could fully disrobe. The spiritual eagle beneath him sensed the searing heat on its back. The fierce white flames roared to life, engulfing the eagle in flames. Despite its desperate cries and attempts to flee, the flames intensified, ultimately consuming the entire creature, which fell like a fiery bird into the distance. The Haoyang bird beneath the woman in red emitted a cry and soared towards the distant azure light. Soon, 2 beams of light, one red and one blue, encircled the figure cloaked in black, who, despite emanating layers of brilliance, was clearly at the end of his strength. Chapter 56. Spatial evacuation on a charred expanse of land. The figure clad in blue sat cross-legged, his body charred yet devoid of fatal wounds. The man in black lay on the ground, his face as dark as the garb he wore, evidently a victim of poison. A green light orb emerged from the black-clad figure, only to be stunned by an eerie voice, before being drawn up into the air by a gray light. A copper bell, large as a basin, hovered above, its surface etched with depictions of otherworldly spirits. The blue-robed figure cast spells upon the mysterious bell, which resonated with a sound reminiscent of ghostly wails. The green spirit, seemingly lamenting, offered no resistance as it was absorbed by the bell. After a quarter of an hour, the blue-robed figure opened his eyes. You followed me from the sect to threaten me, truly a folly driven by desires. He scoffed. The secret realm is about to open. I have already revealed to you her destination. From this moment forth, we are no longer indebted to one another. The woman in red replied coldly. With my alchemical skills, that ancient miraculous pill can yield at least 2 elixirs. For that divine pill, I once forsook you, enduring 40 years with a solitary lamp, to obtain the purest relic. All for a chance at forming a core. I have wronged you in these years. The blue-robed figure continued, only to be interrupted by the woman in red. Humph. Do not attempt to deceive me with that pill. Even a trace of essence is a rare achievement. Moreover, you could never procure surplus relics from that place. From now on, we shall have no ties. Do not seek me again. With that, the woman in red turned and commanded the Haoyang bird to depart. The blue-robed figure remained seated, gazing after her retreating crimson silhouette for a long while before rising and flying in another direction. A yellow light orb of consciousness appeared in the air, gradually descending. Li Xiu's consciousness sought the items he had discarded in the forest. He released a gilded body and entered it. Scanning the surroundings for his storage bag, it took nearly an hour before he located it atop a large tree's crown. Fortunately, that woman is of high cultivation. She deemed my possessions unworthy. Li Xiu, now bare, retrieved his storage bag and donned the farming attire of the spirit control sect. He then searched for his clothing, finding only a pair of trousers and a single shoe. Grateful that his storage bag remained intact, he decided against further searches and raced down a mountain path. 3 days later, Li Xiu returned to the mortal city he had departed from. He sought out a modest farmhouse and rented a room. At midnight, he resumed his practice, returning to the peak of the 10th layer of the spirit swallowing technique. Holding the 100 Souls banner, he sat cross-legged. As the seven ghosts soul-devouring secret technique activated, he swallowed a pulse-expanding pill. A slight spiciness spread through his mouth as he operated the spirit-swallowing technique. The spiritual energy from the seven ghosts' blade was depleted in an instant. Li Xiu extracted 7 remnants of bloodied shadow souls with the banner, replacing them with 7 shadow souls. Once more, the seven ghosts' soul-devouring secret technique commenced, absorbing all the weak spiritual energy in less than a quarter of an hour. Continuing to exchange the 7 ghosts, his actions became deft, enabling him to initiate the technique in under half a minute. With insufficient magical power, he consumed a Zhuang Ling powder. The energy surged within him. As the channels expanded under the influence of the pulse-expanding pill, complemented by the Zhuang Ling powder, allowing Li Xiu to break through to the 11th layer of the Qi refinement stage. The swelling magical power was distributed within the new channels, but the pain in his meridians urged him to halt his practice. I cannot continue. Li Xiu sighed, maintaining his magical power at the 11th layer of the Qi refinement stage. Removing the seven ghosts' blade, Li Xiu deposited his body into the graveyard of the previous 10th layer body of the spirit-swallowing technique. Soon, the body in the graveyard transformed into one of the 11th layer of the spirit-swallowing technique. Though filled with magical power, Li Xiu felt little joy. If he were to compare the current magical power needed to the seven ghosts' soul-devouring secret technique, it would be akin to a bucket versus a syringe. How many syringes would it take to fill that bucket? The effort required to break through the bottleneck seemed like a drop in the ocean. Li Xiu resolved to return and seek a solution for his lack of spiritual roots, starting with the insights and secret techniques from the elders in the second floor of the repository pavilion. The following day, Li Xiu departed the small courtyard, hastening towards the Qiling mountain range, a journey that would span over a month. Upon returning to the spirit control sect, Li Xiu had surpassed the deadline for outer sect disciples to accept tasks. Moreover, having lost the spiritual eagle within the sect, he needed to undertake tasks to compensate for the sect's losses. On this day, Li Xiu accepted a task that was laborious and thankless for outer sect disciples, collecting refining crystals in the Sand Valley. The Sand Valley of the Spirit Control sect was specifically designated for breeding iron fire ants. These ferocious insects were among the most formidable spirit creatures in the cultivation world. To this day, no one had discovered a method to form a contract with iron fire ants, nor had any effective means to tame them. The iron fire ants only obeyed the commands of their queen. Should any cultivator attempt to forge a soul contract, the ants would self-destruct, vaporizing themselves with their internal flames. The ancestors of the Spirit Control sect had tried every means to tame these iron fire ants, yet they could not alter their fierce nature. However, iron fire ants possessed another ability. They could consume metallic spiritual, or generating a black substance known as refining crystals within their bodies. In essence, refining crystals were a honey-like crystal formed from the essence of the metal particles refined by the iron fire ants. This substance is remarkably resilient, serving as the finest additive material for the crafting of magical artifacts. When a mere fragment of refining crystal is incorporated into a treasure, its quality is elevated to an entirely new echelon, and the artifact itself becomes extraordinarily robust. Within the Sand Valley of the Yuling sect, countless iron fire ants and a queen ant are nurtured. Once the queen lays her eggs, the elders of the Yuling sect unleash spirit insects to engage in combat with the colony of iron fire ants, or they may employ widespread attacks to obliterate the ant swarm. The carcasses of the iron fire ants will then litter the Sand Valley, and the task of collecting these remains, along with extracting the refining crystals from within their abdomens, is entrusted to the outer disciples. This task occurs approximately every decade, and even those outer disciples equipped with magical defenses frequently suffer burns from the lingering flames of the deceased iron fire ants. Generally, outer disciples are reluctant to volunteer for this hazardous duty, with the exception of Li Xiu, who perceives it as an auspicious opportunity for wealth and prosperity. Chapter 57. Gathering crystals in the Sand Valley. Li Xiu, armed with a task token, temporarily rented a spiritual eagle to fly to a sand valley near the volcanic region of the Yuling sect. This area is flanked by mountains on 3 sides, from which fiery vapors emanate, marking it as an active volcanic site. A dozen foundational cultivators stand guard at the mountain's entrance. It took Li Xiu considerable time to access the valley, and upon entering, he beheld a throng of outer disciples clad in gray talismanic robes, each adorned with numerous spiritual patterns, bustling about like construction workers from his past life. In the distance, he observed that these outer disciples had carved a massive cavern into the mountainside, where the molten earth's fire flowed gently within. What remarkable skill must it require to tunnel through such terrain? Not even the formidable rivers of molten earth deterred the outer disciples. Li Xiu witnessed a group of them emerging from the molten river, enveloped in a protective blue aura, seemingly unfazed by the fiery surroundings. After a brief glance, he proceeded into the Sand Valley. At the entrance of the Sand Valley, several foundational cultivators were stationed. Li Xiu surmised that these guardians were not there to supervise the outer disciples, but rather to monitor the movements of the outer sect disciples, ensuring they did not wander freely. Upon entering the Sand Valley, a stout foundational cultivator confiscated Li Xiu's storage bag, providing him instead with a purple vine-woven basket, a small magical knife, 2 cloth bags for collecting iron fire ants and refining crystals, and a pair of fire-resistant gloves. With the gloves donned and the basket in hand, Li Xiu ventured deeper into the valley. The terrain within was rugged. After traversing a rocky path, he found himself amidst dark brown or fragments, eventually reaching the entrance of the inner valley. The area where the iron fire ants were cultivated lay within this entrance. The inner valley resembled a gourd, containing 2 patches of black sand, one large and one small. The larger patch served as the nest for the queen ant and the iron fire ants, while entry was strictly prohibited to outsiders. As the queen had just laid her eggs, it was time to eliminate the previous batch of iron fire ants. This not only helps to prevent an overpopulation of ants, but also yields a small quantity of refining crystals for the use of the elders of the Yuling sect. The smaller patch of black sand was designated for the extermination of the iron fire ants. Li Xiu's task involved selecting the iron fire ants and utilizing the magical knife to extract the refining crystals from their bodies, carefully placing them into one bag while storing the remains in another. Upon entering the smaller sand patch, Li Xiu noticed several disciples engaged in the selection of iron fire ants. To his surprise, among them were familiar faces. One was Ning Yao, a direct disciple of the artifact refining hall, exuding an air of fragility, and the other was Lu Yi, a dark-skinned youth from the same hall. Li Xiu approached Ning Yao, whose basket already contained a mix of iron fire ants and iron sand. She gently shook the basket, sifting out the thumb-sized iron fire ants, discarding the sand, and meticulously extracting the tiny, black refining crystals from the pale, yellowish flesh of the ants. After completing her task, she collected the ants and prepared to move on to the next one, her expression growing serious. "Do you still recognize me, Junior Brotherly?" Li Xiu greeted her. "Ah, you are Junior Brotherly. I cannot believe how much you've advanced in cultivation since we last met," Ning Yao exclaimed, her surprise evident as she assessed him. "Not at all. I was merely fortunate to obtain a high-grade elixir that allowed me to break through," Li Xiu replied modestly. "But what brings you here to undertake this task of collecting refining crystals? Did you see the individuals we encountered earlier?" Ning Yao trembled slightly as she spoke. "Are you referring to those outer sect disciples?" "Yes. They are disciples from Baiduan Mountain, here to construct the Earth Fire Alchemy Chamber for our Yuling sect. Soon, we too will have a chamber for crafting artifacts with Earth Fire," Ning Yao exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "Ning's senior sister, what kind of fire did our sect use for artifact crafting previously? I am quite interested in the flames used for alchemy and artifact refinement. We used to rely on toad fire, which the lower-ranked disciples employed for crafting. Before each crafting session, we had to pacify the fire-spewing toads with spirit-feeding pills, which was rather troublesome. If we ran short on pills, we could also use these iron fire ants. But that will soon change. With the Earth Fire Alchemy Chamber, the toads can return to the flame pool," Ning Yao explained, crossing her arms. Li Xiu lowered his gaze instinctively, quickly regaining his composure. "The toads are particularly fond of iron fire ants. Look here, at this line of fire beneath the mandibles of the iron fire ant. It still harbors a trace of the iron fire ant's flame, which the toads are drawn to." Ning Yao held up an iron fire ant for Li Xiu to see. "If this swells, it indicates that the iron fire ant's black flame is still present. At that moment, be sure not to touch this area. Otherwise, it will unleash flames." "Ah, so the swollen ones are prone to spitting fire," Li Xiu noted attentively. Ning Yao patiently instructed Li Xiu on how to handle the ant carcasses, producing a yellow-brown stone from her belongings. "This is a flame harvesting stone. Flames can cling to it. When you pry open the iron fire ants, holding this will prevent you from being burned by their flames." She offered the fist-sized stone to Li Xiu. "Thank you, senior sister Ning." Li Xiu accepted the stone gratefully, tucking it away. They exchanged further insights on the intricacies of artifact crafting, with Li Xiu posing questions about the flames used in the process. He learned that the Yuling sect utilized demonic fire, specifically the fire of the toads. Within the sect stood a grand hall dedicated to toad fire, serving the needs of disciples engaged in alchemy and artifact crafting. For smaller cauldrons, 3 toads were typically employed during alchemical processes taking turns to spew flames beneath the cauldron. Should greater intensity be required, all 3 toads could be commanded to unleash their flames simultaneously. For larger cauldrons, depending on the demand, 6 toads could be used for mid-sized cauldrons, while 9 could be summoned for the largest. Each time alchemy was performed, the toads expended significant amounts of demonic energy and required extensive recovery time thereafter. The elders of the Yuling sect found this arrangement exceedingly cumbersome, which led to the invitation extended to Baiduan Mountain to construct the Earth-Fire Alchemy Chamber. Li Xiu harbored a desire to exchange for a flame toad, as his tome, True Flame Compendium, spoke of the immensely powerful inferno fire associated with it, although he remained uncertain of the distinction between flame toad fire and inferno fire. Acquiring a flame toad might enable him to gather the necessary materials from the tome in the future. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Li Xiu busied his hands, sifting through the sand and stones, using a dustpan to separate the iron fire ants. Remarkably, with the aid of the flame extracting stone, the sudden bursts of fire from the iron fire ants were completely absorbed, preventing him from being scorched by the black flames. The flame extracting stone acted like a furnace plate, retaining the flickers of black flames within, growing increasingly warm to the touch, yet not a single flame escaped. In Chapter 58, The Eerie Black Fire, Li Xiu swiftly extracted the refining crystals from the bellies of the iron fire ants with the help of the flame extracting stone. A sense of regret washed over him. He lamented not having reserved a slot in his backpack. Had there been a slot, he could have taken an iron fire ant's corpse with him. What treasures lay within those corpses? They contained refining crystals highly coveted even by golden elixir ancestors. Fortunately, this task was meant to last several days. As he exited the Sand Valley, a Foundation establishment elder scanned him with a magical artifact, akin to a security wand designed to prevent theft of refining crystals. This device could detect stolen crystals, even if swallowed, as it scanned the individual thoroughly. In the past, an outer sect disciple had been caught stealing crystals and, upon death, was left with nothing but the crystals. Since then, no one dared to pilfer the refining crystals from the iron fire ants, except for Li Xiu, who scoffed at the idea. Tomorrow, he planned to steal the largest iron fire ant corpse, hoping that this artifact could also scan his backpack slots. After collecting the refining crystals, iron fire ant corpses, and submitting the magical artifact, Li Xiu returned to his stone chamber, clutching the flame-extracting stone, which remained warm. Curiosity piqued. He used his spiritual sense to delve into the stone's interior. As he scanned the flame-extracting stone, he perceived several thin strands of fire energy akin to fine hair. These varying strands of fire energy, unable to merge, slowly dissipated. Although all were manifestations of the iron fire ants' black flames, they remained distinct, akin to a colony of ants forming various formations, yet never uniting. Li Xiu perused the section on the iron fire ant in his True Flame Compendium. Iron fire ant flames, black and bizarre in transformation, ranked 18th among demonic flames. The fire ant's power cannot coalesce unless it is the queen. The fire ants cannot recognize a master, and their flames cannot merge. What a pity. He lamented the stubbornness of the iron fire ants. It was disheartening that not only could they not recognize a master, but their black flames also refused to coalesce. Did these creatures possess such a fiery temperament, even within their flames? Li Xiu felt a twinge of regret. While the flames were impressive, their inability to merge rendered them less intriguing. Setting aside the flame-extracting stone, he contemplated the precious refining crystals. He resolved to find the largest iron fire ant to store in his backpack slot, hoping the graveyard would replicate the refining crystals contained within. If he managed to obtain these crystals, how might he utilize them? Lost in thought, he suddenly recognized the inadequacy of his knowledge. Many materials remained mysterious to him, rendering his endeavors to collect rare items futile. Regardless of the world, learning was essential. The next day, Li Xiu rose early, selling the 20 or so corpses in his backpack at the goblin merchant's shop, clearing a slot for his next endeavor while retaining his 100 souls banner for protection. He returned to the Sand Valley to sift through the refining crystals, focusing on selecting the largest iron fire ant. While choosing, he excavated refining crystals from any larger specimens he encountered. As the time for rest approached, he finally found an exceptionally large iron fire ant corpse, its abdomen swollen, and the fire line beneath its mandibles puffed up like a bean. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, he discreetly placed the iron fire ant corpse into his backpack slot. Upon returning to his stone chamber, Li Xiu immediately entered the magical beast map space, depositing the iron fire ant corpse in a newly constructed graveyard. He awaited the replication of the iron fire ant corpses. Soon, numerous iron fire ant remains emerged, and he began extracting refining crystals nearby. The process of extracting the crystals with a small knife proved laborious. The knife was not a magical artifact, making it challenging to cut open the iron fire ant's abdomen. With the added hazard of the black flames, his arms suffered burns. Fortunately, the flame-extracting stone absorbed some of the black flames. Li Xiu worked tirelessly into the night, successfully extracting a considerable number of black refining crystals, each the size of a grain of rice. His spirits lifted. He realized the refining crystals could indeed be replicated. However, he noticed the numbness of his burns and continued to extract crystals from the iron fire ant remains. Suddenly, a sharp pain radiated from a crucial part of his body, prompting him to look down and discover that his unfortunate second brother was ablaze. The black flames had singed all his hair. What on earth? Where did this fire come from? Enduring the agony, Li Xiu used his banner to project his spirit outward. Once he re-entered another body, he cautiously examined the burned form. A flame, the size of a candle's flicker, blazed fiercely at the critical area. What on earth? Where did this fire come from? He hastily retrieved the flame-extracting stone from the ground, bringing it close to the small flame that had taken residence in his second brother's spot. Fortunately, the flame adhered to the flame-extracting stone, flickering like a candle. Recalling the steps that led to his fiery predicament, first, he had taken an iron fire ant corpse. Second, he crouched down to begin cutting the iron fire ant. Third, he extracted the refining crystals and leaned forward to retrieve another iron fire ant. It was at that moment he had been closest to the flame-extracting stone. This flame was indeed the black fire from within the flame-extracting stone. Li Xiu extended his spiritual sense once more, carefully selecting another iron fire ant while avoiding the small flame. He excavated another refining crystal. The black flame on the iron fire ant was absorbed by the flame-extracting stone, and this time, Li Xiu scrutinized the black flame closely. The black flame slowly shifted across the flame-extracting stone's surface, gradually moving closer to the small black flame, merging into a singular entity. Indeed, it was as he had suspected. Upon replicating the corpse of the iron fire ant, the crystallized essence, though granular, was accompanied by tendrils of black flame. These wisps of black flame originated from a singular fire within the iron fire ant, and when gathered, they inevitably fused into a singular entity. Unbeknownst to Li Xiu, this peculiar black flame transcended the understanding of the cultivation world, as no iron fire ant throughout history had ever produced a flame of such magnitude. Typically, only the iron fire ant queen could command a collective of these ants to generate a large-scale iron fire ant flame. Yet such flames were inherently mingled with thousands of individual ants and could not be compared to authentic fire. Nevertheless, the iron fire ant flame remained one of the most formidable demonic fires known. Chapter 59. The Spirit Root of Artifacts in the Ancient Secret Realm. Several days later, Li Xiu completed his task of extracting crystallized essence. However, he continued his endeavors within his spatial realm. Each day, the black flame grew incrementally, prompting Li Xiu to exercise greater caution as he delicately excavated the iron fire ant. He developed an increasing fondness for this black flame, taking immense satisfaction in watching it flourish. Near the iron fire ant graveyard lay a wooden basin filled with black crystallized essence, shimmering like ebony sand. The black flame atop a stone for flame extraction had begun to take form, radiating an undying glow encircled by a dark golden halo. With the celestial fire of the heavens now at his disposal, Li Xiu recalled the day when the woman in red unleashed the blazing sunfire. He pondered how she had managed to refine it within her being, realizing the immense power of the cultivation world's arcane techniques, which could potentially internalize flames. Li Xiu retrieved a tome titled The True Flame Compendium, which contained spells for controlling flames. He sensed that he had much to learn. Time passed swiftly, with Li Xiu spending his days at the second floor of the hidden library, poring over a mountain of insights, while dedicating his nights to practicing spells within his spatial realm, all the while nurturing the black flame and extracting crystallized essence. One day, he returned to the second floor of the hidden library to explore the repository of insights. He stumbled upon a treatise concerning the contract with spirit pets. The world was replete with a myriad of spirit insects and beasts, each possessing unique methods for forming contracts. The jade slip detailed several unusual methods of binding contracts. One particularly intriguing method involved creating an aperture in the left arm bone and inscribing a contract formation upon it, allowing the spirit insect to reside within the arm, thus naturally becoming the cultivator's spirit pet and safeguarding them. There were even more ruthless methods of contracting spirit insects. One such insect, the blood corpse insect, was notoriously difficult to tame. Yet, an alternative approach allowed for its perfect control. First, One would control a freshly refined corpse and then raise the blood corpse insect within this body. Once the insect acclimated to its host, a contract akin to that of the corpse would be established between the owner and the blood corpse insect. As Li Xiu perused the jade slip, he was captivated by the last few peculiar methods of forming contracts with spirit pets. He read about an exceptionally powerful purple-patterned flying scorpion, which required constant companionship during its juvenile stage for successful taming. Moreover, it necessitated the infusion of wind attribute mana imbued with the cultivator's essence. Without a wind spirit root, one could not cultivate the wind mana necessary to tame this formidable creature. Only cultivators with wind spirit roots could hope to subdue such a rare and fierce insect. The elder of the spirit control sect, however, devised a cunning method to bypass this limitation. He discovered an ancient technique that utilized a specially refined wind attribute artifact in place of the absent wind root. This wind root was conferred by the artifact itself, a practice rooted in the ancient lore of artifact spirit roots. The elder successfully cultivated a foundational wind technique using this wind attribute artifact root, allowing him to instill wind mana into the flying scorpion, thereby taming the purple-patterned creature. The subsequent content detailed the essential materials and special formations required for creating artifact spirit roots, yet it remained silent on the taming method for the purple-patterned flying scorpion. At this juncture, Li Xiu's body trembled with excitement as he murmured to himself, "This is it. This is it." He hastily retrieved a blank jade slip and transcribed the relevant portion on artifact spirit roots from his findings. From that moment onward, Li Xiu diligently sought out tomes on refining artifacts, establishing a dedicated office within his beast map space filled with knowledge on the subject. He frequently sketched and documented every nugget of wisdom he acquired about artifact refinement. Now he possessed the spiritual fire for refining artifacts. He had also discovered a method to replace the spirit root. Furthermore, he had learned the technique for refining artifacts during his first visit to Lulan Square. What remained? The materials for crafting the artifacts. And most importantly, his cultivation level needed to reach the foundational stage. Time flew by, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Li Xiu returned to accept sect tasks, only to find that all assignments had already been claimed. A middle-aged cultivator at the foundational stage, distinguished by his yellow hair and flowing beard, greeted him with a chuckle. "Ah, you arrived too late. All sect tasks have been distributed, and those without tasks are awaiting the sect's arrangements." It was unusual for there to be no menial tasks available when he came to the External Affairs Hall. Such irregularities often hinted at deeper issues. "Elder, what tasks does the sect intend to assign us?" Li Xiu inquired. "Well, it's nothing to hide. The greatest ancient ruin in the southern domain is set to open soon, and the sect requires foundational and chi cultivation disciples to enter and gather precious spiritual materials and minerals. The 13 righteous sects and 9 demonic sects of the southern domain will all dispatch disciples into the fray. Not to mention hundreds of smaller sects and cultivation families will also venture into the ancient ruins, with tens of thousands entering. The competition for spiritual materials and treasures will be fierce, leading to countless conflicts. Many disciples who accepted tasks did so to evade the sect's expedition into the ruins." The middle-aged cultivator stroked his beard as he spoke. The ancient ruin struck a chord in Li Xiu's heart. He recalled a brief introduction to various perilous locations within the cultivation world found in the hidden library, where the ancient ruin was mentioned in the final pages. According to legend, during ancient times, the cultivation world was governed by several large sects, each resembling a small realm in its own right. Within these ancient sects, the wealth of texts and treasures was boundless, teeming with rare beasts and celestial creatures. Disciples who joined these ancient sects could ascend without being limited by their foundational levels, and the cultivation world thrived in prosperity. Yet, for reasons unknown, the leading sects abruptly clashed, igniting a war that engulfed the entire cultivation world. This unrelenting conflict led to the destruction of numerous texts, neglect of spiritual materials, and the slaughter of countless celestial beings. The ancient ruin represented the remnants of one such sect's mountain gate, still protected by ancient seals to this day. Any cultivator whose skills surpass the foundation establishment stage will be repelled by the prohibitions of the ancient ruin's secret realm. Whenever a cultivator above the foundation establishment stage ventures into this realm, they will invariably be teleported to the periphery of the ancient ruins, without exception. The periphery of this ancient realm encompasses a vast expanse of the southern domain. There have been instances where core formation cultivators attempted to lower their cultivation level to infiltrate the secret realm, only to find themselves transported to a location guarded by high-ranking cultivators of the demonic sect. The fate of that core formation cultivator can be easily imagined. Chapter 60. Exchange of materials. The ancient ruins secret realm opens approximately once every 1,000 years, and when it does, the spectacle is truly magnificent, akin to a mirage. A cultivator may enter the ancient ruins secret realm only once in their lifetime. Many cultivators, eager to advance further in their training, willingly take risks to seek the rare treasures hidden within the ancient realm. Disciples from various sects often band together to scour certain areas of the ancient ruins. If it were merely this, the dangers within the ancient realm would not be insurmountable. However, there are also cultivators within the realm whose sole purpose is to ambush solitary cultivators. Some even form groups to directly assault the disciples of mid-sized sections. Due to the restrictions of the ancient ruins secret realm capping cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage, many high-ranking Foundation establishment rogue cultivators engage in looting without hesitation. As long as they manage to reach a distant location before the conclusion of the ancient ruins secret realm, exiting the realm and disappearing from sight allows them to evade pursuit from their sections. The perils do not end there. If two rival sects encounter each other within the ancient realm, unless their strengths are evenly matched, the stronger side will inevitably launch a full-scale attack. A deadly battle between the two sects is unavoidable. In addition to these dangers, the treacherous terrain of the ancient ruins is fraught with countless hazards. To this day, the central region of the ancient ruins remains untouched. The ancient grand formation within that area continues to operate, and its power is far beyond what a Foundation establishment cultivator can endure. The outer regions are similarly perilous, filled with numerous prohibitions and endless ferocious beasts. As Li Xiu contemplated the possibility of being summoned by his sect to enter the ancient ruins secret realm, he realized he must prepare adequately to confront the dangers within. He left the external affairs hall and headed directly to the place where his sect exchanged magical tools and talismans. Upon arrival, Li Xiu was taken aback by the throngs of people before him. Inner and outer sect disciples of the Qi refinement stage gathered in small clusters, all seemingly there to exchange magical tools and talismans. Li Xiu recognized few faces, and upon entering the exchange hall, he found the exchange counters brimming with people, while those who successfully obtained magical tools and talismans were few and far between. Stepping out of the exchange hall, he noticed that the crowd outside was also engaged in trading items. One voice rang out loudly, one pulse expansion pill in exchange for a mid-grade offensive magical tool. Several disciples surrounded this individual, haggling over the price. On the other side, another voice called out, "I have a boiling element stone, seeking to exchange for 10 defensive talismans." Hearing the mention of the boiling element stone, Li Xiu hurriedly turned towards the speaker. The boiling element stone was among the essential materials listed in True Flame 100 solutions for crafting a particular alchemical furnace. Li Xiu rushed over to the disciple holding the stone. No. 5 ice shield talismans cannot possibly exchange for my boiling element stone. 8 talismans at the very least. The disciple was negotiating with a dark-skinned youth. "I will offer 10 diamond talismans for your boiling element stone," Li Xiu interjected. The dark-skinned youth glared back, but upon recognizing Li Xiu, he was momentarily taken aback. "It's you, Li Xiu, how dare you disrupt my business?" he exclaimed angrily. "Brother Liu, please do not take offense. The boiling element stone is of great importance to me, and I happen to have some talismans I would like to part with. Would you be interested?" Li Xiu replied, producing several golden arrow talismans and firewall talismans before them. The disciple with the boiling element stone promptly handed it over to Li Xiu. "Brother, I also have a mystic crystal stalactite for refining tools. Would you consider exchanging it for your talismans?" "Absolutely," Li Xiu eagerly accepted, for the mystic crystal stalactite was an excellent auxiliary material for crafting. From his storage pouch, he retrieved a stack of low-grade talismans and called out, "Who has wind stones? Blue sand, white pattern phosphor stones, yttrium ore, or blood crystal gold? I am willing to exchange talismans." Once again, disciples outside the exchange hall turned their attention to Li Xiu. The materials he mentioned were necessary for crafting an alchemical furnace, specifically the Xianwending. The materials listed in True Flame 100 solutions could sometimes be substituted with others, albeit with a significant drop in quality. The Xianwending was the simplest and most promising furnace Li Xiu could hope to assemble materials for. The main material could be smelted from refined iron, and with an 800-pound prisoner chain in his possession, he could produce sufficient refined iron if he used black fire for smelting. The boiling element stone was crucial. While substitutes existed, they would degrade the quality of the Xianwending to that of an ordinary spiritual furnace. Thus, Li Xiu had to secure the boiling element stone. Lastly, the blood crystal gold was a key material for the weapon spirit root, as only when integrated into a magical tool could it resonate with a cultivator's bloodline. Fortunately, blood crystal gold was relatively common, and served as one of the materials for crafting blood-related magical tools like swords and needles. Brother, I have 2 tails of blue sand and wish to exchange for 20 firewall talismans. A female disciple in blue called out. Deal. Li Xiu exchanged 20 firewall talismans with her. Junior brother Li, I would like to exchange for 10 diamond talismans. Li Xiu turned to find the tall beauty Bai Ling, who had previously traded him 2 vials of qi-gathering pills. In her hand was the blood crystal gold. Very well. I will provide Sister Bai Ling with the talismans. Li Xiu reached into his storage pouch for a small stack of diamond talismans. Who would have thought that junior brother Li is a master talisman maker? Bai Ling remarked with a light laugh as she accepted the 10 talismans and placed the blood crystal gold into Li Xiu's hand. Sister Bai, I only know how to make these 3 types of talismans. I am completely ignorant of the rest. Li Xiu replied as he accepted the blood crystal gold. Others brought forth other refining materials, and although not all were what Li Xiu sought, he still traded for them. After the crowd in front of the exchange hall had dispersed, Li Xiu proceeded to acquire 2 large bundles of blank talisman paper. As he descended the steps of the exchange hall, a figure blocked his path. Junior brother Li, would you consider trading your boiling element stone for my white pattern phosphor stone? The dark-skinned youth, Lu Yi, from the refining hall, had stopped him. Brother Lu, the boiling element stone is also vital for me. I fear I cannot part with it. Li Xiu felt a pang of regret upon hearing this. Junior brother Li, the materials you seek are for crafting alchemical furnaces and medicinal cauldrons, correct? In truth, you do not need as much boiling element stone for crafting furnaces. If you could spare me half of the boiling element stone, I would gladly give you this white pattern phosphor stone. Lu Yi proposed. Li Xiu was pleasantly surprised. He had not expected Lu Yi to request only half of the stone. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of reluctance. Brother Lu, I too am in great need of this boiling element stone. If you could also add a windstone or yttrium, or I would be willing to share half of the boiling element stone with you. Thank you for subscribing and rewarding with a tip for reading. Chapter 61. The Secret Realm Opens Impossible. Lu Yi was evidently irritated. However, Lu Yi soon broke into a smile. Junior brother Li, I can at most tell you the locations of those 2 materials, but if you wish for me to include any additional items, I shall not oblige, said the dark-skinned youth. Lu, do not be hasty in your refusal. I may still add something. Li Xiu retrieved a jade box from his storage bag, opening it to reveal a bundle of golden silkworm silk. Golden silkworm silk. Have you undertaken the task of extracting it? Lu Yi inquired, astonished. A golden silkworm would not produce more than 3 tails of silk, as his master had explicitly informed him. Unless one compelled the silkworm to expel 3 feet of silk within 3 hours, its vitality would not be significantly depleted. Otherwise, the silkworm would suffer considerable energy loss. Once the task of extracting the golden silk is completed, no further silk could be obtained, which is why the sect would grant the silkworm to outer disciples. Lu Yi did not expect that Li Xiu's silkworm could still produce silk. This indicated that the silkworm still possessed vitality. Golden silkworm silk could be exchanged for those 2 materials. However, if junior brother Li possesses more golden silk, I hope you will not trade it with anyone else. I will provide you with those 2 materials by this time tomorrow. Following this, Lu Yi shed his arrogance, promptly handing over the white patterned phosphorus stone. Li Xiu also cut half of the boiling element stone and gave it to Lu Yi. The next day, Li Xiu successfully acquired the windstone mine and europium mine he desired. All the materials for the Xianwen Ding had been gathered, yet it required a stronger black flame for its refinement. Transforming the Xianwen Ding into a treasure of a singular attribute, however, proved to be a complicated endeavor. Even the simplest of magical artifacts necessitated the inclusion of a material with a special attribute as the primary component during the ritual. Such rare materials were exceedingly precious, far beyond what Li Xiu could procure at present. He inscribed all the blank talismans he had exchanged into usable forms, saving some for himself, while the remainder was used to obtain materials and knowledge about artifact refinement. Li Xiu also exchanged his contributions to the sect for the spell Wind Curse and a tome titled Initial Understanding of Artifact Patterns. The latter contains several simple magical artifact patterns, which were infused during the crafting of magical tools. Once a core formation practitioner sought to refine a magical artifact into their sect's treasure, they must imbue the artifact with patterns that connect to their spirit. With these patterns, core formation practitioners could utilize and command the artifact with greater finesse. Over the following month, Li Xiu practiced the Wind Curse daily, employing his body cultivated to the 11th level of the Devouring Spirit technique to master the spell. Fortunately, the Wind Curse was not overly difficult. Yet Li Xiu's power from the Devouring Spirit technique could only sustain one use of the Wind Curse. After that, The Yin energy within his technique was nearly depleted. Nonetheless, he was delighted that he could use this spell to directly project his soul. This provided him with great comfort. For in the event of unforeseen circumstances with the 100 Souls banner, he would have the means to enter the beast map space. Li Xiu also inscribed hundreds of various talismans for emergencies. Having learned the Yin Wind Curse, he began using the 100 Souls banner as his magical artifact to deploy his abilities. During this time, the Qi Refining and Foundation Establishment disciples of the Yuling sect were exceedingly busy, preparing for the selection to enter the ancient wilderness secret realm. 3 months after Li Xiu had exchanged for the materials for the Xianwen Ding, the sect finally dispatched the mission to enter the ancient wilderness secret realm. As long as Foundation Establishment disciples entered the ancient wilderness, the sect would distribute a dust-clearing pill that increased the chances of forming a core. Consuming this pill would significantly purify the magical energy of a perfected Foundation Establishment practitioner and increase their success rate in core formation by 10%. The sect had expended tremendous resources to acquire this batch of dust-clearing pills, primarily to facilitate late-stage Foundation Establishment disciples in obtaining rare treasures from the ancient wilderness secret realm. All Qi Refining disciples who reached the 10th level of Qi Refinement were required to enter the ancient wilderness. Each Qi Refining disciple entering the ancient wilderness would receive an iron-backed mantis, a larval creature known as the golden-backed demon mantis. Though a larva, it was larger than an average human. When Li Xiu had entered the hall of the Huiyun Peak, the guardian spirit companion was this golden-backed demon mantis. The golden-backed demon mantis was notoriously difficult to evolve, and the process took a long time, but they laid many eggs. And the Yuling sect had dedicated practitioners responsible for their breeding. The iron-backed mantis could also fly, serving as a mode of transport for Qi Refining disciples. In addition to the iron-backed mantis, Qi Refining disciples would receive a magical artifact and a specially designed large storage bag from the sect. The artifact was an iron shield, forged from refined black iron for defense. The large storage bag was specifically for Qi Refining disciples to store various materials, while also restricting their unrestricted use of personal storage bags, with monitoring in place during the collection of spiritual materials. Only a select few exceptional disciples could remain behind. Li Xiu could have stayed as well. By reporting his inscribed talismans to the sect's higher-ups, he could have avoided entering the ancient wilderness. However, Li Xiu did not want to attract attention. If his ordinary mortal identity were discovered, the Yuling sect might trace back to learn about his beast map space. The cultivation world possessed soul-searching techniques. There were numerous methods to extract secrets. If Li Xiu's secret were to be revealed, he would undoubtedly become a mere tool. The Yuling sect would surely confine him, compelling him to serve until death. Perhaps, for the sake of his beast map space, they would force him to continue cultivating. But such a fate would not grant Li Xiu freedom. While organizing his belongings, Li Xiu placed everything into the beast map space. Recently, he had been beset by an odd feeling, as though he were about to depart. The ancient wilderness might harbor great dangers, so Li Xiu prudently took everything he could, even discarding the strange egg-shaped lamp from the stone chamber into the burial ground. This resulted in a multitude of lamp caterpillar eggs being created within the burial ground. On this day, the sky was shrouded in dense fog, within which inverted mountains and rivers appeared, along with palatial structures. The sky was a gray expanse, occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. This mirage-like phenomenon cloaked the heavens, extending for countless miles. As the foggy space stabilized, cultivators from various regions in the southern domain flew towards the nearest foggy area. From the air, the sight of cultivators heading towards the ancient wilderness resembled rainwater flowing backward through the mist, a veritable curtain of figures. Thank you to Wu Zhengjun for the donation. Much appreciated. Chapter 62, Cold Flood Dragon Yuling Peak. Amidst the ethereal clouds, countless disciples of the Yuling sect stood in the plaza beneath the peak. Hundreds of Foundation Establishment disciples rode spirit birds and flying insects, hovering in the air, while the ground was teeming with Qi Refining disciples, each accompanied by a gray-black mantis. A total of 3,603 cultivators from the Yuling sect were participating in the Ancient Wilderness Secret Realm expedition, including 603 Foundation Establishment disciples and 3,000 Qi Refining disciples. The Foundation Establishment disciples were divided into 30 teams, each consisting of 20 members, with 10 teams under the leadership of 3 peak Foundation Establishment practitioners overseeing all Foundation Establishment cultivators. The Qi Refining disciples formed teams of 100, divided into 30 teams incorporated into the 30 Foundation Establishment teams. Over a dozen core formation elders from the Yuling sect's higher echelons gazed down from the peak towards the plaza. "Master, are we truly venturing into those perilous locations?" inquired a beautiful woman clad in purple. This occasion marks the inspection of the ancient desolate forbidden array by the Supreme Ancestor himself. Accompanying the Supreme Ancestor are the ancestors of over 20 clans from the southern domain. The forbidden array has indeed reached a critical juncture. The Ancestor has issued a clear decree. Once entering the desolate domain, disciples from all factions need not consider their sect affiliations. All must strive with full force to seize resources within the desolate realm, taking out as much as possible. The dark-skinned elder responded. "The map entrusted to me by Uncle Wang indicates a location of the ancient spirit palace, which may still harbor ancient spirit techniques. That ancient peculiar insect was discovered there. Unfortunately, Uncle Wang was unable to delve deeply into the inner sanctum of the palace before being transported away by its restrictions." The woman in purple spoke again. "Sister Qing, that girl has cultivated a secret technique specifically designed to counter the restrictions within the palace's inner sanctum. Coupled with the presence of that ancient insect, I believe she will undoubtedly bring back treasures from within." The dark-skinned elder turned his gaze towards one of the three highest figures in the square. A woman clad in white stood atop a colossal green insect, which boasted 4 wings and 6 eyes, its long antennae resembling 2 azure whips, and its body akin to a celestial beetle. The white-clad woman stood with her hands clasped, poised upon the insect's back. If Li Xiu were to see her now, he would surely recognize her as the ethereal woman who assigned him the task of procuring the silks of the golden silkworm. A few elder cultivators in the core formation stage exchanged comments regarding the secrets of the ancient desolate domain. As the time approached noon, the golden drums of the Yuling Peak Square resounded in unison as 30 teams of cultivators, commanded by 20 Foundation Establishment disciples, prepared their 100 Chi refinement disciples atop the backs of iron-backed mantises. A deafening roar echoed through the sky as over 3,000 disciples of the Yuling sect soared into the heavens atop their iron-backed mantises. Li Xiu directed the enormous mantis beneath him into the air, with hundreds of Chi refinement disciples of the same rank following suit, guiding their own mantises skyward. As far as the eye could see, all were clad in light yellow farming attire, the gray-black mantises unfurling their wings with a constant buzz. The gray-black mantises flew with remarkable speed, and before long, Li Xiu had surpassed the height of Yuling Peak. The Foundation Establishment disciples led the way above, while the Chi refinement disciples closely trailed behind. Upon ascending 1,000 zhang from the mountain peak, the Foundation Establishment disciples ceased their climb, their mounts commencing a spiraling ascent amid radiant clouds. The Chi refinement disciples below, too, guided their iron-backed mantises in pursuit of the Foundation Establishment disciples above. As they soared higher, they gradually approached the mirage-like gray mist in the sky. Among the 3 Foundation Establishment disciples closest to the ancient desolate domain, a scholarly youth observed the scene within the gray mist. "That is the cold lake Dragon Island. Brother Gu, Sister Qing, we shall enter the desolate domain from there." The scholarly youth pointed towards a lake-like area in the upper right, all according to Brother Min's arrangements. Brother Gu, with his long hair cascading, urged his azure phoenix to plunge into the shrouded gray mist. The elegantly garbed Sister Qing followed closely on her sky-blue koan. Casting a glance back at the large contingent behind him, the scholarly youth also dove into the gray fog. Below, 600 Foundation Establishment disciples of the Yuling sect spiraled into the mist, closely followed by 3,000 Chi refinement disciples who also ventured into the fog-laden desolate realm. Li Xiu followed the others into the gray mist, and as the mist enveloped him, his sight and perception became obscured. After penetrating several hundred zhang into the gray mist, a sensation of vertigo overwhelmed Li Xiu. Grasping the iron-backed mantis tightly, he felt the creature lurch forward, its wings unfurling as it spiraled downwards. Leaving Li Xiu suspended in midair, he heard something whizzing by him, accompanied by cries for help, as someone fell from their spirit pet. As the gray mist began to clear, Li Xiu steadied himself and emerged from the cloud. Looking down, he beheld over 1,000 disciples of the Yuling sect suspended in the air, some spirit pets bereft of their riders, likely having succumbed to the tumultuous mist below. After a brief moment, over 3,000 disciples of the Yuling sect burst forth from the gray fog, at which point the Foundation Establishment disciples below split into 3 torrents. Following closely, the 30 teams of cultivators dispersed, and Li Xiu followed his own group, retreating to hover in the air. The 3 streams of Yuling sect cultivators resembled 3 clouds of yellow, led by the scholarly youth Min, Brother Gu with his flowing hair. and the strikingly elegant sister Qing Ying clad in white. Interspersed within the 3 yellow clouds were several figures in gray. A dozen Foundation establishment disciples in gray attire mingling among them, creating an impressive spectacle that overshadowed the skies. Beneath the disciples of the Yuling sect lay a vast expanse of shimmering azure waters, the lake's surface rolling with undulating waves of emerald green. In the midst of the lake was an island, adorned with lush trees and vines, blending seamlessly with the lake's hues. Above the surface, several azure-scaled dragons emerged, their bodies glistening in the light. These dragons possessed ears and whiskers, their elongated forms lacking claws, with even the portion visible above the water measuring nearly 10 zhang. At that moment, these azure dragons engaged in fierce combat with a group of cultivators, their heads searching for those who dared to attack them, unleashing massive blue ice orbs from their mouths. Though these blue orbs appeared deceptively harmless, emitting only a faint chill, the instant they struck the lake's surface, the water would freeze instantly. The surrounding cultivators, wary of the cold dragons, unleashed spells in cautious succession, retreating as they did so. When the cold dragons noticed their presence, several Foundation establishment cultivators would unleash powerful spells to counterattack. A number of lower-tier cultivators were caught in the icy blasts of the dragons, freezing instantly into statues of ice upon contact. As the icy statues fell onto the frozen lake, they shattered into fragments. Above, the dozen Foundation establishment cultivators, drawing the cold dragon's attention, hastily unleashed fire spells to counteract the icy beasts. One middle-aged Foundation establishment cultivator wielded a fiery artifact that glowed with flames resembling billowing clouds. This artifact released a radiant fire dragon, which soared towards the frenzied cold dragon attacking the Qi refinement disciples. Boom! The 2 dragons, one cold and one fiery, entangled in a fierce clash. The cold dragon, with its limited intelligence, thrashed wildly at the fire dragon wrapped around it. Yet this fire dragon was not a tangible entity, but a manifestation of concentrated spiritual fire. The scales of the cold dragon melted under the searing flames, steam rising from its body. Meanwhile, an elder with white hair unleashed a dark sword light, which swiftly struck one of the cold dragon's eyes. Roaring in pain, the cold dragon submerged rapidly beneath the water's surface, while the Qi refinement disciples above unleashed their fire spells in unison. Struck by this powerful attack, the cold dragon faltered, its body collapsing upon the water's surface. As it lay there, the spiritual fire was doused, yet it did not recover, slowly sinking into the depths of the lake. The middle-aged Foundation establishment cultivator produced a golden net, chanting incantations as it gradually expanded in his hands. Go! The cultivator cast the net into the lake, ensnaring the unconscious cold dragon, which startled awake at once. The golden net contracted, intermittently unleashing bursts of white lightning, causing the cold dragons to struggle incessantly under its assault. A middle-aged Foundation-building cultivator exerted himself to grasp the threads of the golden net artifact, perspiration streaming down his forehead. Surrounding them, a dozen cold dragons, held at bay by others, had noticed the unfolding situation. 3 of them began to swim toward the commotion, prompting the Foundation-building cultivators to immediately unleash their artifacts with fervor. Launching a barrage of attacks against the approaching dragons, multicolored lights flickered erratically upon the lake's surface. The 3 cold dragons refocused their attention on the group of Foundation-building cultivators. Crack! The sound of arcs of electricity striking the dragons sent shivers down one's spine. At last, the middle-aged cultivator managed to haul the submerged cold dragon from the water, though it continued to struggle feebly, its strength waning. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and several points of yellow-gray coalesced into 3 clouds. Dozens of Qi refining cultivators on the lake shouted, pointing towards the sky. The middle-aged Foundation cultivator, alongside his peers, turned their gazes skyward. Disciples of the Spirit Control sect materialized in the air, a multitude of thousands gathering, their presence formidable as if celestial soldiers had descended. This is dire. A major sect has entered the wasteland. We must flee. The middle-aged Foundation cultivator swiftly retracted the golden net artifact, and the other Foundation-building cultivators followed suit, hastily retreating westward. The dozens of Qi refining disciples on the lake also scattered, hastening to escape alongside the dozen Foundation cultivators. Among the 3 clouds, one led by a middle-aged senior with flowing hair commanded the Qinghuan bird beneath him, which responded intuitively and dove straight towards the lake's surface. 200 Foundation disciples followed suit, plummeting from the sky, joined by 1,000 Qi refining disciples riding iron-backed mantises. A gray streak, accompanied by a swath of yellow, surged downwards toward the green lake. The yellow cloud led by the senior descended rapidly, akin to a cotton ball unraveling in the air. A flash of lightning cut across the sky as the senior grasped a round mirror artifact, its surface crackling with electric energy as the Qingluan bird descended, trailing a lightning arc hundreds of feet long. This artifact was of the highest grade, the surging thunderous power sending tingles through the surrounding Foundation cultivators. This middle-aged senior was no ordinary practitioner. He was a master of lightning escape techniques, a thunder-rooted cultivator at the peak of the Foundation stage. On the cusp of entering the core formation realm, the Qingluan bird he rode was exceptional as well, possessing its own lightning abilities, akin in nature to the thunderous rock. When lightning occasionally struck the Qingluan, it exhibited no fear of the electric might, instead reveling in the sensation. As lightning rained down, the cold dragons in the green lake also gazed upward. One slightly larger cold dragon exhaled a swirling icy orb toward the sky, its companions following suit. Launching a volley of icy spheres. "Go," commanded the senior as lightning cascaded down from his hand, the arc of electricity piercing through the icy orbs, striking the largest cold dragon directly. The Foundation disciples behind him unleashed their artifacts, a dazzling array of lights, and long before the icy orbs could reach the senior, they were intercepted and shattered by the barrage of magical brilliance. The arc of electricity landed with a resounding crack on the largest cold dragon, causing it to topple toward the water, while the remaining dragons were momentarily stunned by the electric current. The icy orbs plummeted to the lake, freezing its surface entirely. As the senior soared above the cold dragons, he angled his ascent. The Foundation cultivators followed suit, launching attacks with their artifacts before gliding upwards. The 1,000 Qi refining disciples mimicked the Foundation cultivators, diving down to unleash spells or release talismans. Though the attacks from over 1,000 Qi refining disciples lacked potency, their combined efforts struck the cold dragons, immobilized on the icy surface, with overwhelming force that these third-tier beasts could scarcely endure. After being bombarded, the cold dragons collapsed onto the ice. Li Xiu, part of the senior's cohort, retrieved 3 fireball talismans from his storage pouch and haphazardly tossed them at a few cold dragons before veering upward into the sky. The lake was littered with fallen cold dragons, while dozens of Foundation disciples wielding chain artifacts captured and bound them. The senior led a team into Dragon Island, uncovering several cold dragon eggs and a few young dragons. For the disciples of the Spirit Control sect, acquiring spirit beasts and insects was akin to discovering the finest treasures. Capturing cold dragons was a significant achievement to bring back to the sect. The senior dispatched teams to secure the island, establishing 3 squads on its shores. After roughly half an hour, Li Xiu descended alongside the main group onto the island where the cold dragons roamed. The climate on Dragon Island was cold and damp, and Li Xiu was assigned to search a designated area for potential spiritual materials. Every few meters, a disciple from the Spirit Control sect scoured the ground. The most abundant treasures on this island were the shed skins of cold dragons, and it would be a stroke of luck to find a piece of dragon scale. 3,000 Qi refining disciples scoured the island like scavengers, revealing the sect's intention to send so many lower-tier cultivators into the ancient wasteland. Essentially, they were there to serve as laborers. Li Xiu carefully examined the ground within his designated area. The sparse trees surrounded thick layers of dry grass that needed to be cleared with iron tools. After laboring for half a day, Li Xiu found not a single strand of cold dragon hair and decided to rest against a large tree, feigning sleep. Chapter 64. Perils of the Sects. The middle-aged senior, the fair-haired female cultivator Qingying, and the scholar who had defeated the young man from the Min family convened in a cave on Dragon Island to discuss their next course of action. The task assigned to us by the elders is to assist Qing's sister in entering the ancient hall of the Spirit Control sect. We will leave a squad of Foundation disciples to protect the Qi refining disciples, and the remainder will explore several restricted areas within the wasteland. This is our current location, and it will take us several days to reach the ancient hall. There are 3 possible routes. The fastest is through the left Wind Valley. If we can navigate through Wind Valley and enter the Poisonous Mountain while avoiding the one-horned dragon, we will reach the ancient hall. However, the wind sculptures and wind wolves in Wind Valley, along with the one-horned dragon in Poisonous Mountain, are formidable foes, especially the one-horned dragon, which was already a third-tier beast 1,000 years ago. If we choose this route, we must abandon the lower-tier disciples and proceed with only the Foundation cultivators. The right path, the Blade Peak, is equally perilous. Not to mention the impassable cliffs, the gale atop Blade Peak could easily topple us, leaving the Qi refining disciples with little hope of survival. I suggest we take the longer route through Thunderworm Mountain. With the senior here, Dealing with thunderworms will be a trivial matter. It's just uncertain how many have proliferated over the millennia. Beyond this mountain lies the Valley of Fallen Rocks. Although the valley is obstructed by natural barriers, it is certainly safer than the Sword Blade Peak. Exiting the Valley of Fallen Rocks leads us to a fiery molten cave, which Master Wing traversed during his last visit. However, this molten cave is inhabited by fire crows, making our passage through it quite troublesome. Once we navigate through the molten cave, we shall arrive directly at the mountain gate of the ancient spirit temple. The young man from the Min clan handed 2 jade slips containing maps to his companions. Brother Gu seized the map of the wasteland and examined it closely. Ahead lies the edge of the Forbidden Air formation, and we must proceed on foot to the ancient temple. It is unsafe to leave the lower-ranked disciples here. Should they encounter those hypocrites from the righteous path, they would undoubtedly be exploited in our absence. We shall traverse Thunderworm Mountain. Thunderworms and fire crows are exceedingly rare spirit beasts, Brother Gu declared. The white-clad female cultivator, Qing Ying, also stored her jade slip and spoke softly. If it is not too much trouble, I would require the protection of both brothers to escort me to the ancient temple. Of course, Sister Qing's mission is of utmost importance. Even if we cannot enter the temple ourselves, we shall ensure Sister Qing reaches it, Brother Gu affirmed. Li Xiu felt he had rested long enough, and soon the rallying cry from the island echoed. In no time, 3,600 cultivators soared into the sky once more. Just as the disciples of the ancient spirit sect entered the secret realm of the primeval wasteland, various sects throughout the southern region, comprising foundation building and chi cultivation practitioners, also began to venture into the ancient wasteland. A group of nearly 2,000 male and female cultivators, aboard hundreds of flying vessels, encountered a torrential downpour amidst the gray-black mist upon entering the ancient wasteland. This rain was as dark as ink, and any cultivator who became drenched would faint and feel nauseous. Consequently, the team, having just regained their composure from the disorienting turbulence, was caught in this relentless downpour. Almost half of the group was drenched by the black rain. Within a garden adorned with bizarre giant flowers, a group of nearly 1,000 cultivators, each bearing a massive sword as wide as a door, treaded cautiously, wary of disturbing the surrounding flora. However, the garden was filled with green vine roots, and each step the cultivators took caused the roots to tremble slightly. It was only when the entire group entered the garden that the flower petals began to swell and contract. Puffs of sound echoed continuously as the flowers expelled clouds of pink smoke, revealing white, fluffy substances within. "Hold your breath," the leading foundation-building cultivator shouted, as his massive sword shot forth, splitting into 2 while remaining connected at the hilt. The sword's blade tilted slightly, then began to spin rapidly under the cultivator's command. The spinning sword generated a strong suction, drawing the pink smoke into the air. Dozens of other foundation-building cultivators unleashed their swords, which whirled like propellers, helping to lift the pink smoke and fluffy substances skyward. Unfortunately, several cultivators, unable to hold their breath in time, inhaled some of the pink smoke and soon found themselves weakened, curling up on the ground like shrimp. Those who inhaled the fluffy substance became frenzied, attacking their comrades with their swords. Beware of those flower spores. The leading foundation cultivator produced a talisman inscribed with a small triangular flag. Go. After invoking the talisman, a beam of azure triangular light shot forth, absorbing the pink smoke and fluffy substances as it passed. We must leave this place quickly. The group of sword-bearing cultivators hurried through the peculiar garden. The azure flag absorbed more and more of the pink smoke until it trembled slightly before exploding, releasing a torrent of pink smoke and fluffy substances. As the group emerged from the garden, they cast anxious glances back at the bizarre flora, where their fellow cultivators were being dragged underground by the giant flower's vines. The leading foundation cultivator assessed their losses and sighed. Beyond this perilous area lies the treasure site. We must not let our guard down. In a desolate ruin, 2 factions of cultivators faced each other. The ruins were strewn with segments of purple stones, each inscribed with ancient golden characters. While holding their ground, the cultivators took care to document the archaic inscriptions on the stones. Atop a towering altar surrounded by stone steps, hundreds of foundation-building cultivators summoned defensive artifacts as spells rained down upon the altar from all directions. Looking down at the altar, they saw robed cultivators surrounding it, and the hundreds of foundation cultivators seethed with anger. Below the altar lay the slain lower-ranked disciples, while further away, robed cultivators scavenged the useful items from the fallen. Tai sect, Xianji Palace. Just wait, shouted a disciple of the Demon Yuan sect, charging forth. In this place, flight was impossible. Any elevation beyond a foot would be met with gravitational force pulling them down. The hundreds of Foundation cultivators from the demon sect surged down the altar like ordinary warriors, their momentum seemingly unstoppable. Chapter 65. Thunderworm Mountain. Li Xiu followed the main group, flying for half a day before halting in a realm of vibrant, colorful light. All disciples, gather your spirit pets. This restriction specifically counters flying spirit beasts. Ascending beyond a foot will subject you to gravity. After storing the ironback mantis in his spirit beast pouch, Li Xiu joined the main group as they entered the kaleidoscopic barrier. Each time the ancient wasteland secret realm opened, its location shifted slightly. For sects on the periphery, this was manageable. However, those venturing into the heart of the realm faced the immediate danger of entering the ancient restrictions. Consequently, cultivators throughout history have opted to enter the ancient wasteland from its edges. The maps of the wasteland's periphery compiled by various sects over time were quite comprehensive. Yet the spirit beasts within the ancient wasteland had undoubtedly proliferated over the millennia, with some species reaching uncontrollable numbers. Moreover, certain environments had become exceedingly perilous due to shifts in the realm's spatial dynamics. All disciples, watch your footing. Should you encounter any collapses or disturbances, quickly evade that area. An uncle of Foundation building rank cautioned the 100-member team. The ground was muddy, and Li Xiu felt as though a tremendous weight was pressing down upon him, while above, dark clouds loomed ominously over the mountain peak. Occasionally, bolts of lightning would strike, as if the peak were a lightning rod, never straying from its path. The mountain was steep as a cliff, yet for these Qi cultivation practitioners, it posed no significant challenge. After crossing a ridge, they found themselves atop an incredibly soft brown earth. Walking on such ground brought Li Xiu a sense of comfort. Above, the black clouds churned, and a bolt of lightning tore through the night sky. Boom! The lightning descended rapidly, causing the ground beneath Li Xiu to surge. The surrounding cultivators leaped aside as the earth heaved. Emerging from the ground, about 20 steps to Li Xiu's left, a serpent, as thick as a water barrel and over 10 zhang long, slithered out from the depths. As the monstrous serpent surged skyward, its entire body resembled an extendable straw, elongating to an impressive length. The bolt of lightning was deftly intercepted by this creature, which flickered with arcs of electricity coursing along its form. Upon absorbing the lightning, as the serpent gradually retracted, Li Xiu finally discerned its true nature. This was no mere serpent. It was, in fact, a colossal earthworm. This gigantic worm was devoid of eyes or nostrils, possessing only a vast, pipe-like maw lined with a ring of formidable fangs, and a straight horn protruding from its front, presumably the very conductor that attracted the lightning. Sensing the unusual disturbances around it, the enormous worm opened its maw, unleashing a sound wave so powerful it threatened to rupture eardrums. Once the sound dissipated, it seemed as if the worm had accurately located each individual in the vicinity. "Everyone, be cautious," shouted the ancient senior brother ahead, as he unleashed a lightning strike from his circular mirror artifact, which merely illuminated the worm's body without inflicting any substantial harm. Astonishingly, the giant worm exhibited the ability to absorb lightning techniques. A foundational disciple released a swarm of yellow flying ants, each the size of a fist, numbering in the thousands, directing them towards the colossal worm. The ants descended upon the beast, gnawing at its flesh. The earthworm emitted a pained cry as the yellow ants feasted upon its underbelly, exposing the bone spines within. With a sharp command, the disciples summoned the ants back. Another foundational female cultivator conjured a crescent-shaped blade artifact, its red brilliance illuminating the surroundings. With a whispered incantation, she sent forth a crescent red blade that swept across the worm's wounded area. Boom! The upper half of the giant worm plummeted to the soft ground, while the lower half was propelled upwards from the earth. Its lower segment was nearly as large as its head, save for the lightning-attracting horn. Its maw opened once more, emitting a piercing scream that reverberated through the air. At that moment, dark clouds churned ominously above, with lightning flashing as if countless bolts were poised to strike. A fine drizzle began to fall as disciples from the spirit cultivation sect employed various artifacts and spells to assault the now two-segmented giant worm. The longhorned worm had been battered by thousands of disciples, transforming it into a sieve, while its lower half endured severe injuries. Suddenly, the ground trembled ominously. The senior brother leading the charge glanced at the storm clouds and bellowed, "Run! Lightning is about to strike." All disciples surged forward, including Li Xiu, who hastened towards the opposite ridge. The tremors intensified, causing many disciples to struggle to maintain their footing. A blinding flash illuminated the sky, and a massive bolt of lightning descended, splitting into several smaller forks before reaching the ground. The soft earth erupted, revealing numerous giant earthworms, identical to the previous one. Several unfortunate disciples were sent soaring into the air upon the emergence of the worms, only to be struck down by the residual lightning before they could react. Once again, the ominous clouds unleashed another colossal bolt of lightning, which fractured once more in the air. Li Xiu's legs trembled, and he witnessed many disciples fall. In this gravity-laden environment, even the advanced Qi practitioners found themselves no different from ordinary mortals. From beneath the ground, more than a dozen giant earthworms burst forth, absorbing the descending lightning. The dark clouds roiled, and thick bolts of lightning streaked across the sky as the ground beneath yielded yet more giant earthworms, devouring the electrical energy from above. The disciples of the spirit cultivation sect navigated anxiously through the gaps between these colossal creatures. Just as Li Xiu narrowly evaded one worm surfacing beside him, he was struck by another worm that erupted from the earth, sending him tumbling far away. Before he could rise, the severed remains of a giant worm plummeted to the spot where he had lain. In a split second, he executed the earth-shielding technique he had learned, narrowly avoiding the upper half of the worm's corpse. As the thunder intensified, more giant worms emerged from the mire. Several disciples were caught in the electrical discharges emanating from the worms. Various spells erupted amidst the chaos, and the worm's enormous maw emitted a powerful brown light, drawing in anything in its vicinity. Any Qi practitioner who failed to heed caution could find themselves ensnared, drawn into the worm's gaping maw. In Chapter 66, The Falling Rock Valley, those unfortunate enough to be swallowed by the giant worm miraculously managed to break free, bloodied and battered. Several foundational disciples wielded sharp artifacts, severing the worms at the waist, while talismans were affixed to their bodies. In a whirl of gray light from their spirit beast bags, the severed portions of the thunderworms were drawn inside. While the disciples of the spirit cultivation sect dodged the giant worms beneath their feet, none noticed Li Xiu, who lay prone on the ground. A massive remnant of a thunderworm lay perilously close, and he could hardly resist the temptation to collect it. Li Xiu retrieved the 100 Souls banner artifact from his backpack, seizing the opportunity while others were preoccupied with attacking the remaining giant worms, and tossed the upper half of the colossal worm into his bag. He deftly evaded the brown light emitted by the worms, narrowly escaping the area, and joined the main body of the spirit cultivation sect as they traversed the treacherous soft ground. Amidst the chaotic lightning and torrential rain, the number of giant worms on Thunderworm Mountain seemed limitless. Fortunately, most disciples had successfully navigated this perilous terrain. Yet, as they glanced back at the worms resembling tufts of hair beneath the storm, a chill ran down their spines. The losses among the Qi practitioners exceeded 100. With one foundational disciple tragically struck by 2 worms in succession, launched into the air, and, upon descending, met his fate as lightning coursed through his artifact, only to be consumed by the worm's maw. At last, having escaped the treacherous soft ground, the injured disciples of the spirit cultivation sect were compelled to halt and recuperate. The ridge of Thunderworm Mountain was steep, and many disciples employed artifacts or spirit beasts to descend slowly. Li Xiu, skilled in the earth-shielding technique, descended the ridge with the agility of a gecko. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the ancient wasteland, the pressure on them intensified. The environment and climate within this wasteland were notoriously unpredictable, said to be safeguarded by ancient formations established by powerful cultivators to deter higher-tier practitioners from encroaching upon vital treasures. After 2 hours, the disciples of the spirit cultivation sect finally crossed Thunderworm Mountain, entering a realm of pitch-black stone. Several foundational disciples released spirit beasts to scout ahead, flanked by hundreds of foundational disciples, with the main force marching behind. The path grew increasingly treacherous, flanked by towering peaks that pierced the clouds, while the valley below was shrouded in darkness. This inky valley plunged downward, as though leading into the earth itself, with fierce winds howling on either side, sending eerie echoes reverberating through the gorge. The canyon narrowed with each step, and the winds grew ever more ferocious. Ahead lay the Falling Rock Valley. Beneath this valley lay an abyss of magnetic depths. The subtle magnetic light from the mysterious magnetic stone specifically attracted the powers of metal and earth. All disciples wielding metal or earth-based powers were instructed to secure their artifacts and any metallic items upon their person. The foundation-building elder shouted loudly, fearful that the Qi-refining disciples would violate the taboos of entering the Falling Rock Valley. Beneath their feet, the dark stone path occasionally revealed a bottomless pit, and when peering down, a glow illuminated the depths. The route traversed by Li Xiu and the others was composed of protruding stones wedged within the valley's crevice. As they ventured further, peculiar sights captivated their senses, leaving them in awe, whether from hearsay or first-hand experience. At the valley's bottom, a luminous serpent-like glow illuminated the area, sending tendrils of light upwards, where falling boulders from the summit were drawn into the radiant coil, only to disintegrate into ash upon contact. It was evident that these stones contained iron ore, magnetically pulled into the earth and electrolyzed into dark matter. Observing this massive geomagnetic phenomenon, Li Xiu felt a surge of emotions, astonished that such a perilous and bizarre place existed in the world. Above them, boulders plummeted, while below, the radiant glow thrived. The only solid ground was the slightly elevated stones. The disciples of the spirit control sect split into two teams, climbing the treacherous path on either side. Occasionally, fragments of stone were consumed by the magnetic glow below, prompting the disciples to unleash protective spells to shield against falling debris. One chi-refining disciple, in a moment of panic, forgot the prior warnings and summoned the iron shield bestowed by their sect just as a massive beam of light surged towards him. In an instant, the shield disintegrated into shadowy dust, and the disciple, along with those nearby, was swept away by the force. One attempted to employ a levitation technique, but his earth attribute energy was immediately absorbed by the magnetic glow beneath. Li Xiu watched in horror as the disciple's blood essence erupted, transforming into a crimson mist as he fell. Another, clutching a talisman for a vine technique, barely managed to grasp the rock face. As they climbed further into the depths of the magnetic glow, more rocks tumbled down. The fierce winds at the peak occasionally dislodged massive stones, precariously teetering between the cliffs, with metallic sections gradually breaking away. All understood that if the amount of stone drawn away exceeded a certain threshold, the colossal boulders between the peaks would plummet. Fortunately, an elder employed wood-based magic, conjuring vines for the disciples to traverse this hazardous area. As Li Xiu made his way, his protective aura and earthly steel technique were put to the test. Ahead, a disciple who invoked a diamond talisman was abruptly pulled into the valley's depths. Fearing the absorption of his own energy by the magnetic force, Li Xiu refrained from using the soul-swallowing technique. Just then, a stone the size of a grinding wheel fell from the cliff above, landing directly above him. With a determined heart, he leapt outward, utilizing his inner strength to soar across the chasm, landing safely on the opposite wall. As he climbed, the stone beneath him sank like a floating log, nearly costing him his life. The floating stone settled back down gently, although he initially intended to push it aside, sensing its extraordinary nature. Li Xiu decided to store it in his pouch instead. Having completed this, he hastily ascended towards the main body of the spirit control sect, dodging falling rocks as he followed the others out of the perilous chasm. Upon exiting, the disciples were finally able to rest. Each team of foundation-building elders assessed their losses, revealing over 100 fallen disciples, including one elder. Continuing their exploration, they discovered extensive veins of crimson crystal gold, an excellent material for crafting fire attribute artifacts, which could enhance the fire resistance of alchemical furnaces. The foundation-building elders organized all disciples to mine the crimson crystal gold, and Li Xiu, once more, took on the role of a laborer, filling his pouch with the precious ore. As the journey continued, Li Xiu's large pouch brimmed with crimson crystal gold. The ground grew increasingly hot as they advanced until they reached a lava pit, resembling a gaping chasm, where everyone halted. This lava pit, surrounded by dense vegetation, revealed layers of crimson glow emanating from deep underground, indicating the presence of a subterranean volcanic fissure. The chi-refining disciples scattered within the chasm, searching for spiritual materials and herbs. Li Xiu, fortunate as ever, unearthed a small crimson fruit, its color reminiscent of blood, with a pearl-like sheen and spiny green leaves. Carefully, he extracted the plant and placed it in a jade box for preservation. Using an iron pickaxe, he began to excavate beneath the plant, soon uncovering a fire attribute spirit stone. This plant, known as blood essence fruit, served as a primary ingredient for refining elixirs for foundation-building cultivators. Each blood essence fruit was rooted above a fire attribute spirit stone, typically thriving atop fire veins. This time, Li Xiu diligently scoured his assigned area, collecting an abundance of immature blood essence fruit plants along with the fire spirit stones beneath them. In the distance, the glowing crimson light flickered, as various colors danced within the lava cave. The foundation-building disciples captured fire crows near the lava cave, thousands ensnared by the fire-devouring array, their flames gradually dimming. After 3 hours, the chi-refining disciples completed their search of the entire chasm area, and the spirit control sect disciples entered the tunnel of the lava cave. Inside a dark forest filled with towering trees, hundreds of ancient vines oozed green sap, which fell upon the flaming canopies, somewhat dulling the flame's intensity. Each tree bore faces wrinkled like that of an elderly person, their crowns resembling hair, branches like arms, and roots like feet. Vines entwined tightly, resembling whips and fingers. A group of over 200 cultivators, adorned in various colored robes, wielded flames in their hands, attacking the colossal trance. Though their numbers were few, each cultivator was a foundation building level, with ancient flame patterns embroidered on their robes. The diverse flames scorched the towering trance, eliciting deep, mournful wails as the trance vines began to constrict. A dozen massive trees uprooted, sunlight filtering through as the intelligent trance graciously parted to grant the flame-wielding cultivators a clear path. Thus, the group of over 200 marched forth, emerging onto a wide stone-paved road, lined with moss-covered fallen columns and sculptures, leading into the distance. At a scorching cave pool, blossoms of stalactite flowers opened, containing a pure liquid within their cores. The ground around the fiery pool was littered with the corpses of cultivators, all vying for the precious essence contained in these extraordinary flowers. Above the flame pool, a golden bell absorbed a green sphere of consciousness, refining it into vital essence for the bell. How utterly foolish the Danyang sect is. Such an essential matter regarding the pure essence of the Xian Yin flower entrusted to this infatuated fool. The figure clad in blue sat cross-legged, a cold smile gracing his lips. A graceful woman in blue approached him, her demeanor flirtatious. It is only through Brother Yang's unparalleled strategy that we have obtained such an abundance of Xian Yin stone essence. Leave, and let Xiaoing enter to see me. The blue-clad figure commanded coldly. With a huff, the blue-clad woman exited the cave. A dozen cultivators in blue swiftly removed storage bags from nearby corpses, inspecting their contents with evident satisfaction. Outside the flame pool cave, 100 individuals busily cleared the battlefield littered with corpses. A figure, wrapped entirely in blue, resembling a gnome, was pulling out array flags. Xiaoing, your master calls for you. The blue-clad woman conveyed with visible annoyance. She summoned him into the cave, and the gnome maintained a stoic expression throughout. The blue-clad figure stowed away the golden bell artifact, and those who had gathered the Xian Yin stone essence presented 3 jade vials to him. Upon the entrance of the gnome, the blue-clad figure spoke slowly, Xiaoing. The Tai sect and the Xianji Palace have occupied the ancient greenstone path. They cannot enter there for the time being. Gather everyone. We shall move to the fire-melting cave. Be as quiet as possible while extracting the fire-attributed spirit stones. If there are signs of a fire crow nest, do not act recklessly. We must avoid provoking a swarm of fire crows. The Foundation Establishment Elder cautioned, entrusting the task of mining fire-attributed spirit stones to the Qi refining disciples. The fire-melting cave's tunnels were exceedingly vast, with some winding and others leading straight underground. While numerous branches diverged, each Qi refining disciple had to remember the paths they traversed within the cave. To memorize every route in the melting cave without making several trips was an arduous task. Previously, it was the inadvertent wandering of Elder Wang from the Yuling sect into a melting cave tunnel that led to the discovery of the Yuling ancient palace. Only then did the disciples of the Yuling sect acquire a map to access that ancient palace. Li Xiu ventured dozens of miles before entering a side tunnel, where he was assigned a task by a Foundation Establishment cultivator and received a magical artifact Ho along with several concealment talismans. Use the magical artifact Ho to mine fire-attributed spirit stones. The Ho possesses a soundproof array, and the concealment talismans can disguise your form. Do not stray too far. The internal terrain is complex. If you lose your way, it will be exceedingly difficult to return to the original cave. The Foundation Establishment Elder warned as he departed. Li Xiu began his work, utilizing a concealment talisman as he wielded the magical Ho, striking the spirit mine within the cave tunnel. Using his divine perception, he struck a vein in a rock wall, revealing several gleaming red spirit stones. Gently tapping these fire spirit stones, he placed them into his storage bag. Seizing the opportunity with no other cultivators nearby, Li Xiu took out the 100 Souls banner, a wave of sinister energy enveloping him as his soul exited his body. Entering the monster beast map space, he promptly discarded the upper half of a thunder earthworm's corpse into the newly established graveyard. Li Xiu also sold off the golden cultivation bodies, filling his backpack with several soul-devouring bodies. Exiting the monster beast map space, he brought the large storage bag into the space, retrieving its contents while leaving only a small portion in the storage bag. Li Xiu then switched to another soul-devouring body, donned his clothing, and continued searching for fire spirit stone veins within the tunnel. Chapter 68. Death. As Li Xiu struck the rock wall, he excavated deeper along a fire spirit stone vein. This vein appeared to be exceptionally rich, with the quality and spiritual energy content of the fire spirit stones increasing. Li Xiu carved through the tunnel, moving from the initial passage to the depths. After changing bodies thrice to replenish his magical energy, he reached a fork in the tunnel. The fire spirit stone vein seemed to be abundant, and Li Xiu continued down this passage. In fact, he was quite fortunate to have discovered a slender branch of the vein, which encouraged him to keep digging. The tunnel was shrouded in darkness, and Li Xiu employed his heavenly eye technique to search for the spirit stone vein within. Upon passing another downward fork, he sensed a faint glimmer. With the magical hoe, he struck towards the light, which grew brighter until he had carved a small hole as wide as his waist. A wave of intense heat washed over him, igniting his curiosity as he gazed at the luminous object within. The small hole led to a larger space, revealing a river of molten lava. Driven by curiosity, Li Xiu widened the opening. As he broke through the wall, a vast lava tunnel came into view. The river of magma surged restlessly, and the heat enveloped him, compelling Li Xiu to summon a diamond talisman to shield against the scorching flow. Perhaps due to Li Xiu's excavation, a gust of hot wind rushed towards him, flowing through the hole he had created. Li Xiu surveyed the surroundings. The expansive lava river stretched far, the tunnel's ceiling soaring high, and he detected a faint presence of life. Activating his heavenly eye technique, he spotted gray fire crows hanging upside down from the cave's ceiling, their red eyes opening. By the heavens! Li Xiu hastily crawled toward the small hole he had come through. A fierce gust swept past him, and fiery lines encircled him. Waves of searing flames ignited upon the diamond talisman, and in an instant, the talisman spontaneously combusted, vanishing from sight. Li Xiu quickly produced another diamond talisman, activating all the talismans in a flurry. The fire crows did not incinerate him. Instead, they seemed to be stirred into a frenzy, descending from the ceiling and unleashing fiery projectiles. Glimpsing the swarm of fire crows beyond the diamond shield, Li Xiu realized he would need to procure a multitude of bodies to survive this encounter. As the fire crows were about to breach the shield, Li Xiu quickly executed his spell, murmuring incantations. A gray mist spewed forth from his mouth as he summoned a wisp of Yin energy, preparing to release his soul. Just then, the fire crows outside the diamond shield suddenly plummeted. Li Xiu halted his soul's exit, suspecting that a senior from his sect had noticed him. The fire crows fell into the lava below, transforming into glowing red embers. Just as Li Xiu was about to discern the identity of the approaching elder, the diamond shield shattered around him. Several violet shadows lunged toward his vital points with lightning speed. Thrusts pierced Li Xiu's eyes, throat, heart, and limbs, filling him with violet short-bladed artifacts. Li Xiu was utterly beyond salvation. The story concludes here. The moss on the azure stone path was slick as over 200 Foundation establishment cultivators raced forward. Ahead lay a plaza adorned with shattered stone statues. An eerie stillness permeating the air, tinged with a hint of murderous intent. Among the 200 cultivators, a woman in purple raised her hand, releasing a swarm of violet fire crows. As these fire crows entered the plaza, they rippled the air, casting a shimmering effect over the entire area. "Do you dare to be insolent with such trifling skills?" The woman in purple remarked lightly, conjuring a violet fireball in her hand. The heat of the fireball coiled inward, shifting form in her grasp. Gradually, the violet fireball sprouted wings, transforming into a violet fire crow. The fire crow plunged into the rippling waters, causing the surface to tremble incessantly. Behind the woman clad in purple, over 200 foundation-building cultivators unleashed their fiery manifestations. Some conjured fireballs that transformed into soaring fire phoenixes, while others shaped their flames into blazing swords, with many more sending forth an array of vibrant, searing fireballs. The layer of ripples on the plaza was scorched and shaken by these intense flames, with cracks appearing across its surface. With a series of crisp sounds, the ripples shattered completely. In the blink of an eye, the scene before the 200 foundation-building cultivators erupted into chaos. Thousands clashed against one another in a vast plaza, less than 100 yards apart. Magical artifacts twirled in the air, and beams of spell light shot forth as countless cultivators rushed about, their protective shields shimmering in a myriad of colors. A contingent of nearly 1,000 robed cultivators hastily arrived at the site where the barrier had broken, intending to intercept the incoming foes. Dozens of magical artifacts were summoned, and the group of over 1,000 foundation-building cultivators chanted incantations, their talismans shining brilliantly. Giant fireballs, each the size of a human head, were launched from this throng toward the 200 foundation-building cultivators. An aura unique to foundation-building cultivators erupted, as their energy swiftly radiated outward. Dozens of fiery barriers emerged to block the fireballs cast by the chi-condensing cultivators, followed by powerful fire spells of peculiar nature. The 200 foundation-building cultivators unleashed their strange flames in unison. Upon contact with the fireballs, the latter were extinguished entirely. Talismans, shouted a foundation-building robed cultivator. The more than 1,000 chi-condensing cultivators activated their talismans, which glimmered with brilliance. Layers of water shield talismans produced a cascading blue membrane, quickly merging into a cohesive barrier. The strange flames collided with the water membrane, causing it to tremble lightly, significantly reducing the intensity of the fire. As the flames subsided, the robed cultivators felt a sense of relief. However, before the chi-condensing disciples could react, the peculiar flames ignited once more upon the layers of water barriers. "This is bad. These are the primal flames of the ancient flame sect," exclaimed a foundation-building robed cultivator in horror. Among the 1,000, a fire talisman shot into the sky, exploding in a burst of light. Miles away, outside the encirclement surrounding the several hundred foundation-building cultivators, a long-bearded robed cultivator furrowed his brow. A fellow cultivator, adorned with a golden hairpin, glanced toward the dazzling light in the sky. "More have entered. Friend Fan, let us dispatch another team of elites. If we can just hold back those newcomers, we shall launch another assault and annihilate the forces of the Demon Yuan sect," proposed the long-bearded robed cultivator. "If we send out another group of Foundation disciples, we will surely lose our grip on the encirclement against the Demon Yuan sect. Let us first subdue them before retaliating against that team of cultivators," replied the golden hairpin-clad cultivator, growing impatient. Chapter 69. The Ancient Flame Sect. With the arrival of the foundation-building cultivators from the Ancient Flame Sect, the battle on the plaza grew increasingly fierce. Though their numbers were limited, each Ancient Flame Sect cultivator was a formidable foundation-building expert, notorious for wielding unique and troublesome flames. The presence of such a force in the fray was beyond the capacity of either side to withstand. The exotic flames of the Ancient Flame Sect shattered the interlinked water shields constructed by the over 1,000 chi-condensing disciples. Colorful, bizarre flames roared to life among the ranks of the low-tier cultivators, whose cries of despair echoed as they found themselves engulfed by the flames. The exotic fire proved inextinguishable, adhering to their bodies at the slightest touch. The Ancient Flame Sect, renowned in the southern domain, was indeed a powerhouse. Their secret techniques surrounding exotic flames rendered them unparalleled in the region. The higher the rank of the Ancient Flame Sect cultivators, the more troublesome their exotic flames became. They possessed the ability to control extraordinary flames akin to magical artifacts, even refining them into their very beings, transforming them into treasures akin to artifacts. Just as the spirit-controlling sect revered spiritual insects and beasts as treasures, the Ancient Flame Sect regarded the flames of the world as rare and precious. Often, they would go to great lengths to acquire a single type of spiritual fire. The Ancient Flame Sect, straddling the line between righteousness and wickedness, refrained from engaging in the conflicts between righteous and demonic factions. However, should anyone present a type of exotic fire desired by them, they would undoubtedly offer their full support to that party in exchange for the fire. The defensive line of the Ancient Flame Sect cultivators quickly faltered, with the disciples of the Tai sect and Xuanji Palace suffering countless casualties, including several foundation-building cultivators who perished in the flames. By the time Taoist Lingchen and the Elder Fan arrived with a dozen foundation-building cultivators, the Ancient Flame Sect had already breached the battleground. "Who might you be?" "It turns out to be the two old dogs, Taoist Lingchen and Elder Fan, blocking our way," scoffed the woman in purple. "Spirit Blaze Witch, how dare you burn and pillage our righteous brethren?" Elder Fan seethed, having just witnessed that most of the low-tier disciples were from Xuanji Palace. "Anyone who blocks my path shall be scorched. Clear the way for us," the Spirit Blaze Witch declared without hesitation. "Ha! If our three sects unite, we could surely dominate a portion of this ancient ruin within the desolate expanse." Taoist Lingchen replied with a smile. "The Ancient Flame Sect needs no alliance with any other sect. Old Dog Lingchen, if you don't step aside, we shall take action." The Spirit Blaze Witch showed no signs of fear, gathering a purple firebird in her hand. The Ancient Flame Sect cultivators behind her followed her lead, conjuring a dazzling array of peculiar flames. Taoist Lingchen's gaze turned cold, and Elder Fan clenched his teeth, eager to engage the Spirit Blaze Witch in battle. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the center of the battlefield, forcibly creating an opening in the encirclement. Over 100 foundation-building cultivators, covered in dirt and grime, swiftly fled through the gap, pursued relentlessly by the disciples of the Tai sect and Xuanji Palace. Tai sect, Xuanji Palace. Do not revel in your triumph. Our next encounter shall herald the doom of your two sects. A powerful voice resonated across the plaza, filled with malice. Daoist Lingchen's expression darkened, while Elder Fan cursed vehemently. Useless. Truly worthless. Ha! Even with so many surrounding them, you allowed them to escape. All you do is bark. The spirit blaze which laughed unrestrainedly. We shall depart, she announced, stepping forward, with the ancient flame sect cultivators trailing closely behind her as they headed toward the distant ancient palace in the mountains. The cultivators of the Demon Yuan sect retreated 1,000 feet away, entering a perilous area that the hundreds of foundation-building cultivators dared not pursue, thus returning. The members of the two sects watched as the ancient flame sect cultivators arrogantly left the scene. Within the fire-melting cave, a golden bell hung, suspended. From the lifeless body of Li Xiu emerged a yellow orb tinged with green. This orb contained the essence of Li Xiu, drawn toward a shadowy force. A grayish light enveloped his soul, drawing it inexorably into the golden bell. Inside the bell, a chilling wind swept through, and a series of grayish talismans surged from its sides, invading Li Xiu's essence and gradually clouding his consciousness. Spirit soul? Which sect do you belong to? How many people are in your sect? How many advanced disciples do you have? What is your purpose here? A voice that resonated with a soul-stirring intensity echoed within Li Xiu's consciousness, ensnared by a gray incantation. Li Xiu, compelled by instinct, laid bare the truth to all inquiries. I am an outer disciple of the spirit cult. There are 3,600 disciples within the spirit cult, with 600 foundation-building elders. What brings me here? The sect has sent me to gather fire spirit ore. His consciousness responded reflexively. Why is your soul that of a mortal? The voice inquired once more. Why? Why? Because I possess one. In a haze, Li Xiu's consciousness instinctively traversed into the beast map space. What on earth is this significant matter? Just as the voice finished its question, the peculiar soul had vanished without a trace. A figure clad in azure robes, seated upon a molten stone, opened his eyes. Gazing at the lifeless body of Li Xiu, now riddled with arrows shot by a graceful woman in azure. Yin Li, do not disturb his corpse. Bring me the storage bags. The azure-clad figure commanded as he rose. The elegant woman was about to cast Li Xiu's remains into the magma, but was halted by the azure figure. What is it, Brother Yang? Does this person harbor more secrets? Yin Li tossed 2 storage bags, one large and one small, along with a spirit beast pouch to the azure figure, still gripping Li Xiu's corpse. The azure figure examined the larger storage bag, discovering a trove of fire spirit stones, several crimson crystal ores, a few blood plasma fruit seedlings, several concealment talismans, and a mining tool artifact. He furrowed his brow and then picked up the smaller storage bag, finding only 2 items within, a small shield of mysterious iron and a gray-black banner. First, he scrutinized the 100 Souls banner, noting the purity of the souls and the heavy aura of evil. He weighed the small shield, finding its craftsmanship and materials unimpressive. A second glance at Li Xiu's spirit beast bag revealed the ironback mantis, silent and still. Nothing extraordinary here, except for the banner, which possesses some refined essence. The azure figure hastily seized the 100 Souls banner, channeling his dark energy to breach the mental restrictions upon it. The banner disintegrated under the force of his power, releasing a gray-black mist that engulfed the area. The ghostly visage on the banner dissipated, leaving it tattered, with the 2 shadowy branches atop the pole snapping in 2. It was a tragic fate for Li Xiu's most vital and adept soul artifact, destroyed before it could prove its worth. In Chapter 70, Confrontation, the 100 Souls banner was utterly obliterated, and the multitude of shadowy souls were drawn into a golden bell artifact. The azure figure settled into a meditative position once more, prepared to utilize the soul-searching secret art to extract every fragment of memory from these refined souls. Half an hour passed, and beads of sweat adorned his brow as he found that the hundreds of refined souls displayed no semblance of self-awareness, leaving him astounded. Even more astonishing was their utter lack of resistance or emotion during his relentless inquiries, spells, and enchantments. Remarkable souls. Truly remarkable. Alas, the origin of this being's soul has dissipated, leaving me unable to uncover its history. But fortune smiles upon me. With these refined souls, how can I not succeed in forming the grand formation? The azure figure laughed maniacally. After his laughter subsided, he inspected Li Xiu's corpse and garments meticulously. Aside from the fatal wound inflicted by Yin Li, he discovered faint injuries on Li Xiu's limbs and ribs. Unable to deduce further, the azure figure cast Li Xiu's remains and clothing into the seething lava. Let us depart. Should we encounter any disciples of the spirit cult, leave no survivors. Act swiftly. he commanded. A multitude of azure-clad figures traversed the molten river, all being high-level foundation-building cultivators, with several possessing the prowess of false Dan experts. Within the tunnel above, disciples of the spirit cult advanced rapidly. Ahead lay a fire raven nest, where foundation-building disciples formed formations to capture the fire ravens. At the temporary encampment of the spirit cult within the cavern, a young foundation disciple reported, "Senior Brother Gu, Senior Brother Min, Sister Qing. 2 of our disciples have been attacked by fire ravens, and another has gone missing." The youth with the surname Min examined the site of the attack closely, then glanced at the spot where Li Xiu had vanished. "Brother Gu, take a group to gather the fire ravens from those locations. Sister Qing and I will lead all the lower-tier disciples to the ancient spirit palace first," the young man with the surname Min instructed. "Go ahead, capture those fire ravens. I will follow shortly," Brother Gu replied, leading several foundation disciples away. The youth with the surname Min and Sister Qing guided the lower-tier disciples deeper into the molten cavern, while Brother Gu entrusted the chi-refining disciples to Min and Qing, taking over 100 foundation builders toward the 2 fire raven nests. In one of the nests, the fire ravens were numerous. After setting up a fire-devouring formation, Brother Gu and the foundation disciples began capturing those fire ravens that had lost their fiery essence. The cavern appeared to be a gathering place for fire ravens, vast and open. "Let us proceed with caution. If danger arises, we shall face it together. Ha ha ha. Perhaps we shall find another nest of fire ravens," Brother Gu declared, pointing toward the deep, molten tunnel. "Indeed, Brother Gu, we have encountered no dangers since arriving in this desolate region. It has been exceedingly dull." A young foundation disciple laughed. "Haha, Sushiti this time. Your wishes shall be fulfilled. With hundreds of skilled hands working together, we shall see if you dare to speak so lightly again." Another youth chimed in jovially. "Haha, enough of that. Forward, but be wary of the molten river ahead." Brother Gu and the foundation disciples simultaneously captured the fire ravens from above while exploring the tunnel's depths. Below them flowed the seething lava. Sushiti leaped onto a stone platform, but before he could land, a powerful wind surged towards him. He felt an overwhelming force crash down, shattering the spirit talisman upon him, encasing him in a protective azure shield. However, within the confines of the tunnel, Sushiti plummeted. In midair, he twisted his body, casting a spell and extending wooden vines that latched onto the walls. Just as he believed he could leap to the side, dozens of artifacts rained down from above. The azure shield lasted but a moment before Sushiti became a target for the onslaught of artifacts. Shitty, a foundation disciple, who had jested with Sushiti moments before, shouted in alarm. Regrettably, Sushiti's corpse hung limply from a vine, before he fell into the molten river below. Hundreds of azure-clad figures scaled the tunnel walls, while Brother Gu's team of foundation disciples continued their advance. The light from countless artifacts illuminated the cavern. "Be cautious," Brother Gu commanded, unleashing a mirror to emit lightning from within. The disciples of the spirit cult scattered. Unfortunately, their strategy faltered, and they fell victim to the fierce assault from the azure figures. Both sides unleashed their defensive and offensive artifacts, accompanied by swarms of flying insects and spirit beasts. In the chaos, the spirit beasts had barely established their footing before plunging into the seething lava. The spirit insects swarmed to attack the enemy, yet in the cramped space. The concentrated assaults sent them plummeting into the molten depths. The clash of sword and saber artifacts reverberated through the air, while shield-like artifacts absorbed numerous attacks, leading to a fiercely brutal battle. Within the molten lava tunnel, countless rock walls crumbled, accompanied by numerous cultivators from both factions plummeting into the surging lava below. The cultivators struggled and screamed amidst the lava river, and in mere moments, their bodies ignited in flames, reduced to ash. The tunnel's apex was a fierce battleground. Whichever side claimed this territory would gain a significant advantage. Brother Gu wielded the thunder mirror as if it were a formidable blade several meters long. And wherever the mirror's lightning struck, figures clad in green were struck down. A golden bell materialized at the cave's summit, and thousands of vengeful souls surged forth from it. These souls, the remnants of cultivators who had perished, were exceedingly fierce, their ghostly visages adorned with fangs resembling solid forms. The leader of the green-clad figures, Yang, faced his greatest adversary, Brother Gu, who commanded lightning. The power of lightning was inherently a bane to malevolent spirits, and Brother Gu directed his attacks towards these wrathful souls. Yang executed a series of hand seals, causing the golden bell to emit a series of piercing demonic sounds. He then retrieved a golden brick artifact from his storage pouch. The brick, inscribed with numerous Sanskrit characters, expanded several-fold as he chanted the incantations. This was a secret treasure of the Buddhist sect. Brother Gu's expression shifted dramatically, and the protective aura surrounding him surged exponentially. "Go," commanded Yang, as he manipulated the enormous golden brick like a gilded chariot. Impervious to the multiple assaults from the cultivators of the spirit control sect, continuing its relentless advance. The thunderous sounds reverberated as the tunnel collapsed, echoing across great distances. The young man from the Min clan, hastening forward, paused, a flicker of concern igniting within him due to the commotion behind. "There's light ahead. Brother Min, we have reached the ancient hall," Qing Ying exclaimed with excitement. Chapter 71. Trapped in the Golden Bell, set up a formation at the cave entrance. Leaving a squad to guard here. Should any anomalies arise, use the communication talismans. The remaining disciples must focus all efforts on breaking the ancient hall's restrictions, commanded the young man from the Min clan. The cave's exit opened onto verdant mountains, where a rocky path meandered upward, leading to a magnificent hall adorned with vibrant colors. The disciples of the spirit control sect ascended the jade stone steps with great speed. The mountain's majesty was breathtaking, the winds swirling around them, while the ancient hall radiated an ethereal glow. As they stepped onto the white jade staircase, it felt as though they had entered a realm of immortality. Upon reaching the summit, they encountered a vast plaza filled with numerous stone statues, most of which lay shattered, remnants of the protective golems from ancient times. After numerous incursions by cultivators, these stone sentinels had long been destroyed. The distant hall emitted layers of five-colored spiritual light, creating a barrier that obstructed any attempt to enter. Several Foundation establishment disciples produced specialized array flags, crafted by the Spirit Control sect to dismantle the five-colored barrier. Once the flags were arranged, the formation activated, unleashing beams of light aimed at dismantling the barrier. Li Xiu's soul had drifted aimlessly within the beast map space for several days. The gray runes etched onto his soul possessing considerable destructive power, rendering his consciousness muddled and oblivious. Fortunately, this state gradually diminished within the beast map space, until he finally resolved to seek the Fountain of Life to restore his condition. Approaching the Fountain of Life, Li Xiu's soul began to rejuvenate until it returned to its original state, though the gray runes remained. However, he was no longer affected by them. Li Xiu released a body trained in the spirit-devouring technique, merging his consciousness within. That was close. I almost perished. No, I did perish, but I narrowly escaped. Huh. Li Xiu chuckled at his own folly. Upon reaching his storage area, Li Xiu inspected the spoils from his recent venture into the ancient wasteland. A plethora of crimson crystal ores and fire spirit stones lay scattered, carefully placed on the ground. He hesitated to retrieve the blood plasma fruit, uncertain if he could cultivate spiritual trees or fruits within the beast map space. Moreover, a peculiar floating stone had lost its buoyancy within the map space. After examining it for some time, Li Xiu found nothing extraordinary. However, as he prepared to slice a piece from the floating stone, it finally reacted. The stone possessed a magnetic force that firmly grasped his knife, requiring considerable effort to free it. This floating stone was indeed a natural magnet. Intrigued, Li Xiu procured a sturdy bamboo strip to carefully extract the magnetic stone. After completing this task, he approached the graveyard of the Thunder Earthworm's remains. The colossal corpse of the Thunder Earthworm loomed before him, and with a long sword, he painstakingly excavated the sharp horn atop its head. The sword's poor quality rendered it nearly useless, and after much effort, he finally unearthed the horn. Realizing that even a finely crafted sword could not pierce the Thunder Earthworm's hide. Frustrated, he considered crafting his own artifact. The horn resembled a meter-long bamboo shoot, thick at one end and tapering to a point at the other, emanating a pale golden hue. Unsure of its purpose, he discarded it aside without further thought. Days passed, and Li Xiu contemplated venturing out. Chanting the Shadow Wind incantation, he expelled a gust of dark wind, facilitating his soul's separation from his body. Li Xiu's consciousness examined itself, discovering the gray runes imprinted upon it. After a few glances, he could discern little, so he decided to exit the beast map space. Suddenly, he found himself in a dim, gray space, uncertain of its nature. Within this murky realm floated thousands of souls, each marked by gray runes, some appearing dull yellow, others greenish, and still others a dark gray, the very shadows of Li Xiu's soul within the beast map space. These shadowy souls were adorned with countless gray runes, resembling the data of life from a digital realm. What purpose do my shadow souls serve? Li Xiu mused. Abruptly, the entire space erupted with waves of gray rune light, exerting a powerful pull. However, due to the gray runes, Li Xiu's consciousness remained unaffected. Ahead, a bright light beckoned, revealing a slain middle-aged man and several green-clad figures nearby. A green light orb was drawn into this space by the powerful force, followed by a series of gray runes imprinting upon its consciousness. Then, a familiar voice began to interrogate the green light orb's consciousness with numerous questions. The orb murmured fragments of information. Li Xiu listened intently. It turned out to be a passing rogue cultivator whose companions had been slaughtered by a group of sect disciples, leaving him as the sole survivor. After a rigorous interrogation, the green light orb's consciousness transformed into a muddled soul, unresponsive to Li Xiu's approach. Realizing that the green-clad figures were the same ones who had slain him, Li Xiu opted to retreat into the beast map space for the time being. The azure stone path branched in many directions, winding through the mountains, while the outer ancient halls numbered in the hundreds. Along the way, the ancient flame sect encountered several other sects, after a brief exchange of vigilance. These sects refrained from engaging with the ancient flame sect, focusing instead on dismantling the outer ancient halls within the desolate region. After 3 days of arduous travel, over 200 foundation stage cultivators from the ancient flame sect stood before a grand hall, where 3 ancient characters were inscribed on the ceiling stone: Treasure Bamboo Garden. At last, we have arrived. Break through the barrier here, commanded Fairy Li Xiu. Hundreds of disciples from the ancient flame sect retrieved specially crafted circular magical devices from their storage bags. From these devices, beams of spiritual light were unleashed, connecting one device to another upon contact. As more devices linked together, they formed an expansive web of light outside the hall's restrictions. Layer upon layer of barriers were gradually worn down by this magical formation, becoming increasingly translucent. With several crisp sounds, the circular devices quickly converged, splitting into 2 halves and forming a luminous gate upon the barrier. Hurry in, leaving more than 30 foundation stage cultivators to guard this place. Over 200 members of the ancient flame sect streamed inside. Chapter 72. The Treasure Bamboo Garden. Within the ancient hall, emptiness reigned, with only a few shattered stone puppets occasionally visible. A massive teleportation array shimmered with strands of magical light. The cultivators of the ancient flame sect were captivated by this array, and several adept disciples approached to inspect it, extracting the residual spirit stones used to activate the array. These spirit stones had long since exhausted their power, but all were of medium quality. Fairy Li Xiu, as long as we provide medium quality spirit stones, this ancient array can be activated. Indeed, our esteemed elder has previously utilized this array, though at that time, he had not yet joined our sect. They only took a rare spirit bamboo from this place. Let a few remain to guard here, and once we have retrieved the spirit bamboo, we shall enter the inner sanctum of the desolate realm through this teleportation array, leaving a few to protect the teleportation array. The members of the ancient flame sect walked several miles into the ancient hall before witnessing the scenery outside. A lush expanse of emerald bamboo greeted their eyes, with a stone path winding through the grove, flanked by layers of protective barriers around the ancient bamboo branches. Do not touch these barriers. If they are breached, the puppets within will retaliate against the intruder, cautioned Fairy Li Xiu. Following her lead along the stone path, they traversed the bamboo forest, which stretched endlessly. Upon reaching a stone tablet, they found archaic inscriptions detailing the garden's information. Approximately several dozen acres of vibrant green bamboo were cultivated here. The bamboo was not particularly tall, its hue reminiscent of jade, with dense, slender leaves and slightly curved stalks, seemingly infused with a hint of spiritual energy flowing through the leaves. This is spirit bamboo. This bamboo can be used for weapon crafting, and any artifact or magical tool made from it can harbor spiritual power. Alas, its quality is mediocre, making it prone to breakage when fashioned into treasures. Fairy Li Xiu remarked as they continued walking. Having passed through several acres of spirit bamboo, they arrived at a desolate bamboo grove, where the stalks were thick, marked by black and yellow mottled leaves. The bamboo was yellow with streaks of black, towering over the spirit bamboo, with the ground strewn with fallen leaves. Near this grove stood another stone tablet, inscribed with only 2 ancient characters: iron bamboo. Without exquisite crafting techniques, this type of spirit bamboo can only be used to forge one's life treasure. It requires painstaking refinement with a life fire to transform into a usable item. The process is exceedingly lengthy. However, once forged, the hardness of the treasure will surpass that of artifacts made from refined gold several times over, explained Fairy Li Xiu. As a junior member of the ancient flame sect's upper echelon, Fairy Li Xiu had been trained from a young age under the guidance of her elders, excelling in both weapon crafting and alchemy. Moreover, Her proficiency in various secret arts and techniques of the ancient flame sect made her a paragon among her peers. Were it not for this expedition into the ancient desolate ruins, she might have already attained the golden core stage. The cultivators of the ancient flame sect pressed onward. The further they ventured, the rarer the bamboo became. In a patch of low bamboo, the stalks were as black as ink and straight as rods. This is ink bamboo. It is the finest spirit bamboo for crafting sound illusion artifacts. Fairy Li Xiu continued. As they passed through the ink bamboo grove, they encountered a vibrant display of crimson. The bamboo leaves were a vivid greenish yellow, while the stalks were a blood-red hue, tall and gracefully bending. Blood silk bamboo. It is utterly useless, Fairy Li Xiu declared disdainfully. As they proceeded further, the barriers surrounding the bamboo grove emitted a faint yet potent glow, far stronger than those of the previous spirit bamboo gardens. Here, the blue spirit bamboo thrived, emanating a chill that enveloped the leaves in a misty vapor that lingered in the air. Cold bamboo, ice bamboo, frost bamboo. Some members of the ancient flame sect could no longer contain their excitement, exclaiming the names of these extraordinary bamboos. The ancient frost bamboo. This is the ultimate spirit bamboo for crafting wood element flying sword artifacts. Once forged, the treasure will possess innate frost attributes. It is a pity that our sect has no use for it. Fairy Li Xiu shook her head and continued onward. After traversing the blue frost bamboo grove, the bamboo forest ahead was considerably sparser. Only about 20 spirit bamboos remained, displaying a deep purple hue, their stalks and leaves intertwined with wisps of purple flames. Purple flame divine bamboo. That is the purple flame divine fire. 1,000-year-old purple flame bamboo. Confronted with such heavenly fire, the cultivators of the ancient flame sect could no longer maintain their composure, gazing longingly at the purple flame bamboo grove through the barriers. Several disciples ventured further, searching for any other rare spirit bamboos, but beyond the purple flame bamboo grove, no other varieties could be found. A solitary ancient stone tablet stood there, while the remains of dozens of cultivators had long since decayed into ash, leaving behind only tattered robes and shoes. The 7 large pits where the bamboos had been excavated bore witness to the efforts of those who had come to claim the spirit bamboo. What kind of spirit bamboo would compel these cultivators to abandon even the purple flame divine bamboo? One member of the ancient flame sect pondered aloud. As they gazed at the purple flame divine bamboo in the garden, within the ancient barrier, 28 of these bamboos were planted in a celestial configuration, while 2 farmer-like ancient puppets sat lifelessly among the bamboo. One puppet held a water vessel, while the other bore a magical hoe. Breaching the barrier would undoubtedly activate these ancient puppets. Though they appeared broken and ordinary, the cultivators knew that these ancient puppets possessed strength exceeding the golden core stage. Several cultivators produced the circular magical devices used to dismantle the ancient hall's barriers, activating them as they concentrated their energies, preparing for the imminent confrontation within the barrier. Inside the Spirit Guardian Ancient Hall, a massive ancient teleportation array also lay present, with all the disciples of the Spirit Guardian sect standing vigilantly around it. The interior of the Spirit Guardian Ancient Hall was a silver cavern cloaked in barriers, with only the pure white female cultivator, Qing Ying, accompanied by several Foundation Stage disciples. Venturing into the archway of the Grand Hall, utilizing the array to breach one corner of the barrier, Qing Ying recited incantations continuously, placing a delicate silver bowl before her. Upon completing her incantation, she lifted the bowl, revealing a liquid resembling quicksilver within. Qing Ying furrowed her brow, opened her delicate lips, and poured the liquid into her mouth. Continuing to weave hand seals, her expression contorting in pain, as flecks of silver light soon glimmered in her eyes, her pupils shimmering as if undergoing a transformation. After completing her tasks, the ethereal white-clad cultivator, Qing Ying, rose and cautioned several foundation-building disciples to remain vigilant. If she did not return within an hour, they were to depart with their companions. After giving her instructions, Qing Ying ventured alone into the cave. Chapter 73. The Insect Ancestor Inside the Cave. The brilliance of silver light dazzled her eyes. In this mirror-like silver chamber, Qing Ying beheld her own reflections, some slender, others stout, and some distorted in form. Yet, without exception, all these figures faced her, instilling a chilling sense of dread within her heart. As she pressed forward, the cave transformed into a vision of a rustic homestead, though everything within it was rendered in a uniform silver hue. The silver fences and walls of the courtyard welcomed her as she stepped inside, where tables and chairs awaited, and doors and windows stood wide open, revealing an interior bathed in silver. Esteemed elder, I am Qing Ying of the Yuling sect, a descendant of the ancient lineage of spiritual control. If you do not disdain me, please accompany me back to our sect, where I shall ensure your honored presence is revered. Qing Ying spoke respectfully toward the small dwelling. There was no response from within, and after a prolonged silence, she ventured again. Esteemed elder, our sect's venerable ancestor and numerous fellow practitioners of the same rank have examined the grand formations surrounding this ancient temple. Perhaps, within a millennium, this space will collapse entirely. Our ancestor has prepared an ideal residence for you, which I am certain will be to your liking. If you would be so gracious as to leave this place with me, please reveal yourself. Bowing gently toward the small house, she awaited the elder's manifestation. Just as she began to lose hope that the elder would respond, a faint sound of crawling insects filled the air. A humanoid bulge slowly emerged from the silver bed within the dwelling, transforming into an aged figure of silver hue. The aged entity approached her, and an unsettling chill coursed through Qing Ying's veins, prompting her to instinctively step back in fear. However, she quickly regained her composure. Esteemed elder, this is a spirit insect that our sect has nurtured for a millennium. I humbly request you to accept it. She removed her spirit beast pouch and produced dozens of silver orbs, unveiling their contents. Within these orbs, liquid like mercury shimmered. An ear-piercing shriek erupted from the aged figure, the sound so jarring that it felt as if her head would split from the resonance. In the next moment, silver insects, each the size of a broad bean, erupted from the liquid and flew directly into the mouth of the aged figure. Observing this, Qing Ying bowed respectfully once more, saying, "If you are reluctant to depart, should this domain persist, another disciple will enter this realm in the next millennium. I shall take my leave now." Before she could make another move, a silver dash shot from the aged figure's fingertip, darting toward her with incredible speed. Instinctively, she attempted to evade it, but it was too late. The silver dot penetrated her neck, and she fell to her knees, clutching her throat. After a considerable time, she slowly regained consciousness, her face alight with joy as she exclaimed, "Esteemed elder, you are willing to leave this place with me. Truly, it is my fortune." The aged figure nodded slightly, and the small dwelling began to disintegrate. As the silver light shifted, the house transformed into countless tiny flying insects. From the remnants of the house, scenes flickered like shadows. The entire cave flowing like mercury beneath the feet of the aged figure, gradually dissolving into a multitude of silver points of light. This stream was composed entirely of the silver insects, which coalesced into a massive silver insect, the aged figure's visage manifesting at its head. Qing Ying presented her spirit beast pouch before the colossal insect, bowing deeply. "Esteemed elder, please enter this pouch temporarily. I must remain in this desolate region for a few more days." The face atop the giant silver insect furrowed slightly, and the insect transformed into a point of light. Diving into the storage pouch, Qing Ying's face radiated elation. The mission for her sect had been flawlessly accomplished as she exited the dim cave. Upon crossing the archway, a youth from the Min clan approached her, inquiring, "Sister Qing, how did the mission fare?" "Thanks to your efforts, I have succeeded. The elder is willing to return with us." Qing Ying replied excitedly. "Excellent. Truly a significant achievement. Upon our return, the elders of our sect shall surely take notice of us. The three of us can anticipate reaching the nascent soul stage in the future." The youth from the Min clan was equally exhilarated. With the alertness among the disciples of the Yuling sect eased, the Min youth instructed the foundation-building disciples to safeguard Qing Ying and await the arrival of Brother Gu and his team. A day later, as the anticipated disciples from Brother Gu did not arrive, a sense of urgency began to build among the group. The Min youth dispatched several foundation-building disciples to employ secret techniques to plant tracking spirit insects, sending them back into the fiery cave to assess the situation. Days passed, and when all the dispatched disciples returned, two had located the tunnel where Brother Gu's team had previously battled, bringing back only fragments of tattered clothing and remnants of spirit insects. It seems Brother Gu's team likely encountered formidable foes. The chances of survival are slim. The Min youth declared, "Let us proceed to the inner hall area." He beckoned the disciples of the Yuling sect to utilize the teleportation array. Over 2,000 disciples of the Yuling sect took turns standing on the teleportation array, activating it 4 times to complete their transmission. In a grand hall, the disciples regrouped after their journey. As they emerged from the hall, the sight before them left everyone utterly astounded. Layers of palatial structures stretched endlessly, with celestial mountains and towers floating amidst the clouds. The celestial edifices glided gently, encircled by enormous rings that hovered above, creating a vast plaza. The disciples found themselves on one of these floating celestial structures, witnessing the grand circular plaza revolve before them. This was the very core of the ancient desolate ruins. The the sacred ground of the ancient sect. The floating celestial mountains corresponded with the hundreds of outer halls of the ancient desolate ruins. The vastness of the desolate realm was immense, and ancient cultivators utilized these teleportation arrays for transit within the area. These teleportation halls could also shift positions according to the celestial arrangement of the stars, serving as the protective formation for the ancient sect's gates, an array that had operated for countless millennia. Thank you for your subscriptions and rewards. I appreciate the support from readers who have previously donated to this book, and I am grateful for everyone's recommendations. Thank you all. Chapter 74. Ambush within the Purple Flame Bamboo Grove. Dozens of ancient Yin sect cultivators lay sprawled on the ground, their fates uncertain. As two human-shaped puppets comparable to late-stage core formation practitioners wreaked havoc upon them. One puppet, wielding a hoe, could even render itself invisible to attack its foes. Coupled with another puppet that could absorb flames, the situation proved exceedingly troublesome. The burning flames posed no fatal threat to these two puppets. The humanoid puppet wielding the spirit vial absorbed the strange fire from itself and another puppet. Although the other puppet, burdened with a hoe, was reduced to a mere frame of puppet material due to the flames, it was not a cultivator, and thus, the puppet frame was still capable of combat. The sharp attacks were a weakness of the ancient flame sect's practitioners. Often, during battles, the strange fire they controlled could incinerate their enemies without the need for artifact attacks. However, today's battle took a different turn. The various strange fires failed to destroy the puppet in one blow, and the other puppet could absorb these strange fires, leading to both humanoid puppets severely injuring dozens of ancient flame sect cultivators. Many cultivators of the ancient flame sect resorted to using their artifacts against the two puppets. With a crisp sound, the humanoid puppet holding the spirit vial exploded due to the excessive absorption of strange fire. A surge of mixed flames obliterated the puppet in two, affecting a radius of 2 zhang around it. 3 individuals, caught off guard, were engulfed by the chaotic flames, sustaining serious injuries. Suddenly, the hidden puppet reappeared, attacking the injured trio with its hoe artifact. The 3 fell, their bodies severed, and the hidden humanoid puppet was subsequently destroyed by the artifacts of the onlookers. The practitioners of the ancient flame sect gathered the remains of their fallen comrades and meticulously excavated the 28 purple flame bamboos, securing them properly. Over 100 individuals stood upon the ancient teleportation array. Fairy Li Xiu stood atop the array, her brows furrowed, feeling an inexplicable sense of anxiety. The inner sanctum was fraught with peril. Caution was imperative. After speaking, Fairy Li Xiu placed a talisman bestowed by an elder onto her wrist. The ancient teleportation array activated, providing her with a slight sense of calm. In a moment of disorientation, the group was transported to another ancient hall. Ahead, they beheld the celestial peaks of the wasteland, stirring excitement within them. As they approached the illuminated area, their footsteps echoed in the ancient hall, as audible as a falling pin. A chilling wind swept through the surroundings, carrying with it an eerie, ghostly melody. The scene before Fairy Li Xiu shifted abruptly, revealing desolate graves and wild spirits. With startled crows under a full moon and gusts of ominous wind, a phantom formation surrounding Fairy Li Xiu, violet flames surged, as she executed a hand gesture with one hand while holding a purple bamboo bell in the other. The bell chimed gently, releasing waves of purple flame runes. The strange fire cultivated by Fairy Li Xiu was indeed that of the purple flame bamboo. The artifact assisting her cultivation was crafted from the same bamboo. Before her, the spectral entities roamed freely, with the purple flame runes clashing against the ghostly melody. Suddenly, the talisman in Fairy Li Xiu's hand radiated brilliant light, summoning a 7-colored flame rainbow. The 7-flame talisman. A figure clad in blue robes gasped in the shadowy wind formation. In that moment, the talisman in Fairy Li Xiu's grip unleashed 7 distinct flames, incinerating hundreds of vengeful souls. Several flames also emerged from those ancient flame sect practitioners trapped within the formation alongside Fairy Li Xiu. Outside the formation, a blue-robed individual named Yang sat cross-legged in the void, surrounded by hundreds of shadowy souls that swirled around a massive ghostly pattern of a golden bell above him. Yang coughed up a mouthful of essence blood, which the golden bell absorbed entirely, causing its surface runes to flare wildly. With a resounding crash, the massive bell enclosed both Yang and several ancient flame sect practitioners within its confines. The surrounding blue-robed figures clashed with the ancient flame sect practitioners. Although the latter were not trapped within the Great Soul Formation, they were ambushed by hundreds of hidden blue-robed figures. In this fierce confrontation, the blue-robed faction initially gained the upper hand, while the ancient flame sect retaliated with their strange fire. After 2 days trapped in the beast map space, Li Xiu was oblivious to the external situation. In this space, he could not sense the shadowy souls outside. Only by leaving could he feel their presence. Li Xiu pondered escaping to see what lay beyond, unsure if he could evade the blue-robed individual's artifact. He decided to take a step forward and see what transpired. His backpack contained the spirit-swallowing art, while the other was empty, perhaps allowing him to conceal something unexpected. Li Xiu exhaled a gust of shadowy wind, separating his soul from his body. Exiting the map space, a brown fireball streaked past his soul. What on earth was that? How perilous! A searing pain pierced his soul consciousness. Hastily, Li Xiu sought refuge at the highest point of this space. Below, several practitioners battled the fierce souls, while shadowy figures spewed forth ominous winds. The shadowy souls possessed such abilities? Li Xiu marveled at the sight. The flames unleashed by those below felt familiar. The red-clad woman he had encountered previously had released a blazing white fireball, though the flames varied in color. The method of their usage closely resembled that of the red-clad woman. The ancient flame sect practitioners, despite wielding formidable strange fire, were ensnared in the illusion, rendering their attacks chaotic, with two even turning against each other. The blue-robed Yang commanded thousands of souls against Fairy Li Xiu and her companions, while her seven-colored flames scorched the vengeful spirits. Surrounded by her violet flames, Fairy Li Xiu shielded her consciousness with the purple bamboo bell. The blue-robed Yang, seated on the ground, quickly retrieved a jade vial from his storage bag, pouring several pills into his mouth. After doing so, he summoned a golden brick artifact, which shimmered with golden Sanskrit. Under the incantation of Yang, the brick enlarged several-fold. The golden brick was hurled at the ancient flame sect practitioners trapped in the illusion, who, lamentably, were still struggling within the mirage, only to be crushed into pulp by the powerful artifact. A surge of force drew their green souls into the top of the golden bell, infusing them with gray runes. They became vengeful souls within the golden bell artifact. Now, only the drenched Yang and the beleaguered Fairy Li Xiu remained inside the bell, with Li Xiu's soul observing the entire ordeal. Chapter 75. Body Theft. The contest of powers between Yang and Fairy Li Xiu had reached a stalemate. The golden brick above Yang gradually pressed down upon the seven-colored spiritual fire. Both their artifacts and talismans were taxing their vitality and energy, and they were nearing their limits. Suddenly, the talisman in Fairy Li Xiu's hand ignited into flames, and she gritted her teeth, enduring. Her restorative elixirs had nearly run out, and the purple bamboo bell was on the verge of collapse. Fairy Li Xiu took out a wooden hairpin artifact, which emitted trails of purple light to fend off the onslaught of vengeful spirits. Li Xiu observed the dwindling green souls in this space, and a sinister melody beckoned the yellow souls to join the fray below. Just as both sides were about to falter, the purple bamboo bell above Fairy Li Xiu exploded into shards. In that moment, she was caught in a wave of shadowy winds, leaving her dazed. Yang, now standing, was entwined with shadowy souls. He cast several incantations towards Fairy Li Xiu, unleashing a gale of wind-like forces that sliced through her defenses. The ethereal figure of Li Xiu was beset by the chilling winds conjured by the incantations, causing her garments to shred piece by piece. As inscriptions of spells emerged across her entire being, perhaps sensing the humiliation, Li Xiu's spirit suddenly stirred, demanding to know, "Who are you? Why have you laid a trap for me?" The man in green, bearing the surname Yang, laughed heartily, having finally achieved his long-awaited ambition after years of meticulous preparation. "Ha ha ha. It matters not to reveal my name. I am Yang Fei, an old acquaintance of your senior sister, Hong Fu, for over 4 decades. It was she who informed me that your ancient flame sect intended to acquire the legendary ancient bamboo. As for the reason, blame the rare essence of spiritual energy that resides within you." The color drained from Li Xiu's face, replaced by anger and shame, as she grit her teeth and retorted, "That trace of spiritual energy has long since been given to another." Oh, Yang Fei seized her left arm, revealing a bright red mark of a vermilion sand on her white jade-like skin. As he pressed upon it, the vivid red slowly faded, unveiling a silver phoenix that shimmered like a painting, its silvery light undulating with an almost palpable desire to take flight. "The Tongyu spirit phoenix remains. Ha ha ha. Li Xiu, do you still claim to lack spiritual energy?" With a weight lifted from his heart, Yang Fei burst into laughter. Li Xiu trembled with rage, her heart seething with hatred, wishing for nothing more than to end her own life. Yet she found herself utterly powerless. "Do not revel in your triumph. If not by my will, you shall never claim even a trace of my spiritual essence." She spat in fury. The ordinary methods of forceful extraction could never compare to the ancient, secret arts. "Soon, you will find yourself at my command. From the pinnacle of the Golden Bell, Li Xiu's spirit overheard Yang's words, cursing inwardly, "Beast." After speaking, Yang Fei sat cross-legged once more, muttering secret incantations, as multiple shadows surged into Li Xiu's consciousness. The force of this assault expelled her spirit from her mind's eye, causing her body to collapse gradually. Li Xiu's spirit floated in the air, with the dark shadows crashing into her essence. With each strike, a portion of her spiritual vitality was siphoned away. After numerous assaults, her spirit teetered on the brink of collapse. Yang Fei unleashed further incantations, directing spells at the shadowy souls, causing the remaining vitality within them to intertwine with the grayish strands of shadowy essence, merging slowly. At that moment, he produced a cauldron from his storage pouch, filling it with an array of pre-prepared ingredients. With a deft motion, he summoned a blue jade vial, from which a pale blue flame emerged, adhering itself to the bottom of the cauldron. Waves of scorching energy radiated from the cauldron, causing its lid to rattle rhythmically. While controlling the flames and the spiritual herbs, Yang Fei added various materials. As the threads of shadowy essence melded with the remaining vitality, he cast further incantations, sending the combined energies back into Li Xiu's spirit. Tendrils of blackness entwined around her once luminous essence, and in that moment, her consciousness lost all brilliance. Yang Fei inscribed several gray talismans upon her spirit, releasing a surge of spiritual energy from the cauldron. With a few taps upon himself, he directed his energy toward the cauldron. A crystal-white substance, the size of a die and radiating a faint blue light, erupted from his mouth, inscribed with sacred characters. As he expelled this substance, the golden brick above him diminished in size, landing behind him. The cauldron's lid slightly lifted as he pointed at the crystal-white substance, which soared directly into the cauldron. In that moment, beads of sweat the size of peas cascaded down Yang Fei's body. His energy severely depleted after expelling his life essence to concoct the elixir. He found himself truly exhausted. The cauldron erupted with the sounds of popping beans as he managed the flames within, directing his focus back to Li Xiu's spirit. Return to your body. Infuse that trace of spiritual energy into the cauldron. At this critical juncture in the alchemical process, after over 40 years of preparation, Yang Fei could hardly contain his excitement. Ha ha ha. This elixir shall surely succeed. From this day forth, my path shall be unobstructed. Yet, as he awaited Li Xiu to infuse the cauldron with her spiritual energy, he was suddenly struck with disbelief as her corporeal form vanished before his eyes. What? Where is she? In an instant, Yang Fei was left dumbfounded. His joy turned to panic as he searched frantically within the confines of the Golden Bell for Li Xiu's presence. A charred aroma wafted from the cauldron, signaling that the opportunity to infuse the spiritual energy had been missed, rendering his concoction entirely ruined. Yang Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. The expulsion of his life essence had already left him weakened, and now faced with this inexplicable disappearance, his fury surged. In a fit of rage, Yang Fei suffered a grave internal injury. He scrutinized his surroundings, realizing that the space was filled with the spirits he had just summoned, most of which were the yellowish souls of ordinary mortals or the grayish, peculiar spirits. One particular spirit, a blend of yellow and green with gray undertones, caught Yang Fei's attention. It belonged to the disciple of the spirit control sect, a spirit that should have dissipated long ago. This spirit had been observing him closely, and Yang Fei, convinced of its involvement, roared, "It is you. You stole the phoenix's essence. You ruined my divine elixir. You have jeopardized my foundation. Prepare to meet your end." Yang Fei commanded several shadowy souls to attack Li Xiu's consciousness. As he approached the foundation building stage, the 7 ghosts consuming souls ability was due for replacement, and the foundation building abilities had begun to reveal their unconventional traits. Chapter 76. The immortal battle. Dozens of shadowy souls lunged at Li Xiu's consciousness, causing him to frown in anger. How dare they attempt to attack me? He thought. Li Xiu's consciousness bellowed, "Do not move." The shadowy souls halted mid-flight. Go. Yang Fei cast an incantation, but the shadows merely flickered with gray runes, remaining immobile. Go. Li Xiu commanded, and the shadows drifted toward Yang Fei, only to stop beside him, motionless. Both Yang Fei and Li Xiu found themselves incapable of commanding the shadowy souls. Yang Fei could direct them to attack his enemies, yet could not compel the shadows already ordered by Li Xiu to strike him. Conversely, Li Xiu could instruct the shadows to move anywhere, but could not force them to execute Yang Fei's attack spells against him. The situation became quite awkward. Enraged, Yang Fei unleashed an incantation upon the Golden Bell, summoning gusts of chilling winds. Sensing the impending danger, Li Xiu released a body formed by the soul-swallowing technique. diving into it. Before the body fully descended, Li Xiu awakened. As Li Xiu descended, he unleashed a beam of golden light towards Yang Fei. Impossible. You have not perished? It was I who cast your shattered form into the inferno, reducing it to ashes. Yang Fei was astounded, sitting cross-legged on the ground. He merely waved his hand to deflect Li Xiu's golden light. Li Xiu released another beam of golden light aimed at Yang Fei, who summoned a wooden shield artifact to block the attack. The mana of the metal element within the swallowing spirit technique was nearly depleted. Thus, Li Xiu once again invoked a fireball spell. Yang Fei's wooden shield artifact successfully thwarted this magical assault as well, although he was grievously wounded. Having just expelled his life essence and injured his core, he thought it trivial to eliminate a mere chi-refining stage novice. Once more, he channeled his spell, summoning a great wave of sinister, cutting winds from the golden bell. Since you have not died, I shall slay you once more, Yang Fei declared fiercely. Before Li Xiu could react, the chilling winds tore him apart. You wretch, I shall shatter your corpse into pieces and extract your soul. Yang Fei spat, but his excessive use of mana caused him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Li Xiu's remains lay in tatters, and Yang Fei retracted the wooden shield artifact. A force extracted Li Xiu's consciousness from the remains. Without hesitation, he projected another body. His awareness entered this new form, and Li Xiu charged at the seated Yang Fei again. Prepare to die, he proclaimed, releasing another beam of golden light. Yang Fei, still recovering his breath, summoned the wooden shield artifact once more and narrowly blocked Li Xiu's magical onslaught. You have been torn asunder. How can you still be whole? Yang Fei gazed at the mangled remains on the ground, unable to fathom that this naked figure before him was indeed undying. The power channeling the wooden shield artifact was exceedingly weak, and with no restorative elixirs left in his storage bag, he clutched a spirit stone, gradually absorbing its energy. Li Xiu unleashed 2 beams of golden light and several fireballs, but before he could escape his current form using the sinister wind spell, Yang Fei produced a small knife talisman. The talisman blazed brightly, and a red blade of light cleaved Li Xiu in two. Once more, Li Xiu's consciousness was drawn out by the golden bell's winds, and this time, he entered the beastly map space. He flew to a graveyard, discarding the body of the spirit flame fairy into it. After re-emerging, Li Xiu placed his spare storage bag into his backpack. As Li Xiu re-entered his body, Yang Fei had just regained a modicum of mana. Upon seeing the naked Li Xiu reappear, he grit his teeth in fury. I shall kill you again and extract the secrets of your soul. Yang Fei invoked the small knife talisman once more. Li Xiu retrieved his storage bag, extracting a stack of golden arrow talismans, channeling his internal mana to aim them at Yang Fei. Observing this, Yang Fei expended more mana to conjure the wooden shield artifact again. The small knife talisman was already in play, but Li Xiu also utilized the sinister wind spell to escape his body. With no other choice, Li Xiu entered the beastly map space once more, searching for an escape. In a corner, he discovered the prison chain. Equipping the chain in his backpack, he returned to find Yang Fei at the brink of exhaustion. Why do you possess so many bodies? Yang Fei asked in despair. Once again, he activated his talisman, and Li Xiu leaped into the air to evade the attack, landing atop Yang Fei's head. Because I possess a treasure, Li Xiu declared, releasing the prison chain. As the chain fell, Yang Fei, devoid of mana to wield the wooden shield artifact, could only use the small knife talisman to strike upwards at the descending artifact. The knife talisman collided with the chain, and to Yang Fei's shock, instead of a fierce clash, only sparks flew as a portion of the chain was sliced. The chain then fell unexpectedly, striking Yang Fei's body and injuring him severely. A green orb of light escaped from Yang Fei's form, resisting the golden bell's pull. Just as it attempted to flee, it was ensnared by a swarm of shadowy souls. Li Xiu approached, clutching a linked fire talisman. Spare my life. I am willing to divulge the secrets of controlling the soul harvesting bell, provided you let me go. Yang Fei's spirit pleaded. Very well. How does one capture this artifact? Li Xiu pressed, readying the talisman in his grasp. Yang Fei's spirit revealed the method to collect the soul harvesting bell. Excellent. But tell me how to refine the souls of the recently deceased cultivators, Li Xiu demanded as he infused the talisman with mana. If I disclose this, you will surely bind me within the bell. Yang Fei's spirit retorted bitterly. How can I ascertain the truth without testing it? Li Xiu sneered. Fine. Approach, and I shall tell you. Yang Fei's tone suddenly calmed. No need. As long as the soul harvesting bell can be freely summoned and retracted, that is sufficient. Since you do not wish to become its spirit, you shall perish here. Li Xiu had long anticipated the possibility of a higher-tier cultivator attempting to seize his body, and he launched the linked fire talisman at Yang Fei's spirit. Yang Fei's spirit attempted to advance, but was struck by the talisman, igniting in flames as it writhed in agony. Chapter 77. A mountain of treasures. Li Xiu stood naked within the vast bell, surrounded by drifting souls, sustained by the shadowy souls cultivated by the Yang clan's practitioner through malevolent energies. Nearby lay several dismembered corpses, and Li Xiu approached, scavenging usable garments from the bodies of the ancient flame sect cultivators. He recalled their various flames. Should they possess the same fiery essence as the iron fire ants, his fortune would be immense. However, the bodies were too mangled, and he could only collect 2 remnants. Within the beastly map space, he created several graves and placed the 2 corpses of the ancient flame sect cultivators inside. After completing this task, he emerged once more. Inside the colossal bell, several storage bags lay scattered, alongside a few fallen artifacts. Li Xiu diligently transferred the storage bags into the map space. Once this was accomplished, he retrieved his own storage bag, gathering the artifacts from the ground. Among the artifacts were a golden brick, a wooden hairpin, a tattered small knife talisman, a spirit vial, an alchemical furnace, a circular wooden shield, and an unidentified orb belonging to an ancient flame sect cultivator. He unceremoniously tossed these items into his storage bag. The remaining items were merely remnants of broken artifacts, including tattered handkerchiefs, fragments of purple bamboo bells, shattered jade pendants, and a multitude of unknown shards. These remnants, products of the ancient flame sect's artifacts, were of little use to Li Xiu. He donned the salvaged clothing, keeping the remaining garments in reserve for future needs. Now clad in the attire of an ancient flame sect cultivator, which bore a concealed formation, and wearing boots inscribed with runes, Li Xiu pondered the outside situation. He retrieved the concealment talisman provided by the spirit control sect during his mining expedition. Contemplating the situation, Li Xiu's soul consciousness detached itself, casting the corpses of the 2 ancient Yanmen cultivators onto the ground. Both bodies had met their demise through crushing, leaving Li Xiu uncertain of how to position them. Suddenly, he recalled the purple-robed woman imbued with spiritual energy. Now, she lay before him, a bare, lifeless form. Reflecting on the moment he had taken advantage of the chaotic spirits swirling within the golden bell, he descended from the bell's apex, and, while the Yang surname cultivator was preoccupied with alchemy, discreetly stowed the body into his backpack. This act had left that individual in a state of utter despair, severely depleted of vitality. It was indeed Li Xiu's first crafted body of another, and a beautiful woman at that. He pondered whether the spiritual energy that the Yang surname cultivator had alluded to was something he could harness. I truly hope the spiritual essence within her body remains intact, he murmured. He retrieved the exquisite female form, positioning it opposite the Yang surname cultivator's corpse. However, he hesitated to treat the body so casually. Initially, he considered adorning it with clothing, yet all available garments belonged to others, making it unreasonable to wear them. Contemplating his principles, Li Xiu ultimately resolved to return the beautiful body to the magical beast map space, selling it in the goblin shop for gold. The golden characters 106 floated from the shop. To his astonishment, the beautiful body fetched such a high price. His own body had only been worth 12 gold coins. This price was a result of his cultivation reaching the 11th layer of chi refinement, while previously, his own body had been even cheaper. Look at the treasures within her body, he exclaimed in admiration, turning his gaze to the heap of magical artifacts and storage bags amassed nearby. Reminiscent of dropped equipment and skill books, he approached and began to sift through them in search of items that could facilitate his escape. Upon opening the Yang surname cultivator's storage bag, he discovered several jade slips along with an assortment of small jade vials and numerous magical artifacts. The abundance of spirit stones within left Li Xiu astounded, with a plethora of jade boxes and ceramic bottles spilling across the ground. Among the items, a small, round ancient mirror appeared strikingly familiar. He had encountered this mirror with his senior brother at the Yuling sect. As he grasped the mirror and infused it with a trace of his mana, a jolt of lightning coursed through him, causing his arm to tingle. He then examined the jade slips, finding one detailing a recipe for an ancient barrier-breaking pill, as well as another recording a thunder attribute technique spanning from the foundation establishment to the peak of core formation, followed by various pill recipes, secret techniques, and map slips. Li Xiu rummaged through the contents of the other storage bags, which spilled forth in a mountainous heap. He beheld purple bamboo adorned with talismans, paper books, worldly gold and silver, rare gemstones, jade boxes containing spiritual materials and medicinal herbs, several puppets and mechanical beasts, all intermingled with sealed cauldrons. The jade bottles and slips were also numerous. Li Xiu lacked the leisure to examine them in detail. His focus was solely on locating artifacts or talismans that could assist in his flight. After an extensive search, he finally unearthed a high-grade invisibility talisman beneath a cauldron artifact. This talisman far surpassed the low-grade ones provided by the Yuling sect, offering an invisibility effect that was incomparable. Satisfied, Li Xiu exited the magical beast map space, taking the high-grade invisibility talisman and affixing it to himself. He wondered about the outside conditions, but resolved to exit regardless. A spell was cast, and the golden bell in this area emitted a powerful suction, drawing the spirits within into itself. The bell diminished in size, resonating with a faint chime. Li Xiu observed the shadowy souls and the souls of two hues, yellow and green, being absorbed, along with a green spirit ball of the Lingyan fairy that also flew into the bell. The bell shrank progressively until it reached the size of a human head, at which point Li Xiu stowed it in his backpack. With the bell's disappearance, the ground lay in disarray, and Yang Fei's corpse was just a short distance away. The external environment was equally chaotic, littered with the charred remains of ancient Yinmen cultivators and countless charred bodies of the ambushing blue-robed cultivators. The blue-robed faction still numbered in the dozens, as many had been occupied in protecting the Golden Bell artifact from destruction, and despite their offensive attacks, they had been gradually overpowered by the ancient Yinmen cultivators, who had begun to reclaim the situation. The ancient Yinmen cultivators fared poorly as well. During their battles in the purple bamboo garden against puppets, each cultivator had expended some of their exotic fire, and ambushed again, they suffered severe casualties. As the Golden Bell vanished, both sides simultaneously ceased hostilities. A gnome-like blue-robed cultivator collapsed atop Yang Fei, wailing inconsolably. With their leader slain, several blue-robed cultivators felt a surge of retreating sentiments. The ancient Yinmen cultivators were also searching for the Ling Yin fairy's presence. Suddenly, someone shouted, "The clothing of Sister Ling Yin has been torn to shreds by the thieves." A chorus of anguished exclamations erupted from the group of male cultivators from the ancient Yin men, some already weeping openly. Li Xiu, unaware of the images they conjured, stealthily maneuvered away from the heart of the battlefield, striving to remain silent. The gnome-like blue-robed cultivator, overcome with grief, suddenly transformed into a frenzy, wielding a scythe artifact to attack the ancient Yinmen cultivators. "Beast!" A cultivator from the ancient Yinmen shouted, clutching a fragment of the Ling Yin fairy's torn garment, his eyes ablaze with rage as he charged toward the gnome-like cultivator, his exotic fire blazing fiercely, ready to perish together. Once again, the battle ignited. This time, the ancient Yinmen cultivators fought with unparalleled ferocity, while some from the blue-robed side hesitated. Li Xiu had retreated to the outskirts of the clash, relieved that no spells had targeted him, inching away cautiously. In the foreground, an ancient teleportation array revealed a corner where a spirit stone had been upturned. Except for that particular spot, the rest of the array glimmered faintly with magical light. It appeared the ancient Yinmen cultivators had deliberately disturbed this section of the array to prevent others from utilizing it to enter. Li Xiu's invisibility talisman was nearing its limit. He stealthily approached the teleportation array, placing the overturned spirit stone back into position. He hoped fervently that this ancient array would still function, for if it could transport him away, it would be a stroke of fortune. The battle between the ancient Yinmen cultivators and the blue-robed ones raged on, culminating in the gnome-like cultivator's fiery demise, while the ancient Yinmen male cultivator perished alongside him. The conflict escalated outside the ancient temple, spilling into the floating circular plaza. Within the ancient temple, some knelt before the shattered purple bamboo bells, their heads bowed in silence. At that moment, Li Xiu's invisibility talisman depleted its energy, revealing him atop the teleportation array. "Who goes there?" One of the kneeling figures, spotting Li Xiu, bloodied and clad in the garments of the ancient Yin men, wielding a wooden shield artifact and possessing the cultivation of the Qi refinement stage, recognized that he had donned the attire of his fallen comrades. With two corpses of his fellow cultivators nearby, their clothing long gone, the ancient Yinmen cultivator, consumed by grief and fury, unleashed a massive blue fireball, hurtling it toward Li Xiu. Li Xiu had already summoned the wooden shield artifact. The blue fireball collided with it, scorching the artifact's spiritual energy. The azure flames rapidly consumed the wooden shield artifact, and a hint of this blue fire also clung to Li Xiu. He sensed his magical power dwindling perilously, prompting him to hastily abandon the wooden shield. Incantations of the Yin wind spell flowed from his lips. Before he could detach his soul, waves of energy emanated from the teleportation array beside him. Suddenly, a jarring sensation akin to a roller coaster surged through his entire being, as layers of restrictive light flickered around him. Li Xiu beheld the ancient flame sect's practitioners frantically assaulting the barrier of the ancient teleportation array. In the next instant, he found himself inside an empty grand hall. Upon uttering the Wind spell, Li Xiu switched to another body. He swiftly retrieved the storage bag from this new vessel and extracted a severely damaged dagger talisman. Fearing an imminent pursuit by the ancient flame sect's practitioners, he directed the dagger talisman, which emitted a crimson glow, towards a corner of the array. Just as the array rippled, the red light systematically dismantled the most fragile spiritual patterns within. Although he managed to damage a portion of the ancient teleportation array, the dagger talisman was rendered utterly useless in the process. The ripples atop the ancient teleportation array abruptly ceased, and Li Xiu lay limply atop the array. Gazing at his charred body, he let out a raucous laugh. "Hey, brother, we've struck it rich. This haul will sustain us for a lifetime." Ha! The core of the ancient ruin's secret realm was an ancient sect stronghold that had fortuitously survived the wars of several major sects in antiquity. Every time it was opened, it attracted tens of thousands of cultivators. The highest cultivation realm among these practitioners was the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Anyone surpassing this realm, including their spirit pets or puppets, would be expelled by the grand formation within this space. This ancient sect was designed to prevent higher-tier cultivators from entering its inner sanctum, rendering low-tier practitioners largely inconsequential. Within the sect, various restrictions and the puppets guarding these barriers could only be managed by cultivators above the core formation stage, making them insurmountable for lower-tier cultivators. Lacking sufficient strength, they relied on numbers. Each time the ancient ruin's secret realm opened, various sects would send numerous low-tier disciples, harnessing their collective strength to dismantle the ancient restrictions and overpower the formidable guardians within. Typically, a single ordinary restriction within the inner hall required thousands to collaborate and expend considerable effort to obtain treasures concealed within. When it came to breaching several critical large-scale restrictions within the ancient sect, all sects would concentrate their low-level cultivators, sometimes gathering tens of thousands to dismantle a single barrier, after which they would each strive to claim treasures based on their own capabilities. This was the primary reason why major sects dispatched such multitudes to the ancient ruin's secret realm. Naturally, there were also many tasks assigned to low-tier disciples to gather spiritual materials from the wilderness. Many cultivators entering the ancient ruin's secret realm received tasks from elder sect members, limiting their access to the outer hall for treasure collection, while the inner hall was restricted to a specific area. Tens of thousands of cultivators congregated to dismantle a crucial barrier within the ancient sect's inner hall. A colossal chamber enveloped in bubbles, with several gigantic statues floating above, was filled with rows of treasures wrapped in glowing light. As innumerable cultivators gazed at the treasures within the hall, the barrier loomed before them, and the massive statues hovered uncertainly in the air. Danger and opportunity coexisted. After the barriers were breached, who could evade the colossal statues' attacks? Who would seize the spiritual materials and treasures within the inner hall? Who could evade the competing cultivators? A myriad of radiant beams struck the ancient barrier, causing its shimmering surface to flicker, with cracks spreading and then mending, until the rate of repair became unsustainable. The floating bubbles burst in rapid succession. Thud, 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 thud. The towering statues crashed to the ground, their gemstone eyes glowing red, emanating waves of gravitational barriers, each footfall shaking the earth. The cultivators' attacks fell upon the massive statues like rain, yet the statues remained steadfast amidst the chaos. All of this was irrelevant to Li Xiu, who lay hidden outside the bamboo grove, awaiting the conclusion of the ancient ruin's secret realm. Gratitude to the generous support from Reader 13420. Thank you, my friend. Chapter 79. Organizing gains. Li Xiu lingered within the ancient hall for 7 days and nights, while he had only spent half a day in the bamboo grove before retreating to a secluded spot. Throughout those 7 days and nights, Li Xiu meticulously organized the treasures within his spatial realm. These treasures included both familiar and unfamiliar items. Perhaps due to his months of experience as a warehouse manager, Li Xiu categorized and documented these treasures. He began with the class of artifacts: a golden bell, a gold ingot, a round mirror, a wooden hairpin, 9 beads, a small boat the size of a shoe, a circular ring artifact, 2 crescent-shaped artifacts, and 6 spiritual cauldrons, 2 large and 4 small. Next were the jade bottles, 3 large spiritual bottles containing unknown liquids, and over 20 small spiritual bottles filled with mysterious pills. The third category comprised jade boxes, various jade boxes covered in talismans, containing many precious spiritual materials and herbs. Due to uncertainty regarding their contents, many jade boxes remained unopened. The fourth category included spiritual wood and ores. Li Xiu acquired 28 purple bamboos and numerous precious ores, likely collected by the ancient flame sects practitioners in this ancient wasteland. The fifth category consisted of formation flags and discs. Li Xiu obtained 2 sets of formation flags and discs, one for defense and the other for offense. They could potentially be employed together, possibly belonging to a Foundation establishment practitioner tasked with protecting their cave residents. Li Xiu found himself unable to utilize these items for now, so he stored them in his spatial realm. The sixth category featured mechanical puppets. Among the treasures were 5 mechanical puppet beasts. Li Xiu understood that these required mental control, which he was currently incapable of. The seventh category was comprised of jade slips. These jade slips were Li Xiu's favorite items. Unlike others, who possessed spiritual roots, the knowledge contained within these slips was what he truly needed. He discovered a jade slip titled Thunderstorm Technique, a lightning attribute technique spanning from the Foundation establishment stage to the peak of the core formation stage. This technique was somewhat complicated to cultivate, requiring an artifact to channel thunderous energy into the body, while the practitioner had to guide their own cultivated lightning attribute power to direct this energy inward, facilitating rapid cultivation and breaking through bottlenecks. Of course, this thunderous energy could not substitute for magical power. It merely served as a tool for opening the meridians. After usage, it needed to be expelled from the body. Practitioners also had to return this thunderous energy to the artifact or release it externally using their lightning attribute magic power. This back-and-forth process was not only cumbersome, but also posed a significant risk of meridian rupture and demonic deviation, although fraught with disadvantages. Once practitioners of this technique reached the core formation stage and refined the thunderous artifact into their life treasure, the technique would reveal its remarkable efficacy. The thunderous energy released from the life treasure could flow in harmony with their magical power, and the exchange of energy would significantly ease the passage through the bottleneck to the nascent soul stage. Thus, the thunderstorm technique was a supreme technique that promised sweetness after hardship. Li Xiu also found 2 additional jade slips containing the same technique. The Yuan Yin Fire Sacrifice technique encompasses both the Foundation establishment and core formation chapters. This technique allows practitioners of the ancient Yin sect to wield various extraordinary flames. It is more accurately described as a form of sorcery rather than a primary cultivation method. Practitioners utilize secret methods to shape and refine the flames, enabling them to traverse and wield these flames within their bodies at will. While the flames are not inherently theirs, mastering the Yuan Yin Fire Sacrifice technique grants them the ability to harness the flames of the world for their own use. Li Xiu holds a deep affinity for this technique, particularly because he possesses a rare celestial flame within his realm. Although the iron fire ant flame is not abundant, it is capable of gradual enhancement. The prospect of utilizing the flames of the iron fire ant excites Li Xiu as he contemplates the potential of this technique over time. From the jade slip containing the Yuan Yin Fire Sacrifice technique, he also learns the function of 9 beads, which, like the flame extraction stone, serve to capture flames. These beads can absorb flames and purify them gradually, protecting practitioners from harm. The act of absorbing flames is inherently perilous, without proper refinement. The flames could scorch a practitioner's mana and body. Extracting a mere strand from a flame and refining it for internal use is no simple task. The finer the flame strands, the more challenging the refinement becomes. These beads facilitate this process, allowing practitioners to slowly extract minute strands of flame, though it is a slow endeavor. It is stable and safe. Furthermore, refining the Yuan Yin Fire Sacrifice technique emphasizes the purity of the flames. The more refined the flames, the easier they are to fuse. Conversely, the presence of impurities complicates the process. Often, practitioners of the Yin sect find their cultivation hindered when the source of their unique flames is severed, leading to difficulties in refining or stagnation in their progress. For instance, if one continually draws upon the true fire of the Haoyang bird, but one day that bird perishes, they must seek another bird. The differences in flames from 2 birds can impede the advancement of the Yuan Yin Fire Sacrifice technique. Thus, the source of fire is paramount. It must not be weak, nor should it be subjected to harm or loss. To safeguard their flame sources, many practitioners of the Yin sect choose to keep them within their sect, never taking them out to prevent theft or destruction. These shortcomings of the Yuan Yin Fire Sacrifice technique are precisely what Li Xiu appreciates, as he has completely circumvented these pitfalls. The flame of an iron fire ant is but a mere strand, requiring no refinement. He can directly harness it for his cultivation, thereby avoiding the hassle of using beads to absorb flames and extract them gradually. What pleases Li Xiu even more is that the flame of an iron fire ant is uniquely potent, alleviating any concerns regarding impurities. In addition to the 2 chapters of the technique, Li Xiu acquires several jade slips containing alchemical formulas for various elixirs suitable for Foundation establishment practitioners. Upon a cursory examination, he encounters a slip detailing the Tongyu Breaking Barrier Pill, a rare formula from ancient times. The materials required for this pill are exceedingly rare and peculiar, with 2 main ingredients derived from human spiritual treasures. What constitutes human spiritual treasures? They are treasures born from the essence of humanity. One is known as the Immaculate Relic, obtainable by a pure-hearted individual through devotion and sanctity in Buddhist practice. Unlike the golden relics of Buddhist practitioners, even an ordinary person can attain the Immaculate Relic through decades of sincere dedication. The slip also outlines methods for extracting the Immaculate Relic, including a sinister technique for coercing its extraction. Should an individual be unwilling to relinquish the Immaculate Relic, one might employ a strategy involving a ghostly female figure to ensnare the individual, compelling them to submit. The narrative has been adjusted to present a more assertive protagonist. Navigating new territories can be mentally taxing, and concerns about maintaining a backlog of content linger. Chapter 80. The Heavenly Sword Lake. The second ingredient is a wisp of spiritual energy derived from a woman with a Tongyu Phoenix marrow physique. This unique spiritual energy is neither a special spiritual body nor an exceedingly rare essence. A woman entering the Foundation establishment stage has a chance of producing this spiritual energy, which is renowned as one of the 7 quintessential spiritual essences in the world. This energy is of no use to women, but can significantly enhance a man's cultivation. A woman with this physique can only produce a single wisp of such spiritual energy throughout her life, which can only be transferred to one man. Should she lose her virginity prior to this, the energy will dissipate. If a woman possessing the Tongyu Phoenix marrow physique is unwilling, her spiritual energy cannot be forcibly taken. However, this ancient formula slip describes a particularly nefarious method. By exploiting the natural allure of such women, one can draw in a pure, untainted soul, extracting the spiritual essence from the woman and refining it into a similar untainted soul. This process renders the woman completely subservient, akin to a living puppet. This method is effective solely against women with the Tongyu Phoenix marrow physique, and ordinary women remain largely unaffected. Upon reaching this point, Li Xiu is truly enlightened. Who could have conceived the Tongyu Breaking Barrier Pill? How many women's spiritual essences were required to create it? How many immaculate relics were exploited? How many innocent youths were harmed? He recalls the body of the spirit flame fairy and the spirit refined from her by the shadow soul, inadvertently contemplating a possibility reminiscent of scenes from certain films. Shaking his head, he dismisses such fanciful thoughts and considers the path he must traverse next. He is currently at a cultivation bottleneck and must discover a way to expedite his progress with the 7 Ghosts soul-devouring secret technique. He wonders if the spirit flame fairy's spiritual energy remains accessible. After organizing these newfound treasures, Li Xiu remains outside, awaiting the conclusion of the ancient ruins' secret realm. He is deeply concerned that if he remains within the ancient ruins when the secret realm concludes, he may find himself trapped within the beast map space, unable to be transported away by the ancient formation. Such a fate would leave him permanently stranded. For the past few days, he has only inspected his treasures and has since lingered in a secluded corner of the bamboo garden, biding his time. On the 8th day of waiting, a tremor begins to resonate within the desolate domain. This sensation grows increasingly pronounced until Li Xiu feels a force compelling him outward. He retrieves a ship-shaped artifact from his storage bag, channeling his spiritual energy to enlarge it gradually. Once the artifact reaches the size of a small boat, he enters it. By this time, he perceives the scenery around him becoming increasingly ethereal and foggy. Applying a low-tier concealment talisman provided by the Spirit Control sect, he hastily navigates the ship-shaped artifact into the air. Li Xiu had anticipated that he would soar back to the ground as he had when entering the ancient desolate realm. However, upon opening his eyes, he found himself suspended above a vast lake. With a splash, both he and his boat plunged into the water. Fortunately, he had not fallen from a great height, and he managed to leap back onto the small vessel with vigor. Glancing around, he noticed that the mirage of the ancient desolate ruins had transformed into a haze that settled upon the lake's surface. The entire ancient desolate realm appeared to float within this mist, and once it descended, the realm would come to an end. As a gentle breeze swept by, Li Xiu looked into the distance, but the haze obscured his vision, rendering the far-off landscape invisible. He resolutely steered his boat in one direction. After navigating through the mist for an hour, the boat reached a reed-lined shore. He stowed the boat away in his storage pouch and ventured forth. Gradually, the fog dissipated, revealing his surroundings. The lake stretched out like an ocean, surrounded by towering mountains, making him feel as though he were nestled among the peaks. To his astonishment, the lake was perched upon the mountainside. Below, a majestic waterfall cascaded down, transforming into mist before reaching the valley floor. Following a path lined with low grass, Li Xiu arrived beside the waterfall. Observing a mountain path climbing alongside it, he felt a surge of excitement and began to descend the waterfall via the narrow trail. After half an hour of climbing, he beheld a cluster of several farmhouses nestled on the mountainside. This area was expansive, though rugged, and was dotted with thatched cottages. Utilizing the low-tier talismans on his person, Li Xiu walked through the village, where men, women, and children of all ages gathered. Ordinary mortals, indeed. He approached the village entrance, dispelling his invisibility talisman, and strode confidently into the settlement. A few village children trailed behind him, calling out for the adults. Soon, he was met by a group of villagers, elders, middle-aged men, and youths, emerging from the village. Among them was a white-haired elder, who approached Li Xiu and bowed deeply, prompting the others to kneel as well. "Welcome, esteemed immortal master. Your presence is a great honor for our half-mountain village," the elder proclaimed reverently. "What place is this? Have you encountered any other immortal masters like me?" Li Xiu inquired. "Esteemed immortal master, 3 years ago, our village was visited by 2 other immortal masters clad like you. They assessed the fates of the village's youth and children. My nephew was fortunate enough to be selected by them and taken to the immortal sect for training." The elder replied, pride evident in his voice. "Oh, which sect did your nephew join?" Li Xiu asked. "Esteemed immortal master, he mentioned joining the sword sect." The elder answered. "The sword sect?" Li Xiu murmured to himself. There were numerous sword sects, each renowned in the southern region: Giant Sword Sect, Ancient Sword Sect, Mysterious Sword Sect, and Whitewater Sword Sect, to name a few. During his time in the Spirit Control Sect's library, he had perused maps of the southern region and the locations of major sections. Had he inadvertently arrived at Tianjin Mountain? Could this vast lake among the peaks be Tianjin Lake? It seemed he had traversed several great states, journeying millions of miles westward from the ancient desolate realm, almost beyond the map's confines. Li Xiu further inquired about the immense lake atop the mountain. The villagers informed him that it was called Tianju Lake, a name that differed from the imagined Tianjin Lake, perhaps a local appellation. After residing in the village for 2 days, during which Li Xiu received the villagers' warm hospitality, he also tended to their ailments. Over this time, he gathered information about nearby towns. The route down from the village would take over 20 days to reach a small town named Huaji Town. Typically, the villagers would not descend the mountain for 3 to 5 years unless necessary, as the peak housed a lake and the mountains contained beasts. The villagers lived peacefully, relying on hunting and fishing for sustenance. Having memorized the route to Huaji Town, Li Xiu prepared to depart the small village. As he descended the mountain, he learned from the villagers that the towering waterfall concealed several caves. Some villagers could enter, while others could not climb the waterfall's cliffs. Li Xiu was intent on entering one of these cliffside caverns, where he planned to cultivate in seclusion until he reached the foundation building stage. Concealing himself, he ascended the mountain, following the villagers' directions to the cave entrance, and soon found himself behind the waterfall. The area was filled with dense mist, reminiscent of a steamy shower, a bathing spot for the villagers. Extending his consciousness upwards, Li Xiu discovered that if he climbed about 20 zhang above the waterfall, he could access another cavern. After securing his clothes, he summoned his strength to ascend against the waterfall's force. Inside the cavern, a pool of water obstructed further passage, but his consciousness revealed an upward tunnel beyond. Li Xiu dove into the water, holding his breath as he swam through the submerged passage, emerging into a sealed cavern space. He organized the area, intending to meditate and cultivate there. Stripping off his garments, he invoked a charm, allowing his spirit to leave his body, which he stored in his backpack. Entering the space of the magical beast map, his consciousness immersed itself within a vessel embodying the soul-devouring technique. He retrieved a golden bell artifact, chanting incantations as it gradually enlarged. The massive golden bell hovered in the air, its shadowy interior aglow with flickering gray runes, while wandering souls flitted about within. After a prolonged gaze, Li Xiu finally spotted the greenish-gray spirit of the Linghua fairy amidst the bell's interior. "Linghua, follow me," he commanded the spirit. Unfazed, the Linghua fairy's spirit followed closely behind him. Li Xiu maintained his focus on her spirit as he approached the graveyard where the Linghua fairy's body lay. Binding the corpse with chains out of fear of her formidable power, He deployed a formation to enshroud the entire cemetery, concerned that the Linghua fairy might possess self-awareness. He felt that as a mere qi refinement stage cultivator, he could not contend with her. Gripping a handful of diamond talismans, he steeled his resolve. Without further delay, he commanded, Linghua, return to your body. The spirit of the Linghua fairy remained unperturbed, effortlessly merging back into her bound form. Li Xiu activated the diamond talismans he held. The Linghua fairy's eyes gradually opened, her expression blank, resembling an inflatable doll, albeit the most expensive model. What is your name? Li Xiu queried cautiously. Linghua, she replied, her demeanor still devoid of emotion. Which sect do you belong to? He pressed further. The Linghua fairy answered. Disciple of the ancient flame sect, Yen Miao Peak. What is your primary cultivation technique? He inquired. Rejuvenating withered wood technique. She stated. What is your spiritual root attribute? He asked. Singular with spiritual root. She replied. By the heavens, a favored child of the spiritual roots. Do you have a boyfriend or a romantic interest? Li Xiu probed. No. The Linghua fairy responded. Li Xiu, why are the disciples of the ancient flame sect so infatuated with you? Lingyi fairy, how absurd. Li Xiu, I can't believe it. Then, text omitted for brevity. After a series of humiliating inquiries and commands, Li Xiu observed no change in Lingyi fairy's expression. She remained as pliable as a puppet, entirely at his mercy. It became evident to him that Lingyi fairy had completely lost her intellect. The danger was alleviated. Li Xiu released Lingyi fairy, allowing her to stand aside. He then sat cross-legged, continuing to cultivate the spirit-devouring technique, which was still at the 11th layer of qi refining. Channeling the spirit-devouring technique. He commanded Lingyi fairy, transfer all your spiritual essence to me. Lingyi fairy approached him, crouching down to bestow a deep kiss upon his lips. Li Xiu was momentarily taken aback by the kiss. They were already completely exposed, with Lingyi fairy being the dominant force. His mind was in turmoil, and the operation of the spirit-devouring technique nearly faltered. Even Li Xiu's companions felt a surge of excitement. A pure stream of spiritual energy flowed from Lingyi fairy into Li Xiu. He quickly closed his eyes, focusing his mind and pushing the spirit-devouring technique to its limits. This infusion of spiritual essence was immensely potent. It took Li Xiu 3 cycles of his qi to refine it into his technique, yet even then, he lost a significant portion of it. With this infusion, Li Xiu's power reached the pinnacle of the 11th layer of qi refining. As he absorbed the spiritual essence, he sensed a marked enhancement in the purity of his own spiritual energy. Perfection. Exhilaration. Li Xiu rose, exclaiming his delight. This was far more efficient than practicing the 7 Ghosts soul-devouring secret technique. There was no need for blades to pierce his flesh. The cultivation was visually pleasing, and the resultant power was exceedingly refined. One infusion of spiritual essence equated to the effort of dozens, if not hundreds, of sessions of the 7 Ghosts soul-devouring technique combined with medicinal aid. How could Li Xiu not be thrilled? However, a new predicament arose. Lingyi, let your soul exit your body. Li Xiu commanded. Yet, Lingyi fairy stood there, motionless. Li Xiu soon discovered that Lingyi fairy was incapable of performing the soul exiting technique. Rising to his feet, he approached his crafting desk, picking up a scattered jade slip and probing into its contents. This slip contained the method for creating a soul separation array. After rummaging through the assorted materials, he quickly located several sheets of talisman cloth, vermilion for engraving the array, luminous stone powder, and spiritual threads for the formation. The layout of the soul separation array was relatively simple. Li Xiu completed the engraving in half a day, positioning the array beside a graveyard. He instructed Lingyi fairy to sit upon it and to meditate. As the array activated, Lingyi fairy closed her eyes. A grayish-green soul floated from her consciousness. Go, enter that body and return immediately. Li Xiu pointed to a body of Lingyi fairy in the graveyard, directing her soul. Lingyi fairy's soul entered the designated body, and she returned to Li Xiu's side, bending slightly to plant another gentle kiss on his lips, once more infusing him with spiritual essence. Chapter 82. Foundation establishment. Time flowed like water, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Li Xiu's retreat lasted 3.5 years. Initially, he only had Lingyi fairy inject spiritual essence into his body. After more than 20 infusions, her soul exhibited signs of weakness, prompting Li Xiu to rush her to the fountain of life for restoration. Once her soul was revived, Li Xiu had to remain vigilant, locking Lingyi fairy's physical form once more to continue his rigorous interrogation and training. Text omitted for brevity. Unexpectedly, This round of humiliating interrogation was entirely different from the previous one. Li Xiu displayed shyness, resistance, and even pleas for mercy. Yet she complied with all of Li Xiu's degrading demands. In fact, during the transfer of spiritual essence, she became exceedingly alluring. This ignited a smoldering fire within Li Xiu for several days, to the point that he nearly succumbed to madness during his cultivation. Fortunately, each time he made significant progress, he would replace his own body with that of the one in the graveyard, ensuring that if he were to lose control, he could simply sell off the compromised body and continue his practice with another. After several soul exchanges, Li Xiu became once again expressionless, and it dawned on Li Xiu that the detachment of the soul from the body drained the inherent power within. He brought Li Xiu's soul back to the fountain of life once more, restoring her vitality. She returned to her charming, pleading demeanor, compliant and submissive. From that point forward, Li Xiu made it a point to periodically allow Li Xiu's soul to recover at the fountain of life. After more than 20 more infusions of spiritual essence, Li Xiu's cultivation officially reached the zenith of qi refining, completing the 13th layer. He was now poised to break through the formidable barrier of foundation establishment, a major milestone in the realm of cultivation. The most challenging aspect of foundation establishment was the purification of spiritual power. Cultivators must refine their essence, transforming it into a different state, which necessitated the use of a foundational elixir known as the Foundation Establishment Pill. The more diverse a cultivator's roots, the more arduous their path to foundation establishment. This was an immutable law within the cultivation world. Typically, when attempting to break through this barrier, dual-rooted cultivators could succeed with just a single foundation establishment pill. In contrast, triple-rooted cultivators needed to amass their power to the pinnacle of qi refining before consuming the pill, yielding only a 20% chance of success. To ensure a guaranteed breakthrough, they would require at least 3 foundation establishment pills. For those with 4 or 5 roots, the number of pills required to achieve foundation establishment multiplied exponentially. This was because cultivators with mixed roots had to expel a greater amount of impurities absorbed from other elemental energies. The more diverse the roots, the more impurities there were, making the process increasingly treacherous. When it was time for Li Xiu to attempt his foundation establishment, he forcibly infused the spiritual essence Li Xiu had given him into his body and retrieved a collection of ceramic vials. Li, do we have any foundation establishment pills? If so, bring them to me, Li Xiu instructed, pointing at the small vials. Li Xiu opened the vials one by one, inhaling their contents. Master, there are 3 foundation establishment pills. The others are medicinal pills suitable for the qi refining stage. She handed Li Xiu 2 vials. Excellent. Continue to transfer spiritual essence to me. Remember, after every 5 infusions, your soul must circle the fountain 3 times. Li Xiu reminded her. Li Xiu complied with his instructions, transferring spiritual essence and periodically returning to the fountain of life for restoration. Li Xiu swallowed a foundation establishment pill, which was intensely pungent, causing a fiery sensation from his throat to his stomach. The pain was excruciating, and he trembled all over. Waves of acrid fragrance emanated from his body as he sweated profusely, while the medicinal power surged through his meridians, amplifying his spiritual energy. He urged Li Xiu to infuse him with even more spiritual essence. The essence of the devouring spirit technique was gradually overtaken by the potency of the foundation establishment pill and the spirit communication energy. The devouring spirit technique, cultivated by Li Xiu, was originally created by a high-level cultivator who emulated the ancient 5 elements cultivation method. However, the devouring spirit technique merely mimicked the form without capturing the true essence of the ancient 5 elements method. The ancient 5 elements technique could refine and unify the 5 elemental spiritual energies, while the devouring spirit technique could only absorb heterogeneous energies into the body. During the qi refinement stage, it achieved a semblance of unity, but upon attempting to break through to the foundation establishment stage, these mixed attributes of energy became the greatest bottleneck. The devouring spirit technique itself required the channeling of diverse attributes to progress. Individuals with 5 element roots could only cultivate up to the 10th layer, as their meridians could not accommodate more impure energies. Li Xiu managed to reach the 11th layer of qi refinement because he absorbed all 9 types of spiritual energies, resulting in a more heterogeneous energy. However, upon reaching foundation establishment, the devouring spirit technique revealed its numerous shortcomings, as the mixed energies were incapable of supporting the breakthrough. When Li Xiu consumed the foundation establishment pill to commence his cultivation, The remaining energy from the devouring spirit technique was depleted while he expended a considerable amount of the foundation establishment pill and the technique's energy to confront the bottleneck. He sensed the barrier ahead, yet could not surpass it. After nearly 2 months of refining the foundation establishment pill's potency, Li Xiu felt as if he were becoming a mere clay figure, thoroughly washed and refined by the pill and the spirit communication energy, yet no signs of breakthrough emerged. In desperation, Li Xiu consumed another foundation establishment pill, depleting all remaining energy from the devouring spirit technique. The ethereal fairy continuously infused him with spirit communication energy, leaving him devoid of any heterogeneous energy. Only the pure spirit communication energy remained. At this moment, Li Xiu was entirely filled with this energy, without a trace of impurity. The potency of the foundation establishment pill surged through him, and he sensed a remarkable change within his body. A warm and humid sensation blossomed in his dantian, and he felt as though his entire being was filled with soothing warmth. The flow of energy within his body was exceptionally smooth, akin to a rushing river, threatening to burst forth. To his astonishment, Li Xiu successfully established his foundation. His heart brimmed with exhilaration as he eagerly immersed this body into a newly constructed graveyard, opting not to replace the devouring spirit body within. Upon re-entering the foundation establishment body, he laughed joyously in the spatial realm, grateful for the support from the reader. Chapter 83. Encountering new challenges. Now that he had entered the foundation establishment stage, Li Xiu embarked on a new path of cultivation. He had 3 primary techniques for this stage: the secret fire ritual and the body refinement technique. The first, the golden radiance technique, was Li Xiu's primary metal-based cultivation method. Acquired through task rewards at the Spirit Master sect, he possessed the jade slip detailing the method from chi refinement to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. The second was the lightning attribute technique, the thunder shower art, which belonged to a senior brother of the Spirit Master sect. Li Xiu had the complete jade slips for the thunder shower art from foundation establishment to the peak of core formation. The third was the withered wood revival technique, the primary method of the ethereal fairy, which Li Xiu had her transcribed for him. The withered wood revival technique is a top-tier wood-based cultivation method that boasts rejuvenating effects. The ethereal fairy cultivated it to the late foundation establishment stage. Yet her utilization of this technique yielded results equivalent to that of an ordinary technique cultivated to the perfection of the core formation stage. The jade slips for the withered wood revival technique also encompassed the entirety of the cultivation methods from chi refinement to the pinnacle of core formation. Li Xiu first examined the jade slip of the withered wood revival technique that the ethereal fairy had copied, contemplating its intricacies. He then requested her to elaborate on all aspects that required attention. Once all preparations were complete, Li Xiu commenced his cultivation of the withered wood revival technique. At this moment, his body was filled entirely with spirit communication energy. However, as he attempted to circulate the technique through the meridian pathways of the withered wood revival, he found that this spirit communication energy could not transform into the energy required for the technique. Instead, it resembled the neutral, all-purpose energy released by the foundation establishment pill. The withered wood revival technique necessitated a substantial amount of wood attribute spiritual energy, of which Li Xiu possessed none, as all he had was the spirit communication energy. After attempting to cultivate the withered wood revival technique with this energy, he discovered that he could not utilize any of the secret arts within the technique. Furthermore, this spirit communication energy could not advance the cultivation of the withered wood revival technique. Only the purest wood attribute energy could facilitate its progression. Had it not been for the exceptional purity of Li Xiu's spirit communication energy, anyone else attempting such reckless cultivation would have met with self-destruction. A year and a half elapsed, and Li Xiu, who had established his foundation using spirit communication energy, had to set aside the subsequent cultivation methods of the withered wood revival technique. He understood that even if he pursued the thunder shower art, he would encounter the same issues. Li Xiu, lacking a spiritual root, was fated to be unable to cultivate any technique reliant on a root to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Unless he resolved his spiritual root issues, he would remain stagnant at the foundation establishment stage for life. It was a pity that he had yet to fully enjoy the infinite spirit communication energy from the enchanting beauty before him, only to be compelled to seek another path. To cultivate the bone refinement technique, although he could utilize spirit communication energy for this, it would not yield any magical energy. Li Xiu felt a sense of dissatisfaction with such an approach. He needed to resolve his predicament. If unsuccessful, he would have to resort to the enchanting beauty's assistance to awkwardly cultivate the bone refinement technique. Once more, Li Xiu retrieved his alternative plan, The artifact's spiritual root. He sought to forge a magical artifact capable of communicating with and absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, allowing it to be drawn into his body. This artifact would serve as a substitute for a spiritual root attribute, granting the cultivator an additional root. Crafting such an artifact was exceedingly demanding, necessitating a foundational artifact infused with a specific attribute, along with special materials to establish a connection with his body. Should Li Xiu attempt to forge this artifact himself, it would be akin to a novice speeding on the highway, risking a disastrous encounter with law enforcement. However, within Li Xiu's spatial realm resided a beauty adept in fiery craftsmanship, the ethereal fairy. As the saying goes, successful individuals delegate tasks. In times of leisure, they enjoy themselves. If only he could enlist the ethereal fairy's assistance in forging the artifact's spiritual root artifact. All he needed to do was perform a blood sacrifice to complete the process. The only dilemma remained. The ethereal fairy's purple flames were not generated by the graveyard. Perhaps it was because the purple flames had not been refined and absorbed into her essence, but were instead meticulously crafted into something akin to a magical artifact. The ancient flame sect harnessed flames not absorbed into the body, differing from the extraordinary heavenly flames that nascent soul stage cultivators could refine. The nascent soul cultivators could gradually refine heavenly flames for their own use through an intricate process. The foundational technique of the elemental flame sacrifice ritual required the utilization of magical energy to inscribe runic arrays within the meridians. By establishing these arrays within the meridians, the absorption of alien flames would allow those flames to flow through the inscribed pathways. Each type of alien flame could only be directed through the runes imprinted within the meridians, and if any other differing flames were absorbed, the inscribed arrays would become incompatible, preventing the advancement of the elemental flame sacrifice ritual. The chapter on the fire ritual of the Yuan flame does not delve into these issues. By that time, the fusion of the exotic fire and the innate magical treasures will elevate the strength of the ancient flame sect cultivators, making them unparalleled among their peers. The body of the spirit flame fairy lacked those purple flames, and neither did the corpses of the other two ancient flame sect cultivators possess any exotic fire. Li Xiu promptly cleared the burial ground of those two cultivators to sell their remains. When Li Xiu disclosed all his thoughts regarding the spirit root to the spirit flame fairy and requested her to forge this magical treasure, she made a particular request. The spirit flame fairy wished to cultivate 28 stems of the purple flame bamboo. By absorbing the flames from these bamboos, she could refine her purple exotic fire. In a corner of the monster map space, Li Xiu found a vacant plot for the spirit flame fairy, who planted the 28 purple flame bamboos near a triangular water area. As she peeled off the talismans from the bamboos, wisps of purple flame erupted from the bamboo stalks. The 28 stems ignited, casting a vibrant purple hue over that corner. The spirit flame fairy patted her chest, her expression brimming with satisfaction. Approaching a large pile of magical artifacts, she retrieved one of the 9 beads that glimmered with a faint purple hue, standing beside the purple bamboo grove. The bead, summoned by the spirit flame fairy, circled around the 28 purple flame bamboos, absorbing strands of purple fire before returning to her side. Seated cross-legged, the spirit flame fairy activated her incantation, transforming the purple bead into a purple fireball, from which she gradually absorbed the violet flames. Meanwhile, Li Xiu sat at his desk, gazing at a blueprint adorned with sequences of Arabic numerals and characters alien to this world. As he completed the final stroke of the design, he admired his creation with satisfaction. Magnetism generates electricity. Electricity generates magnetism. I am grateful that in my past life, I was an electrical technician. If I had been a food delivery person, what use would all those clones serve? Li Xiu chuckled joyously. Chapter 84. Designing Magical Treasures. Li Xiu sketched a diagram, a blueprint for a homemade generator. Months ago, he had presented the pale golden horn of the thunder earthworm to the spirit flame fairy for identification. She informed him that this golden horn was a rare material adept at absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, particularly proficient in harnessing thunderous power. Magical artifacts forged from the thunder earthworm's golden horn could absorb thunder, effectively addressing the most critical challenge in artifact crafting. After months of meticulous recollection of the principles of engines from his previous life, Li Xiu began to use his golden technique to coax the silkworm into spinning silk. The silkworm, due to Li Xiu's relentless coaxing, became lethargic, barely able to move. Interestingly, during one session of extracting silk, he coincidentally encountered the little tree spirit engaging in its monthly blood-sucking ritual. The little tree spirit, nurtured within the confines of the monster map space, had ample food and drink, and Li Xiu had not interfered. As Li Xiu coaxed the silkworm, the little tree spirit approached, attempting to seize a body infused with golden energy. Perhaps inadvertently catching sight of Li Xiu's coaxing, it widened its sleepy eyes in alarm, seemingly horrified, and retreated in fright, abandoning its blood-sucking endeavor. Li Xiu observed this scene with keen interest, approaching the frightened little tree spirit with a green mulberry wood box. The little spirit attempted to flee but was halted by Li Xiu's command. Hee, little creature, are you afraid of this worm? Li Xiu laughed, presenting the green mulberry wood box near the tree spirit's face. The little tree spirit, seeing the silkworm, let out a series of distressed cries, attempting to evade. Perhaps the little tree spirit's cries piqued the silkworm's interest as it emerged from its small opening, swaying its head as it sensed its surroundings. Li Xiu then directly offered the box to the little tree spirit. In a moment of fright, the little spirit was ensnared by a golden thread that sprang forth from the silkworm's mouth, wrapping around its branches. The silkworm, like an airborne creature, used the silk's power to gently alight on the little spirit's head. The little tree spirit, in a fluster, began to swat at the golden silkworm atop its head. At that moment, the silkworm, previously lethargic, sprang to life, evading the little spirit's swipes and quickly crawling into the branches atop its head, leaving the little spirit unable to reach it. The little tree spirit's face was a portrait of fear and distress, its eyes seeming to well with tears of grievance. Li Xiu found the scene amusing. It was quite entertaining to see such a large little tree spirit so frightened by the silkworm. Upon further inspection, he discovered that the silkworm had somehow found its way onto a leaf, munching through it and creating a sizable hole, with more silk to extract. Li Xiu returned the silkworm to the green mulberry wood box, casually taking the chewed leaf with him. Ha ha ha. Little creature, from now on, this silkworm shall be your companion. You must not harm it, Li Xiu commanded with a chuckle. The little tree spirit, having barely escaped the silkworm, transformed its expression from worry and grievance to one of disdain and refusal. Li Xiu sent the little tree spirit away to continue its blood-sucking, returning to coax the silkworm for more silk. Upon opening the green mulberry wood box, he found that the silkworm had devoured the entirety of the little tree spirit's leaf. As Li Xiu coaxed the silkworm, it produced an abundance of golden silk. This delighted Li Xiu immensely, for he was in dire need of the golden silk. The more the silkworm could produce, the more tightly it could wrap. It seemed that the little tree spirit's leaves were indeed a fruitful source for the silkworm's silk. With this thought, Li Xiu approached the little tree spirit once more, plucking several leaves from its head, causing it to cry out in pain and scamper away. After approximately half a month, Li Xiu amassed a sufficient supply of golden silk. He began to teach the spirit flame fairy how to weave the stator coil. The stator coil, in essence, refers to the section within a motor composed entirely of copper wire, with a rotating rotor at its center. Li Xiu intended to design two bearings to maintain the rotor's rotation, but he was swiftly confronted by the spirit flame fairy. Master, why not utilize a levitation formation? A few array symbols can achieve the levitation effect. The spirit flame fairy gazed at Li Xiu as if he were foolish. Li Xiu replied, what do you know? Magical artifacts prioritize functionality. What if we find ourselves in a situation where formations cannot be employed? Would that not put our lives in the hands of others? The spirit flame fairy conceded, you are correct, master. We shall forge the artifact according to your design. Li Xiu then relented, no? Let us proceed with your suggestion of the levitation formation. The spirit flame fairy continued. The crafting of the spirit root magical artifact utilizes the Dan Ding Qi Fong from True Flame as a comprehensive exposition. Li Xiu's design entailed forging the Dan Ding into a closed magical artifact. This artifact must solely embody the thunder attribute, which led Li Xiu to contemplate the round mirror treasure. The round mirror treasure belonged to his ancient senior brother and was also a thunder attribute artifact. Once this senior brother entered the core formation stage, he intended to cultivate it as his innate magical treasure. Li Xiu had initially considered using this round mirror artifact as the innate treasure for the spirit root. However, upon encountering the stringent requirements outlined in the Rain of Thunder technique, he abandoned the notion of utilizing the small round mirror as the sole innate treasure for the spirit root. During the cultivation of the Thunder refinement technique, practitioners with Thunder spiritual roots must consistently refine a Thunder-attributed magical artifact over the years. This process involves guiding the artifact to unleash the power of lightning, drawing it into their bodies using their own Thunder magical energy, thus achieving the goal of refining their physique and opening their meridians to the forces of thunder. Once the meridian opening is complete, The practitioner must expel the lightning energy either back into the artifact or release it externally. The source of the lightning power within these artifacts comes solely from the practitioner's own thunder magical energy. Li Xiu could not continuously infuse the artifact with his thunder magical energy, as he lacked such capability. Fortunately, he discovered a mysterious magnet in the ancient desolate region, which inspired him to create a power-generating device to supply the necessary lightning energy for refining the small round mirror artifact. The ethereal fairy Li Xiu crafted this peculiar magnet into a disc shape according to Li Xiu's design. The disc, roughly the size of a basin, had its center shaped to match the size of the round mirror artifact. The larger magnet ring was sealed and stored in a bag, leaving only the smaller section extracted from the center. A circular hole was then carved into this smaller part, transforming it into a ring magnet. Fairy Li Xiu refined the shackles into iron essence using purple flames and identified a piece of refined gold or among the minerals, which she also transformed into pure gold. They gathered wind stones, azure sand, white-patterned phosphorus stones, europium or boiling essence stones, several thunder earthworm gold horns, and a multitude of refining crystals, including the crucial blood crystal gold. Following Li Xiu's drawn blueprint, Fairy Li Xiu and Li Xiu began the official crafting of the magical artifact. In Chapter 85, The Birth of the Spirit Root Artifact, Li Xiu and Fairy Li Xiu sat together, their faces lit with joy as they beheld the artifact before them. A black magical artifact, the girth of a bowl and a foot in length, rested before them, resembling a large Nanfan battery. The upper portion of the artifact was raised, as it contained a core shaft made of pure gold that passed through the top ring magnet. The lower end was encircled with a ring, integrating the round mirror artifact into the battery artifact according to Li Xiu's schematics. The entire spirit root battery artifact was divided into 3 sections. The top section featured the magnet, a small ring magnet the size of the round mirror artifact, extracted from the larger magnet. Fairy Li Xiu had carved a hole into the magnet, which was then wrapped in golden silk. This served as the perpetual magnetic power source for Li Xiu's operation of the artifact, while the wrapped magnet coils generated an electric current, providing the first source of energy for the round mirror artifact. The middle section comprised the rotor and stator windings, coils, and the core of the stator assembly. Li Xiu had to painstakingly wrap 3 sets of coils within the windings, not to mention inscribing the array on the rotor. This section proved the most challenging to refine, consuming the majority of their time. Finally, the bottom area housed numerous connections and arrays. All electrical currents would pass through materials refined from the thunder earthworm gold horns before being supplied to the round mirror artifact. The round mirror itself required several arrays to channel the lightning energy into Li Xiu's body. With numerous circuits, complex materials, and intricate arrays, Li Xiu feared damage to the circuits and arrays, prompting him to design a circular clasp that allowed for disassembly of the artifact. Such an extraordinary and unconventional design filled Fairy Li Xiu's eyes with admiration. She had never encountered anyone capable of crafting such an intricately combined artifact, resembling a composite array disc. The battery artifact's color was black, adorned with countless array runes, as refining crystals constituted the bulk of the materials. The artifact's durability was truly unimaginable. Prior to the blood sacrifice, Li Xiu carefully activated the battery artifact. He could sense the faint strands of weakened lightning energy flowing from the magnet coils to the base of the battery artifact, where it was absorbed before being drawn into the round mirror artifact. Despite the complexity of this process, Li Xiu had no alternative. He could not directly channel the electric current into the round mirror artifact. Instead, he relied on the materials refined from the thunder earthworm gold horns to absorb the lightning energy, subsequently delivering it to the round mirror artifact. The battery artifact's central section was controlled by a levitation array. Once Li Xiu activated the levitation array within the battery, the rotor would delve into the magnet's circular hole, rotating tirelessly under the influence of the permanent magnet. As the rotating battery artifact released a substantial electric current, this energy could be infused into his body or absorbed by the round mirror artifact. This was the essence of Li Xiu's original design, a perpetual magnet driving the rotor for continuous power generation. The crafting of this artifact took an entire month, and Li Xiu was immensely satisfied with the battery artifact, rewarding Fairy Li Xiu with a garment as a token of appreciation. At last, the moment of utmost significance arrived. Li Xiu retrieved the jade slip containing the blood sacrifice sealing treasure technique, which he had reviewed countless times, eagerly awaiting this day of ritual. Surrounded by the remnants of his foundational bodies, he used blood and the ritual array to inscribe the formation, with the black battery artifact placed at its center. Li Xiu extracted the blood from several bodies, and the artifact began to gradually manifest crimson array patterns on its surface. The formation of these patterns was excruciatingly slow, consuming a vast amount of blood. Were it not for Li Xiu's ability to replicate bodies, he would not have had enough blood for this blood sacrifice. With a knife in hand, he endured immense pain as he pierced his abdomen. Li Xiu executed a summoning incantation, and the black and red battery artifact surged forth from the bloody array, enveloped in a flash of crimson light, and entered the ruptured space of his dantian. With a sudden sensation of warmth penetrating his body, Li Xiu felt the artifact settling within him. After the battery artifact entered his dantian, the sacrificial array on its surface began to draw in his blood. He felt his blood rushing towards the dantian, this pull absorbing nearly 60% of his blood. Urgently, Li Xiu called for Fairy Li Xiu to assist him in transfusing blood using bamboo tubes. She promptly brought 2 of his bodies for emergency transfusion, and only then did Li Xiu breathe a sigh of relief. Focusing his consciousness on the blood sacrificial runes of the battery artifact, Li Xiu activated the blood sacrifice incantation once more. The blood sacrificial array finally took form, and he channeled his magical energy into it. A glimmer of spiritual light flickered atop the battery artifact, accompanied by a soft whirring sound as currents began to circulate within. Filled with joy, Li Xiu positioned himself atop the soul separation array, allowing his spirit to exit his body. He initially intended to store this body within his backpack, but realized that it housed the battery artifact, making it unsuitable for storage. Instead, he entered a body utilizing the devouring spirit technique. He retrieved a storage bag, placing the body meant for refining the artifact inside, and took the precaution of bringing the soul separation array along. Once more, he utilized the Yin Wind art to exit his body. Having secured the storage bag in his backpack, Li Xiu's consciousness withdrew from the magical beast map space. Upon emerging outside the cave, he entered one of the bodies to open the storage bag. With his spirit separated, Li Xiu finally immersed himself into the body meant for the refining of the battery artifact. The spiritual essence within the body was infused into the mystical artifact known as the Spirit Root Battery. Activating the Spirit Root Battery, Li Xiu began his cultivation according to the techniques outlined in the foundational chapter of the Thunder Technique. A trickle of thunderous spiritual energy surged from the surroundings, and Li Xiu sensed that this power was infinitely more potent than the chaotic energy produced by the 7 ghosts devouring souls technique. After a satisfying hour of cultivation, Li Xiu felt a significant enhancement in his magical prowess. Suddenly, he became aware that his blood was depleting at an alarming rate, as if the blood sacrifice array inscribed on the Spirit Root Battery had been ignited. Even the flow of blood could not extinguish the blood sacrifice runes. What mischief could this be? Li Xiu muttered in annoyance before hastily ceasing his practice. Chapter 86. Black fire and flickering lightning. The blood sacrifice runes on the Spirit Root artifact promptly halted their ritual. Li Xiu had initially believed that acquiring the Spirit Root artifact would grant him a spiritual root, yet complications arose with the Spirit Root itself. As long as he utilized the artifact to absorb the thunder attribute spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, the artifact would continuously draw blood for its own refinement. After some contemplation, Li Xiu resolved to employ the infusion method he had once used in nurturing insects to replenish his blood supply. After all, as long as he possessed a spiritual root for cultivation, what did it matter if he lost a few hundred tons of blood? What Li Xiu did not realize was that the spirit root was merely a technique capable of augmenting a specific attribute of spiritual roots. Ordinary mortals could not refine the spirit root artifact at all. Even cultivators with spiritual roots could face peril during the sacrificial process. In ancient times, this technique was designed to complete the spiritual roots of those lacking in one of the 5 elements. Continuous magical sacrifice was required to maintain the spirit root. If the spirit root artifact experienced a backlash during the blood sacrifice, the consequences could be dire. Few dared to cultivate continuously with the spirit root in ancient times. Li Xiu himself lacked a spiritual root, and the spiritual essence he possessed had not been continuously sacrificed to the spirit root artifact. He was immediately subjected to the backlash of the blood sacrifice. The greatest flaw of the spirit root had completely fallen upon Li Xiu. He once again entered the map space with his soul detached, expressing the drawbacks he faced in cultivating with the spirit root artifact. Is there a spell that can infuse my body with blood, or an artifact that can hold a significant volume of blood? Li Xiu inquired. My master, I only know that the Bloodbone sect possesses blood-based techniques, but I am unaware of their specifics. If you wish to infuse your body with your own blood, the best artifact would be a spatial treasure like the Spirit Gourd. Such treasures are rare. However, if you only need to consume a few pounds of blood, The spirit bottle artifact could suffice temporarily. The fairy Ling Hua contemplated. After further discussion, Li Xiu exited the map space. The spirit root artifact could not be stored in his inventory. He had to remain online, and the time his soul could be detached was limited to 1 day. Therefore, he could only remain within this body. 2 days later, Li Xiu resumed his cultivation in the cavern. This time, while practicing the thunder technique, he placed 2 tall vials beside him. Each vial contained a bamboo tube inserted into his dantian, allowing him to cultivate without fear of the blood sacrifice runes on the spirit root artifact. As he practiced the foundational method of the thunder technique, he also trained in the elemental flame ritual, for he could not freely switch bodies. Li Xiu, like an ordinary cultivator, sat in meditation, gradually enhancing his power. His current practice increasingly resembled that of a true cultivator. After 3.5 years of seclusion in the waterfall, Li Xiu emerged from the cavern. He had reached the limits of his foundational cultivation, having consumed all the foundational elixirs available to him within the space over the past year. There remained a few precious pills untouched. Among the multitude of ceramic vials, 3 dust-settling pills caught his eye, known to increase the chances of forming a core. Li Xiu certainly would not consume them just yet. A few true essence pills, which could elevate him to the higher levels of foundational cultivation, also remained untouched. Naturally, these elixirs had been identified with the help of the fairy Ling Hua, for Li Xiu himself would not have recognized such wondrous medicines. Over the course of more than a year, the spirit root artifact had undergone countless blood sacrifices. Each time Li Xiu cultivated, the tall vials would contain approximately 100 pounds of blood. However, all of this blood could be absorbed by the spirit root artifact during his practice. With insufficient blood stored and the materials to create such artifacts depleted, Li Xiu had no choice but to venture out to procure more materials in the cultivation market. This was the reason for his departure. Had it not been for this necessity, he would not have ventured out aimlessly. Suddenly, a pitch-black flame illuminated the dark cavern, casting a golden glow and revealing the surroundings. Li Xiu controlled this black golden flame, shaping it into a basketball-sized fireball. He had successfully advanced the elemental flame ritual to its second form. However, the black golden flame forged from the iron fire ant's essence surpassed the extraordinary flames wielded by most core formation cultivators of the ancient flame sect. One fortunate aspect for Li Xiu was that the 2 jade slips containing the elemental flame ritual's techniques were entirely erroneous. Had he followed their prescribed methods, the initial stages would have been manageable, as the extraordinary flames would not scorch his meridians. However, once he progressed to a minor success, the elemental flame ritual would incinerate both his meridians and body. This was a trap set by the ancient flame sect to protect their secret techniques. Only disciples of the ancient flame sect, following their incantations, could uncover the correct methods from the jade slips. Fortunately, with fairy Ling Hua by his side, Li Xiu successfully learned the elemental flame ritual. The fairy Ling Hua had once enviously remarked that Li Xiu was the foundational cultivator who had acquired the most extraordinary flames in the history of the ancient flame sect, and he was among the fastest prodigies to master the elemental flame ritual. What further incited the envy of the fairy Ling Hua was the sheer power of the iron fire ant's flame. Historical records indicated that a single iron fire ant, leading its swarm, could wield black flames rivaling several divine fires across the world. With Li Xiu's fusion of an iron fire ant's essence, the flame's power reached unimaginable heights. On one occasion, when the fairy Ling Hua witnessed Li Xiu refining the iron fire ant's flame, she observed him inadvertently melting a basin of refining crystals into black water. The refining crystals were formed from the very essence of the iron fire ant's flame, yet the same flame could reduce them to liquid. While the purple flame of the fairy Ling Hua could not transform those crystals into black water, Li Xiu's black flames effortlessly accomplished the feat. One could only imagine the sheer might of that black flame. The basketball-sized black fire illuminated the cavern, and the golden light revealed the surrounding items. Li Xiu gathered his belongings, shed his garments, and swam out of the waterlogged cavern. Emerging from the waterfall, he descended the mountain towards the village's flower market as directed by the villagers. Traversing the forest, it was inevitable that he would encounter wild beasts. In a somewhat shadowy grove, Li Xiu came upon a pack of gray wolves. Lacking high intelligence, the wolves could not perceive the danger posed by Li Xiu. Their green eyes fixated on him. Li Xiu remained indifferent until the wolf pack surrounded him, at which point he unleashed a series of eerie white lightning bolts. This lightning was the very energy emitted by the spirit root artifact he was cultivating. The electric light emitted here is not akin to that wielded by Brother Bai. While Brother Bai conjures a common azure white lightning, Li Xiu's lightning dazzles with a luminous white akin to fine jade. invoking a sense of familiarity. This ethereal white lightning resembles the phosphorescence emitted from the mystical stones of the fallen rock valley in the ancient wilds. One bolt after another struck down several gray wolves, causing those encircling Li Xiu to flee in terror. As Li Xiu pressed onward, he emerged from the woods and soon caught sight of the winding road below the mountain. He hastened towards the distant serpentine path. Chapter 87. The sword sect like a forest after descending for 3 days. Li Xiu finally arrived at a small town known as Huaji Town. Though referred to as a small town, it sprawls extensively. The streets are bustling with pedestrians, predominantly martial artists, all bearing swords. The taverns and markets abound with swordsmen and sword heroes. Upon inquiring a bit in the town, Li Xiu confirmed that he was indeed near the Tianjin Mountain, and the secluded area where he had meditated for 3 years was none other than Tianjin Lake. From what Li Xiu gathered, the region is rich with sword cultivation sects, boasting the title of the Alliance of 100 Swords. However, he did not anticipate that even the common folk around Tianjin Mountain held a passion for swords. All martial artists practiced swordsmanship. Li Xiu retrieved a sword he had acquired from the Qinglong gang and fastened it to his waist, wandering about, following the pace of the martial artists. In the midst of the bustling market at noon, a pair of young sword-bearers, a man and a woman, strolled through the crowd. The woman was intrigued by the vibrant wares, adorning her face with colorful designs like a blooming flower. The man, smiling, was about to advise her when someone from behind addressed them. "Two fellow cultivators, might you possess a map of this cultivation market?" The man turned to see a peculiar figure clad in gray above and black below, a sword hanging at his waist, gazing back at him. Upon sensing the aura of this strange individual, the man's demeanor shifted to one of respect. "Senior, I regret to inform you that we do not have a map. However, my junior sister and I are also headed to the market. If it pleases you, may we accompany you there?" "Ah, splendid. I would love to inquire about the local customs." Li Xiu roamed the market, eventually encountering 2 cultivators, a man at the 11th level of Qi refinement and a woman at the 7th level. As they departed Huaji Town, Li Xiu posed numerous questions regarding the nearby sects of Tianjin Mountain. There are 3 major sword sects in the vicinity. The Xianjin sect is the largest, boasting countless disciples, particularly at the Golden Core stage and above. The sect possesses formidable sword formations, nearly invincible among peers. It is said that their cultivation methods are unique. Although the path is arduous with many disciples stagnating, those who master the techniques can ascend effortlessly. Besides the Xianjin sect, 2 other renowned sects, the Guojian sect and the Huashi sword sect, stand as equals, together governing the smaller sects around Tianjin Mountain. Beneath these 3, there exist numerous mid-sized and small sections. The Qi refinement man recounted several of these smaller sects: Lingjin Mountain, Jinjian sect, Huiyuan sword sect, Jinhilu sword sect, Shuangjin sect, Qianfeng sword sect, and the Canci sword sect, among others. Each sect possesses its own legacy, with distinct secret arts and unique characteristics. When Li Xiu heard the name of the Jinhilu sword sect, he immediately recalled his need for a spiritual gourd artifact. He inquired about the sect's origins, and the man elaborated on its peculiarities. The Jinhilu sword sect, a mid-sized sect located north of Tianjin Mountain, near the ocean, requires its disciples to store their swords within a golden gourd to activate them. While the sword's potency may not be overwhelming, its stealth is unparalleled. Li Xiu mainly sought information regarding the gourd artifacts. The man, albeit somewhat uninformed, engaged in casual conversation, and Li Xiu became acquainted with this pair of siblings. The man, named Zhen Li, and his sister, Zhen Zhen, had joined a small sect called the Broken Sword Sect, which, despite its size, was overseen by a nascent soul elder. Li Xiu conversed amiably with Zhen Li, shedding any airs of superiority as a foundational cultivator. Though Zhen Li treated him with utmost respect and spoke freely about the merits of his sect, Li Xiu merely smiled. He was intent on resolving the blood sacrifice dilemma concerning his artifact spirit. Should these 2 belong to the Jinhilu sword sect, he would undoubtedly take a chance to join their ranks and seek a spatial gourd artifact. Yet, the secrets he harbored were numerous, and even a hint could provoke the covetousness of high-level cultivators. Li Xiu preferred to wait until his various cultivation methods were exhausted before seeking solutions within a sect. After walking for an hour, the trio entered a marketplace situated on a small hill several dozen miles outside of Huaji Town. This marketplace was modest in scale, comprising only about 22-story buildings, selling talismans, artifacts, elixirs, and jade slips, all mixed together for the convenience of cultivators. The vendors were sparse, and their wares were a hodgepodge of items. The Zhen siblings led Li Xiu to a small, somewhat secluded shop within the marketplace. The shop, occupying less than 100 square feet, featured wooden racks displaying various artifacts and porcelain vials. Li Xiu surveyed the surroundings, marveling at the assortment of artifacts. Predominantly swords of various sizes, widths, lengths, and shapes. Senior, this is our sect's marketplace shop. Allow me to introduce you to our esteemed elder, Zhen Li said before entering the shop. Zhen accompanied Li Xiu, showing him the various artifacts on the wooden racks. Before long, Zhen Li returned with a beautiful middle-aged woman in red. Senior, this is our sect's elder Jean. If you have any needs, you may discuss them with her. My sister and I will take our leave now. Fellow cultivator, I am Jean Xing, the outer sect steward of the Broken Sword sect. Should you require assistance, I will do my utmost to help you, the red-clad beauty said. Elder Jean, I seek a spiritual gourd for artifact refinement. Might your shop possess such a spiritual item? After a moment of contemplation, the woman smiled gently. Ah, dearly, we do not have any spiritual gourds for sale. However, I am aware of an upcoming auction where a spiritual gourd artifact will be available. That said, gaining entry to this auction can be a bit troublesome. Oh, pray tell, what sort of trouble? Chapter 88. The Alliance of 100 Swords. Ah, dearly, it seems you are not from around here. The red-clad beauty chuckled. Indeed, I vowed to wander the world after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage in my youth. Driven by curiosity regarding the art of sword mastery, Li Xiu arrived at Tianjin Mountain. Haha, my friend, you have indeed come to the right place today, he replied casually. While I may not be well versed in all the mysteries of Tianjin Mountain, I can assure you that the art of swordsmanship is abundant here. Li Xiu nodded in acknowledgement. Hehe, are you aware, my friend, that aside from the 3 major sword sects, there exists another force that stands on par with them? This force is known as the 100 Swords Alliance, formed by a coalition of numerous small to mid-sized sword sects like ours. The upcoming auction is a grand event, the highlight of our internal trading conference. Only those affiliated with our alliance are permitted to participate. Li Xiu had already begun to suspect what the enchanting woman in red was about to reveal. As anticipated, she elaborated on the conditions for entering the 100 Swords Alliance. Should you have a member of our alliance to recommend you, you may become a guest disciple of our alliance, and thus partake in this grand event. However, as a loose cultivator, even if someone from our alliance endorses you, we must thoroughly investigate your background, as no one wishes to attract unnecessary trouble. But, the woman in red paused dramatically. There is another condition that allows outsiders to participate in the auction. If you happen to possess any rare spiritual materials or treasures, you may submit them for auction and attend as the owner of such items. She smiled. Is it truly that simple? Li Xiu had expected the alluring woman to propose that he join the 100 Swords Alliance. However, he quickly realized that as a rootless loose cultivator, few would dare to recommend him lightly. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiu opened his storage bag and retrieved a piece of remarkably hard black substance. Friend Jean, this is something I found deep within a mine. I once had it appraised, but its nature remains a mystery. This material is incredibly hard and can withstand attacks from spells. I burned it with earthly fire for an entire day and night, yet it showed no change. He inquired, does this qualify as a rare spiritual material? Oh, may I take a look? The woman in red cradled the black substance, examining it intently for quite some time. But she too was at a loss. Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. She handed the black piece back to Li Xiu and retreated into the inner room of the shop. Li Xiu chuckled to himself. That black substance was actually a refining crystal he had inadvertently melted with black fire. Surely, bringing it to the auction would not be an issue. Yet he feared that this woman might not recognize its worth and deny him entry with it, which would be rather embarrassing. After a brief wait, the woman in red re-emerged, holding a small sword token. Alas, I am but a humble seeker of knowledge and could not ascertain the nature of this item. However, since it is indestructible and impervious to fire, it is certainly qualified for the auction. This token will grant you access to the auction. It can also be used to rent a cave abode within the market. I will await your arrival here in 7 days for the 100 Swords Alliance auction. Excellent. Thank you, dear Jean. I shall return in 7 days. Li Xiu left the shop and followed her directions to the market's Celestial Inn. He rented a modest cave abode and entered it to cultivate. 7 days later, Li Xiu soared forth in a flying vessel, following the red-clad woman who gracefully glided on her flying sword, departing from Huaji Town's market. The duo, of vibrant red and shimmering light, ascended into the horizon. After traveling several hundred miles, a peak shrouded in colorful clouds caught Li Xiu's attention. He observed several beams of light descending toward a mist-laden hill. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual pressure surged past them, prompting the woman and Li Xiu to evade quickly. A streak of azure light zipped overhead, descending rapidly toward the hill. Upon glancing at the cultivator within the azure light, Li Xiu realized it was a high-level cultivator in the core formation stage. The woman in red whispered, "That recently passed senior is Qing Wuzi from the Mu Jian Pavilion, one of the 3 vice leaders of our alliance. Ahead lies Jiaming Mountain, the venue for the 100 Swords Alliance Trading Conference. With that sword token, you may enter the auction, and should you encounter disciples from the Broken Sword sect, this token will also secure their assistance." The two descended toward the radiant peak where Li Xiu successfully passed through the guard scrutiny with his token. Jiaming Mountain housed numerous grand halls, and the woman led Li Xiu into one of them. The hall was vast, filled with thousands of seats, and at the front stood an enormous jade platform adorned with glowing runes. Surrounding the hall were smaller rooms, each enclosed with barriers preventing the probing of cultivators' consciousness. After entering the side hall adjacent to the jade platform, they were greeted by an elderly man with a red beard. He accepted the refining crystal from Li Xiu and examined it meticulously, infusing it with his mana multiple times and retrieving a brown stone from his storage bag. "May I burn this item?" the elderly man inquired. "Please, go ahead. This material is fire-resistant. When I acquired it, I subjected it to earthly fire for a day and night, and it showed no alteration." Li Xiu feigned indifference, carefully observing the elder's reactions. But the elder maintained a stoic demeanor throughout. The elder held the refining crystal, positioning his fingers as if wielding a sword. Li Xiu noticed a fiery aura emanating from the elder's fingers, crimson yet without flames, reminiscent of a lighter from a past life. The elder directed his fingers toward the refining crystal, which immediately turned a dark red under the intense heat, yet it remained unbroken. All the flames released by the elder were absorbed by the brown stone. At that moment, the red-bearded elder finally regarded the black substance with newfound interest. His gaze flickered, and he closed his eyes in contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he spoke. "Young friend, this peculiar item resembles black flame crystal gold. However, this material is also resistant to mana. I underestimated its properties. It is indeed extraordinary. Our pavilion will place it in the auction for rare stones preceding the core formation auction. However, I cannot guarantee that any senior will find it appealing. If you are in urgent need of spirit stones, you may sell it to our pavilion, and we will compensate you with a sum of spirit stones. Of course, if you prefer, you may also list it with us and wait for someone capable of recognizing its value. Sell it to your esteemed pavilion? No, I am merely passing through. If I cannot acquire what I seek, I would rather keep it and sell it to someone who appreciates it." Li Xiu shook his head. "I do not trust such offers. Trading a rare refining crystal for spirit stones would be foolish." He silently cursed. "Very well. If you do not wish to exchange for spirit stones, we must wait for the auction, hoping that a senior with discerning eyes will recognize its value." The red-bearded elder waved his hand, and someone entered with a tray to take the refining crystal away. The elder then produced a jade pendant. "Dear friends, you are welcome to enter the private room of this pavilion to observe the auction. Of course, should you find a treasure that captivates your interest, you may compete with the esteemed cultivators of the Golden Core stage in bidding. Within this private chamber, there are barriers that obscure the probing of divine senses, as well as a teleportation array for transferring treasures, so you can rest assured when acquiring items. Unless an ancestor of the transcendent divine transformation realm personally arrives, no one will be able to infiltrate this private room." Li Xiu accepted the jade pendant and stepped out of the auction pavilion alongside the enchanting woman in red. "Taoistly, I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave," she said. "The auction for Foundation Establishment cultivators will commence at the hour of C, while that for Golden Core cultivators will begin at the hour of Shun." After she finished speaking, she gracefully departed. Li Xiu surveyed his surroundings. Various cultivators adorned in diverse attire flowed in and out of the grand halls, all belonging to various small and medium-sized sword sections. Transactions between sects were abundant, while outsiders were kept at bay. This place resembled a vast wholesale market, where only significant goods were exchanged, often merely bartering among dozens of sects, devoid of personal dealings. Although the hour had not yet arrived, Li Xiu had already entered the temporary private room. Inside, a jade screen akin to a display showcased all the items upon the green jade platform. There was also a white jade pillar, on which a white jade beast resembling a microphone was sculpted. Li Xiu recognized this as a device for sound transmission. Speaking into it would allow those below on the jade platform to hear clearly. After inspecting the surroundings, Li Xiu settled into a meditative posture within the private chamber. Before the hour of C arrived, the auction hall was already filled with Foundation Establishment cultivators, and the private room had also welcomed attendees. making the Grand Hall entirely populated by these cultivators. As the hour of C struck, 13 chimes resonated from the Jade platform. Upon hearing the sound, all the Foundation establishment cultivators directed their gazes toward the Jade platform. A brilliant light emanated, from which emerged an elderly man with a red beard. The very same elder who had assisted Li Xiu in appraising the crystallized essence. I am Yuan Tinji of the Fire Element Sword Sect, and I shall preside over today's Grand Assembly for Foundation Establishment Cultivators, he announced. This auction comprises 25 exquisite items, 1 type of technique, 3 types of elixirs, 5 types of formations, 7 types of spiritual materials, and 9 types of magical artifacts. Each of you must seize the opportunity and make good use of your spirit stones. After Yuan Tinji finished, a massive jade pillar, resembling a water vat, emerged before him, bearing a vial of elixir. 1 vial of transformation elixir. This elixir is suitable for cultivators in the mid-foundation establishment stage. Consuming it facilitates breakthroughs to the late foundation establishment stage. This vial contains 7 pills, starting at a bid of 1,600 spirit stones, with each increment no less than 100 spirit stones. I bid 1,600 spirit stones. Someone called out loudly. I bid 1,800 spirit stones. An elderly man declared. 1,900 spirit stones, shouted another middle-aged cultivator. There were many mid-foundation establishment cultivators present, and the transformation elixir was precisely what they sought. Soon, the bidding escalated to over 3,000 spirit stones. I bid 3,400 spirit stones. A female cultivator from the private room declared, plunging the hall into silence. Ultimately, the vial of transformation elixir was secured by this woman, and it was teleported to her private room. Yuan Tinji then presented a magical artifact, a small golden sword. Esteemed friends, this sword is called the Golden Scales Sword, forged from scales of the golden serpent. It is an exceptional spiritual sword ideal for refining one's life-bound magical artifacts. Should you succeed in achieving the golden core, this sword will undoubtedly be your first choice. The starting bid is 2,000 spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 100 spirit stones. Henceforth, all subsequent treasures will follow this rule, and I shall not repeat it. I offer 2,100 spirit stones. I bid 2,300 spirit stones, 2,400 spirit stones, 2,700. The golden scale sword was ultimately sold for 3,500 spirit stones to a young man. Following this, Yuan Tinji presented several more magical artifacts, elixirs, and talismans. The female cultivator from the private room competed for nearly every item, amassing a considerable collection of treasures. The item Li Xiu desired, a gourd-shaped spiritual material, was presented as the 17th item. However, it was not a material, but rather a magical artifact, the green gourd sword. An exceptional wood-type magical artifact, this sword was crafted from green vines, and, when paired with its companion spirit gourd, its power far exceeded that of ordinary artifacts. The starting bid was 3,500 spirit stones. Finally, the moment for Li Xiu's coveted item arrived, and he found himself intrigued. I bid 3,800 spirit stones. A robust man in green called out. I bid 4,000 spirit stones. Do not contest with me. An elderly man with white hair shouted, having previously lost out on several bids. At this moment, Li Xiu transmitted, for 1,300 spirit stones. I bid 4,500 spirit stones. The affluent female cultivator from the private room once again raised her bid. Everyone present understood that this woman had considerable wealth, and, should she engage in bidding, she would persist until the end. 4,800 spirit stones. Li Xiu transmitted once more. 5,000 spirit stones. Grant me this small favor. I do not wish to miss this spirit sword. The white-haired elder shouted, anguish evident in his voice. 5,500 spirit stones. The wealthy female cultivator responded nonchalantly. Seeing no one else raise their bid, Li Xiu transmitted. 6,000 spirit stones. 6,500 spirit stones. The affluent female cultivator continued her calm bidding. 7,000. Li Xiu, now incensed, declared. He merely desired the gourd. Yet someone continued to contest him. 7,500. The woman replied, her tone still collected. 9,000. Li Xiu raised his bid by over 1,000 spirit stones. Knowing he had more than 10,000 spirit stones in his storage bag, any further increase would necessitate retrieving more from the monster map space. The crowd below scoffed at the price, deeming the gourd artifact unworthy of such an amount. 10,000 spirit stones. The woman exclaimed, her voice tinged with irritation. 12,000. Li Xiu responded boldly, disregarding the cost, as he still had crystallized essence unsold. After a brief pause, when the woman did not raise her bid again, The red-bearded elder finally teleported the green gourd sword to Li Xiu's private room. Though he had expended a significant number of spirit stones, Li Xiu felt that they were inconsequential, as they were essentially free for him. He fondled the azure gourd, reveling in his acquisition. Chapter 90. The Golden Core Stage Auction with the green gourd sword in hand. Li Xiu's spirit stones were now in another's possession, and he ceased to bid. In the following auction items, several treasures caught Li Xiu's interest, including a vial of dust-settling elixir, which fetched an astonishing price of several tens of thousands of spirit stones. The extravagance displayed by these Peak Foundation establishment cultivators left many others feeling awestruck by their wealth. In comparison to these elite cultivators, Li Xiu's green gourd sword seemed rather unremarkable. The final highlight of the auction was a sword technique named Azure Mirage Sword Technique, capable of being cultivated to the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. This technique's jade slip also contained a recipe for crafting the Azure Mirage sword, making it an exceedingly rare find, especially with the accompanying technique for its execution. As the jade slip for the Azure Mirage sword technique was revealed, all Foundation establishment cultivators' attention converged upon it. Even those who already possessed similar magical artifacts showed great interest in this technique. Yuan Tinji set the opening bid for the Azure Mirage sword technique at 8,000 spirit stones. Li Xiu initially believed it would fetch an impressive price, but ultimately, it sold for a mere 21,000 spirit stones. At an auction during the Foundation establishment period, items sold for tens of thousands of spirit stones, and Li Xiu had already begun to anticipate the auction for core formation cultivators. Seated in a private room, he fiddled with the Qinghu sword. Although it was somewhat expensive, its quality was indeed commendable. If used by a Foundation establishment cultivator, its power would be formidable. The Qinghu sword, being a wood attribute flying sword, contrasted somewhat with Li Xiu's thunder attribute mana. However, he could utilize the spatial function of the Qinghu sword to achieve his objectives. After carefully storing the Qinghu sword, he patiently awaited the auction for core formation cultivators. As the hour of Shun arrived, fewer than 100 core formation cultivators were scattered throughout the auction hall. These cultivators presented a diverse array of appearances, both male and female. Most male cultivators were middle-aged men, alongside elderly individuals with white hair and handsome young men. The female cultivators were predominantly stunningly beautiful, appearing no older than 25, yet Li Xiu knew that these core formation women were at least 250 years old. In stark contrast to the scattered core formation cultivators in the hall, the private rooms were filled to capacity, where the true affluent patrons resided. On the Jadestone platform, a middle-aged scholar clad in white appeared. This scholar was also at the core formation level. Upon reaching the platform, he addressed the assembly. Esteemed friends, today I shall be presiding over this auction. Surely, you all recognize me, Meng Chong of the Twin Sword Sect. A voice exclaimed, the Yin-Yang sword, Meng Chong. Meng Chong acknowledged the crowd with a slight bow. Indeed, it is I. Today, I will oversee the auction on behalf of the Twin Sword Sect. Be sure to keep a keen eye on the treasures and avoid being misled. As the Jadestone platform slowly ascended, a pearlescent stone flower appeared before the core formation cultivators. The stone heart flower. A female cultivator in the private room exclaimed, is it the stalactite stone flower? Another voice questioned uncertainly. The cultivators below began to discuss among themselves, some in contemplation, others shaking their heads in confusion. Esteemed friends, you must carefully observe this stalactite. The values of the stone heart flower and the stalactite stone flower are vastly different. The former is a top-tier earth attribute holy liquid, while the latter is merely a main ingredient for refining the beauty pill. Of course, should any esteemed friend mistakenly purchase the stalactite stone flower, refining a batch of beauty pills could still earn you a smile from your partner. After Meng Chong's laughter subsided, he set the starting price for the stony flower. This flower starts at 200 mid-grade spirit stones. Bids must increase by no less than 10 mid-grade spirit stones each time. Please proceed. Before the core formation cultivators could place their bids, a female cultivator from the private room softly transmitted 300 spirit stones. Instantly, all eyes turned to the jade stone platform. Li Xiu also regarded the stone flower, estimating that it was indeed the stone heart flower the female cultivator had mentioned. Many shared Li Xiu's thoughts, and suddenly, a burly man in yellow spoke. I bid 350 spirit stones. This stone heart flower is mine. 400 spirit stones. Qian Daoyu, please yield this flower to my little sister. She is just a step away from advancing her zuling technique. The voice of the female cultivator in the private room resonated throughout the hall. Oh, it is actually Fairy Chun. If it were any other treasure, I would certainly yield. But this stone heart flower is crucial for my breakthrough. I have no choice but to offend. responded the burly man named Qian, determined to compete. I bid 450 spirit stones, he declared, exuding an air of competitiveness. 500 spirit stones. Ha ha, I must have the stone heart flower. Another elderly voice boomed from within the private room. 550. The female cultivator's tone grew slightly agitated, her words tinged with irritation. 600. The burly man named Qian spoke again, though his voice now carried a hint of reluctance. 620 spirit stones. Ha ha, today I shall acquire this item. The elder's voice from the private room brimmed with arrogance. Indeed, the burly man named Qian fell silent, his expression darkening. Moments later, Meng Chong decisively brought down his gavel, transferring the stony flower to the private room. The jade stone platform lowered once more, revealing a lump of black substance. Li Xiu's interest peaked. Was this not his own lump of refining crystal? Unexpectedly, it was the second item to be presented. As Meng Chong picked up the refining crystal and prepared to introduce it, the elder who had just purchased the stony flower erupted in anger. Qian Lagui, have you conspired with that vixen to deceive me? This is certainly not the Stoneheart flower. A loud crack echoed from the private room. Ha ha ha, Xiang Laogui. You only have yourself to blame for your own lack of discernment. The burly man named Qian, now brimming with confidence, laughed heartily. Another woman's voice chimed in with a playful giggle. Hee, do not be angry, brother Xiang. Even I can misjudge at times. Yet this instance has served as a lesson for you. The assembly of core formation cultivators could hardly contain their amusement. This so-called Xiang Laogui had indeed suffered a considerable loss, unable to maintain his dignity in his fury. Watching the antics of the elderly cultivators below from his private room, Li Xiu mused on their eccentric and reckless natures. At this moment, Meng Chong raised his hands to calm the crowd, presenting the lump of refining crystal. This is a piece of black flame crystal gold, a rather unique material. It is impervious to fiery burns and can withstand and weaken magical attacks, boasting exceptional hardness. As he demonstrated, Meng Chong unleashed a fiery spell upon the crystal. Yet it exhibited no change after prolonged exposure. He then struck it with sword energy, producing a deep, resonant sound. This black flame crystal gold begins at a starting price of 120 mid-grade spirit stones. Meng Chong stated matter-of-factly, I will buy this piece of black flame crystal gold for 130 spirit stones, declared a languid elder in red from the back of the hall. The room fell silent, and Meng Chong remained stoic, seemingly unaffected. I bid 200 spirit stones. A voice rang out, causing Meng Chong to momentarily falter, though he quickly regained his composure. Who among you dares to contend with me for this crystal gold? I can utilize this for my fire sword. 210 spirit stones. The elder continued, feigning frustration. Li Xiu instantly recognized the despicable tactics at play. That voice had belonged to him. Had he not known it was a refining crystal, he would not have paid heed to such unscrupulous dealings below. At that moment, another voice transmitted, this item is indeed extraordinary. If it truly is black flame crystal gold, let it be yours. However, if not, its value far exceeds that. Hearing this, the assembly of core formation cultivators redirected their attention to the refining crystal on the jadestone platform. How can black flame crystal gold possess such resilience? A female cultivator in green murmured. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair seemed to have an epiphany. He rummaged through his storage bag, retrieving a small object resembling a grain of rice, his face lighting up with excitement. I bid 250 spirit stones, no matter what it is. Even if I incur a loss, I shall accept it, he proclaimed. Ha ha ha, Mingxin Laogui, you would spend 250 spirit stones on such a large piece of Mo Yuan crystal? Do you truly think others are blind? Mocked a black-robed cultivator. What? Mo Yuan crystal? The old cultivators at the core formation stage rose one by one, their gazes fixed upon the peculiar object atop the emerald jade platform. How could it take such a form? This extraordinary item is known for its ability to absorb magical damage. The gathered cultivators expressed their astonishment. At this moment, the scholar Meng Qing, clad in white, felt a profound sense of regret. This item could have been sold at a bargain as a black flame crystal. But if its true nature as were recognized, its worth would be substantial. The elderly man with white hair wore a distressed expression, yet internally, he was overwhelmed with excitement. He masked his emotions with furious reprimands and laughter. His outward demeanor resembled that of a person whose schemes had been unveiled. Yet he understood that this was not at all. Despite its bizarre shape, if someone possessed the discerning eye, the value of this treasure would soar to astronomical heights. It was a refining crystal that even those at the nascent soul stage would covet. I bid 900 spirit stones, exclaimed an old man from a private room. 950 spirit stones. Someone else called out from the hall. I bid 1,000 spirit stones, declared a female voice. I offer 1,200 spirit stones. I desire this. The white-haired elder shouted in anger. Inside the private room, Li Xiu was equally thrilled. He was uncertain of the crystal's market value, but he knew that these core formation cultivators traded in mid-grade spirit stones, which were invaluable resources for cultivation. 1,200 spirit stones, announced Meng Qing, bringing down the gavel. Ultimately, Li Xiu's crystal, mistaken for, was exchanged for 1,200 mid-grade spirit stones. After purchasing the item, the white-haired elder turned and left. Meng Qing once again employed magic to elevate the jade platform, revealing a fiery red jade rui. This spiritual treasure, the fire rui, could manipulate flames and release flowing fire. The starting bid was 400 spirit stones. I bid 420 spirit stones. I offer 430. In the end, the fire rui was claimed by the old Taoist for 500 spirit stones. The jade platform rose again, this time presenting a circular ring artifact, which started at a bid of 500 mid-grade spirit stones and ultimately sold for 650 spirit stones. One by one, treasures were unveiled, and the core formation cultivators competed fiercely in the bidding. The jade platform ascended once more, this time showcasing a jade slip. Esteemed friends, this jade slip contains a flawed secret technique known as the Flying Eye Sword. Although it possesses some deficiencies, it can double the sword control consciousness of us core formation cultivators. This technique requires sacrificing one or two eyes, merging them with other materials, and refining them into the flying sword. Once integrated into the sword, this technique allows the cultivator's connection with the sword to deepen, resulting in a consciousness strength that surpasses ordinary core formation cultivators by twofold. In battle, this will provide a significant advantage. After Meng Qing's explanation, he surveyed the crowd, awaiting inquiries. Meng Daoist, if this technique requires only one eye, it isn't overly self-destructive. One could simply grow another eye, questioned a giant named Qian. Indeed, I just heard Meng Daoist say that the sword consciousness doubles. Yet why is the strength only equivalent to that of others during combat? Isn't that contradictory? Queried the white-haired elder behind Qian. Alas, my dear friends, this secret technique has a significant drawback. Each time an eye is refined, a portion of one's soul power must be extracted and infused into the eye being refined within the flying sword. Sighed Meng Qing. How can this be? Once the soul is separated from the eye, how can it be restored? The elder shook his head. Humph. Such a technique would necessitate the self-mutilation of an eye. Who would be willing to learn such a method? Qian retorted indignantly. Alas, although this technique greatly amplifies consciousness, the cost is simply unacceptable. What a pity. Could this be the secret technique practiced by the infamous one-eyed twin fiends? It is said that they were captured by a nascent soul elder within our alliance. The cultivators exchanged whispers about the secrets of their alliance. Meng Qing announced the starting price for the Flying Eye Sword technique. The bidding begins at 900 mid-grade spirit stones. After a moment of silence, seeing no bids, Meng Qing scanned the room until someone finally spoke. I bid 910 spirit stones. Such a powerful technique shall be mine. After a brief pause, another calm voice declared, 920 spirit stones. As the previous Taoist prepared to bid again, Meng Qing stood with his hands behind his back. The Flying Eye Sword technique goes for 920 spirit stones. He stated. The jade slip was transported away, and the next artifact appeared on the jade platform. Before the crowd lay a serpentine flying sword, its body undulating like waves, with its mouth slightly open and a flickering tongue. The Bayushi sword, a water element treasure, was auctioned alongside various items belonging to core formation cultivators, potions, and jade slips, but Li Xiu found himself unable to acquire anything further. At this moment, holding the jade slip of the Flying Eye Sword, he was immersed in contemplation, a smile gracing his lips. He had just secured the secret technique. What an intriguing method. To master the Flying Eye Sword to its fullest required the extraction of both eyes, aside from the troublesome integration of a core from a creature called the Sin Beast. It essentially transformed one into a blind sword cultivator.